Second Dutch War. Having concluded this iniquitous agreement with his cousin, Charles prorogued Parliament. He kept it from meeting for 2 years and declared war on the Dutch without any ostensible cause or reason. At the same time, the French king launched a great army over his northern frontier, overran the Spanish Netherlands, and penetrated far into Holland. The Dutch were only saved from destruction by their desperate resistance. Their fleet fought a drawn battle with the English at Southwold and staved off a naval invasion. Meanwhile, the young William of Orange, the heir of the old stadholders, saved Amsterdam from the French by breaking down the dikes and inundating South Holland. Driven back by the floods, the French had to evacuate their Dutch conquests, 1672. The Declaration of Indulgence. Meanwhile, Charles began to carry out his agreement with Louis for restoring Romanism by issuing his Declaration of Indulgence, suspending all the penal laws which imposed penalties on Roman Catholics. To cloak his design, he made the proclamations cover Protestant nonconformists, as well as dissidents belonging to the older creed. Popular indignation, the Test Act. But the king had miscalculated the feeling of England. The Declaration of Indulgence raised a storm about his ears which he dared not face. So wrathful were the churchmen, low church and high church alike, that he felt in serious danger of deposition. The Parliament met in February 1673 and passed an address requiring the king to withdraw the declaration. Charles felt his nerve give way. Instead of standing his ground and calling in his French auxiliaries, he yielded and withdrew his Edict of Toleration. The Parliament then passed the Test Act, which excluded all nonconformists, Protestant and Romanist alike, from all official positions. This made it impossible for Charles to retain his Catholic ministers, Arlington and Clifford, and caused the downfall of the cabal, which went out of office in PG 431, the end of 1673. The Test Act also drove from his place as Lord High Admiral the king's brother James, who had become an avowed Romanist. Peace with Holland, Danby chief minister. The failure of the king's schemes was still further marked by the conclusion of peace with Holland in February 1674, and the appointment as chief minister of Thomas Osborne, Lord Danby, a good churchman and an enemy of France. Determined not to go on his travels again, Charles gave way on all points, to the deep disgust of his cousin of France, who despised him greatly for his craven desertion of the cause of Romanism. Marriage of Princess Mary and William of Orange. But the king had not really given up his design. He was quite ready to renew his alliance with France when the times should be more favorable. Meanwhile, he was compelled to profess an attachment to Holland and married his heiress, the Princess Mary, his brother James's daughter, to the young Prince of Orange, the sworn foe of France, 1677. By such means, he was able to keep himself safe and to laugh at the efforts of the Low Church party in Parliament. Shaftesbury and the Country Party. This faction, the Country Party, as it called itself, was now headed by the unscrupulous adventurer Shaftesbury, who from being a minister had become the king's deadly enemy, and was trying to stir up trouble by warning the nation to beware of the Romanist and absolutist tendencies of his old master, of whose reality none had a better knowledge than himself. Fall of Danby. Danby was driven from office in 1678, owing to the discovery of some of the king's secret negotiations with France, to which he had been weak enough to give his assent for the moment, though his own views were opposed to the alliance with Louis Roman XIV. The French king knew this fact and treacherously made the negotiations known in order that Danby might be discredited and replaced by a minister more suited to his tastes. His wily scheme was successful. Danby was hounded from office, impeached, and condemned to imprisonment in the Tower, though he produced the king's warrant for all he had done. But the Parliament voted that the king could do no wrong, and that a minister was responsible for all his acts, even when he acted under the strongest pressure PG 432 from his master. Thus the theory of ministerial responsibility was fixedly and unequivocally proclaimed as part of the Constitution. Shaftesbury's schemes. The fact that secret treaties with France were again in the air gave Shaftesbury and his friends, the ultra-Protestants, a fine opportunity for a demonstration. Soon after Danby's fall, they raised a cry that the kingdom was in danger from a plot to restore Romanism by the aid of armed force from France. This was true enough, and the criminal was the King of England. But Shaftesbury did not strike at the king. He feared the loyalty of the churchmen to the heir of Charles I, and thought that his sovereign was so supple and weak that he might be terrorized into becoming his instrument. The king was to be reduced to nullity, not removed. The Popish Plot. When the cry against the Romanists was growing strong, there came forward a certain depraved clergyman named Titus Oates, who had been for a time perverted to Romanism and had dwelt much with the Jesuits. He made himself Shaftesbury's tool by declaring that he had gained knowledge of a great conspiracy against the peace of the realm. This Popish plot was, he said, an agreement by a number of English Catholics to slay the king and introduce a French army into the realm in order to place James of York, the king's Romanist brother, on the throne. Now it is probable enough that some of the accused were in correspondence with France, and letters were discovered from Coleman, secretary to the Duchess of York, written to friends abroad, which spoke of an approaching blow to the Protestant cause. But the blow was really to be dealt by Charles, not against him. It was he who was in truth conspiring to bring over the French and conquer his own realm by their aid. Popular panic. Oates, however, perjured himself up to the hilt, bringing forward accusations against all the leading English Romanists, and hinting that even Queen Catherine herself was privy to a plot to murder her husband. Many minor informers also sprang up to corroborate the venomous tale of Oates. The nation was seriously alarmed. A perfect outburst of frenzy followed, and every Romanist in England was denounced as a disciple of Guy Fawkes. Charles, to his shame, pretended to take the story seriously, though none knew better than he its folly. The Exclusion Bill, the Habeas Corpus Act. A new parliament met in March 1679. It was elected in the full flood of indignation against the plot, and Shaftesbury found that he could command a clear majority of its votes. He used his power to bring in a bill excluding the Duke of York, as an avowed Romanist, from the throne. To save his brother's rights, Charles dissolved the Commons before they could pass it. The only work that this parliament had succeeded in carrying through was the Habeas Corpus Act, a very important enactment prohibiting arbitrary imprisonment without a trial. No man was to be kept in jail untried, and penalties were imposed on the jailer who should detain him and the judge who should refuse to hear him plead. This principle required to be explicitly reasserted under the later Stuarts, though it is found formulated in Magna Carta itself. Pretensions of the Duke of Monmouth. The Second Parliament of 1679 was, to the king's disgust, almost as much under the influence of Shaftesbury and the alarmists as the first. The nation was still in a ferment. Month after month, prominent Catholics were imprisoned on the evidence of Oates and his gang, tried, and condemned to death. So great was the fear felt of the Romanist Duke of York that a preposterous plan was formed by Shaftesbury and his friends to replace him as heir to the throne by the Duke of Monmouth, the eldest of the natural sons of King Charles. This was a manifest injustice to the Princess Mary, the Protestant daughter of Duke James. Her father's religion could not vitiate her rights, but Monmouth was a popular youth of fair parts and abilities. He had won some military reputation by putting down a dangerous rebellion of the Scottish Covenanters, who had murdered the Archbishop of St. Andrews, risen in arms, and got possession of the western lowlands. After routing them at Bothwell Brig, June 1679, Monmouth was saluted as a conquering hero, and rumors were put about that his mother, Lucy Walters, had been secretly married to the king. Charles himself hastened to deny this lie, but it had its effect, and a serious effort was made to substitute Monmouth for his uncle. Shaftesbury loses ground. All through 1680, the struggle was at its height, though Shaftesbury was gradually losing ground, owing to the unwise violence of his conduct and the growing disrepute of his tool, PG 434 Titus Oates, whose reckless falsehoods were beginning to be detected by sober men. The contest turned on the fate of the Exclusion Bill, which declared James incapable of reigning, and transferred his rights to his daughter Mary, the Princess of Orange, though many suspected that Shaftesbury intended to substitute Monmouth for the princess. Petitioners and abhorrers, Whigs and Tories. It is at this moment that the famous political names which were to rule England for the next century and a half come into sight. At first, the opponents of the Exclusion Bill, the supporters of the divine right of hereditary succession, and the defenders of the Duke of York, were called abhorrers, from the numerous addresses which they sent to the king declaring their abhorrence of the Exclusion Bill. On the other hand, the supporters of Shaftesbury and the believers in the Popish plot were called petitioners, from the petitions which they kept signing in favor of the bill. But soon two less cumbrous, if stranger, names were found for the two parties. The abhorrers were nicknamed Tories by their enemies, from the appellation of a horde of banditti who lurked in the bogs of Ireland. The petitioners, on the other hand, were christened Whigs by their rivals after the name of a fanatical sect of Scottish Covenanters. These titles, bestowed in ridicule at first, were finally accepted in earnest and became the usual denomination of the two great parties. The Exclusion Bill was passed by Shaftesbury and his majority of Whigs in the Commons, once in 1679 and once in 1680. But the House of Lords threw it out, and Charles dissolved the Parliament once and again, till in 1681 the fear of the Popish plot began to blow over, and the violence of Shaftesbury to disgust the moderate members of his own party. The cruel execution, in December 1680, of Lord Stafford, an old Romanist peer of blameless life, whose innocence was known to all, was the last and most damaging triumph of the Whigs. Its injustice caused many of Shaftesbury's supporters to fall away. His intrigues in favor of Monmouth and the open support which he gave to the lying Oates had ruined him. Fall of Shaftesbury, the Rye House plot. In 1681, the king accused him of high treason for collecting armed followers to overawe Parliament. A London jury refused to convict him, and he plunged into still more desperate PG 435 courses. Conspiring with Lord William Russell and Algernon Sidney to raise rebellion, he was detected and fled oversea to escape punishment. Some of his more desperate followers went on with his plot, which they developed into a plan for assassinating Charles as he passed the Rye House in Hertfordshire on his way to Newmarket. The disclosure of this reckless conspiracy ruined the Whigs. The whole party was believed to have been privy to it, though it was in truth the work of a very small clique, headed by one Colonel Rumbold, an old Cromwellian officer, 1682. Execution of Russell and Sidney. The king, finding that public opinion was veering round to his side, was emboldened to strike a blow at the whole Whig faction. Mixing up the Rye House plot with Shaftesbury's abortive plans, he seized all their chief leaders and had them tried for high treason. Subservient judges and a packed jury made their fall easy. Lord William Russell and Algernon Sidney were beheaded. Lord Essex committed suicide in prison. The evidence connecting Russell and Sidney with the assassination plot was trivial, and their execution little else than a judicial murder, 1683. Death of Charles. Charles was now in a better position to carry out his long-concealed plan for the restoration of arbitrary government and the furthering of Romanism than at any previous time in his reign. He left Parliament unsummoned for more than 2 years, prepared to renew his alliance with France, endeavored to collect a body of ministers who would second his views, and largely increased his standing army. He made several unconstitutional encroachments on the liberty of his subjects, such as forfeiting the charters of many cities, including London itself, and was cautiously feeling his way towards more decisive measures. But on February 6, 1685, his plans were suddenly interrupted by a fatal apoplectic stroke, which carried him off before he had attained the age of 55. On his deathbed, he had himself openly received into the Roman Catholic faith, of which he had so long been the secret partisan. It was fortunate that his schemes were brought to such an untimely end, for if a cautious foe to the liberties of England, he was a very clever and insidious one. Of the stubborn folly which ruined his successor, he would never have been guilty. General Harrison and 9 other members of the court, Colonels Axtell and Hacker, who had superintended the execution, and Sir Henry Vane, though he was not an actual regicide. Only notable in British history because she brought the Isle of Bombay as her dowry. Chapter 30. James minus 1688. No greater testimony to the caution and cleverness of Charles II can be given than the fact that, after a reign of 25 stormy years, he died in possession of a very considerable measure of absolute power, having lived down his troubles, secured the devotion of the larger half of the nation, strengthened himself with a standing army, and dispensed for 3 years with any summons of Parliament. His successor was to prove that a man without tact and pliability, pursuing the same schemes for the restoration of arbitrary government and Romanism, might wreck himself in 3 years and die an exile. Character of James. Yet James of York was in many ways a stronger and a better man than Charles II. He possessed conscience and courage in a far greater measure than his brother. His life was not an open scandal, his word could be relied upon, his attachment to his faith was devoted and sincere. But he had 3 ruinous faults. He was obstinate to blindness. Long after a fact had become patent to all men, he would refuse to recognize its existence. He was full of a bigoted self-sufficiency that arose from an overweening belief in his own good intentions and wisdom. Lastly, he was a man unable to forgive or forget. There was no drop of mercy in his composition. He could understand nothing but the letter of the law. Blind, conceited, pitiless, he was bound to win the hatred of all who differed from him, and it was soon to be discovered that 9/10 of the English nation were numbered in that class. James was a man of business and method, as well as a man of PG 437 action. He had commanded a fleet with credit in the Dutch War. He had presided with success at the Admiralty till he was compelled to resign that office by the Test Act. He had ruled Scotland for a time with a very firm, if a rigid hand, but no amount of mere administrative ability could make up for his entire want of judgment, foresight, and geniality. The Tory party. Yet on his accession, the new king had everything in his favor. The Tory party was still in the ascendancy which it had enjoyed ever since the Whigs had been discredited by the Rye House plot. It was resolved to trust and support James as long as he behaved in a constitutional manner and had a strong confidence in his honesty. Accordingly, the King's first Parliament granted him the liberal income of £1,900,000 a year and protested its complete reliance on his wisdom and good intentions. Nor was any objection made when James sought out and punished the informers who had fabricated the Popish plot, though their chastisement was very barbarous. Oates, their chief, received lashes twice within 48 hours, yet survived, in spite of a sentence which had obviously been intended to kill him. Rebellion of Monmouth and Argyll. The first real shock to the confidence of the nation in the king was caused by the cruelty with which he put down an insurrection which broke out against him in the summer that followed his accession. The late king's bastard son, James, Duke of Monmouth, the tool of Shaftesbury in 1680, was living in exile in Holland, along with many violent Whigs, who were charged, truly or falsely, with participation in the Rye House plot. Monmouth, a vain and presumptuous young man, could not read the signs of the times, and thought that all England would rise to overturn a Romanist king, if only a Protestant leader presented himself to lead the people. Without securing any tangible promises of support from the chiefs of the Whig party in England, he resolved to attempt an invasion. He was to be aided by Archibald, Earl of Argyll, the exiled chief of the Scottish Covenanters, who undertook to stir up a rising among his clansmen in the Highlands. Argyll taken and executed. Argyll landed in Scotland in May 1685. Monmouth came ashore at Lyme, in Dorsetshire, in June. Each had brought a very small force with him and relied wholly on the support PG 438 he hoped to find at home. Argyll raised the Campbells, but found none else to join him. After a few days his men dispersed, and he was taken and beheaded. Battle of Sedgemoor, Monmouth executed. Monmouth was at first more fortunate. He was well known and popular in Dorset and Somerset, and some thousands of countrymen came flocking to his banner, though none of the gentry would adhere to such a reckless adventurer. The Duke appealed to all Protestants to aid him against a papist king, declared that his mother had been the lawful wife of Charles Roman II, and claimed the crown of England. But his proclamation did him no good, and his army of ploughmen and miners was but a half-armed rabble. Nevertheless, they fought bravely enough against James's regulars at Sedgemoor, July 5, 1685, and only dispersed when their leader fled in craven fear from the field. Monmouth was caught in disguise and taken to London. He grovelled at the feet of James and offered to submit to any indignity if his life might be spared. But the pitiless king, after chiding him for half an hour, sent him to the scaffold. Kirke and Jeffreys, the bloody assize. His fate provoked little sympathy, for he had clearly brought his trouble on his own head. But the cruel punishment that was dealt out to the poor ignorant peasants who had followed him shocked the whole nation. Hundreds of rebels taken in arms were hung or shot after a summary court-martial by the brutal Colonel Kirke, a veteran who had learnt ferocity by serving against the Moors in Africa. After the summary executions were over, Judge Jeffreys, a clever but worthless lawyer, whom the king made the chief instrument of his cruelties, descended on the southwestern counties. In the bloody assize, as his circuit was called, he put to death more than 300 persons after the barest mockery of a trial, and sent 1,000 more to work as slaves on the plantations of Jamaica and Barbados. Of all Jeffreys' judicial murders, the worst was that of the aged Lady Lisle. For having sheltered a fugitive from Sedgemoor, she was sentenced by this barbarian to be burnt, and he thought it an act of clemency when he commuted the penalty to beheading, September 1685. The king's Romanist schemes. The ease with which he had crushed the rising of Monmouth and Argyle emboldened James to take seriously in hand the great project of his life, the restoration of Romanism. His plan PG 439 was to fill all offices in church and state with open or secret papists, and to overawe discontent by the muskets of a large standing army. That such a plan was dangerous, and even impossible, when 9/10 of the nation was devotedly attached to Protestantism, he does not seem to have realized. He relied on his observations of the men about his own person, for many of the demoralized courtiers of Charles II were quite ready to become Romanists if only it brought them preferment. They would probably have become Jews or Moslems if it had been made worth their while. The basest of these degraded opportunists was James's chief minister, Lord Sunderland, the tool of all his worst acts of tyranny and folly. With such a man as his chief adviser, and the infamous Jeffreys, now made Lord Chancellor, as his chief executioner, the king was likely to go to any lengths. Of his other councillors, the chief were Richard Talbot, Earl of Tyrconnell, a bigoted Irish Romanist of very depraved manners, and Father Petter, a Jesuit priest. The Test Act and the dispensing power. James commenced his campaign against Protestantism in 1686. The chief bar to the admission of papists to office in the public service and the army was the Test Act of 1673, which excluded all save English churchmen from any post in the state. Knowing that no parliament would repeal this act, James resolved to annul it on his own authority. One of the oldest weapons of the Stuarts was the claim to a dispensing power, a right of the king to grant immunity on his own authority for offences against the law of the land. This was the tool which he had now resolved to employ against the Test Act. He appointed a Romanist named Sir Edward Hales colonel of one of the new regiments which he was busily employed in raising. Hales was prosecuted for illegally accepting the commission and pleaded in defence that the king had dispensed him from taking the test. The case was brought before a bench of judges carefully packed by the orders of James, and they gave the wholly unconstitutional decision that the king's dispensation covered Hales from all penalties. Armed with this opinion of the judges, James began to give place and office to Romanists right and left. They were made judges, officers, sheriffs, lord lieutenants, mayors, all by virtue of the king's dispensing power. None but Catholics could for the future hope for any preferment. Attack on the Church and Oxford University. The king next proceeded to attack the Church of England. Once more pleading his dispensing power, he began to give papists office in the church. Not only did he make over crown livings to them, but he filled 2 vacant headships of Oxford colleges with notorious Romanists, showing thereby his intention to put the control of education into the hands of his own coreligionists. Somewhat later, he expelled the whole body of fellows and scholars of Magdalen College for refusing to receive the president whom he had chosen for them, herein following the example of Charles, who had deprived the philosopher John Locke of his studentship at Christ Church for holding Whig opinions. To deal with things religious, James revived the Court of High Commission, one of the old despotic courts which the Long Parliament had abolished 40 years before. He placed Jeffreys at its head and used it for the oppression of all clergy who showed signs of opposing him. Meanwhile, a large army, including several Irish regiments, was concentrated at Hounslow to overawe London. The nation, though sorely tried by these exhibitions of James's high-handed bigotry, required still further provocation before it rose against him. The Tory party was so deeply committed to the doctrine of divine right and passive obedience that it required an even more desperate attack on the Church of England to set them in arms against the king. The Whigs were so crushed and depressed that they had not the heart to rebel. It may be added that the fact that the king was an elderly man, while his heiress Mary, Princess of Orange, was a firm Protestant, kept many men quiet. They held that the king must die ere long, and that his wild schemes would die with him. The Declaration of Indulgence. James began to embark on his last fatal measures of arbitrary power in the spring of 1688. Without calling or consulting a parliament, he determined to issue on his own authority a Declaration of Indulgence, which was to suspend all laws that were directed against Romanists. To partly cloak his plan, he added that the declaration was also to free the Protestant dissenters from the Penal Code of 1664. Toleration in itself is good, but toleration imposed by an autocratic and illegal mandate is a suspicious boon. The dissenters themselves repudiated the gift when PG 441 given from such doubtful hands. To show his complete mastery over the Church of England, James ordered that the declaration should be publicly read from the pulpit by every beneficed minister in the land. The trial of the 7 bishops. This command provoked even the loyal Tories to resistance. When the appointed day came round, the clergy, almost without exception, refused to read the declaration. The Archbishop, William Sancroft, and 6 of his suffragans addressed a petition to the king begging that they might be excused from having to issue such a document. James was furious, and in his rage declared his intention of putting the bishops on trial for publishing a seditious libel, a most absurd description of their modestly worded plea. The 7 prelates were arrested and sent as prisoners to the Tower. A month later, they were brought before the Court of King's Bench. The whole nation was in agony as to their fate, but the preposterous nature of the prosecution abashed even the king's subservient judges. The charge was pressed in a half-hearted way, and the jury returned a verdict of not guilty. James's vexation at this acquittal was only surpassed by his outburst of wrath when he saw the universal demonstration of joy with which the news was received. Even his own soldiery in the camp at Hounslow lighted bonfires to celebrate the event. Birth of the Old Pretender. In the very month of the acquittal of the 7 bishops, an event happened which profoundly affected the king's prospects. His young second wife, Mary of Modena, bore him a son, the prince afterwards known as the Old Pretender, June 10, 1688. The birth of this child gave the king a Romanist heir and cut the Princess of Orange out of the succession to the throne. This unexpected news filled England with dismay. It was evident that the king's schemes were no longer to be terminated with his own life. A dynasty of Romanists loomed on the horizon. In their wrath, many men asserted that the child was supposititious, a changeling foisted on the nation by the king's malice. This groundless tale received much credit, for anything was believed possible in such a bigot as James. Invitation to William of Orange. The birth of the Prince of Wales was immediately followed by the formation of a serious conspiracy to overthrow the king. The Tories forgot their loyalty and joined the Whigs. The first sketch of the plot was drawn up by the old Tory minister, Danby, in conjunction with the Earl of Devonshire, the chief of the Whigs, and Henry Sidney and Edward Russell, the kinsmen of the two Whig leaders of those names who had been beheaded by Charles II in 1683. Their plan was to call over to England the Princess Mary and her husband, the Prince of Orange, and set them up against the king. William of Orange, the champion of Protestantism on the continent and the deadly foe of James's ally, the King of France, was known to be ready to strike any blow that would bring England over to his side. He had long been in secret communication with many leading men among the Whigs and welcomed the appearance of a definite invitation with joy. On receiving satisfactory assurances of support, he consented to raise every man that he could put into the field and to cross to England. James at first received the news of suspicious warlike preparations in Holland with indifference. He relied on the fact that William was at war with France and reasoned that while the Low Countries were threatened by French troops, his son-in-law would never dare to leave his own country unprotected and invade England. But the French king was more set on an invasion of Germany than on the conquest of Holland, and when Louis sent his armies across the Upper Rhine, William was left unwatched and was able to make his preparations at leisure. Many Englishmen of mark, Tories as well as Whigs, slipped over to join him and bade him strike as quickly as possible. Though the storms of autumn were already raging, the prince set sail from Helvoetsluis on the 2nd of November and steered down the Channel with 50 men of war and transports carrying some 13,000 men. James had a much larger force garrisoning the south of England. Combining his regular army with a number of newly raised regiments of Irish Romanists, he had quite 40,000 men under arms. But he soon discovered that the temper of the greater part of them was very bad. Except the numerous Catholic officers to whom he had given commissions, there was hardly a man who could be trusted. James reverses his policy. When the news of William's final preparations reached England, James was suddenly struck by a panic as irrational as his previous overconfidence. He fell from blind arrogance into extreme depression when he at last realized the universal discontent which his acts had created. With a craven and useless haste, he suddenly began to endeavor to undo his policy of the last 3 years. He abolished the Court of High Commission, cancelled the appointments of many Romanist officials, recalled the fellows whom he had banished from Oxford, and made the most profuse promises to respect all the rights and privileges of the Church of England for the future. But such conduct could not restore confidence. He could not make men forget the cruelties of the bloody assize or the indignities which he had heaped on the 7 bishops. Such a repentance at the 11th hour deceived nobody. Landing of William of Orange, James deserted. On the 5th of November, 1688, William of Orange landed at Torbay, and 3 days later he seized Exeter. James, who had looked for an invasion on the eastern coast, at once began to march his numerous army towards Devonshire. There was a moment's pause ere the opponents met. For some days no one of note joined the Prince of Orange, and it seemed doubtful if those who had pledged themselves to his cause were about to keep their promise. But the hesitation was not for long. Ere a shot had been fired in the west, insurrections began to break out in all the parts of England where the king had no armed force in garrison. Lord Danby seized York and the Earl of Devonshire Nottingham. But this was not the worst. As James advanced westward, first single officers, then whole companies and regiments began to slink away from his host and join the enemy. Even those whom he most trusted left him. His own son-in-law, Prince George of Denmark, the husband of his younger daughter Anne, was one of those who absconded. Another was one of his most trusted officers, John Churchill, afterwards the famous Duke of Marlborough. With abominable treachery, Churchill tried to kidnap his master before deserting and almost succeeded in the attempt. James flies to France. Seeing his whole army melting away, James hastily returned to London, strove in vain to gain time by negotiating with the PG 444 Prince of Orange, and then sent off his wife and son to France, and endeavored to follow them himself. He was stopped by a mob at Faversham in Kent and forced back to the capital. But no one wished to keep him a prisoner, and with the secret connivance of William of Orange, he was allowed to escape a second time and to get clear away to France, December 18, 1688. Thus ended in ignominious flight the preposterous attempt of a blind and arrogant king to coerce England into surrendering its constitution and its religion. The edifice which James had so laboriously reared crumbled to pieces at the first touch of force from without. Footnote: their names were Ken of Bath and Wells, White of Peterborough, Lloyd of St. Asaph, Trelawney of Bristol, Lake of Chichester, and Turner of Ely. Chapter 31. William and Mary. 1680–1702. James II had believed that by absconding to France he would plunge England into anarchy and leave no constituted power behind him. With a childish worship of forms, he flung the Great Seal into the Thames as he fled, that no state document might be issued in due shape. His slow and pedantic mind conceived that the nation would be nonplussed by the loss of king and seal at once. The Convention. But Englishmen can always show a wise disregard for formulae when it is necessary. Though there was no king to summon a parliament, yet a convention at once met on the invitation of William of Orange. It consisted of the peers and a lower house formed of all surviving members of the Commons who had sat under Charles II, together with the aldermen and common councillors of London. William and Mary to be joint sovereigns. This body, though not a regularly constituted meeting of the two houses, proceeded to deal at once with the question of the succession. There were three alternatives open: to make the Princess Mary queen in her father's room, or to crown both her and her husband William, or to declare them merely regents in the absence of the exiled king. The last alternative commended itself to many of the Tories, who still held strong theories about the divine right of kings, and were loath to surrender them by consenting to a deposition. But when the proposal was broached to William of Orange, he answered that he would never consent to be the mere locum tenens of his father-in-law. He would leave England if nothing more than the power of PG 446 regent were granted him. It was then proposed that the Princess Mary should be queen regnant, but this too the prince refused. He would not become his wife's servant and minister. When the Tories showed signs of insisting on this project, William began to make preparations for returning to Holland. This brought the convention to reason. They knew that they could not get on for a moment without the prince's guiding hand. Accordingly, they were constrained to take the third course and to offer the crown to William and Mary as joint sovereigns with equal rights. No one spoke a word for Mary's infant brother, the Prince of Wales. Not only was he overseas in France, but most men believed him to be no true son of James II. The Declaration of Rights. Before the throne was formally offered to William and Mary, the convention proceeded to draw up the famous Declaration of Rights. This document contained a list of the main principles of the Constitution which had been violated by James II, with a statement that they were ancient and undoubted rights of the English people. It stigmatized the powers claimed by the late king to dispense with or suspend laws as illegal usurpations. It stated that every subject had a right to petition the king and should not be molested for so doing, an allusion to the case of the 7 bishops. It stipulated for the frequent summoning of parliaments and for free speech and debate within the two houses. The raising and maintenance of a standing army without the permission of Parliament was declared illegal. In a clause recalling the most famous paragraph of Magna Carta, it was stated that all levying of taxes or loans without the consent of the representatives of the nation was illegal. The declaration then proceeded to provide for the succession. William and Mary, or the survivor of them, were first to rule, then any children who might be born to them. If Mary died childless, the Princess Anne and her issue were to inherit her sister's rights. Finally, any member of the royal house professing Romanism or even marrying a Romanist was to forfeit all claim to the crown. The declaration was afterwards confirmed and made permanent as the Bill of Rights. William and Mary swore to observe the declaration and were proclaimed on February 13, 1689, after an interregnum which PG 447 had lasted 2 months since the flight of James II to France. Character of William. The new king and queen were not a well-matched pair, though owing to Mary's amiable and tactful temper, they agreed better than might have been expected. The Queen was lively, kind-hearted, and genial, well-loved by all who knew her. William was a morose and unsociable invalid, who only recovered his spirits when he left the court for the camp. In spite of his wretched health, he was a keen soldier, and had the reputation of being one of the best, if also one of the most unlucky, generals of his time. His talent chiefly showed itself in repairing the consequences of his defeats, which he did so cleverly that his conquerors seldom drew any advantage from their success. In private life, William was cold, suspicious, and reticent. He reserved his confidence for his Dutch friends, openly saying that the English, who had betrayed their natural king, could not be expected to be true to a foreigner. He knew that he was a political necessity for them and nothing more. Hence, he neither loved them nor expected them to love him. William and Louis XIV. William had expelled his father-in-law, not from a disinterested wish to put down his tyranny, nor merely from zeal against Romanism, but because he wished to see England drawn into the great European alliance against France, which it was his life's work to build up. He had spent all the days of his youth in opposing the ambition of the bigoted Louis XIV, and all his thoughts were directed towards the construction of a League of States strong enough to keep the French from the Rhine. For Louis was set on annexing the Spanish Netherlands, the Palatinate, and the Duchy of Lorraine, so as to bring his frontier up to the great river. He had already made several steps towards securing his end by seizing Alsace, the Franche-Comté, and part of Flanders. If William had not hindered him, he would probably have accomplished his whole desire. But the Prince of Orange had induced the old enemies Spain and Holland to combine, and had enlisted the Emperor Leopold of Austria in his league. With the aid of England, he thought that Louis could be crushed beyond a doubt. War with France declared. On the 13th of May, 1689, William had his wish, for England PG 448 declared war on Louis. It was already made inevitable by the conduct of the French monarch, who had not only received the fugitive James, but had lent him men and money to aid him in recovering his lost realms. But William was not to be able to divert the strength of England into the continental war quite so soon as he had expected. He was forced to fight for his new crown for nearly 2 years before he was able to turn off again to lead the armies of the coalition against Louis. English opposition, the non-jurors. The proclamation of William and Mary proved the beginning of new troubles both in England, Scotland, and Ireland. In England, things were not serious. A certain portion of the Tory party declined to accept William as king, though they had been ready to take him as regent. For refusing to take the oath of allegiance to him, Archbishop Sancroft, the hero of the trial of the 7 bishops, 4 other prelates, and 400 clergy had been removed from their preferments. Some Tory laymen of scrupulous conscience gave up their offices, but these non-jurors, as they were called, made no open resistance, though many of them began to correspond secretly with the exiled king. Scotland, career of Claverhouse. In Scotland, the crisis was far more serious. Both Charles Roman II and James Roman II had governed that realm with an iron hand. They had placed the rule of the land in the hands of the Scottish Episcopalians, who formed a very small minority of the nation. The Covenanters had been sternly repressed, and their ineffective rising, ending in the fight of Bothwell Brig, had been put down with the most rigorous harshness. When James was overturned, the persecuted Presbyterians rose in high wrath and swept all his friends out of office. They followed the example of the English in offering the crown to William and Mary, and began to revenge their late oppression by very harsh treatment of their former rulers, the Scottish Episcopalians. But James Roman II had a following in Scotland, though not a very large one. It had an exceedingly able man at its head, John Graham of Claverhouse, Viscount Dundee, who had commanded the royal forces in the realm for the last 10 years. Dundee succeeded in rousing a PG 449 number of the Highland chiefs to take arms for James Roman II, not so much because they loved the king as because they hated the great clan of the Campbells, now as always, the mainstay of the Covenanting interest north of Clyde and Forth. The new government collected an army under General Mackay and sent it against Dundee. But the Jacobite leader retired before it, till Mackay's men had pushed up the long and narrow pass of Killiecrankie. When the lowland troops were just emerging from the northern end of the pass, Dundee fell on from an ambush. The wild rush of his Highlanders swept away the leading battalions, and Mackay's entire force fled in disgraceful rout back to Dunkeld. The Jacobite general, however, fell in the moment of victory, and when his strong and able hand was removed, the rebel clans dropped asunder and ceased to endanger the stability of William's throne, June 17, 1689. The insurrection, however, continued to linger on in the remoter recesses of the Highlands for 2 years more. Ireland, Tyrconnell, and the Catholic army. In Ireland, the struggle was far longer and more bitter than in Scotland. In that country, the old quarrel between the natives and the English settlers broke out under the new form of loyalty to James or William. In the time of Charles Roman II, the old Irish or Anglo-Irish proprietors had been restored to about 1/3 of the lands from which they had been evicted by the Cromwellian settlement of 1652. They hoped, now that they had a king of their own faith, to recover the remaining 2/3 from the English planters. From the moment of his accession, James had done his best for the Irish Romanists. He had decreed the revocation of Cromwell's settlement. He had filled all places of trust and emolument with natives, and had raised an Irish army in which no Protestant was admitted to serve either as soldier or officer. His Lord Deputy was Talbot, Earl of Tyrconnell, a violent and unscrupulous man who was prepared to go even further than his master in the direction of suppressing Protestantism. When the news of the landing of William of Orange at PG 450 Torbay reached Ireland, the Lord Deputy kept faith with James and began arming the whole nation in his cause, till he is said to have had nearly 100,000 undisciplined levies under his orders. At the same time, he summoned all Protestants in Ireland to give up their arms. The English settlers saw that the predominance of Tyrconnell and his hordes meant danger to themselves, and promptly fled by sea or took refuge in the few towns where the Protestants had a majority, leaving their houses and property to be plundered by the Lord Deputy's rapparees. In Ulster, where they mustered most strongly, they shut themselves up in the towns of Derry and Enniskillen, proclaimed William and Mary as king and queen, and sent to implore instant aid from England. James II in Dublin. In March 1689, James Roman II landed in Ireland, convoyed by a French fleet and bringing a body of French officers, 10,000 stand of arms, and a treasure of £112,000, all given him by Louis Roman XIV. He found himself master of the whole country except Derry and Enniskillen, and promptly ordered the siege of these places to begin. He summoned a parliament to meet in Dublin, and there undid, so far as words and acts could do, all the doings of the English in Ireland for the last 2 centuries. The Irish peers and commons voted the resumption by the old native houses of all the lands confiscated by Elizabeth, James I, and Cromwell. They made Romanism the established religion of the land and declared Ireland completely independent of the English Parliament. All this was natural and excusable enough, but a bloodthirsty act of attainder followed, condemning to death as traitors no less than 2,500 Protestant peers, gentry, and clergy who had either declared for William or at least refused to join James. Siege of Derry and Enniskillen. This made the Civil War an affair of life and death, since the Protestants of Derry and Enniskillen dared not surrender when they knew they would be treated as convicted traitors. Hence it came that both places held out with desperate resolution, though help was long in coming from England. Derry held out unsuccored for 105 days, April to August, 1689, till it was relieved by a small fleet, which burst the boom that the Irish had thrown across Lough Foyle and brought food to the starving garrison. The PG 451 Protestants of Enniskillen saved themselves by an even more desperate exhibition of courage. Sallying out of their town, they beat the force that blockaded them at the Battle of Newtown Butler, August 2, 1689, and drove them completely away. In spite of these successes, the Ulstermen must have been crushed if the long-expected English army had not begun to cross the Channel. But in October, a force at last appeared in Down, under the Duke of Skammerg, a veteran French officer in the service of William. Skammerg had been expelled from the French army for refusing to become a Romanist and devoted the last years of his life to a crusade against the bigoted Louis Roman XIV, who had driven him from home and office for religion's sake. William lands in Ireland. Through the winter of 1689, the Irish and English faced each other in Ulster without coming to a decisive engagement. But in the spring of 1690, William arrived in person with large reinforcements and began to advance on Dublin with an army of 35,000 men. James had done but little to strengthen his position during the 18 months that Ireland had been in his hands. His army was still half-trained and unpaid. He had caused untold distress to all classes by issuing a forced currency of copper crowns and shillings, which his creditors were compelled to accept or incur the charge of treason. His councillors, English and Irish, were quarreling fiercely. His troops were unwisely dispersed, so that on the news of William's approach, he found himself unable to concentrate them in time. The Battle of the Boyne. He gathered, however, some 30,000 men, of who were French, and took up a strong position behind the River Boyne to cover Dublin. In this position he was attacked by William, whose troops forded the river and charged up the opposite slope. The Irish cavalry fought well enough, but many regiments of their undisciplined infantry broke and fled after a few discharges. The wreck of the Jacobite army was only saved by the French auxiliaries, who stubbornly defended the pass of Duleek till the fugitives had got away, July 1, 1690. Ireland subdued, the pacification of Limerick. James seemed panic-stricken by the result of the Battle of the Boyne. Abandoning Dublin without firing a shot, he fled in PG 452 Craven haste and took ship for France. His deserted followers, however, made a long and gallant resistance in the west. William returned to England, leaving his army under the Dutch general Ginkel to subdue Connaught and Munster, September 1690. The task proved harder than had been expected. Ginkel was unable to move till the next spring for want of food and transport. He forced the line of the Shannon by storming Athlone in June 1691, but did not break the back of the Irish resistance till he had won the well-fought Battle of Orem, scattered the army of Connaught, and slain its commander, the French Marshal St. Ruth. Even after this decisive fight, Limerick held out for nearly 3 months. It surrendered on October 3, 1691, on terms which permitted the Irish army to take ship for France, and 0 men passed overseas to serve Louis XIV. At the same time, the representatives of William signed the pacification of Limerick, which granted an amnesty to all Irish who did not emigrate, and stipulated that they should be left unmolested in possession of the very limited civil and religious rights that they had enjoyed under Charles II. The Protestant ascendancy. These terms were broken in a most faithless manner by the Irish Parliament, now entirely in the hands of the victorious Protestant minority, only a few years after they had been signed, 1697, by a new penal code that body prohibited Romanists from practicing as lawyers, physicians, or schoolmasters, took away from them the right of sitting in Parliament, made marriages of Protestants and Romanists illegal, banished all monks and all clergy except registered parish priests from the realm, and prohibited any Romanist from possessing arms. But their worst device was a cruel scheme for promoting conversions, by a law which gave any son of a Romanist who abjured his religion the right to succeed to all his father's property, to the exclusion of his unconverted brothers and sisters. Under this harsh code the Irish groaned for a whole century, but they had been so crushed by William's blows that they never rose in rebellion again. The whole of Ireland was subdued ere the spring of 1692 began. A month later occurred the cruel deed which marked the final end of the revolt in the Scottish Highlands. The wrecks of Dundee's followers had been scattered at the skirmish PG 453 of Cromdale in 1690. But a few chiefs still refused their submission. William proclaimed that there should be an amnesty for all who surrendered before January 1, 1692. This opportunity was taken by all the Highlanders, save MacDonald of Glencoe, a petty chief of 200 families in Argyllshire. He made his submission a few days later than the appointed time. Lord Stair, the Secretary of State for Scotland, prevailed upon William to give him leave to make an example of MacDonald and his tribe. A regiment was sent to Glencoe and courteously received by the chief, who thought his tardy submission had brought him impunity. But obeying their orders, the soldiery fell at midnight upon their unsuspecting hosts, shot MacDonald and all the men they could catch, and drove the survivors out of their valley. This cold-blooded outrage was sanctioned by William, but only because he had been carefully kept in ignorance of the fact that MacDonald had submitted a few days after the appointed date. The French War, Tory disaffection. While the Irish War had been in progress, important events had been taking place nearer home. The war on the continent had proved indecisive, though if either party had a slight advantage, it was the French. Even at sea, the fleets of Louis at first gained some successes, mainly owing to the culpable slackness of the English admiral, Lord Torrington. His negligence, treachery would perhaps be the more appropriate word, was only a symptom of a very widespread spirit of disloyalty among the Tory party. Many persons had not got out of the Revolution the private advantages for which they had hoped. William III had endeavoured to hold an equal balance between the English parties, but could not wholly conceal his suspicions of the Tories and his private preference for the Whigs. In consequence, some of those who had been foremost in expelling James II now began to intrigue with him and expressed a more or less real sympathy with his plans for recovering his crown. Among these traitors were the best sailor and the best soldier that England owned, Admiral Russell, who succeeded Torrington in command of the Channel Fleet, and John Churchill, the Marlborough of later days, who had been appointed commander of the English troops whom William had taken to the continent. It is some palliation to their guilt that PG 454 they neither of them actually did desert William in the moment of trial, but both were undoubtedly guilty of habitual correspondence with the enemy. Churchill even descended so far into the depths of baseness as to send secret intelligence of William's plans to the French, though with characteristic duplicity he sent them too late to be of any use. The Battle of La Hague. How much these secret protestations of loyalty to James meant was shown in 1692 by the event of the Battle of La Hague. The French king had collected an army in Normandy to invade England and ordered up his ships from Brest to convoy it, relying on the promise of Russell that he would bring over the Channel Fleet. But when the squadron of de Tourville came in sight, the admiral promptly attacked it. Either the spirit of fighting had overcome him, or compunction for his treachery smote him at the last moment. At any rate, he fell briskly upon the French, whose squadron was much inferior in numbers, destroyed 12 ships, and completely scattered the rest. This victory gained Russell a very undeserved peerage and saved England from all danger of a French invasion or a Jacobite rising, May 19, 1692. The War in the Netherlands, 1690–1695. Meanwhile, the armies of Louis Roman XIV and William were contending obstinately in the Netherlands without any marked success on either side. William was opposed by a general as able as himself in Marshal Luxembourg and met his usual ill luck in the field. He was defeated at two great pitched battles, Steenkirk, August 1692, and Landen, July 1693. Yet after each engagement he made such a formidable front that the enemy gained nothing by his victory and hardly won a foot of ground in the Spanish Netherlands. At each of these fights, the English troops were in the thick of the fray, and justified by their conduct the anxiety that William had always shown to have England on his side. Yet Churchill, their best general, was not leading them. He had been deservedly disgraced in 1692 when his intrigues with James Roman II were discovered. When at last the fortune of war began to turn in favor of the Allies, mainly owing to the death of William's great opponent, Marshal Luxembourg, it was again the English troops who got the chief credit in the one great success of the king's military life, the PG 455 storm of Namur. When that great fortress, whose lofty citadel, overhanging the Meuse, was the strongest place in Belgium, was taken by assault in the very face of a French army of 80,000 men, it was the English infantry, under Lord Cutts, who forced their way into the breaches and compelled Marshal Boufflers to surrender, August 1695. The Treaty of Ryswick. After the fall of Namur, the war languished. The King of France saw his resources wasting away, and in spite of all his efforts, had utterly failed to conquer the Netherlands, though his armies had been somewhat more successful in Italy and Spain. He finally consented to treat for peace, which, after long negotiations, was at last secured by the Treaty of Ryswick, 1697. This was the first occasion on which the ambitious and grasping king had to own defeat. Making terms with England, Holland, Spain, and Austria, he surrendered all that he had gained since 1678, with the single exception of the town of Strasbourg. He was also compelled to recognize William as the lawful king of England, though he refused to expel James II, and his family from their asylum at St. Germain's, where they had been dwelling since 1691. English factions. English domestic politics during the time of the struggle with Louis XIV had presented a shameful spectacle. It is difficult to say whether the Whigs or the Tories disgraced themselves the more by their factious violence and treacherous intrigues. In all her history, Britain has never known such a sordid gang of self-seeking, greedy, and demoralized statesmen as the generation who had been reared in the evil times of Charles II. Danby, the corrupt old Tory minister of 1674, Sunderland, the renegade tool of James II. The traitors Russell and Churchill were typical men of the day. The party warfare of Whig and Tory was prosecuted by disgraceful personalities, impeachments for corruption, embezzlement, or treacherous correspondence with France, and to the shame of England, the accusations were generally true. Even the unamiable William III appears a comparatively dignified and sympathetic figure among these squalid intriguers. We cannot wonder that he disliked and distrusted Englishmen, when those with whom he had most to do were such a crew of sharpers and hypocrites. For 8 years, he contrived to combine Tories and Whigs in his ministry, an extraordinary pg 456 testimony to his powers of management and to his subjects' blind love of office. His own troubles were constant and galling. Not only was he abused by both political parties for his moderation, but he was openly accused of favoritism and even of corruption. His very life was not safe. A conspiracy formed by some extreme Tories and Jacobites, headed by a member of Parliament named Sir John Fenwick, came to light in 1696, which was found to involve a plot to shoot the king as he was on his way to hunt in Richmond Park. When the conspirators were arrested and examined, evidence came to hand which proved that half the statesmen in England had been corresponding with James II, though it is true that no one of importance had been implicated in the actual assassination plot. It is no wonder that William grew yet more sour and cold as the years passed over his head. He had lost his bright and able wife, Queen Mary, on December 28, 1694, and after her death, he felt himself more than ever a stranger in England. If only the political exigencies of his situation would have allowed it, he would have preferred to return to Holland for good. Reform of the coinage, the Bank of England founded. Only 2 successful political experiments emerged from the faction-ridden times of William III. The first was the reform of the coinage in 1695, when the clipped and worn money of the Tudors and Stuarts was honestly redeemed by the government for new and good pieces. In earlier days, the state had always cheated the public on the occasion of a recoinage. The other was the establishment of the Bank of England in 1694. This excellent device was intended to give the nation a solid and solvent bank, provided with a government guarantee that should be above the dangers of fraud and ill luck, which render private banks dangerous to the investor. At the same time, in return for the grant of the government guarantee, the new Bank of England contracted to lend the state money and took over the management of the national debt, then a small matter of a very few millions. The Spanish Succession. The peace which followed the Treaty of Ryswick lasted for 4 uneasy years only. The old war had hardly ceased before a new trouble began to appear on the horizon. This was the vexed question of the Spanish succession. The reigning king of Spain, Charles II, was a pg 457 hypochondriacal invalid. His next of kin was his eldest sister, Maria Theresa, who had wedded Louis XIV. Her son, the Dauphin, would have been the natural heir to Spain if his mother had not executed on her marriage a deed of renunciation of her rights of succession. After the Dauphin, the nearest relative of Charles II was his younger sister Margaret, the wife of the Emperor Leopold I. But the rights of this princess and her daughter, Maria Antonia, were also barred by a renunciation made when she married the emperor. Next in the family came Leopold himself as the son of an aunt of Charles II, who had made no such engagement at her espousals. The question turned on the validity of the renunciations made by the two infantas. Louis XIV said that his wife's agreement was worthless because no one can sign away the rights of their heirs. Yet the document had been solemnly sanctioned by the Cortes, the Spanish Parliament. The emperor stood out for the validity of the document and urged not the claims of his Bavarian daughter, who had also been the victim of her mother's renunciation, but his own right as grandson of Philip III. Philip III, 1590–1621. Philip IV, 1620–1665. Maria equals. Ferdinand III. Emperor. Charles Roman II, 1665–1700. Maria Theresa equals. Louis Roman XIV of France. Margaret equals Leopold. Emperor equals Elena of Neuburg. Louis the Dauphin. Maximilian of Bavaria equals Maria Antonia. Louis, Duke of Burgundy. Philip. Duke of Anjou. Joseph of Bavaria. Died Joseph I. Emperor Charles. Archduke. The real difficulty of the situation lay in the fact that all Europe viewed with dismay the union of Spain and France, and was very little better pleased at the idea of the union of Spain and the Empire. The Spanish dominions were still so broad and so wealthy that they would throw out the balance of PG 458 power in Europe if they were united to any other large state. For Charles II reigned not only over Spain, but in Belgium, in Milan, Naples, Sicily, and Sardinia, and over the rich Spanish colonies in Mexico, the West Indies, South America, and the Malay archipelago. The First Partition Treaty. While Charles II was slowly sinking into his grave, all his heirs were busily engaged in discussing the changes that must follow his decease. Both Louis and the Emperor saw that it would be unwise to claim Spain for themselves. Therefore, the French king named his youngest grandson, Philip, Duke of Anjou, as his representative, while the Austrian passed on his personal claims to his younger son, the Archduke Charles. They then arrived at an agreement that neither Philip nor Charles should have Spain itself, but that each should have compensation for resigning his full claim. The Archduke was to take Milan, Duke Philip Naples, and Sicily. Meanwhile, Spain, Belgium, and the Indies were to go to the young Prince of Bavaria, the one claimant who was unobjectionable to all Europe. A secret treaty to this effect was signed, and carefully kept from the knowledge of the Spaniards, to whom it would have been very offensive, as taking away their obvious right to choose their own king. England and Holland, however, were both made consenting parties to the treaty, of which William III fully approved. The Second Partition Treaty. But in 1699, the young Prince of Bavaria died, leaving no brother or sister to succeed to his claim. The whole matter of the succession was again thrown into confusion, but after long negotiation, Louis XIV agreed to permit the Archduke Charles to become King of Spain if he were himself bought off with Naples, Sicily, and Milan. Last will and death of Charles Roman II. But this compromise was never to come into operation. The news of it got abroad and reached Spain. Both Charles II and his people were much enraged at seeing their empire parceled out by foreigners without their own consent. Rousing himself on his very deathbed, the king solemnly declared Philip of Anjou his heir in the whole of the Spanish possessions, and expired immediately after 1700. Philip of Anjou, King of Spain. The temptation to accept the legacy of King Charles and to claim Spain and the Indies for his grandson was too much PG 459 for Louis XIV. In spite of the elaborate engagements with the Emperor Leopold to which he had plighted his faith, he resolved to snatch at the prize. If Spain, Belgium, and half Italy fell into his grandson's hands, he thought that the House of Bourbon must give the law to the whole of Europe. Accordingly, the Duke of Anjou was allowed to accept the Spanish throne when the Cortes offered it to him, and was proclaimed king as Philip V. William's war policy, opposed by the Tories. This was bound to lead to war. Austria could not brook the breach of faith. Holland and the minor German states could not tolerate the idea of seeing the Spanish Netherlands falling into the hands of a French prince. But if unaided by England, it was doubtful if the powers of Central Europe could face the united force of France and Spain. It was now all-important to know whether England would join them. William III was eager to renew his old crusade against French aggression, but the English Parliament and people were far less certain of their purpose. The Tories, who were now dominant in Parliament, had of late been carping at every act of the king. They had cut down his revenue, forced him to reduce the standing army to 7,000 men, and confiscated many estates in Ireland, which had been granted to his friends, Dutch and English. While William was dreaming of nothing but war, the Tory majority in the lower house was solely intent on the impeachment of the Whig ministers who had been in office in 1696–1700, and on regulating the succession to the crown after William's death. The Act of Settlement. The important act which settled this question had become necessary on the death of William's nephew, the little Duke of Gloucester, the only surviving son of the Princess Anne. He was the sole near relative of the king who was not a Romanist, and lest the crown should lapse back to James II and his heirs, some new measures had to be taken. Accordingly, the Parliament, Tory though it was, voted that the next Protestant heir should succeed on the death of William and his sister-in-law, the Princess Anne. This heir was a granddaughter of James I. The aged Electress Sophia of Hanover, the child of Frederick of the Palatinate and his wife Elizabeth of England, whose fortunes had moved the world so deeply some 80 years back. Her brother's children, PG 460, were all Romanists, and she was therefore preferred to them in the Act of Settlement. The crown was insured to her and her heirs, to the prejudice of some dozen persons who stood before her in the line of succession. The Act also laid down two important constitutional doctrines. In future, the judges were to hold office quamdiu si bene gesserint, not at the king's pleasure, and only to be removable for misconduct upon an address of both houses of Parliament. No pardon granted by the sovereign was to stand in the way of an impeachment by the Commons. Ministers, therefore, would not be able to plead that they were irresponsible because the king had pardoned them. Lewis acknowledges the Old Pretender. It is very doubtful if the English Parliament would have consented to join in an alliance against France if Louis Roman XIV had not at this moment indulged in an ill-timed act of bravado which seemed especially designed to cast contempt on the Act of Settlement. In 1701, the exiled James Roman II died at St. Germain's. Louis at once saluted his heir, the prince born in 1688, as rightful King of England, and hailed him by the title of James Roman III. England declares for war with France. The whole English nation was deeply excited and angered at this breach of the agreement in the Treaty of Ryswick, by which Louis had recognized William III as legitimate ruler of Britain. Thus it became easy for the king to urge them into the breach with France and alliance with the emperor, which it was his aim to bring about. The Whigs got a majority in the new Parliament, which met in the winter of 1712 and showed themselves enthusiastically ready for a war with France. Death of William. Just as his schemes were on the point of success, King William was suddenly removed from the scene. He broke his collarbone while out hunting at Hampton Court. His enfeebled constitution could not stand the shock, and he expired in a few days, March 8, 1702, but he could die in peace. His work had not been wasted. England was committed to the new war, and the ambition of Louis XIV was to be effectually bridled by the great alliance which William left behind him. The lonely and morose invalid regretted but little his own release from an existence of pain and toil when he saw that the great aim of his life had been achieved. CP 433. Killiecrankie was interesting from the military point of view, for the complete victory of men armed with sword and target over regular troops carrying the musket. In close fight, the latter, for want of an easily fixed bayonet, proved inferior. See genealogical table of the Stuarts on p. 481. Chapter 32. And 1702–1714. Queen Anne and Prince George of Denmark. According to the provisions of the Act of Settlement, the English crown passed, on the death of William III, to his sister-in-law, the Princess Anne, the second daughter of James II. The new sovereign was a worthy, pious woman of simple domestic tastes, without a spark of intelligence or ambition. She was by far the most insignificant personage who had ever yet sat upon the throne of England. Her husband, Prince George of Denmark, was a fit match for her. He was reckoned the most harmless and the most stupid man within the four seas. "I have tried him drunk," said the shrewd Charles II, "and I have tried him sober, and there is nothing in him." He was the best of husbands, and always acted as his wife's humble attendant and admirer. He and his good-natured, placid, lymphatic spouse might possibly have managed a farm. It seemed almost ludicrous to see them set to manage 3 kingdoms. Ascendancy of Lady Churchill. The worthy Anne was inevitably doomed to fall under the dominion of some mind stronger than her own. It was notorious to everyone that for the last 20 years she had been managed and governed by her chief lady-in-waiting, Sarah, Lady Churchill, the wife of the intriguing general who had betrayed James II. In 1688 and William III. In 1692. They had been friends and companions from their girlhood, and the imperious Sarah had always had the mastery over the yielding Anne. The princess saw with her favorite's eyes and spoke with her favorite's words. Any faint symptoms of independence on her part were promptly PG 462 crushed by the hectoring tongue of Lady Churchill, who had acquired such an ascendancy over her mistress that she permitted herself the strangest license, and cowed and deafened her. By her angry and voluble reproaches, it is only fair to say that she exercised almost as great a tyranny over her own husband. The suave and shifty general looked upon his wife with doting admiration and yielded a respectful obedience to her caprices. Ministerial changes. It is a curious testimony to the survival of the personal power of the sovereign in England that Anne's predilection for the 2 Churchills changed the face of domestic politics on her accession. During William's life, they had been eyed with distrust. Now they became the most important personages in the realm. The Queen dismissed most of the Whig ministers who had been in power when her brother-in-law died, and filled their places with Tories, or rather with friends and adherents of Churchill, who, though he called himself a Tory, was in reality a pure self-seeker who cared nothing for either party. The chief minister was Lord Godolphin, whose son had married Churchill's daughter, as shifty a politician as any of his contemporaries. He had long maintained a fruitless intrigue with the exiled Stuarts, but when he came into power, dropped his correspondence with St. Germain's and ultimately became a Whig. Policy of Churchill and Godolphin. It was fortunate for England that Churchill and Godolphin were as clever as they were selfish. Though personally they were mere greedy adventurers, yet their policy was the best that could have been found. Churchill's military ambition made him anxious to proceed with the war which William Roman III had begun. The complete mastery over the Queen which his wife possessed made him firmly resolved to keep Anne on the throne at all costs. Hence, there was no change either in the foreign or domestic policy of England. The new ministry were as much committed to maintaining the Protestant succession and the French war as their predecessors, though almost every individual among them had at one time or another held treasonable communications with James Roman II. Completion of the alliance against France. The Great Alliance, therefore, which William III had done his best to organize, was completed by the Godolphin Cabinet. PG 463 England, Holland, Austria, and most of the smaller states of the empire bound themselves to frustrate the union of France and Spain and to secure the inheritance of Charles II. For his namesake, the Austrian Archduke, Portugal and Savoy joined the alliance ere the year was out. Position and resources of Louis XIV. On the other side, Louis XIV had the support of Spain. For the first time for 2 centuries, the Spaniards and French were found fighting side by side. Only a small minority of the people of the peninsula refused to accept Philip of Anjou as their rightful sovereign and adhered to the Archduke. This minority consisted of the Catalans, the inhabitants of the seacoast of northeastern Spain, who had an old grievance against their kings for depriving them of certain local rights and privileges. By reason of the Spanish alliance, Louis started on the war in complete military possession of two most important frontier regions, the Milanese in Italy and the whole of the Spanish Netherlands, Belgium in the north. He had also a strong position in Germany, owing to the fact that he had secured the alliance of those powerful princes, the Elector of Bavaria and the Prince Archbishop of Cologne, two brothers of the House of Wittelsbach who had an old family grudge against the emperor. War had been declared by England and her allies in 1702, but it was not that important operations began. They were waged simultaneously on four separate theaters: the Spanish Netherlands, South Germany, North Italy, and Spain. It appeared at first as if Louis XIV was to be the aggressor. From his points of vantage in Alsace, Milan, Bavaria, and the Spanish Netherlands, he seemed about to push forward against Holland and Austria. But he had now to cope with two generals such as no French army had ever faced: the Emperor's great captain, Prince Eugene of Savoy, and the wary Churchill, now, by Queen Anne's favor, commander-in-chief of the English and the Dutch armies. The Campaign of 1703. The first campaign was indecisive, the only considerable advantage secured by either side being that Churchill rendered a French invasion of Holland impossible by capturing the northeastern fortresses of the Spanish Netherlands, Venlo and Ruremond, and by overrunning the PG 464 electorate of Cologne and the bishopric of Liege. On his return to England, he was given the title by which he is best known, that of Duke of Marlborough. Military genius of Marlborough. Hitherto Churchill had shown himself an able general, but no one had taken the true measure of his abilities or recognized the fact that he was by far the greatest military man that England had ever known. But now the ignominious political antecedents of Queen Anne's favorite were about to be hidden from view by the laurels that he was to win. John Churchill, when once he had intrigued his way to power, showed that he was well fitted to hold it. As a soldier, he was the founder of a new school of scientific strategy. On the battlefield, he was alert and vigorous, but he was greater in the operations that precede a battle. He had an unrivaled talent for careful and scientific combinations, by which he would deceive and circumvent an enemy so as to attack him when least expected and at the greatest advantage. Where generals of an older school would run headlong into a fight and win with heavy loss, he would outflank or outmarch his enemy and hustle him out of his positions with little or no bloodshed. On one occasion, as we shall see, he drove an army of 60,000 French before him and seized half the Duchy of Brabant without losing more than 80 men. Yet when hard blows were necessary, he never shrank from the most formidable problems and would lead his troops into the hottest fire with a cool-headed courage that won every man's admiration. Larger image button. The Spanish Netherlands. Great as were Marlborough's talents as a general, he was almost as notable as a diplomatist and administrator. He had all the gifts of a statesman: suave, affable, patient, and plausible. He was the one personage who could keep together the ill-assorted allies who had combined to attack Louis XIV. The Dutch, the Austrians, and the small princes of the empire had such divergent interests that it was a hard task to get them to work together. That they were kept from quarreling and induced to combine their efforts was entirely Churchill's work. The organization of the Allied army was in itself no mean problem. The English troops in it formed only a quarter or a third of the whole, and to manage the great body of Dutch, Prussians, Hanoverians, and Danes, who formed the bulk of the host, required infinite tact and discretion. Yet PG 466, under Marlborough, this motley array never marched save to victory and never failed from lukewarmness or disunion. His avarice. When we recollect all Churchill's intellectual greatness, we are more than ever shocked with his moral failings. Not only was he an intriguer to the backbone, but he was grossly and indecently fond of money. He levied contributions on all the public funds that passed through his hands, was open to presents from every quarter, and did not shrink from gross favoritism where his interests moved. Marlborough moves to Bavaria. The first great campaign in which Marlborough showed his full powers was that of 1704. When it opened, His army lay on the Meuse and Lower Rhine, holding back the French from Holland. But meanwhile Louis XIV had pushed forward another army into South Germany to join the Bavarians, and their united forces held the valley of the Upper Danube and seriously threatened Austria. Seeing that the sphere of decisive action lay in Bavaria and not on the Meuse, Marlborough resolved to transfer himself to the point of danger by a rapid march across Germany. After with great difficulty persuading the Dutch to allow him to move their army eastward, he executed a series of skillful feints which led the French to imagine that he was about to invade Alsace. But having thoroughly misled them as to his intentions, he struck across Württemberg by forced marches and appeared in the valley of the Danube. By storming the great fortified camp of the Bavarians on the Schellenberg, he placed himself between the enemy and Austria and rendered any further advance towards Vienna impossible to them. When joined by a small Austrian army under Eugene of Savoy, he found himself strong enough to fight the whole force of the French and Bavarians. The Battle of Blenheim. Accordingly, he marched to attack them and found the Zero strong, arrayed in a good position behind a marshy stream called the Nebel, which falls into the Danube near the village of Blenheim. Formidable though their line appeared, Marlborough thought that it might be broken. He sent Prince Eugene with 20,000 men to keep employed the enemy's left wing, where the Bavarians lay. He himself, with 32,000, assailed the French marshals Marsin and Tallard, who formed the hostile center and right. On the two flanks, the Anglo-Austrian army was brought to a standstill PG 467 opposite the fortified villages of Blenheim and Oberglau, and could advance no further. But between them, Marlborough himself found a weak point, just where the French and Bavarian armies joined. He made his men wade through the marshy stream, and then directed a series of furious cavalry charges against the hostile center. After a stout resistance, it broke, and the French and Bavarians were thrust apart. The Elector and his men got off without much hurt, for Prince Eugene's force had been too much cut up early in the day to be able to pursue them. But the enemy's right wing fared very differently. Marlborough's victorious cavalry rolled it up and drove it southward into the Danube. The French had no choice but to drown or to surrender. Tallard was captured on the riverbank. 11,000 men laid down their arms in Blenheim village when they saw that their retreat was cut off. 15,000 more were drowned, slain, or wounded, and not half the Franco-Bavarian army succeeded in escaping. August 13, 1704. Larger image button. Blenheim. AUG 13, 1704. This crushing blow saved Austria. The whole of Bavaria fell into Marlborough's hands, the French retired behind the Rhine, and for the future Germany was quite safe from the assaults of PG 468 King Louis. The Duke then transferred himself back to the Dutch frontier so rapidly that the French had no time to do any mischief before his return. Next spring he was again on the Meuse and threatening the Spanish Netherlands on their eastern flank. Gibraltar taken by the English. It was not in Bavaria alone that the English arms fared well in the year 1704. A fleet under Admiral Rooke and a small army had been sent to Spain to help the Catalan malcontents, who were ready to rise in the name of the Archduke Charles. They were foiled before Barcelona, but on their return took by surprise the almost impregnable fortress of Gibraltar, a stronghold which has remained in English hands ever since. The possession of this place, the key of the Mediterranean, has proved invaluable in every subsequent war, enabling England to watch, and often to hinder, every attempt to bring into cooperation the eastern and the western fleets of France and Spain. Cadiz cannot communicate with Cartagena or Toulon with Brest without being observed from Gibraltar, and a strong English fleet based on that port can practically close the entrance of the Mediterranean. The Campaign of 1705. In 1705, Marlborough had intended to attack France by the valley of the Moselle, but owing to the feeble help given by the Austrians, Prince Eugene had been sent off to Italy. He was compelled to try a less adventurous scheme in the Spanish Netherlands. The armies of King Louis, now under Marshal Villeroy, had ranged themselves in a long line from Antwerp to Namur, covering every assailable point with elaborate fortified lines. By a system of skillful feints and countermarches, Marlborough broke through the lines with the loss of only 80 men and got possession of the plain of Brabant. He would have fought a pitched battle on the field of Waterloo, but for the reluctance of the Dutch government, who wished to withdraw their troops at the critical moment and prevented the campaign from being decisive. 1706, Battle of Ramillies. The next spring, however, brought Marlborough his reward. When he threatened the great fortress of Namur, Marshal Villeroy concentrated all the French troops in the Netherlands and posted himself on the heights of Ramillies to cover the city. Marlborough's generalship was PG 469, never better displayed than in the battle which ensued. Threatening the French left wing, he induced Villeroy to concentrate the stronger half of his army on that point. Then suddenly changing his order of attack, he flung himself on the extreme French right and had taken Ramillies and stormed the heights behind it before Villeroy could hurry back his troops to the point of real danger. Each French brigade, as it arrived, was swept away by the advancing Allies, and Villeroy lost his baggage and guns and half his army. The consequences of the fight were even more striking. Brussels, Antwerp, Ghent, Bruges, and all Flanders and Hainault fell into Marlborough's hands. In the whole of the Spanish Netherlands, Louis XIV now held nothing but the two fortresses of Mons and Namur. The French frontier was laid open on a front of more than 200 miles. French reverses in Italy and Spain. Louis XIV sues for peace. While the arms of France were faring so badly in the north, they were equally unsuccessful in the south. On September 6 of the same year, Prince Eugene and the Duke of Savoy routed the French army of Italy in front of Turin. In consequence of this battle, the generals of Louis were obliged to evacuate the Milanese and Piedmont and to retire behind the Alps. At the same time, a second assault of the Allies on Spain met with signal good fortune. The Catalans had risen in favor of the Archduke Charles. Barcelona had been stormed in 1705 by an Anglo-Austrian force under the Prince of Hesse, and all eastern Spain submitted. In 1706, an English force, reinforced by Portuguese, marched up to Madrid and seized it. It seemed that Philip V would ere long be forced to leave Spain and retire beyond the Pyrenees. The spirits of Louis XIV were so much dashed by this series of reverses that he, for the first time in his life, humbled himself to sue for peace from the Allies, offering to waive his grandson's rights to Spain, Belgium, and the Indies if he were allowed to keep the Spanish dominions in Italy, Milan, Naples, Sicily, and Sardinia. 1707, Battle of Almanza, reverses of the Allies. The Allies were unwise enough to reject these terms. Holland PG 470 and the German states would have accepted them, but the emperor was set on gaining the Milanese, and Marlborough, who loved the war for the wealth and glory that it brought him, persuaded the English government to refuse to treat. This obstinate determination to push matters to extremity met with a well-deserved retribution. The fortune of war in 1707 commenced to turn against the Allies. In Spain, their army lost Madrid and was almost annihilated at the Battle of Almanza by the French and Spaniards. In consequence, they lost all their foothold in the peninsula except Catalonia and Gibraltar. About the same time, Eugene of Savoy and the Austrians crossed the Alps and invaded Provence, but were beaten out of France after a disastrous failure before Toulon. Marlborough himself won no new successes in the Netherlands. The Austrians gave him little help, and his attention was distracted from Flanders by the enterprises of Charles XII of Sweden. That brilliant and headstrong monarch, an old ally of France, had just invaded Germany from the rear, pursuing a quarrel with the Elector of Saxony. In great fear lest he might interfere in the war and join the French, Marlborough hastened to the far east, visited Charles at his camp in Saxony, and flattered and cajoled him into retiring. The Swede marched off into Poland, and Marlborough was able to return to Flanders with a quiet mind, but he had lost the best months of the campaigning season in his excursion to meet Charles. 1708, Battle of Oudenarde, capture of Lille. In the next year his old fortune returned to him. Louis Roman XIV, encouraged by the events of 1707, had raised a great army for the invasion of Flanders. It was headed by his eldest grandson and heir, Louis, Duke of Burgundy, who was to be advised by Marshal Vendôme, the best officer in the French service. They crossed the Lys into Flanders and captured Ghent, but Marlborough soon concentrated his forces and fell upon them at Oudenarde. The French army was mismanaged. Burgundy was obstinate, and Vendôme brutal and overbearing. They gave contradictory orders to the troops and were caught in disorder by Marlborough's sudden advance. In a long-running fight on the heights above Oudenarde, the French right wing was surrounded and cut to pieces. The remainder of the host fled back into France, July 11, 1708. PG 471, they were soon pursued. The Austrian army came up under Prince Eugene to help the English, and the Allies crossed the frontier and laid siege to the great fortress of Lille, the northern bulwark of France. It fell, after a long siege, on December 9, 1708, when Marshal Boufflers and 0 men laid down their arms before the Allied generals. Louis again asks for peace. Louis was now brought very low, lower even than in 1706. Once more he asked the Allies for terms of peace. This time they were even harsher in their reply than at the previous negotiations. They demanded not only that he should surrender his grandson's claims to any part of the Spanish inheritance, but that he should guarantee to send an army into Spain to evict King Philip, if the latter refused to evacuate the realm which he had been ruling for the last 6 years. Louis was also bidden to surrender Strasbourg and some of the fortresses of French Flanders. Louis rejects the terms of the Allies. Though his armies were starving and his exchequer drained dry, the King of France could not stoop to the humiliation of declaring war on his grandson. "If I must needs fight," he is reported to have said, "I would rather fight my enemies than my own children." So, protesting that the continuance of the war was no fault of his, he sent his plate to the mint, sold his costly furniture and pictures, and made a desperate appeal to the French nation to maintain the integrity of its frontiers and its national pride. By a supreme effort, nearly 100,000 men, under Marshal Villars, were collected and ranged along the borders of Flanders. 1709, Battle of Malplaquet. With this army Marlborough had to deal in the next year. He was proceeding with the siege of the fortress of Mons when Villars came up to hinder him and took post on the heath of Malplaquet. The French position was very strong, covered on both flanks with thick woods and defended with entrenchments and heavy batteries. Nevertheless, Marlborough attacked and met with his usual success, though on this occasion his victory was very dearly bought. His left wing, headed by the headstrong young Prince of Orange, made a rash and desperate assault on the French lines before the rest of the army had begun to advance, and was beaten back with fearful loss. But the Duke broke through the center of Villars' entrenchments by bringing up his reserves, and won the field, PG 472, though he lost more men than the French, who had fought under cover all day. In consequence of this victory, Mons fell, and the Allies advanced into France, and began to besiege the fortresses of French Flanders and Artois. Their progress seemed to slacken among these thickly set strongholds, and the once rapid advance of Marlborough grew slow. This was more in consequence of the internal politics of England than of any falling off in the great general's capacity. The Duke had ceased to command the obedience of the English ministry, and his friends had just been turned out of office. Godolphin's ministry. Through to 1710, Marlborough's connection, Godolphin, remained the chief minister. He had kept himself in power by utilizing the jealousies of Whig and Tory and allying himself alternately to either party. Godolphin had posed as a Tory himself, but finding that the majority of the Tory party were lukewarm in supporting the war and pressed for an early peace with France, he resolved to break with them. Accordingly, he dismissed most of his old colleagues and took into partnership Marlborough's son-in-law, the Earl of Sunderland, who, though the heir of the time-serving favorite of James II, was a violent Whig. It was the Godolphin-Sunderland ministry which rejected the French proposals for peace in 1708, when the most favorable terms might have been secured. But to subserve Marlborough's ambition and the fanatical hatred of the Whigs for Louis XIV, the war was continued. The union with Scotland. The only important event of domestic politics which occurred in this part of Anne's reign was the work of the Godolphin-Sunderland ministry. This was the celebrated union with Scotland in 1707, which permanently united the crowns and parliaments of the two halves of Britain. The separation of the two kingdoms had many disadvantages, both commercial and political, and William III had wished to unify them. Old local patriotism had frustrated the scheme hitherto, and the unfortunate Darien scheme had caused much PG 473 bitter feeling in William's later years. Early in Anne's reign, this took the ominous shape of an attempt to change the law of succession to the throne in Scotland, so that there appeared a grave danger of the separation of the two crowns at the Queen's death. Fearing this, Godolphin's ministry made a resolute attempt to bring about a permanent union of the two crowns. An act to that effect was ultimately carried through the Scottish Parliament, but with the greatest difficulty. National pride, the fear lest England might endeavour to anglicise the Kirk, the dislike of the citizens of Edinburgh to see their city lose its status as a capital, the secret hopes of the Jacobites to win the Scottish crown for James the Pretender, worked on one side. On the other, the arguments used were the political and commercial convenience of the change, and the absolute necessity for making sure of the Protestant succession. When the English government gave pledges for the security of the Kirk and for the perpetuation of the Scottish law courts and universities, the majority yielded, and the bill passed, 1707. For the future, Scotland was represented in the United Parliament of Great Britain by 45 members of the Commons and representative peers. The arms of England and Scotland were blended in the Royal Shield, and in the new British flag, the Union Jack, the white saltire of St. Andrew and the red cross of St. George were combined. It was many years, however, before the Scots came to acquiesce cordially in the Union, and the Jacobite party did their best to keep up the old national grudge, and to persuade Scotland that she had suffered by the change. But the allegation was proved so false by the course of events that the outcry against the Union gradually died away. Scotland has since supplied a much larger proportion of the leaders of Britain alike in politics, war, literature, and philosophy than her scanty population seemed to promise. Growing unpopularity of the Whigs. The domination of the Whigs was not to last much longer. They fell into disfavor for two reasons. The first was that the people had begun to realize the fact that the costly and bloody struggle with France ought to end, now that Louis was humbled and ready to surrender all claims to domination in Europe. The second was that the Whigs had contrived to offend the religious sentiments PG 474 of that great majority of the nation which clung to the Church of England and resented any action that seemed to put a slight upon her. The Tories denounced the war. The Tories set to work to preach to the people that the war only continued because Marlborough profited by it, and because the Emperor and the Dutch wished to impose over-heavy terms on the French. This was on the whole quite true, and it was dinned into the ears of the nation by countless Tory speeches and pamphlets, of which the best known is Dean Swift's cogent and caustic Conduct of the Allies, 1711. The Trial of Sacheverell. But a more active part in the fall of the Whig ministry was played by the church question. High churchmen had always suspected the Whigs of lukewarm orthodoxy because of the attempts which were made by them from time to time to secure toleration for dissenters. This, the best and wisest part of the Whig program, brought them much enmity. They were already looked upon askance by many churchmen when they contrived to bring a storm about their ears by an attempt to suppress the liberty of the pulpit. Dr. Sacheverell, a Tory divine, had preached two violent political sermons on the peril of false brethren in church and state. They were stupid and bombastic utterances in which he compared Godolphin to Jeroboam and called him Volpone, the old fox. The minister was foolish enough to take this stuff seriously. He arrested Sacheverell and announced his intention of impeaching him for sedition before the House of Lords. He carried out his purpose. The doctor was tried and condemned by the Whig majority among the peers to suspension from his clerical function for 3 years, while his sermons were burnt by the common hangman. This decision produced riots and demonstrations over the whole country. The Whigs were denounced as violators of the freedom of the Church and as the secret allies of schism. The windy Sacheverell became the party hero of the day and made a triumphal progress through the Midlands. The agitation was still in full blast when it was suddenly announced that the Queen had dismissed her ministers and charged Harley, the chief of the Tory party, to form a new cabinet. The Duchess of Marlborough disgraced. Queen Anne's decisive and unexpected action was mainly due PG 475 to personal causes. The domestic tyranny which the Duchess of Marlborough had exercised over her for so many years had at last reached the point at which it became unbearable. The Duchess had grown harsher and ruder with advancing years, and treated her royal friend with such gross impertinence that even the placid Anne became resentful. She gradually transferred her friendship to a new favorite, Mrs. Masham, one of her ladies-in-waiting, and a cousin of the Tory leader Harley. Provoked by some final explosions of the jealous wrath of the Duchess, the Queen sought the secret advice of Harley and suddenly dismissed her from her offices and bade her leave the court. After a scene of undignified recrimination with her mistress, the disgraced favorite was forced to retire. On her departure, she completely wrecked, in a fit of anger, the rooms which she had so long occupied in St. James's Palace, 1710. Godolphin and Sunderland dismissed. A Tory ministry. Godolphin and Sunderland were dismissed from power immediately after the disgrace of the Duchess, and Harley and the Tories were at once installed in office. They left Marlborough in command in the Netherlands for a time, but began at once to open negotiations for peace with France. This was an honest attempt to carry out the Tory program, but it was made in an underhand way, for the Dutch and Austrians were kept entirely in the dark and received no news of the step that England was taking. Marlborough superseded. Meanwhile, Marlborough fought his last campaign in France. Marshal Villars had endeavored to stop him by a long system of entrenchments and redoubts stretching from Hesdin to Bouchain. But Marlborough always laughed at such fortifications. He deceived Villars by his skillful feints and easily burst through the vaunted lines, which the Frenchman had called his ne plus ultra. He took Bouchain and was preparing to advance into Picardy when he suddenly received the information that he was dismissed from his post and recalled to England. Harley had found the French ready to treat and was resolved to stop the war. He gave the Duke of Ormond, a Tory peer, the command of the English army, with the secret instructions that he was not to advance or help the Austrians in any way. 1711. His peculations exposed, he leaves England. Marlborough returned to England to protest, but found himself involved in serious troubles when he landed. The Tories had laid a trap for him, which his own avarice had prepared. He was accused of gross peculations committed while in command in Flanders. It was proved that he had taken presents to the amount of more than £60,000 from the contractors who supplied his army with food and stores. He had also received from the Emperor Joseph a douceur of 212% on all the subsidies which the English ministry had paid to Austria. More than £150,000 had gone into his pocket on this account alone. The discovery of these instances of greed blasted the Duke's character. It was to no purpose that he pleaded that the money was a free gift, and that such transactions were customary in foreign services. He found himself looked upon askance by all parties, even by his old friends the Whigs, and retired to the Continent. The Treaty of Utrecht. In 1712, Harley, who had now been created Earl of Oxford, brought his negotiations with France to a close. They resulted in the celebrated Treaty of Utrecht. By this agreement, England recognized Philip V. as King of Spain and the Indies, stipulating that Austria and Holland were to be compensated out of the Spanish dominions in Italy and the Netherlands. France ceded to England Newfoundland, Acadia, since known as Nova Scotia, and the waste lands round Hudson's Bay. Spain also gave up Gibraltar and the important island of Minorca. Both France and Spain signed commercial treaties giving favorable conditions for English merchants. Even the long-closed monopoly of Spanish trade in South America was surrendered by the Asiento, an agreement which gave England certain rights of trade with those parts, especially the disgraceful but profitable privilege of supplying the Spanish colonies with Negro slaves. Spain and France also recognized the Protestant succession in England and agreed not to aid the Pretender, as the young son of James Roman II was now called. The minor allies of England also obtained advantages by the Treaty of Utrecht. Holland was given a favorable commercial treaty and a line of strong towns in the Spanish Netherlands known as the Barrier Fortresses, because they lay along the PG 477 frontier of France. They included Namur, Tournai, Ypres, and 6 or 7 other places. The Duke of Savoy received Sicily and the title of king. The Elector of Brandenburg took Spanish Gelders, a district on the Meuse, and was recognized as King of Prussia. But Austria, our most powerful ally, does not appear in the agreement. The emperor wished to continue the war and refused to come into the general pacification. Austria deserted by the Allies. The Treaty of Utrecht was on the whole profitable to England, though it is certain that better terms could have been extorted from Louis XIV and Philip V, both of whom were in the last stage of exhaustion and despair. But in signing it, England committed a grave breach of faith with Austria, who wished to continue the war. The English army, under Ormond, was actually withdrawn in the middle of the campaign of 1712, so that the Austrian troops were left unsupported in France and severely handled by the enemy. Harley's reason for refusing to stand by his allies was that Joseph I had lately died and had been succeeded by his brother, the Archduke Charles, who had so long claimed the Spanish throne. It seemed to the Tory ministry just as unwise to allow the House of Habsburg to appropriate the bulk of the Spanish dominions as to allow them to fall into the hands of Louis XIV. Accordingly, they refused to listen to the emperor's plans for bringing further pressure on the enemy and for demanding harder terms. Left to himself, Charles VI fared ill in the war and was forced to sign the Treaty of Rastatt in 1714. This agreement, a kind of supplement to the Treaty of Utrecht, gave to the Austrians Naples, Sardinia, the Milanese, and most of the Spanish Netherlands. But a small part of the last-named country fell to Holland and Prussia, who, as we have already mentioned, acquired respectively the barrier fortresses and the Duchy of Gelders. The question of the succession. The Peace of Utrecht had been signed early in 1713, and the Tory party could now settle down to administer England after their own ideas, undisturbed by alarms of war from without. But all other subjects of political importance were now thrown into the background by the question of the succession to the crown. The Queen's health was manifestly beginning to fail, and it was evident that ere many years the Act of Settlement, passed in 1701, would PG 478 come into operation, and Sophia of Hanover be called to the English throne. But there were many persons within the Tory party who viewed the approaching accession of this aged German lady with dislike, and wished, if it were but possible, to put the son of James II on the throne. The exiled prince was now a young man of 25, slow, apathetic, and deeply religious in his own narrow way. He was not the stuff of which successful pretenders are made, and played his cards very ill. Position of the pretender. Nevertheless, there was for a time a considerable possibility that James III might sit on the throne of England. It was generally felt that to exclude Anne's brother from the succession in favor of her distant cousin was hard. The large section of the Tory party who still clung to the old belief in the divine right of kings were not comfortable in their consciences when they thought of the exclusion of the rightful heir. Another section, who had no principles but a strong regard for their own interests, looked with dismay on the prospect of a Hanoverian succession, because they knew that the Electress Sophia and her son, the Elector George Louis, were closely allied with the Whigs, and would certainly put them in office when the Queen died. If James Stuart had been willing to change his religion, or even to make a pretense of doing so, the Tory party would have accepted him as king, and his sister would have presented him to the people as her legitimate heir. But the pretender was rigidly pious with the narrowest Romanist orthodoxy. He would not make the least concession on the religious point to his secret friends on this side of the water when they besought him to hold out some prospect of his conversion. This honesty cost him his chance of recovering England. The Tory split, schemes of Bolingbroke, the Schism Act. When the Tories ascertained that James would never become a member of the Church of England, the party became divided. Harley, the Prime Minister, and the bulk of his followers would not lend themselves to a scheme for delivering England over to a Romanist. They continued to correspond with the pretender, but refused to take any active steps in his cause and let matters stand still. But there was another section of the party which was not so scrupulous and was prepared to plunge into any treasonable plot, if only it could make sure of keeping the PG 479 Whigs out of office. These men were led by Henry St. John Viscount Bolingbroke, one of the two Secretaries of State. St. John was a clever, plausible man, a ready writer and a brilliant speaker, but utterly unscrupulous and filled with a devouring ambition. Though in secret a freethinker, he pretended to be the most extreme of high churchmen and led the more bigoted and violent wing of the Tory party. St. John was set on becoming the ruler of England and saw his way to the post if he could place James III on the throne. His cautious colleague Harley stood in his way, so he set himself to expel him from office by playing on the foibles of the Queen and the high churchmen. With this end, he brought in the Schism Act, a persecuting measure recalling the old legislation of Charles II. It proposed to prohibit dissenters from keeping or teaching in schools, so as to force all nonconformists under the instruction of the Church. Harley would not give this bigoted measure his support, and so lost the confidence of half his own party, and moreover, the favor of the Queen, who was persuaded by St. John to give her patronage to the bill. Bolingbroke, Chief Minister. In consequence, Harley was dismissed from office, the Schism Act was passed, and Bolingbroke became the Queen's chief minister. He set to work to prepare for a Jacobite restoration, filling all posts in the state with partisans of the exiled prince. So able and determined was he that the Whigs took alarm and began to make preparation to defend the Protestant succession. They put themselves into communication with George of Hanover, whose aged mother, the Electress, was just dead, and swore to secure him the throne, even at the cost of civil war. Illness of the Queen. But the new ministry had only been in power a few days when Queen Anne was stricken with a mortal sickness. Bolingbroke had not reckoned on this chance and was caught but half prepared. He saw that unless he acted, and acted promptly, the law of the land must take its course, and the Elector George become King of England. But action was difficult, the army was Whig at heart, and even the majority of the Tories were not prepared to draw the sword to place a Romanist on the throne. While Bolingbroke hesitated, his enemies struck their blow. Action of the Hanoverian dukes, death of Anne. As the English constitution then stood, the cabinet system PG was but half developed. The modern idea that the Queen's advisers should be a small homogeneous body of men of the same party, meeting together under the presidency of the Prime Minister, was only just coming into being. It was still a moot point whether, during the sovereign's illness or at his or her death, the executive power lay in the hands of the whole Privy Council or of the members of it alone who were actually ministers and members of the cabinet. The supporters of the Protestant succession took advantage of this doubt. While the Queen lay speechless and dying, 3 dukes, Shrewsbury, a Hanoverian Tory, and Argyll and Somerset, 2 Whigs, presented themselves at the meeting of the cabinet and claimed a seat in the assembly as privy councillors. Bolingbroke did not dare to exclude them, and thereby lost his chance of carrying out a coup d'etat. For the dukes called in all the other privy councillors, a majority of whom were Whigs or moderate Tories, and took the conduct of affairs out of the Prime Minister's hands. The Queen died that night, August 1, 1714, and the Privy Council at once proclaimed the Elector under the name of George I. Bolingbroke, retired in wrath, muttering that if he had been granted 6 weeks for preparation, he would have given England a different king. The Stuarts. Chart 1. James IV. Of Scotland, 1488-1513 equals Margaret. Of England equals Archibald Douglas. Earl of Angus. Mary of Guise equals James V. 1513-1542, Margaret. Douglas equals Matthew. Earl of Lennox. Francis II of France equals Mary equals 2, Henry Lord Charles. 3, James Earl Bothwell 1567, Darnley, Earl of Lennox. Arabella Stuart. James VI of Scotland 1567-1625 equals Anne of Denmark. I of England 1567-1625. Henry. Died Charles I. 1625-1649 equals. Henrietta of France, Elizabeth equals Frederick. Elector Palatine. Continued on the Stuarts, chart 2 below. Charles Roman II, 1660–1685, James II, 1685–1688 equals 1. Anne Hyde, 2. Mary of Modena, Mary equals William II, Ovid, Orange, Henrietta equals Philip of Orleans, William III, 1689 equals 1702 equals Mary Roman II, his cousin Anne equals Victor of Savoy, 1. Mary Roman II, 1689 equals 1694 equals William of Orange 1. Anne 1702–1714 equals George of Denmark 2. James the Old, Pretender, died Dukes of Savoy. William, Duke of Gloucester, died Charles Edward. The Young Pretender, died Henry Cardinal, Duke of York, died the Stuarts. Chart 2. Continued from the Stuarts, chart 1 above. Elizabeth equals Frederick, Elector Palatine, Charles, Louis, Elector, Palatine Rupert Morris, Sophia equals Ernest, Elector of Hanover, Elizabeth equals Philip, Duke of Orleans, George I, 1417–27. Dukes of Orleans. For this success, the volatile and unscrupulous Earl of Peterborough claimed all the credit, but his account of his doings in Spain is a mere romance, and he was in truth a hindrance rather than an aid to the Allies. A Scottish colonial company had been formed to seize and colonize the pestilential region about the Isthmus of Panama, then known as Darien, so as to obtain access to the Pacific 1698. The Scottish Parliament gave it great privileges, but William III refused to confirm them and would not commit England to the scheme. The colonists all perished of disease and tropical heat, but the Scots ascribed the failure to English jealousy. Chapter 33. The Rule of the Whigs. 1417–39. Character of George I. George Louis, Elector of Hanover, who in virtue of the Act of Settlement now mounted the English throne, was a selfish, hard-hearted, unamiable, and uninteresting man of 54. He was intensely German in all his ideas and prejudices. He could not speak a word of English, nor had he the slightest knowledge of the political and social state of the kingdom that he was called upon to govern. Being a very cautious man, he had never thought himself secure of the English crown, and now that he had obtained it, he always looked upon it as a precarious piece of property that might someday be taken from him. He was convinced that he might at any moment be forced to return to his native Hanover, so he did not attempt to make himself at home on this side of the North Sea. During his 13 years of rule, he never ceased to feel himself a stranger in his palaces at London or Windsor. He wished to make what profit he could out of England, but he was so ignorant of English politics that he felt himself constrained to rely entirely on his ministers and let them manage his affairs for him. His sole fixed idea was that the Tory party were irretrievably committed to Jacobitism, and that, if he wished to keep his throne, he must throw himself entirely into the hands of his friends, the Whigs. With his accession, therefore, began the political ascendancy of that party, which was to last more than half a century. The King and the Whigs. There was no romantic loyalty or mutual respect in the bargain, which was thus struck between the Whig party and the new dynasty. The king knew that his ministers looked upon him as a mere political necessity. PG 483, they could have no liking for their stolid, selfish master. George was indeed most unlovable to those who knew him best. He had placed his wife, Sophia of Celle, in lifelong captivity on a charge of unfaithfulness, but he himself lived in open sin with two mistresses, whom he made Duchess of Kendal and Countess of Darlington when he came to the English throne. He was at bitter enmity with his son George, Prince of Wales. They never met if they could avoid a meeting. George was, in short, the very last person to command either love or respect from any man. The beginning of cabinet government. With the accession of George I began the substitution of the Prime Minister and the cabinet for the king as the actual ruler of England. Down to Anne's time, the sovereign had habitually attended the meetings of the Privy Council and was in constant contact with all the members of the ministry. They were still regarded as his personal servants, and he would often dismiss one minister without turning the whole ministry out of office. The notion that the cabinet were jointly responsible for each other's actions and that the king must accept any combination of ministers that a parliamentary majority chose to impose upon him had not yet come into being. Even the mild and apathetic Queen Anne had been wont to remove her great officers of state at her own pleasure, without consulting the rest of the cabinet, much less the Parliament. But George I was so absolutely ignorant of English politics, and placed at such a disadvantage by his inability to speak the English language, that he never attempted to interfere with his ministers. He seldom came to their meetings, and usually communicated with them through the Prime Minister of the day. A single fact gives a fair example of the difficulty which George found in dealing with his new subjects. He knew no English, while Walpole, his chief minister for more than half his reign, knew neither German nor French. They had therefore to discuss all affairs of state in Latin, which both of them spoke extremely ill. It can easily be understood that George was constrained to let all things remain in the hands of the Whig statesmen who had placed him on the throne. He fingered much English money, and he was occasionally able to use the influence of England for the profit of Hanover in continental politics. In other respects, he was a perfect nonentity. The Whig party, which now obtained possession of office and clung to it for 2 full generations, was no longer led by its old chiefs. Godolphin had died in 1712. Marlborough, though he had returned to England, was not restored to power. His character had been irretrievably injured by the revelations of 1711, and he was suspected, not without foundation, of having renewed his old intrigues with the exiled Stuarts during Harley's tenure of office. The Whigs now gave him the honorable and lucrative post of commander-in-chief, but would not serve under him. Only a year after George's accession, he was attacked by paralysis and softening of the brain, and retired to his great palace of Blenheim in Oxfordshire, where he lingered broken in mind and body. The new Whig leaders. The Whigs were now led by the Earl of Sunderland, the son-in-law of Marlborough, by Earl Stanhope, a general who had won some military reputation in Spain during the late war, by Lord Townshend, and Sir Robert Walpole, the youngest and ablest of the party chiefs. They were all 4 men of considerable ability, too much so for any one of them to be content to act as the subordinate and lieutenant of another. Hence it came that, though they had combined to put George I on the throne, they soon fell to intriguing against each other and split the Whig party into factions. These cliques did not differ from each other in principles, but were divided merely by personal grudges that their leaders bore against each other. They were always making ephemeral combinations with each other and then breaking loose again. But on one thing they were agreed: the Tories should never come into power again, and to keep their enemies out of office, they could always rally and present a united front. The supporters of the Whig government. The Whig party drew its main strength from 3 sources. The first was the strong Protestant feeling in England, which made most men resolve that the pretender must be kept overseas at any cost, even at that of submitting to the selfish and stolid George I. The second was the fact that the Whigs had enlisted the support of the mercantile classes all over the country by their care for trade and commerce. While in power in Anne's reign, they had done their best to make the war profitable by PG 485, concluding commercial treaties with the Allies, and by furthering the colonial expansion of England. This was never forgotten by the merchants. The third mainstay of the Whig party was their parliamentary influence. A majority of the House of Lords was on their side, and they contrived to manage the Commons by a judicious mixture of corruption and coercion. Pocket boroughs and crown boroughs. The great peers had many pocket boroughs in their power. That is, they possessed such local influence in their own shires that they could rely on returning their own dependents or relatives for the seats that lay in their neighborhood. Many of these pocket boroughs were also rotten boroughs, places, that is, which had been important in the Middle Ages but had now decayed into mere hamlets with a few score of inhabitants. Over such constituencies, the influence of the local landlord was so complete that he could even sell or barter away the right to represent them in Parliament. The most extraordinary of these rotten boroughs were Old Sarum and Gatton, each of which owned only 2 voters, men paid to live on the deserted sites by their landlords. Yet they had as many representatives in the House of Commons as Yorkshire or Devon. Besides these nomination boroughs, the Whigs had now control over a number of crown boroughs, places where of late the members had been wont to be chosen by the sovereign. There were many such in Cornwall, where the king, as Duke of that county, was supreme landlord. The Tudors had made many Cornish villages into parliamentary constituencies in order to pack the House of Commons with obedient members. Parliamentary influence of the Whigs. Hitherto the Crown and the great peers had seldom acted together, and no one had realized how large a portion of the House of Commons could be influenced by their combination. When, in the days of the 2 first Georges, the Whig oligarchy wielded the power of the Crown as well as their own, they obtained a complete control over the lower house. Often the Tory opposition shrank to a minority of 60 or 80 votes, and the only semblance of party government that remained was caused by the quarrels and intrigues of the leaders of the Whigs, who fought each other on personal grounds as bitterly as if they had been divided by some important principle. The Jacobites, death of Louis XIV. In the first year of King George, however, the Whigs were still kept together by their fear of the enemy. The Jacobites, who had seemed so near to triumph in Bolingbroke's short tenure of power, did not yield without an appeal to arms. The late Prime Minister and his chief military advisor, the Duke of Ormond, both fled to France and joined the Pretender. When safe overseas, they began to organize an insurrection, counting on the active assistance of Louis Roman XIV, who was always ready to aid his old dependents, the Stuarts. But the plot was not yet ready to burst when the old king died, and his successor in power, the Regent Philip of Orleans, refused to risk any step that might lead to a war with England. Bolingbroke and the Tory party. Nevertheless, Bolingbroke and his master persevered. They had so many friends both in England and in Scotland that they thought that they could hardly fail. They had not realized that most of these friends were lukewarm and unprepared to take arms in order to give the crown to a Romanist. 2/3 of the Tory party hated the Pope even more than they hated the Whigs and the Hanoverian king, and would not move unless James Stuart showed some signs of wishing to conform to the Church of England. Their loyalty to the national church was stronger than their loyalty to the divine right of kings. Disaffection in Scotland. But the wilder and more excitable spirits in the party were ready to follow Bolingbroke. They saw all their hopes of political advancement cut away by George's alliance with the Whigs, and determined to make a bold stroke for power. In Scotland, more especially did the emissaries of the Pretender meet with encouragement. The Scots were still very sore over the passing of the Act of Union in 1707 and nursed their ancient grudge against England. But the most active source of discontent was the hatred which the minor clans of the Highlands felt for the powerful tribe of the Campbells. Ascendancy of the Campbells. The rule of George I in England implied the domination of that great Whig clan, and its chief, the Duke of Argyll, over the lands north of Forth and Clyde. For now, as in 1645, the chief of the Campbells, the Mac Callane More, as his clansmen called him, was at the head PG 487 of the Presbyterian or Whig party in Scotland. The chiefs of the other Highland tribes were as bitterly hostile to the present Duke of Argyll as their ancestors had been to his father and grandfather. The Earl of Mar in the Highlands, the Lowland Jacobites, the English Jacobites. The head of the Jacobite plotters in the north was John Erskine, Earl of Mar, who had been Bolingbroke's Secretary of State for Scotland in the cabinet of 1714. He was a busy and ambitious man who was bitterly vexed at seeing his prospects of political advancement at an end. Under the pretense of gathering a great hunting party, he assembled a number of the leading chiefs of the Highlands at Bremer Castle. On his persuasion, they resolved to take arms for King James. Among the clans which joined in the rising were the Gordons, Murrays, Stuarts, Macintoshes, Macphersons, MacDonalds, Farquharsons, and many more. In the lowlands, a simultaneous rising was arranged by some of the lords of the border, headed by the Earls of Nithsdale, Carnwath and Wintoun, and Lord Kenmure. Meanwhile, England was also to be stirred up. The Duke of Ormond was to land in Devonshire with some refugees from France. Lord Derwentwater and Mr. Forster, a rich Northumbrian squire, undertook to raise and organize the northern counties. A third rising was to take place in Wales. The Highlanders as a military force. In the autumn of 1715, the Jacobites struck their blow. On September 6th, Mar raised the royal standard of Scotland at the castle town of Bremer. Immediately a score of chiefs joined him, and an army of 5,000 or 6,000 men was at his disposal, nor were the Highlanders to be despised as a military force. The ancient Celtic turbulence and tribal feuds yet survived in the lands beyond the Tay, and the clansmen were still reared to arms from their youth up. Their fathers had fought under Dundee, and their grandfathers had served Montrose in the old civil wars of Charles. The Scottish government had never succeeded in pacifying the Highlands, and the clans were still wont to lift each other's cattle and to engage in bloody affrays. They were blindly devoted to their chiefs and would follow them into any quarrel. The cause in which they armed was indifferent to them. It was enough for them to know their master's will, pg 488, and to carry it out. When called to arms, they came out with gun, broadsword, and shield. The force and fury of their charge were tremendous, and none but the best of regular troops could stand against them. But they were utterly undisciplined. It was difficult to keep them to their standards, since they were prone to melt home after a battle to stow away their plunder. Moreover, their tribal pride was so great, and their ancient tribal feuds so many, that it was very hard to induce any two clans to serve side by side or to help each other loyally. Mar was a mere politician. He was destitute of force of character, and had earned the dishonorable name of Bobbing John by his fickle and shifty conduct. No worse leader could have been found to command the horde of high-spirited, jealous, and quarrelsome mountaineers whom he had called to arms. Failures of the insurrection in the west of England. When the news of Mar's rising was noised abroad, the Jacobites in the Scottish lowlands and in Northumberland gathered themselves together according to their promise. But the insurrections in Devonshire and Wales, on which the Pretender had been counting, did not take place. The Whig government had sent most of its available troops to the west of England, and had arrested the chief Jacobites of those parts, so that the Duke of Ormond, on landing near Plymouth, found no support and hastily returned to France. But Scotland and Northumberland were all ablaze, and it seemed that the throne of George I was in great danger, for the army available against the insurgents was less than 10,000 strong, owing to the reductions which the Tories had carried out after the Peace of Utrecht. Battle of Preston. But the mistakes and feebleness of the Jacobite leaders sufficed to wreck their enterprise. The insurgents on the English and Scottish border united and advanced into Lancashire, where Roman Catholics were many and Toryism strong. But their imbecile and cowardly leader, Thomas Forster, allowed himself to be surrounded at Preston by a force of 1,000 cavalry under General Carpenter, and tamely laid down his arms after a slight skirmish, though his men outnumbered the regulars by 3 to 1. He and all his chief supporters, the Earls of Derwentwater, Nithsdale, pg 489 Nairn, Carnwath and Wintoun, and Lord Kenmure, were sent prisoners to London, November 12, 1715. Battle of Sheriffmuir. Meanwhile, Mar had gathered an army of 10,000 men, and had seized Aberdeen, Dundee, Perth, and the whole of the north of Scotland. But with an unaccountable sluggishness, he lingered north of the Tay and made no attempt to capture Edinburgh or to overrun the lowlands. He allowed the Duke of Argyll, who had taken post at Stirling with 3,000 men, to maintain the line of the Forth and to keep separate the two areas of insurrection. It was only on the very day of the surrender of Preston that Mar at last consented to move southward from Perth. Argyll advanced to meet him, and then ensued the indecisive Battle of Sheriffmuir. In this fight, each army routed the left wing of the other and then retired towards its base. Mar's bad generalship and the petty quarrels of the clans had neutralized the vast advantage of numbers which the Jacobites possessed. November 13, 1715. Mar's army disperses. Mar brought his army back to Perth in a mutinous and discontented condition. Each chief laid on another the loss of the expected victory, and the Highlanders began to melt away to their homes. It was to no purpose that James Stuart himself at last appeared, to endeavor to rally his dispirited followers. The pretender was a slow and ungenial young man, with a melancholy face and a hesitating manner. He failed to inspire his followers with the enthusiasm which he did not himself possess, and his cause continued to lose ground. When Argyll, largely reinforced from England, began to move northward, James deserted his army and took ship for France. The remnants of Mar's once formidable host then disbanded themselves. The chiefs fled oversea or submitted to Argyll, while the clansmen dispersed to their valleys. Thus ended in ignominious failure the great rising of 1715. The Whigs took no very cruel revenge on the insurgents. 2 peers, the Lords Derwentwater and Kenmure, were beheaded, and about 30 persons of meaner rank hanged. As the years went by, most of the Jacobite chiefs were pardoned and returned PG 490 to England. Even Bolingbroke was allowed to come back from exile in 1722. Second attempt of the Pretender. Even after his lamentable failure in 1715-16, the Pretender still nourished some hopes of exciting another rebellion. When France refused to help him, he turned to Spain and got some small assistance from Philip V, who, as we shall see, had the best reasons for disliking the Whigs. A few hundred Spanish troops landed in Rosshair in 1719 and were joined by the clans of the neighborhood, but no general rising took place, and the whole Jacobite force was dispersed or captured by Carpenter, the victor of Preston, at the Battle of Glenshiel. War with Spain, schemes of Alberoni. The tale of the 15 is the one stirring incident in the inglorious annals of George. The domestic interest of the remainder of his reign centered in the quarrels and intrigues of the various Whig parties with each other. The only important constitutional change which dates from this time is the Septennial Act of 1716, which fixed the duration of Parliament at 7 years. Since 1694, 3 years had been their legal term, but on account of the inconvenience of general elections at such short intervals, the longer term was substituted and still prevails. In foreign politics, the only notable event was a short war with Spain in 1718-20. This was caused by an attempt of Philip V and his able minister, Cardinal Alberoni, to reconquer the old Spanish dominions in Sicily and Naples. England, as one of the guarantors of the Treaty of Utrecht, interfered to aid the Austrians and the Duke of Savoy, the two powers whom Spain had attacked, and an English fleet under Admiral Byng destroyed off Cape Passaro the Spanish squadron which had accompanied the army that invaded Sicily. In revenge, Cardinal Alberoni gave the Jacobites what help he could and endeavored to concert an alliance with Charles Roman XII, the warlike king of Sweden, but he and his helpers were too weak to cope with Austria, France, and England, who were all leagued against him. Alberoni was forced from office, and his master Philip V signed an ignominious peace and gave up his ephemeral conquests in Sicily, 1720. The ministry which had carried on the war with Spain had been composed of that section of the Whigs who followed PG 491 Stanhope and Sunderland. But in the same year in which peace was signed, that cabinet was replaced by another, and England saw the advent to power of the Prime Minister who was to rule the 3 kingdoms for the next 22 years, 1721-42, Sir Robert Walpole. The South Sea Bubble. The Stanhope cabinet was overthrown, not by the strength of its enemies, but by its own misfortune in becoming involved in the great financial panic known as the South Sea Bubble. The South Sea Company was a trading venture which had been started in 1711 for developing commerce with Spanish America and the countries of the Pacific. The undertaking had been very successful, and the shares of the company were much sought after and commanded a very heavy premium. But the directors who managed it were venturesome and reckless men who wished to extend their operations outside the sphere of trade into that of finance and stock jobbing. They formed a great scheme for offering the government the huge sum of £7 million for the privilege of taking over the management of the national debt, which had hitherto been in the hands of the Bank of England. They intended to recoup themselves by inducing the creditors who held the state loans to exchange them for new stock of the South Sea Company, which would thus accumulate a capital sufficient to develop its trade all over the world and distance all rivals. Stanhope and Sunderland accepted this wild offer. They were glad to get the burden of the national debt off their shoulders and did not stop to think if they were treating the public creditors fairly in handing them over to the mercies of a greedy trading company. Accordingly, the management of the debt was duly transferred to the South Sea Company, and the directors did their best to put off their shares on the late holders of government stock. For a time they were successful. The exchange was in many cases effected, and on terms very favorable to the company, whose prospects were so well thought of that a share nominally worth £100 was actually sold for £1,000. But this prosperity was purely fictitious. The actual bulk and profit of the company's trade with the Pacific was not able to bear a quarter of the financial mountain that had been built up upon it. The first shock to credit that occurred was sufficient pg 492 to expose the fraud that had been perpetrated on the public. The success of the South Sea Company had led to the starting of many other companies, some of them genuine but hazardous ventures, some mere swindling devices for robbing the investor. A general madness seemed to have fallen upon the nation, and in the haste to make money quickly and without exertion, all classes rushed into the whirl of speculation and stock jobbing. It is said that subscribers were found for schemes to discover perpetual motion and utilize it for machinery to make salt water fresh, to render quicksilver malleable, to fatten hogs by a new process, and even to engage in a secret undertaking which shall hereafter be made public. Of course, all these bubble companies began to burst before they were many months old, and to ruin those who had engaged in them. The financial crisis which was brought about by these failures led to a general panic, which affected all speculative enterprises, great and small. None suffered more than the South Sea Company itself, whose shares gradually sank down to 135. This ruined thousands of investors and finally broke the company itself, which proved unable to pay the government the £7 million that it had covenanted to give for the privilege of managing the national debt. Fall of the Stanhope Cabinet. On the suspension of the South Sea Company, a cry of wrath arose all over the country against the Stanhope Cabinet, which had taken the venture under its patronage and entrusted it with such important public duties. It was whispered that some of the ministers had been induced to lend their aid to the scheme by corrupt influences, and that others had made money by using their official information to aid them in speculation. These suspicions were mooted in Parliament, and when investigated, proved to be not without foundation. When an inquiry was pressed for, Craggs, the Postmaster General, committed suicide. Aislabie, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, was expelled from the House as guilty of notorious and infamous corruption. Stanhope, the Prime Minister, was being attacked in the Lords for the doings of his subordinates, when he fell down dead in an apoplectic fit. His colleague Sunderland resigned his post of First Lord of the Treasury, though he was personally acquitted of all blame in the matter of the South Sea Company. Walpole and Townshend in office. Thus the Stanhope-Sunderland cabinet had disappeared, and the other section of the Whigs, headed by Walpole and Townshend, came into office. The former became Chancellor of the Exchequer and took charge of home affairs, while Townshend was entrusted with the foreign relations of the country. Entering into power under pledges to stay the financial crisis and save all that could be rescued from the wreck of the South Sea Company, they executed their task with success. The company was let off the payment of £7 million, which it had promised to the state, but deprived of the charge of the national debt. By confiscating the estates of its fraudulent directors, enough money was obtained to pay all its debtors, and thus the crisis proved less disastrous than had at first been expected. Supremacy of Walpole. Sir Robert Walpole was the ruling spirit of the new cabinet. He showed his masterful mind by keeping his brother-in-law Townshend in the second place and ultimately turned him out of the ministry. The firm, he said, must be Walpole and Townshend, not Townshend and Walpole. He soon got the king into complete subjection, for George asked for nothing more than a liberal civil list and frequent opportunities of visiting his beloved Hanover. Nor was he less masterful with the two houses, where the Tory opposition and the Whigs of the rival faction were equally unable to make any head against him. Walpole as a statesman. Walpole was a strange example of the height to which the practical power of dealing with other men may raise one who is neither intellectually nor morally the superior of his fellows. He was a wealthy county gentleman from Norfolk, who had entered Parliament early, and had already made himself a place in politics before the death of Queen Anne. The one subject of which he had a competent knowledge was finance. In most of the other spheres of politics he was grossly ignorant, and most of all was he deficient in a grasp of European politics. He did not understand a word of French or any other modern tongue, a fact which is enough by itself to account for his inadequate foreign policy. His morals and his language were alike coarse. He affected a shameless cynicism, which is well reflected in the saying that every man has his price, which was put into his mouth by his enemies. Government by corruption. This phrase, indeed, well expresses his political methods. His one end was to maintain himself in office, and for that purpose he kept his party in a state of complete subjection. Good service he rewarded by good pay, whether in the form of office and preferment or in the grosser shape of hard cash. He was always prepared to buy any member or group of members by open bribery, and the taint of corruption dating from the times of Charles II was still so strong in English politics that he seldom failed to secure his prize. He was impatient of opposition and gradually turned out of office any colleague who would not obey his slightest nod. Even his own brother-in-law Townshend and Lord Carteret, the ablest diplomatist of the day, were forced to leave his cabinet by his unreasoning jealousy. He preferred to work with nonentities because they feared and obeyed him. Walpole was a thoroughly bad influence in English politics. He lowered the moral tone of a whole generation by his constant sneers at probity and patriotism. He promoted a host of unworthy men to power. Most especially did he injure the national church by his practice of bestowing bishoprics and other high preferments on mere political partisans without any thought as to their spiritual fitness. Though the Whigs professed to be the party of liberty, enlightenment, and toleration, Walpole did not pass one important bill to improve the constitution or the social state of the nation in his 22 years of power. He only took thought for the material prosperity of England and cared nothing for her moral welfare. Hence it comes that his whole term of office is almost a blank in our political history. Death of George I. So firm a grasp had Walpole on the helm of power that his position was not in the least shaken by the death of his master George I. The king died suddenly while absent on one of his periodical visits to Hanover, and was succeeded by his son and bitter enemy, George, Prince of Wales. The new sovereign disliked Walpole on principle because he had been his father's confidant, but found himself quite unable to turn him out of power. Immediately on hearing of his predecessor's death, George II bade Walpole give up his seals of office, but a few days later he had to ask him to resume them, after finding that no one else would undertake to construct page 495 a cabinet. For 15 years more, he was constrained to keep his father's old minister, 1727–1742. Character of George Roman II. George II was a man of much greater force of character than George I. He was a busy, consequential, irascible little man who would have liked to play a considerable part in English politics if the Whigs had only allowed him. He was a keen if not an able soldier, and had served with some distinction under Marlborough in the Low Countries. He took a great interest in foreign affairs, and chafed bitterly at the way in which Walpole persisted in keeping out of all European complications. He spoke English fluently with a vile German accent, Everyone has heard of his famous dictum, "I don't like poetry and I don't like painting." His tastes were coarse and his private life indifferent. But he was wise enough to let himself be guided in many things by his clever wife, Caroline of Anspach, who possessed the very qualities in which he was most wanting, was a judicious patroness of arts and letters, and knew how to win popularity both for her husband and herself. It was mainly by her advice that King George was induced to keep Walpole in power, instead of rushing into the turmoil that would have followed his dismissal. The Excise Bill. Walpole went on for the first 12 years of the reign of George II, ruling the country in the same unostentatious way as before. He only made one attempt to introduce a measure of importance in the whole time. This was his Excise Bill of 1733, a financial scheme for suppressing smuggling and encouraging the use of England as a central depot by other nations by means of a system of free trade. Tobacco, wine, and spirits were to be imported without paying any customs duty at the port of entry and were to be permitted to be re-exported without any charge. But the retailers of these commodities were to pay the duty on each quantity as they sold it, so that the tax should be paid inland if not at the seaport. When a great cry was raised against the bill, as inquisitorial and tyrannous, Walpole tamely dropped it rather than risk his hold on power. The War of the Polish Succession. Meanwhile, the continent was much disturbed by the War of the Polish Succession, 1733-1735, in which Austria fought unsuccessfully against Spain, France, and Turkey. But Walpole PG 496 would not interfere to aid our old ally, and saw her lose Naples and Sicily without stirring a hand. Much was to be said in favor of keeping England out of foreign wars in which she had no direct interest, but the new union of France and Spain boded ill for England. Already, these two powers had secretly formed a union, afterwards known as the Family Compact, by which the uncle and nephew, Philip V and Louis Roman 15, bound themselves to do their best to put an end to England's naval supremacy and to crush her commercial greatness, 1733. Commercial hostility of Spain. This treaty was carefully kept dark, but the spirit which had inspired it could not be concealed. The Spanish government began to redouble its vexatious pretensions to a monopoly of the trade of South America and to interfere with the commercial rights which England possessed under the Treaty of Utrecht. The governors of the Spanish colonies and their custom house officials waxed more and more tyrannous and insolent to the English merchants who endeavored to carry on a trade with America. The state of public feeling in England grew very bitter over this matter, all the more so because Walpole refused to listen to any complaints or to remonstrate with the Spaniards. The case of Captain Jenkins. At last, the case of a merchant captain named Jenkins brought the national anger to boiling point. His vessel had been boarded, and he himself maltreated by a Spanish guardacosta. He asserted that the officer who searched his ship had cut off his ear and told him to take it back and show it to his masters, and he certainly produced the severed ear in a box and exhibited it freely. His story may have been exaggerated, but it was universally believed, and Walpole was attacked on all sides for his tame submission to Spanish insults. War with Spain declared. Determined to keep himself in power at all costs, the Prime Minister demanded reparation from Spain, and on failing to obtain it, reluctantly declared war. The public joy on the news of the rupture was unbounded. Only Walpole was sad at the end of 20 years of peace and prosperity that his inglorious rule had given to the land. "Ring your bells now," he is reported to have said when he PG 497 heard the rejoicings of London, "but you will soon be wringing your hands." Thus England embarked on the first of 4 great continental wars, which were to cover the greater part of the 18th century. The House of Hanover. George minus 1727 equals Sophia of Celle. George minus 1760 equals Caroline of Anspach. Frederick, Prince of Wales equals Augusta of Saxe-Gotha. William, Duke of Cumberland. George minus 1820 equals Charlotte of Mecklenburg-Strelitz. George minus 1830 equals Caroline of Brunswick, Frederick, Duke of York, and Albany, William minus 1837, Edward, Duke of Kent equals Victoria of Saxe-Coburg, Ernest, Duke of Cumberland, King of Hanover, 1830–1851. Princess Charlotte Die equals Leopold of Saxe-Coburg, Gotha, Victoria, 1837 equals Albert of Saxe, Coburg, Gotha. Footnote: Mr. Forster and Lord Nithsdale would have shared the fate of Derwentwater and Kenmure, but for the fact that they escaped from prison. How the latter got away by the ingenuity and devotion of his wife is a well-known story. Chapter 34. The development of the colonial empire of Britain. 1739–1760. When the unwilling Walpole was driven into war with Spain in 1739 by the clamors of the nation, he believed that he was about to become responsible for a very dangerous struggle, for he had private knowledge of the existence of the family compact, and knew that France was ready to back up Spain. England, on the other hand, was entirely without allies, having gone to war in defense of her maritime commerce, a subject in which no other power felt any interest. As a matter of fact, however, the war was necessary and wise, for we were bound to come into collision with France and Spain sooner or later on the matter of trade. They could not endure to look upon the rapid expansion of England's commercial and colonial power, which had been increasing at a prodigious rate since the Peace of Utrecht. Our merchants were beginning to seize an ever-growing share of the trade of the world, and to oust the French, Dutch, Spanish, and Portuguese from all the more distant markets, especially those of Africa, India, and the remoter East. In India, the East India Company was making advances which exasperated its French rivals. In South America, the Spaniards felt that their ancient monopoly was gradually slipping from their hands. In North America, the prodigious growth in strength and population of our seaboard colonies threatened a speedy end to the French settlement in Canada. Since the acquisition of Nova Scotia and Newfoundland by the Treaty of Utrecht, the English dominions seemed to shut out from the sea the vast but sparsely peopled tracts along the St. Lawrence which still belonged to King Louis. In the West Indies, Jamaica and Barbados were gradually drawing away the wealth PG 499 of the Spanish colonies of Cuba, Puerto Rico, and Hispaniola, the old centers of the sugar and tobacco trade. Feeble conduct of the war, fall of Walpole. The French and Spaniards, therefore, had good reason to fear and hate England, and if we wished to keep our control of the commerce of the world, we were bound to fight for it. It was a misfortune, however, that we were committed to the struggle while Walpole was still minister. Disliking the war, he would not throw himself heartily into it, grudged spending money, and refused to undertake any serious operations. A few expeditions to Spanish America were all that he sent out. The first, under Admiral Vernon, though composed of no more than 6 ships of war, took Porto Bello, one of the chief harbors of the Spanish Main, 1739. But a second, and much larger armament, under the same leader failed disastrously before Cartagena, partly owing to mismanagement, partly to the marsh fever, which struck down the English in their trenches, 1741. Walpole bore the discredit of his sluggish action and his failures. He was bitterly attacked in Parliament by all the Whigs whom he had been excluding from office for the last 20 years, and gradually saw the reins of power slipping from his hands. In time of war, all his bribery and jobbing could not avail to save him. His bought majority dwindled away, and early in 1742 he was defeated in the House of Commons and forced to resign. He retired into private life and died 3 years later, making no further show in politics. The Carteret Pelham Ministry. He was succeeded by a coalition of all the Whig factions, under the nominal premiership of Lord Wilmington, the greatest nonentity in the whole cabinet. The real chiefs of the new ministry were Lord Carteret, an able diplomatist with a vast knowledge of European politics, and the two Pelhams, Thomas, Duke of Newcastle, and Henry, his younger brother. These two kinsmen were a pair of busy and ambitious mediocrities who stuck like limpets to office. They had been reared in Walpole's school, understood all his arts of management and corruption, and had served under him to the last, though for a year or more they had been quietly intriguing for his fall, in order that they might succeed to his power. The War of the Austrian Succession. The Carteret-Pelham ministry had to face a much larger PG 500 problem in European politics than the mere struggle with Spain. During the last year, the whole continent had been set ablaze by the War of the Austrian Succession. In 1740 died the Emperor Charles VI, the Archduke Charles who had been a claimant for the Spanish throne in the days before the Peace of Utrecht. He was the last male of the House of Habsburg, and his death opened a question somewhat resembling that of the Spanish succession in 1702. Charles had determined that his broad dominions, the Austrian archduchies, the kingdoms of Hungary and Bohemia, the Austrian Netherlands, and the duchies of Milan and Parma in Italy, should pass in a body to his daughter Maria Theresa. He chose to ignore the fact that his own elder brother, Joseph I, had left two daughters, who on any principle of hereditary succession had a better claim to the Habsburg inheritance than their younger cousin. The elder Princess Maria Amelia was the wife of Charles, the reigning Elector of Bavaria. Charles VI spent the last 20 years of his life in arranging for his daughter's quiet succession. He drew up an instrument called the Pragmatic Sanction, by which she was recognized as his heiress, and got it ratified by the estates of the various principalities of his realm. He also induced most of the powers of Europe at one time and another to guarantee this settlement. England, France, Spain, Prussia, and Russia had all been brought to assent to it by concessions of some sort. Only the Elector of Bavaria, the prince whose rights were infringed by the Pragmatic Sanction, had consistently refused to accept any compensation for abandoning his wife's claims. Frederick II seizes Silesia. When Charles died in 1740, it was seen how little the promises of most of the European powers were worth. The accession to the Habsburg heritage of a young princess with a doubtful title was too great an opportunity to be lost by the greedy neighbors of Austria. When Charles of Bavaria laid claim to his uncle's dominions and presented himself as a candidate for the imperial throne, he got prompt assistance from many quarters. The first to stir was Frederick II, the able and unscrupulous king of Prussia. Frederick had some ancient claims to certain parts of the Duchy of Silesia. He had also a devouring ambition and the best disciplined army PG 501 in Europe, an army which his eccentric father Frederick William had spent a whole lifetime in organizing. Without any formal declaration of war, Frederick II threw himself on Silesia and swept out of it the armies which Maria Theresa hastily sent against him, 1741. France and Spain joined the Elector of Bavaria. Then France and Spain threw in their lot with the Elector of Bavaria. Louis XV had his eye on the conquest of the Austrian Netherlands, while the old Philip V wanted the duchies of Parma and Milan for his younger son. Thus, beset by France, Spain, Prussia, and Bavaria, it seemed certain that Maria Theresa must succumb. Her rival Charles was chosen emperor by a majority of the electors, and it seemed as if the imperial scepter was about to pass from the House of Habsburg. The Austrian Netherlands, Silesia, Bohemia, and the Milanese were all invaded at once, and the armies of Maria Theresa could not make head at so many points against the numerical superiority of their foes. The only ally to whom she could look for aid was England, who was already the open enemy of Spain, and who could not tolerate the conquest of the Netherlands by France. Policy of Carteret: England joins Maria Theresa. An appeal for aid to this quarter met with a ready response. George II was anxious to help the Queen of Hungary because he disliked his nephew Frederick II and did not wish to see a Bavarian emperor. Carteret, the leading spirit in the ministry, was even more eager for the fight. He was a far-sighted man who had realized the fact that England must inevitably come into collision with France from their rivalry in trade and colonization, and he therefore held that France's enemies were our friends. It was his wish to see England embark boldly in the strife and send a large army to Germany to aid the Austrians. If France were involved in an exhausting continental war, he held that she would be unable, at the same time, to keep up a maritime struggle with England. Accordingly, the ministry promised the Austrians a large subsidy, took 16,000 Hanoverian troops into British pay, and sent all the available strength of the national army to Germany. George II, who was burning for the fray, placed himself at the head of the Anglo-Hanoverian forces and moved rapidly down to the Main to attack the flank of the French army which was invading Austria. The fortunes of Maria Theresa now began to look more prosperous. Carteret got her to buy off the ablest of her assailants, the King of Prussia, by ceding him Silesia. When Frederick had withdrawn from the struggle, the French and Bavarians were driven back from Austria and retreated up the Danube. It was against their flank that George was operating in 1743, when his rather rash advance into the midst of foes, very superior in numbers, brought on the Battle of Dettingen, July 27, 1743. Battle of Dettingen. Finding that he was beset by forces nearly double the strength of his own 30,000 men, the king faced about to retire up the banks of the Main. But the van of the French army of the Duc de Noailles outmarched him and threw itself across his path at the village of Dettingen, while the main body of the enemy was rapidly coming up on his flank. George hastily formed up his troops as they arrived and dashed forward to cut his way through, leading the advance in person. He was entirely successful, drove the French into the Main with great loss, and completely extricated himself from his difficulties. This was the last occasion on which a king of England has ever been under fire. The Congress at Worms. Further successes followed the victory of Dettingen. The Austrians overran Bavaria, and the Emperor Charles was obliged to lay down his arms and ask for peace. Carteret, who had followed the king to Germany, called together a congress at Worms, at which the representatives of England, Holland, Sardinia, and Saxony guaranteed the pragmatic sanction and the integrity of the dominions of the House of Habsburg. Next spring, the Allies pledged themselves to invade France, and Carteret, in his moment of triumph, drank to the restoration of Alsace to Germany, a wish not to be fulfilled for another 127 years. Renewal of the wars. But England and Austria were still far from their goal. The attack on France had to be postponed because the unscrupulous Frederick of Prussia renewed the war in the north and fell upon the rear of the Austrians. They withdrew great bodies of troops to face him and were left comparatively weak on their western front. Carteret driven from office. Not long afterwards, Carteret, the soul of the Continental War, lost his place at the head of the ministry. His jealous colleagues, PG 503, the two Pelhams, were anxious to get rid of him and took a mean advantage of his long absences in Germany. They allowed him to be attacked as favoring a Hanoverian, not an English policy, and as consulting the wishes of the king rather than those of the Parliament. Carteret was violently assailed by a young politician named William Pitt, whose cry was always that France should be assailed at sea and in her colonies, not on her continental frontiers. The Pelhams would not defend him and suffered him to be loaded with many ungrounded accusations. The opposition called his ministry the drunken administration because he was somewhat flighty in his demeanor and was known to love his bottle of Port Overwell. They accused him of lavishing on German allies money that should have gone to our own fleet, and raised such a storm of words against him that the Pelhams had their excuse for throwing him over, a feat which they accomplished in the end of 1744, to the great detriment of England. William Pitt, when a minister himself in later years, confessed that he had discovered in the course of time that Carteret's plans were excellent, and that he had himself put them into practice with success, after having so often denounced them as ruinous and reckless. Ministry of Henry Pelham and the Duke of Newcastle. The Pelhams thus became supreme in the conduct of affairs, and stuck to office as closely as their master Walpole. Henry, the younger of the two, a fretful, suspicious, industrious mediocrity, was prime minister till he died in 1754. His elder brother, the Duke, then succeeded him and kept his feeble hand on the helm of state till he lost office in 1756. English policy, under these two narrow and shifty borough-mongers, soon lost the vigor that the guidance of Carteret had imparted to it. Battle of Fontenoy. The war with France continued, but no longer with the same success as before. In the spring of 1745, the armies of Louis XV, under the able Maurice of Saxony, the Maréchal de Saxe, as the French called him, fell upon the Austrian Netherlands. Maria Theresa had so few troops in this quarter that the defense of the Belgian provinces fell entirely upon the English and Dutch. The Allied armies did not act together with much success, and the Dutch general, the Count of Waldeck, quarrelled with his colleague, George, Duke of Cumberland, the younger son of George II. It was this PG 504 want of cooperation which led to the loss of the bloody Battle of Fontenoy, May 11, 1745. The French army was besieging Tournai when Waldeck and Cumberland came up to relieve it, and found the enemy drawn up along a line of woods, strengthened with redoubts on their flanks, a position much like the neighbouring field of Malplaquet, where Marlborough had won his last fight 36 years before. While Waldeck skirmished feebly with the French wings, the stubborn and reckless young Duke pushed into the centre of the hostile army with a solid column of English and Hanoverian infantry. He broke through two lines of the French and cut their host in twain, but failed for want of support on the flanks. He was encompassed by the French reserves and forced back with fearful loss to his old position, but the enemy were too maltreated to molest him further. The Rebellion of 45. The campaign of 1745 was still undecided, when the greater part of the English army was suddenly called home to face a new and unexpected danger. The ministers of Louis XV had determined to try the effect of stirring up a Jacobite rebellion, hoping to distract the strength of England, even if the House of Hanover could not be overthrown. James Stuart, the old pretender, was now elderly and had always been apathetic, but his son Charles Edward Stuart was a young prince of a very different character. Reckless, adventurous, and light-hearted, he was the very man to lead a desperate venture. The French gathered an army of 15,000 men at Dunkirk and promised to put it at his disposal if he would invade Scotland. But a storm scattered the transports, and the troops were ultimately drawn off to the war in Flanders. The young pretender lands in Scotland. Nevertheless, Charles Edward resolved to persevere, and on hearing of the fight of Fontenoy, slipped off on a small privateer and landed in Inverness with no more than 7 companions, the 7 men of Moidart, as the Jacobites called them. His arrival was quite unexpected, and he had nothing more to rely upon than the traditional attachment of the Highlanders to the House of Stuart. The chiefs of the West were dismayed at the recklessness of the venture, and it was with difficulty that the enthusiasm and personal charm of the young prince induced them to take arms. At first only a few hundreds of the Camerons and MacDonald's PG 505 joined him, but the absolute imbecility displayed by the English government encouraged him more and more to make the venture. The Marquis of Tullibardine, an exile since 1715, roused the Perthshire clans, and the insurrection spread to south and east. Sir John Cope marches northward. The Pelham cabinet only got news of the prince's coming 3 weeks after his landing in Moidart. They were in no small degree alarmed, for well-nigh the whole army was oversea in Flanders, and no one knew how far disaffection might have extended in England and the Scottish lowlands. The only troops in the north were 4 battalions of foot and 2 newly raised regiments of dragoons. This small army of 3,000 men was entrusted to Sir John Cope, one of the incompetent men whom the Pelhams loved to employ because they were pliant and docile. Cope hurried north, hoping to relieve the 2 isolated military posts of Fort William and Fort Augustus, the sole garrisons of the West Highlands, but finding the insurgents in possession of the pass of Corrierac, over which his road ran, he swerved eastward to execute a long circular march by way of Inverness. Thus he was no longer placed between the enemy and the lowlands, and left the way to Edinburgh open. Charles Edward in Edinburgh. The prince's generalship was always bold even to recklessness, The moment that Cope had passed north of him, he dashed down into Perthshire and struck at the capital of Scotland. He met with no resistance till he was quite close to Edinburgh, when 600 dragoons, the only force left in the lowlands, fled before him at the skirmish of Coltbrigg. The Scots of the south, Whigs and Presbyterians though they were, showed an extraordinary apathy. They did not join the prince, but they refused to take arms for King George. The militia of Edinburgh, whom the half-hearted magistrates had called to arms, dispersed when the Highlanders appeared at their gates. Thus Prince Charles was able to seize the city, to proclaim his father king at the Market Cross, and to hold his court at Holyrood. Battle of Preston Pans. Soon, however, he had to fight to preserve his conquest. Cope, on hearing that the Highland army had passed southward, had hurried to the coast and taken ship with his men, hoping to reach Edinburgh before the prince. But on landing at Dunbar, he found that he was 506 days late, and that he must fight if he wished to recapture the city. Advancing to Preston Pans, he camped there in a strong position covered by a marsh. But the Highland army crossed the difficult ground in the dusk of dawn and fell upon him in the early morning. Cope threw his men into line and waited to be attacked. The result was a disgraceful rout. The wild rush of the clansmen carried all before it. The bayonets of the regulars proved no match for target and claymore, and the dragoons on the flanks fled in wild panic. Cope left the field among the first and brought the news of his own defeat to Dunbar, September 21, 1745. Larger image button. Scotland in the 18th century. Panic in England. The news of the fall of Edinburgh and the Battle of Preston Pans came like a thunderclap to the English government. There was hardly a soldier in the land save the royal guards in London. The militia had not been called out, and the temper of the people was unknown. The imbecile Pelhams were at their wits' end, and it is said PG 507 that Newcastle even made secret overtures to the Pretender. If Charles Edward could have marched forward the morning after his victory, there is no knowing where his success would have ended. Inactivity of the prince. But the prince halted for 5 weeks, to allow the Highlanders to stow away their plunder and to raise and arm new levies. This delay was fatal to him. It gave the ministry time to summon over the English troops from Flanders and to call out the militia, a numerous if not a very serviceable body. Return of English troops from Flanders. When Charles Edward moved forward again on November 3, his chance was already gone. Marshal Wade lay at Newcastle with 10,000 veterans. The Duke of Cumberland, with the rest of the army of Flanders, was 10 days behind him. The guards and the militia of the southern counties lay on Finchley Common to protect London. The advance to Derby. The prince, ignorant of the fact that Jacobitism had almost disappeared in England during Walpole's peaceful rule, imagined that Wales and the north would rise in his favor, if only he were to show himself beyond the Tweed with an army at his back. Leaving 4,000 men to garrison Scotland, he crossed the border with 6,000 picked clansmen, routed the Cumbrian militia at Carlisle, and pushed rapidly southward into Lancashire. Before he had been 10 days in England, he saw that he had been deceived as to the temper of the country. Hardly a man joined him. Not 200 recruits were found for him in the Tory county of Lancaster, which had put 2,000 men in the field in the old days of the 15. Hoping against hope, the prince pushed on still further, skillfully eluding the armies of Wade and Cumberland, who tried in vain to enclose him between them. But the Highlanders began to melt away from him, to drive home the cattle they had lifted, and the Jacobite chiefs were dismayed at the utter apathy of the English Tories. By the time that Derby was reached, the rebel army had dwindled down to 3,000 men, and it seemed likely that if Charles Edward persisted in advancing, he would arrive at London alone. Overborne by the arguments of his followers, he gave the order to retreat December 6, 1745. He was ignorant of the effect that his advance had caused in PG 508 the South. Panic prevailed in London, and on the Black Friday, when the news of his arrival at Derby arrived, the timid ministers had been preparing for the worst. The King's plate had been sent on shipboard, the Bank of England had paid away every guinea in its reserve, and the militia at Finchley were fully persuaded that they were to be attacked on the next day by 10,000 wild clansmen. The prince retreats to Scotland. Battle of Falkirk. The Highland army slipped back to Scotland with little difficulty, evading both Wade and Cumberland, whose heavy regiments could make no speed over the snowy December roads. On recrossing the border, Charles called up his reserves and was soon at the head of 10,000 men. He trusted to maintain his hold on Scotland, even if England was unassailable. When the royal troops advanced, he inflicted a smart check on their vanguard at the Battle of Falkirk, January 17, 1746. But the English came pouring northward in numbers which he could not hope to resist. The fiery Duke of Cumberland had more than 30,000 men on the march by the spring of the new year, and fresh levies were forming behind him. The Jacobite leaders saw that the day was lost, though hitherto all the fighting had been in their favor. Their undisciplined bands began to disperse once more, and the prince must have known that, unless the French came to his aid, the ruin of his cause was at hand. He was constrained to retire northward, first to Perth, then to Inverness, with an ever-dwindling host. Cumberland pushed on in his rear with 8,000 picked men, resolved to revenge the disgraceful days of Prestonpans and Falkirk. The rest of the English army followed at leisure. Battle of Culloden. Charles Edward would not yield without one final blow. With the 5,000 men who still followed his standard, he marched out from Inverness and attacked the Duke on Culloden Moor, April 1746. Cumberland was ready for the fight. He had warned his troops to receive the Highland rush as if it were a cavalry charge, doubling the files and presenting a triple line of bayonets by making the front ranks kneel, while cannon were placed in the intervals between the regiments. The clansmen charged with their usual fury, but were staggered by the artillery fire and almost blown to pieces by the triple volley of 3 ranks of infantry PG 509 delivered at a distance of only 50 paces. The survivors straggled up only to perish on the bayonets. The prince's left wing, where the MacDonald clan had held back on a foolish point of tribal jealousy, was still intact, but when the English cavalry advanced, Charles saw that the day was lost and bade his followers disperse. Cumberland tarnished the glory of his victory by the savage cruelty which he displayed. He gave no quarter, shot 200 prisoners in cold blood, and burnt every dwelling in the glens of the rebel clans. A price of £30,000 was put upon the head of Charles Edward, who lurked for 5 months in the West Highlands before he could find a ship to take him to France. He passed through countless perils in safety and found no man among his unfortunate followers mean enough to betray him in the day of adversity. The story of his romantic escape to Skye in the disguise of the maidservant of Flora MacDonald is well known to all. After this gallant, if reckless expedition, Charles Edward never appeared again in English politics. He did not at first despair of striking another blow, and in 1750 paid a secret visit to Britain to see if a second insurrection were possible. But in England, the Jacobites were almost extinct, while in Scotland they had been so sorely crushed that they had no power to stir again. The prince had to return, having accomplished nothing. Hope long deferred makes the heart sick, and in middle life Charles Edward grew apathetic, took to drinking, and became only the wreck of his old self. When his father died in 1765, he proclaimed himself king as Charles III, but never made another attempt to disturb the peace of England down to his death in 1788. With his brother Henry, a cardinal of the Roman Church, the male line of the Stuarts expired in 1807. Suppression of Scottish Jacobitism. The English government dealt very hardly with the insurgents of 1745-6. 3 Scottish peers, the Lords Kilmarnock, Balmerino, and Lovat, were beheaded, as was Colonel Townley, the only Englishman of rank who had joined the prince. Many scores of men of less note were hanged or shot. A series of bills was passed in Parliament for weakening the clans and sapping their loyalty to their chiefs. One forbade the wearing of the Highland dress with its tribal tartans. Another abolished the feudal jurisdiction, PG 510, which gave the chiefs power over their followers. Another made the possession of arms a penal offense. Good roads were pushed up into the remoter valleys, and an attempt was made to get rid of the Gaelic language by making English compulsory in schools. A few years later, William Pitt took the wise step of endeavoring to turn the restless military energy of the Highlanders into patriotic channels, and raised several of the kilted regiments which have since distinguished themselves on so many British battlefields. By the end of the century, the Highlands were as quiet as any English shire, and Jacobitism had faded away into a romantic sentiment. Progress of the war in Europe, 1745–1747. The war with France and Spain dragged on for 3 years more, under very indifferent management on both sides. The withdrawal of the English army from Flanders in 1745 had given the French an advantage in the Netherlands, from which they had greatly profited. They had overrun the whole of the Austrian provinces, and in 1746 threatened the frontier of Holland. Cumberland and his army were recalled after the suppression of the Scottish Rising to check the advance of the Maréchal de Saxe. But the Duke suffered at Lauffeld, in front of Maastricht, a defeat of much the same character as that of Fontenoy, July 2, 1747. Nevertheless, the French in the following winter consented to treat for peace. They had fared badly along their frontier on the Rhine and in Italy, and looked upon their successes in Belgium as only sufficient to entitle them to ask for a mutual restitution of all conquests. Moreover, their maritime trade had been completely ruined by the war, and several of their colonies had fallen into English hands. The Treaty of Aachen. Hence came the Treaty of Aachen, Aix-la-Chapelle, signed in the spring of 1748, to which all the powers who had been engaged in the War of the Austrian Succession gave their assent. Maria Theresa had finally to acquiesce in the loss of Silesia to the King of Prussia, and to make smaller territorial concessions in Italy to Spain and Sardinia, giving Parma to one and a long slip of the Duchy of Milan to the other. The remainder of her vast dominions she maintained intact, while her husband, Francis of Lorraine, was acknowledged by all parties as emperor, in succession to the unfortunate Charles of Bavaria, who had died in 1745. The maritime contest, Anson's voyage. England, France, and Spain restored to each other all that each had taken, no very considerable amount, and left the great question of their colonial and commercial rivalry quite unsettled. Another and a greater war was required to decide it. The results of the fighting beyond the seas between 1739 and had not been very important. We have already mentioned how the English had failed at Cartagena in 1741. On the other hand, they had captured the French island of Cape Breton off the mouth of the St. Lawrence in 1744, and had maintained with success a desultory struggle with the enemy along the inland frontier of Canada. One hazardous expedition against the Pacific ports of Spanish America had been carried to a brilliant end by Commodore Anson, who followed in the steps of Drake by capturing the great Acapulco galleon, with the yearly hoard of the mines of Mexico on board, 1743. Like Drake, too, Anson returned to Europe by the Cape route and brought his ship, the Centurion, back to Spithead in 1744, thus completing the circumnavigation of the world in 3 years. India breakup of the Mughal Empire. While these comparatively unimportant events had been happening on the American side of the globe, the first war waged between England and France in India had been giving promise of more serious results. Down to the commencement of the 18th century, the great empire of the Mughals had dominated Hindustan, and the traders of the English and French East India companies had been no more than visitors to the coast, allowed to build factories at convenient ports by the bounty of the great Mughal. But in 1707 had died Aurangzeb, the last powerful monarch of that house, and since his death, the vast Mohammedan empire which his ancestors had built up was falling rapidly to pieces. Everywhere the Mughal viceroys, or nawabs, were making themselves independent of their imperial master at Delhi. The native tribes of India also, more especially the brave Marathas of the western Deccan, had been throwing off the Mussulman yoke and starting on a career of conquest. The European settlers in the ports of southern India profited immensely by this relaxation of the central control which the Mughal government had been wont to exercise, and assumed a much less deferential tone when dealing with the revolted PG 512 Nawabs who now ruled in the Carnatic, Bengal, and the Deccan. Collision between the English and French settlers. It was first during the War of the Austrian Succession that the English and French ventured to engage in hostilities with each other, without paying attention to the native powers, whose sovereign rights they were thereby impugning. The factories of the two powers were scattered along the Coromandel coast in curious alternation, and it was here that the struggle took place. The English were based on their chief settlement at Madras, the French on their stronghold of Pondicherry. Successes of Dupleix. 4 years of fighting gave a decided superiority to the French, who were headed by Dupleix, a man of great energy and far-reaching views. He was the first to discover the part that might be played in Indian politics by native troops officered and drilled by Europeans. These sepoys, Sipahis is the more correct form, had originally been small armed guards employed by the governors of the factories. Dupleix discovered, from a chance encounter at Saint-Thomé, 1746, that a small body of these disciplined mercenaries could defeat whole hordes of native cavalry, and used his discovery with skill and promptitude. Raising large numbers of sepoys, he built up the first regular army that had been seen in India. In his struggle with the English, he was very successful. Madras and almost all the other English factories fell into his hands, and it looked as if the French were to be the sole power in southern Hindustan. The complete triumph of Dupleix was only prevented by his quarrels with his colleague Labourdonnais, the governor of the Mauritius, who had come to his aid at the head of a fleet. They were both energetic and arbitrary, refused to fall in with each other's plans, and so failed to completely expel the English from the Coromandel coast. The other settlements of the East India Company, the island port of Bombay, the old dowry of Catherine of Portugal, and the factory of Fort William at Calcutta in Bengal, were not molested. To the intense disgust of Dupleix, the Treaty of Aachen stipulated the mutual restoration of conquests, and the English settlements were all given back in 1748. In India, as in America, all was left unsettled, and the struggle for supremacy had to be deferred for a space. The broad-bottomed administration. 8 years of uneasy peace followed the indecisive and vague Treaty of Aachen, 1748–1756. England, under the feeble rule of the two Pelhams, seemed to have sunk back into the same condition of prosperous lethargy which had been her lot in the uneventful days of Walpole. In her political history, there is nothing of moment to relate. The Pelhams had almost silenced opposition by the simple expedient of finding places in the cabinet or the public service for anyone who might have made himself dangerous to them. Even the eloquent and energetic William Pitt, the consistent denouncer of all ministers, had been quieted for a time by the gift of the lucrative post of paymaster of the forces. Room was found for so many and diverse persons in the Pelham cabinet that it was known as the Broad-Bottom Administration. Conversion of the national debt, consols. The Pelhams, though using the old Whig catchwords about liberty and reform, were like Walpole, only anxious to keep things quiet and to preserve themselves in office. Hence there is little or nothing to record of their doings. We may mention, however, the creation of our celebrate per cents by Henry Pelham, who was somewhat of a financier, his sole accomplishment. The national debt, then a sum of £78 million, was paying 4% at the time of the Treaty of Aachen. Premier, seeing that the public credit was good and money cheap, resolved to reduce the rate of interest. This he accomplished by borrowing money at 3% to pay off all those national creditors who would not accept the new scale. The conversion was accomplished with ease and relieved the revenue of some £500,000 a year of expenses. The debt, thus reduced and simplified, received its new name of consols, all the old loans having been consolidated into one 1750. The reform of the calendar. A word may be also given to the reform of the calendar in 1752. England up to this time had used the old style, or Julian calendar, invented by Julius Caesar 18 centuries before. A slight error in the calculation of the great Roman had made the year too short, and in the lapse of the ages, this error had grown by accumulation into as much as 11 days. England, later than most nations, adopted the reformed or Gregorian calendar, named PG 514 after Pope Gregory XIII. during the Pelham administration. Thus, the change being made on September 2, 1752, the day that followed became the 14th instead of the 3rd. This bewildered the multitude and was made a serious charge against the minister by many ignorant folks who complained that they had been defrauded of 11 days of their lives. In such comparatively trifling events, the middle years of the 18th century passed away. The stagnant times of the old Whig oligarchy were drawing towards their close, and the movements which were to stir England so deeply in the next generation were beginning to develop. Beginning of the Industrial Revolution. We have already spoken of the increasing commercial supremacy of England in the period. This growth in foreign trade was now beginning to be supplemented by an increased activity in manufacturing industry, which was to be the distinguishing mark of the second half of the century. But the first signs of it were already apparent before 1750. The earliest attempt for the improvement of the inland communications of the kingdom may be traced to 1720, when the Irwell Canal was opened to Manchester. As important a landmark is the discovery of the process of smelting iron by means of coal in 1740. Up to this time, iron had always been worked with charcoal, and the manufacture of it had been almost confined to the wooded districts of southern England, most especially to the Sussex Weald. But the new process opened up the Yorkshire iron mines, which were to completely supersede those of the south, for in the north iron and coal are found together in most convenient proximity. All this development, however, belongs to the times of George III, rather than those of George II. The Church under the Whig rule. Even more important in the history of the social life of England than the expansion of her commercial resources was another change which began about the middle of the 18th century in the sphere of spiritual things. The Whig supremacy in the state, which had begun in 1714, had the most deplorable results on the Church. Walpole and his disciples were men quite out of sympathy with any religious impulse. Their lives and morals would not bear looking into, and they openly scoffed at religion. To them, the PG 515 Church was simply a field of patronage for friends and dependents, and a machine for supplementing the working of the state. Down to the time of Anne's death, the Tory party had been supreme within the bounds of the establishment, and the Whigs therefore viewed the whole body of the clergy with suspicion. They stopped in 1717 the meetings of convocation, which had existed from time immemorial, wishing to prevent the clerical body from finding a mouthpiece. They systematically officered the Church with Whig bishops, of whom nothing was asked but political orthodoxy. As was likely, men chosen on this principle were often most unfit pastors of the Church. A Walpole or a Pelham was not likely to select men whose characteristics were fervor or enthusiasm. The Whig bishops were generally of two classes. Either they were prominent political clergy, court chaplains and the like, who laid themselves out to win preferment by their sermons, or they were Greek play bishops, to use an expressive phrase, mere scholars, whose title to promotion was to have edited a classic author or ruled a public school. Both classes were, as a rule, very inefficient. Many were scandalous non-residents, and seldom went near their dioceses, dwelling in London all the year round and haunting the court. Remote sees like Bangor or Carlisle hardly knew the face of their bishops. Some of these prelates were more notable for their political than their religious orthodoxy. Of these latitudinarian bishops, perhaps the best known is Hoadley, whom the Whigs promoted to 4 sees one after another, in spite of the fact that his views on the Trinity were hardly consistent with his position as a member of the Church. Decline of religious feeling. It was not to be expected that such prelates would be in touch with their subordinates, the country clergy, who still for the most part remained Tory in their views, looked on the least measure for the political emancipation of dissenters or Romanists with horror, and nourished a strong personal dislike for the 2 first Georges and their ministers. Hence came such a breach in the unity and organization of the Church as had never been seen before. The upper clergy were careless and unspiritual. The lower clergy grew lethargic and apathetic under the neglect of their superiors. There was a general tendency to praise common sense and morality, and to sneer at theological learning or evangelical fervor. The Methodist movement, John Wesley. This general deadness in the church could not long continue without causing a reaction. The great feature in the second quarter of the 18th century was the appearance of the Methodist movement, of which John Wesley was the originator. Shocked by the want of energy and enthusiasm among the clergy, Wesley, a fellow of Lincoln College, Oxford, devoted himself to active evangelical work, and especially to public preaching. He is first heard of as preaching to the poor of neglected Oxford parishes and to the prisoners in the jail, 1729. A few years later, he went out as a missionary to America and labored in the backwoods of Georgia. Returning in 1738, he resumed his work in England, passing from place to place and addressing large congregations of all sorts and conditions of men. His fervent eloquence and enthusiasm came as a revelation to the neglected masses of the cities or to congregations condemned to many years of sermons on dry morality. He spoke of sin and conversion with an earnestness which had not been seen since the days of early Puritan enthusiasm. Wesley and the numerous followers who sprang up to join him might have inspired the church with a new spirit of fervor if they had but been permitted to do so. But unfortunately, the latitudinarian bishops disliked his emotional harangues and his clear-cut dogma, and the parish clergy often treated him as an intruder when he appeared inside their cures. Hence, though a strong churchman at first, he was gradually driven into schism and became the founder of a new nonconformist sect, instead of the restorer of the spirituality of the church from within. Towards the end of his 60 years of labor, 1729-91, he took the final step of ordaining preachers and allowing them to celebrate the sacraments, thus committing his followers to abandoning the national church. His work, however, was not without its effect inside the Church of England. Many who sympathized with him remained churchmen, and from them came the evangelical or newer Low Church party within the establishment. Growth of a higher morality. From Wesley and his contemporaries began a decided improvement in the moral life of England. After remaining at its lowest ebb in the 80 years that followed the Restoration, it began to mend about the middle of the century. The change is marked in all the PG 517 most characteristic spheres of action, by an increased humanity to prisoners, paupers, and slaves, an improved tone in literature and the drama, and a growing demand for the observation of a higher standard of morals by public men. Political corruption and ostentatious ill-living, which had been the rule in the beginning of the 18th century, had become the exception at its end. But if England was more serious and more moral by the end of the century, no small share in that result must be attributed to the sobering effect of 3 long and desperate wars, which more than once seemed about to be the ruin of the realm. Between 1756 and there were to be 36 years of war to 23 of peace, and 2 whole generations were bred up in times of stress and trouble, which developed the sterner virtues and taught men no longer to sneer at fervor, whether displayed in patriotism or in religion. The 7 Years' War. The 7 Years' War, into which England was plunged in 1756, while still under the imbecile guidance of the elder Pelham, was the most important struggle in which she had engaged since the days of the Spanish Armada. It definitely settled all the points which had been left undetermined by the Peace of Aachen, and gave her the empire of the seas and the lion's share of the commerce of the world. Her hold on these gains was to be shaken in later wars, but never lost. The 7 Years' War, like the War of the Austrian Succession, had 2 sides, the colonial and the European. In 1756, as in 1742, England, while contending for her own objects beyond seas, was also subsidizing a powerful continental ally who had his own interests to serve, in order to distract the attention of France from the more distant struggle. The new war resembled the old in another respect. In each case, it was the colonial quarrel which first came to the front. The European strife was a later development. The causes which provoked the 7 Years' War were to be found both in America and in India. In both of these quarters, the representatives of England and of France came to blows before the mother countries had resolved on war. The quarrel was the result of natural causes which made it inevitable, and not the deliberate work of the timid Newcastle or the selfish Louis XV. Supremacy of Dupleix in southern India. It was in India that the first hostilities broke out, not very long after the Peace of Aachen had been signed. We have already mentioned how the French governor Dupleix had raised an army of sepoys and resolved to employ it for the furtherance of French interests in southern India. He was enabled to do this by the fact that a war of succession had broken out in each of the two great native states, which were neighbors to the European settlements on the Coromandel coast. In the Deccan, two princes of the Nizam family, an uncle and a nephew, were disputing for the throne of Hyderabad. In the Carnatic, a rebellious minister was trying to usurp his master's throne. Dupleix resolved to sell the aid of his army to one pretender for use against the other. The appearance of his disciplined battalions in the field settled the fortune of war at once. He gained for his ally Muzaffar Jung the whole of the Hyderabad dominions. Then he turned against the Carnatic, slew the old Nawab in battle, and drove his son, Muhammad Ali, into Trichinopoly, his last stronghold. The rebel minister, Chunda Sahib, was then saluted as ruler of the land. The two new Nawabs soon became the mere creatures of Dupleix, whose military strength completely overawed their motley armies. They lavished millions of rupees upon him, and Muzaffar Jung gave him the title of Supreme Vizier of all India south of the river Kistna and appointed him permanent chief of his army. Clive seizes and holds Arcot. Dupleix was in truth master of southern India, a fact viewed with dismay by the English settlers along the Coromandel coast. They had, in rivalry with him, espoused the cause of the two Nawabs whom he had crushed. One of these princes was now dead, the other besieged in his last stronghold. The rulers of Madras despaired, but a single bold spirit persuaded them to venture a blow against the power of the Frenchman. Robert Clive, the scapegrace son of a Shropshire squire, had been sent out to Madras as a clerk in the East India Company's service to keep him out of mischief. But he changed his pen for the sword and became a captain in the company's army. Now he persuaded Governor Saunders to entrust him with a few hundred men to make a diversion in favor of the besieged Nawab, Muhammad Ali. To draw away the army which was beleaguering Trichinopoly, Clive resolved to PG 519 strike at the capital of the Carnatic, the town of Arcot. Marching by night and with great speed, he seized the place and fortified himself in its citadel. He was at once attacked by the forces of the Chunda Sahib, aided by a division of the army of Dupleix, but he contrived to inspire his 500 men with such obstinate courage that they repulsed all the assaults of 10,000 enemies and finally compelled the Nawab's army to withdraw foiled, 1751. Further successes of Clive, Dupleix recalled. After thus winning Arcot, Clive was entrusted by the Madras Council with all their disposable troops, 200 Europeans and English sepoys. With these reinforcements, he took the field against Dupleix and Chunda Sahib, routed a number of French detachments, and finally recovered the whole of the Carnatic for Muhammad Ali, the protégé of the English. Chunda Sahib surrendered to his enemy, who had him murdered. Dupleix played a losing game against his greater rival for 2 more years, and was finally recalled in disgrace by the French government, 1754. Thus the English carried out the lesson which the great Frenchman had taught them, that India might be conquered with Indian arms, and that its princes might be made the vassals of the mere traders who had paid them humble tribute a few years before. With the establishment of the English suzerainty over the Nawab Muhammad Ali and his realm of the Carnatic begins the English Empire in Hindustan. The struggle for the Mississippi Valley. Clive and Dupleix had posed as the mere auxiliaries of the Nawabs, and their struggle was not supposed to commit the mother country to war. But a less disguised form of hostilities between England and France commenced somewhat later in America. Its cause was the want of any definite boundary between the settlements of the two nations. It was the ambition of the English colonists to push westward from Pennsylvania and Virginia and gradually to colonize all the wastelands, sparsely inhabited by savage Indian tribes, which lay between them and the Mississippi. But the French had another and a no less ambitious scheme. Besides their dominions in Canada, they possessed another colony at the mouth of the Mississippi, round the town of New Orleans. They claimed that this territory of Louisiana stretched up to the headwaters of the great river, and it was their object PG 520 to connect it with Canada by a string of forts placed along the Mississippi and its tributary, the Ohio. If they could have carried out this gigantic and wide-stretching plan, they would have shut in the English colonies between the Allegheny Mountains and the sea, and prevented them from extending into the interior of the continent. The weak point of the plan was that the French were far too few in numbers to execute any such project. Though they counted among them many hardy backwoodsmen and fur traders who had explored all the waterways of the West, they could not back these pioneers up with solid masses of population. There were not more than 180,000 PG 521 French emigrants in America, while the English colonies boasted at this time nearly 2 million sturdy settlers. Larger image button. England and France in America. In spite of this disparity of numbers, the French governors were set on executing their venturous scheme. It was their active advance into the wilderness that lay between Canada and the English colonies that brought about the first collisions with the English outposts. The three northern links of the chain that was to join Canada with Louisiana were Fort Ticonderoga, at the south end of Lake Champlain, Fort Niagara, near the Great Falls between Lake Erie and Lake Ontario, and Fort Duquesne at the headwaters of the Ohio. The first and last of these were a very few miles from the English-backed settlements, and their establishment in 1754-55 was looked upon as a direct challenge by the inhabitants of Pennsylvania and Virginia. In 1754, a party of Virginian militia, headed by Major George Washington, of whom we shall hear much later on, made a dash on Fort Duquesne, but they were beaten and forced to surrender after a fight at Great Meadows. This provoked the colonies, and at their request, General Braddock repeated the attack in the next year with a force of 2,200 men, part of whom were British regulars. But he was drawn into an ambuscade by a very inferior force of French and Indians. His force was disgracefully routed, and he himself was slain. The fighting at once began to spread, and both England and France sent out reinforcements to America. Yet the two nations were still nominally at peace, and the French, who were just about to engage in a great war in Germany, were not anxious to commence hostilities with England at this particular moment. Newcastle, however, precipitated the outbreak of the struggle by a characteristic half-measure. He sent out Admiral Boscawen with orders not to attack all French ships, but to intercept a particular squadron carrying troops to Canada. Boscawen met it and took 2 vessels after a fight. This made war inevitable. It broke out in the spring of 1756 and opened with a series of disasters for England, a fact which causes no surprise when we remember that her forces were under the direction of the imbecile Newcastle. European coalition against Prussia. Just at the same moment, another struggle was commencing on the continent. The Empress Maria Theresa had never forgiven the King of Prussia for robbing her of Silesia in the PG 522 hour of her distress 14 years before. She had devoted much time and trouble to forming a great coalition for the purpose of punishing the plunderer, and had secretly enlisted in her alliance France, Russia, Sweden, Saxony, and most of the smaller German states. For the unscrupulous and rapacious Frederick was not viewed with love by his neighbors, and it was easy to combine them against him. His venomous pen had made enemies of 2 vindictive women, Elizabeth, Empress of Russia, and Madame de Pompadour, the all-powerful mistress of Louis XV. And though political expediency did not prescribe war with Prussia to either Russia or France, yet personal resentment brought it about. Frederick II overruns Saxony. The open war between England and France had broken out in the spring of 1756. In the autumn of the same year, the continental struggle began. Getting secret intelligence of the plot that was maturing against him, Frederick resolved to strike before his numerous adversaries were ready and invaded Saxony. He overran the whole electorate and annihilated the Saxon army in a fortnight. But Austria, Russia, Sweden, and France immediately fell upon him, and he had much ado to avoid being crushed by brute force of numbers, for Prussia was but a small state of 5 million souls, while the Confederacy ranged against her counted half Europe in its ranks. Alliance between England and Prussia. Alone among a host of foes, Frederick was desperately in need of an ally, and only one ally was possible: England. For both England and Prussia were now at war with France, and it was obvious that they ought to aid each other against their common foe. The loss of Minorca. Moreover, the English government was itself sadly in need of assistance, for the war had opened with a series of disasters in more than one quarter of the world. The most serious loss had been suffered in the Mediterranean. A French fleet and army under the Duc de Richelieu had slipped out of Toulon and fallen on Minorca, the Spanish island which had formed part of England's plunder at the Peace of Utrecht. The English garrison was weak, for it had always been supposed that we were strong enough at sea to prevent the enemy from approaching this important possession, page 523, which was to us then what Malta is now. But when the Mediterranean fleet under Admiral Byng came up to relieve the troops beleaguered in the citadel of Port Mahon, a disgraceful sight was seen. The English admiral, finding that the French squadron was slightly superior to his own, refused to fight and fled away to Gibraltar, though his second-in-command urged him hotly to risk everything in order to save the island. The deserted garrison held out a month longer, and then was forced to surrender June 1756. Successes of Montcalm in Canada. Nor was this the only disaster with which the 7 Years' War opened. Montcalm, the French commander in Canada, made a dash against the frontier garrisons of the British colonists in America and took Forts Oswego and William Henry, our outposts on the northwest. The Black Hole of Calcutta. Still more shocking news was on its way home from India. The Nawab of Bengal, a cruel and debauched tyrant named Sir Rajad Dowla, had picked a quarrel with the governor of Calcutta, the English factory near the mouth of the Ganges. Suddenly declaring war in June 1756, the same month that Minorca was lost, he captured Calcutta with ease. In his hour of triumph, he bade his guards thrust all his captives into the Black Hole, a small dungeon not much more than 20 feet square, which had been wont to serve as the prison of the factory. No less than 146 persons, merchants, officials, soldiers, and women, were driven into this confined space and locked in for the night. They were tightly wedged together, had no air save from 2 narrow barred windows, and could not move. In the stifling heat of a Bengal June, nearly the whole of them perished of suffocation. Only 23, one of whom was a woman, were found alive next morning. The horrors of the Black Hole were soon to be revenged, but long ere the news of the punishment which Clive wreaked on the Nawab came home, the Newcastle ministry had been driven from office. Trial of Admiral Byng, fall of Newcastle. The popular outcry at the mismanagement of the war, and above all at the loss of Minorca, had been too great for the feeble Newcastle to withstand. It was in vain that he arrested Byng and promised to try him for cowardice. For Byng could not be made the scapegoat for disasters in America or India, and the universal indignation pg 524 against Newcastle's administration of the war forced him to resign in November 1756. Shortly after, the admiral was tried by court-martial, condemned, and shot for disobedience to orders and for criminal feebleness, though he was acquitted of any treasonable intent or personal cowardice. His death served, as Voltaire remarked at the time, pour encourager les autres, and English admirals since then have never shirked an engagement with an enemy of only slightly superior force. Pitt and Devonshire take office. The King summoned the opposition Whigs to form a cabinet, and William Pitt and the Duke of Devonshire took office. Pitt, as we have already had occasion to remark, was the fighting man of the Whig party and the advocate of a vigorous colonial and commercial policy. He was the one statesman of the day who commanded the confidence of the nation, because he was the only one whose reputation was entirely free from the stain of political corruption. He was an able, eloquent man, whose scathing denunciations of the errors and feebleness of the late ministry were convincing to all who heard them. It remained to be seen if his own administration would prove more successful. At first, however, it seemed likely that Pitt would have small opportunity of trying his hand at the helm. Though he was trusted by the nation, he was not trusted by the House of Commons. Newcastle set himself to overthrow his successor, by bidding his hirelings in the lower house to vote consistently against the new ministers. Moreover, King George disliked Pitt for his vehemence and his pompous language. Pitt dismissed his compact with Newcastle. Hence came a vexatious crisis in April 1757, when Pitt found himself in a minority in the House of Commons and was dismissed from office by the king. But the public outcry against the proposed resumption of office by Newcastle was so loud that a curious and not very satisfactory compromise was arranged. The Duke offered to take Pitt as his colleague and to give him a free hand in the management of the war and all foreign policy if he himself were permitted to retain the direction of domestic affairs. Pitt believed himself to be necessary to his country. He thought that he could bring the war to a successful conclusion and that no one else could do so. Hence, though he was thoroughly acquainted with the mean and intriguing spirit of the Duke, he page 525 took his offer. Newcastle wanted no more than the power of managing Parliament and dispensing patronage. His ideas of government went no further. In return, he placed his subservient parliamentary majority at Pitt's disposal. The result was, as a shrewd contemporary observer remarked, that Mr. Pitt does everything and the Duke of Newcastle gives everything. The Convention of Closter 7. The Pitt-Newcastle ministry lasted nearly 6 years, and its excellent results almost justified the ignominious compact on which it was founded. Soon after Pitt got the control of affairs, the fortune of war began to mend. His first attempts at launching expeditions against France were, it is true, unsuccessful. The Duke of Cumberland was sent to Hanover to defend the electorate against the French, but he suffered the same misfortune as at Fontenoy and Lauffeld, once more showing himself a brave soldier, but a bad strategist. At Hasenbeck he was defeated, and retiring northward, was pressed back against the North Sea near Stade, and forced to sign the Convention of Closter 7, by which the Hanoverian army laid down its arms, June 1757. Battles of Rossbach and Leuthen. This disaster exposed the western frontier of Prussia to the French and might have proved the ruin of King Frederick, but that marvelous general saved himself by the rapid blows which he dealt to west and east. Flying into central Germany, he routed the French at Rossbach, November 5, and then, returning to Silesia before the Austrians had missed him, he defeated the troops of the Empress at Leuthen, December 5. Thus he won himself 6 months' respite, and during that time Pitt raised another army for service in Germany, which was placed under Prince Ferdinand of Brunswick, a distant cousin of the royal family, but a general of very different order from the unlucky George of Cumberland. This force effectually protected the western borders of Prussia and the electorate of Hanover from the French during the remainder of the war. War policy of Pitt. With the opening of the year 1758 began a succession of victories all over the world, which effectually justified the claims of Pitt to be the restorer of the greatness of Britain. He had everywhere put new vigor into the PG 526 struggle by placing young generals, chosen by himself, at the head of his expeditions, and by raising loans for war expenses with a profusion which appalled more timid financiers. Part of this wealth was lavished on the King of Prussia, whose aid was invaluable in distracting the forces of France. "I am conquering Canada on the plains of Germany," observed Pitt to those who reproached him for the vast subsidies which he sent to Frederick. And the epigram was true, for the reinforcements which were absolutely necessary if France was to retain her American possessions were being sent across the Rhine to join in the great European struggle. Pitt, in fact, was working out to a glorious end the policy which Carteret had sketched nearly 20 years before. The struggle for Canada. While Ferdinand of Brunswick with his Anglo-Hanoverian army beat the French at Krefeld and kept them back on the Rhine, June 1758, still more important things were being effected in America. A general advance was made along the whole front of the French possessions in America. In the north, Admiral Boscawen and the young General Wolfe captured Louisbourg, the strongly fortified capital of the island of Cape Breton. In the south, Fort Duquesne was occupied by a force consisting mainly of colonial militia, and thus the line of French communications between Canada and Louisiana was effectually cut. The jubilant colonists changed the name of the place to Pittsburgh in honor of the great minister. Only in the center of the advance was a reverse sustained. There the French commander, the gallant Montcalm, had collected the bulk of his forces behind the ramparts of Ticonderoga to bar the line of advance up the Hudson. General Abercrombie was repulsed with fearful loss when he attempted to take the place by assault, though his men did all that could be done, and Pitt's new Highland regiments absolutely filled the ditch with their bodies ere they could be forced to retire. But the fall of Canada was only delayed a few months by this check to the British arms. Battles of Lagos and Quiberon. The next year, 1759, was even more fertile in successes. The naval strength of France received its final blow in two decisive battles. The French Mediterranean fleet ran out of Toulon and tried to escape into the Atlantic, but Admiral Boscawen met them off Lagos in PG 527 Portugal and took or destroyed most of the vessels. Some months later, Admiral Hawke attacked the French Atlantic fleet, which had come out of Brest and was lying in Quiberon Bay. Though a fierce storm was raging, he ran into the bay and forced the enemy to engage. In the heat of the fight, many of their ships were driven ashore and lost, while Hawke carried off 2 prizes, and only a few out of the hostile fleet escaped into the mouth of the River Vilaine. After the battles of Lagos and Quiberon Bay, the enemy never attempted to appear at sea in any force during the remaining 4 years of the war. Indeed, the French marine was almost entirely destroyed, for 64 line-of-battle ships had been sunk or taken in 1758–1759. Battle of Minden. In the same year, a great victory had been gained in Germany. When the French reinforced their army of the Rhine and again pushed forward toward Hanover, Prince Ferdinand gave them battle at Minden and inflicted on them a defeat which sent them back in haste towards their own borders. The chief honor of the fight fell to 7 regiments of English infantry, which received and repelled the fierce charges of the whole of the cavalry of the French army. But a slur was cast on the victory by the misconduct of Lord George Sackville, the general of the English horse, who refused, out of temper or cowardice, to charge the broken enemy and complete their rout. Nevertheless, the fight did its work and proved the salvation of our ally, Frederick Roman II, who was just at this moment in the depths of despair. He had suffered a fearful defeat at the hands of the Russians at Kunersdorf on the Oder, and was only saved from complete destruction by being able to draw aid from the victorious army of Prince Ferdinand. Larger image button. Quebec. Montcalm and Wolfe, Battle of Quebec. But events of far greater import had happened in America during this summer. Pitt had sketched out a concentric attack on Canada from 3 sides. General Amherst had taken Ticonderoga, the fort that had baffled Abercrombie in the previous year, while another expedition captured Fort Niagara and the other western strongholds of the French. But the main blow was struck in the north. An English fleet appeared in the St. Lawrence and put ashore General Wolfe, Pitt's favorite officer, with an army of 8,000 men. Montcalm hurried to the spot with all the French regulars in the province and a horde of Canadian militia, and PG 528 hastened to the defense of Quebec, the capital of the land. The place was very strongly placed, being protected on 2 sides by the rivers St. Lawrence and St. Charles and watched by Montcalm's entrenched camp at Beauport. After failing to break the French lines, Wolfe ventured on a hazardous flank attack. The cliffs overhanging the St. Lawrence were believed to be inaccessible, as there was only a single precipitous goat track which mounted them, and this was protected by a guard. But Wolfe resolved to risk the danger of assaulting them. His PG 529 men dropped down the river in boats under cover of the night, reached the foot of the crags, and crept up one after another on hands and knees, pulling themselves up by the aid of trees and shrubs. The French picket at the top was surprised and fled. Thus Wolfe saw men in line on the ground above the cliffs, the heights of Abraham, before the day dawned. When they became visible to Montcalm, he was forced to come out of his impregnable lines and fight in the open, under pain of losing Quebec. There followed a short, sharp conflict, in which the English had from the first the advantage. The Canadian militia fled in panic, the French regulars were cut to pieces, and Montcalm himself was mortally wounded. But Wolfe had also been struck down in the moment of victory. He lived just long enough to hear that the battle was won, and died on the field September 13, 1759. He was only 33, and had he survived, would have had a long career of glory before him. But to have conquered America for England was in itself a sufficient title to immortality. For the Battle of Quebec was the decisive day in the history of the continent. Canada surrenders to the English. The wrecks of the French army evacuated the capital and fell back on Montreal. Thither they were followed in the next spring both by the forces under Amherst, which had ascended the Hudson, and by Wolfe's army from Quebec. Surrounded by vastly superior numbers, de Vaudreuil, the Viceroy of Canada, was forced to lay down his arms and surrender the remnant of the French possessions in the north. Thus ended in ignominious failure the great scheme which Montcalm had formed for securing inland America for his king and penning the English colonists between the ocean and the Alleghenies. The British flag now waved without a rival from the North Pole to the boundary of Spanish America. Clive retakes Calcutta. Meanwhile, events of importance had been happening in the Far East. While England was laying her hand on the western continent, she was also winning her first territorial dominions in India. We have already told the tale of the Black Hole and the fall of Calcutta. Its sequel has yet to be related. Just when the news of Suraj ud-Dowlah's wicked doings reached Madras, Clive chanced to return from England, where he had been for 2 years on leave. The task of chastising the Nawab was at once made over to him. He, PG 530, was entrusted with 1 regiment of British troops, the 39th, which bears on its colors the honorable legend Primus in Indies, and with 2,000 Madras sepoys. With this small force, he did not hesitate to invade the vast but unwarlike province of Bengal. He forced his way up the Hooghly and recovered Calcutta with ease. But he hesitated some time before advancing into the interior to strike at the Nawab's capital of Murshidabad. Battle of Plassey, the English masters of Bengal. Soon, however, he learnt that Suraj ud-Dowlah was hated by his subjects and that his own ministers were ready to betray him. Armed with this knowledge, Clive advanced from Calcutta as far as the village of Plassey, where he found himself in face of the Nawab's hordes, 50,000 irregular horse and foot of the worst quality. The English were attacked but feebly and half-heartedly, for the enemy had no confidence in their prince. Moreover, Mir Jafar, who commanded 1 wing of his army, had sold himself to Clive for the promise of his master's throne, and held aloof all day, like Northumberland at Bosworth Field. At the hour of noon Clive bade his men charge, and the contemptible soldiery of Suraj ud-Dowlah fled before the assault, though they outnumbered the English by 18 to 1. Only the Nawab's French artillerymen stood firm and were bayoneted at their guns. This battle, which gave England the rich realm of Bengal, was won with a loss of only 72 men to the victors. Clive soon seized Murshidabad and installed Mir Jafar as Nawab in his master's room. The deposed tyrant was caught by his successor and promptly strangled. Mir Jafar ruled for the future as the dependent of England, paid the East India Company a tribute, and acted as their vassal. Thus Bengal, though not annexed, was for all practical purposes made a part of the British Empire. Clive sullied his laurels by 2 acts which show the unscrupulous character that was allied with his great talents. Before Plassey, a Bengali named Omichan discovered the intrigue with Mir Jafar and threatened to reveal it to the Nawab. Clive bought him off by a forged promise of money signed with the name of Admiral Watson. When the danger was over, he avowed his forgery to the traitor, who thereupon went mad with rage and disappointed greed. After Plassey, Clive committed his second fault, by accepting for his private use huge sums of gold which Mir Jafar offered him. When PG 531 taunted with this, he only replied that he was astonished at his own moderation, considering the enormously larger amount that he might have asked and received. 1757. After settling Bengal and defeating an attempt to reconquer it made by Shah Alam, the heir of the great Mughals, Clive returned to England in 1759 to be saluted as the conqueror of the East. Battle of Wanduash, capture of Pondicherry. While Clive was overrunning Bengal, the English armies in the Carnatic were making an end of the small remnants of the French power in India. The operations were protracted, till in January 1760, Sir Eyre Coote routed the last French army at Wandiwash, and ere another year was out, Pondicherry and all the other strongholds of the enemy were in his hands. Death of George, Roman II. While England was thus triumphant alike in Europe, India, and America, and Pitt was at the height of his glory, the old king, George II, died suddenly in his 78th year, October 25, 1760. His death made an instant change in the national politics both at home and abroad, for his successor was not one of those sovereigns who were contented to obey their ministers and meekly bear the yoke of the great Whig oligarchy. Chapter 35. George III and the Whigs, the American War. 1760–1783. In the last 2 centuries of English history, the accession of a new king has not often caused a complete revolution in politics. The change of sovereigns often gives us an unfortunate and misleading cross-division, cutting periods in two that are really one, or making us dream that there is a unity in periods which are really divided in their interest and meaning. This was not the case, however, when George III succeeded his grandfather George II. For the last time in English history, the change of kings implied a real break in the continuity of the politics of the time. The new monarch was only 22 years of age and was totally unversed in affairs of state. George II had lived in bitter enmity with his feeble and factious son, Frederick, Prince of Wales, the nonentity of whom the contemporary satirist wrote, "Since it's only Fred who was alive and is dead, there's no more to be said." Education and political aims, or George III. After the prince's death, the old king had transferred his dislike to his son's widow, and his grandson, George III, had therefore been brought up almost in seclusion. The most notable point in his education was that his mother, Augusta of Saxe-Gotha, had taught him to despise his grandfather and his grandfather's position in the state. He had been told from his earliest years that the position of a sovereign who allowed himself to be led and governed by his ministers was degrading. When you come to the throne, we are told that his mother said, "George, be king." The idea had taken root, and the young prince had made up his mind that he should rule his ministers, not his PG 533 ministers him. That the cabinet should be responsible to the king as well as to Parliament was the keystone of his theory. He would have the choice of his ministers lie in his own hands, not in those of the great Whig houses. George did not wish to rule unconstitutionally, to fly in the face of Parliament, or to govern without it, as the Stuarts had tried to do. He had indeed such a belief in his own good intentions that he thought that they must coincide with the nation's will, and there were circumstances which for some time bore him out in his view. His character. George's main bent was to assert his individuality and take the chief share in the governance of the country. The other features of his character are easy to describe. His tastes were frugal, and his private life strictly virtuous, a thing which had not been known in an English king for more than a century. He was sincerely pious, though, as some critics observed, he was better at scenting out other persons' sins than his own. He had an enormous capacity for hard work, though no very great brain power to guide him through it. He had a great share of self-restraint and reticence, so that it was not easy to guess what plans he had in hand when he did not wish them to be known. Above all, he was terribly obstinate, with the obstinacy of a good-hearted man who feels he is in the right and believes that he will be doing wrong if he gives up his own opinion. Lastly, though he had no power of appreciating greatness of any kind, he called Shakespeare sad stuff, only one must not say so, and thought Pitt a bombastic old actor, yet he had great penetration in measuring littleness in others. This made him exceedingly fitted to cope with the average Whig statesman of his day. His popularity. When George came to the throne, he was greeted with the usual popularity which attends a new and untried sovereign. He showed himself affable and good-tempered, a model of decorum and respectability, and won all hearts by his English habits and prejudices. His grandfather and great-grandfather had been Germans in mind and language. George III took the first opportunity of declaring that he was English-born and bred, and that he gloried in the name of Britain. By so doing, he won all men's hearts. Thus, in the beginning of his struggle with the Whigs, he had the inestimable advantage of personal popularity with the nation. The king's friends. The king had, as we have already said, passed his youth in seclusion, with few friends and no organized band of retainers. He had to build up his own party if he wished to carry out his schemes. This he at once began to do. Descending into the arena of politics, he set to work to make himself a following, much as Newcastle or Walpole had done in a previous generation. But George, unlike those statesmen, had not to rely on bribery or borough-mongering alone. He could count on all the prestige and attraction which surrounds the crown to draw men into his net. Some of the king's friends, as his followers grew to be called, were politicians bought by pensions or titles, but many were honest supporters, who found their pleasure in displaying their loyalty to the crown. The king and the Tories. In especial, George won to himself, from the first, the very considerable remnants of the old Tory party. Jacobitism had now become such a thing of the past that the vast majority of the Tories were ready to accept with enthusiasm a king whose views exactly coincided with their own old doctrines. For George was a stout defender of the Church of England, in which his godless old grandfather had never professed any interest. He held the ancient Tory doctrine that the royal prerogative should be actively exercised in the affairs of the nation. Most important of all, he hated the Whig oligarchy, a fact which could not fail to recommend him to their long-oppressed rivals. Hence it came that the most prominent element among the king's friends was drawn from the Tory party. One condition was demanded of all who joined that body: implicit obedience to George's will, the will of a man of limited abilities and narrow mind. This fact sufficiently accounts for the result that the king's friends never included any men of marked talent. To obey George in all things would have been too trying for anyone of real genius or breadth of spirit. The rise of Lord Bute. The king's first and most injudicious way of attempting to interfere in politics was worked out through the medium of Lord Bute. That nobleman was a Scottish peer of respectable character, moderate abilities, and a rather pedantic disposition. He had aided the Princess of Wales in giving George such instruction in statecraft as he had PG 535 received. Bute was almost absolutely unacquainted with Parliament or practical politics. Yet a few months after his accession, the king insisted that the Pitt-Newcastle cabinet should take his old tutor into partnership. Bute was made one of the secretaries of state, and at once began to show a great independence of the nominal prime minister. He rebuked Newcastle for keeping the details of his political jobbing from the king, and for filling posts without consulting royalty. At the same time, he spoke strongly against the continuance of the war with France, and most particularly against the lavish subsidies with which the great war minister was maintaining our much-tried ally, the King of Prussia. The fact was that George had observed that the Whig ministry depended for its strength on the combination of Newcastle's corrupt influence over Parliament with Pitt's hold on the nation, secured by successful war. To end it, he wished to deprive the Duke of his patronage, and to close the war so as to make Pitt no longer indispensable. Pitt's war policy thwarted, he resigns. In this matter, the king's private designs clashed most unhappily with the interests of England, for Pitt's vigorous policy was still bearing the best of fruits. Ere King George had been a year upon the throne, Pitt could announce to him that Pondicherry, the last French fortress in India, Belle-Isle, a large island off the coast of Brittany, and Dominica, a rich West Indian island, had fallen into his hands. After these last disasters, the ministers of Louis Roman XV began to make overtures for peace, which Bute wished to accept, but Pitt withstood him, partly because he thought that England had yet more to gain, partly because he had secret knowledge that France was trying to create a diversion by stirring up Spain against us. Charles Roman III, the king of that country, was an old enemy of England, and had offered to renew with his cousin, Louis Roman XV. The Family Compact of 1733, the old pact of the Bourbon princes for the checking of English maritime supremacy. Having news of this transaction, Pitt advised instant war with Spain. But Bute opposed him, and when the king openly gave his support to his old tutor, Pitt was forced to resign the office which he had held for 5 years with such credit and distinction, October 5, 1761. Newcastle forced to resign. The king received the great minister's resignation with joy, and PG 536 next set himself to get rid of Pitt's unworthy colleague, Newcastle. That old jobber clung to his place till May 1762, but finding that the king was determined to strip him of his crown patronage and thwart him in his management of the House of Commons, he was finally forced to follow Pitt into retirement. Thus, Bute became the chief minister of the realm. Spain joins France. English maritime successes. The king's favorite was to hold power for less than 2 years, but into that short space, many important events were compressed. The war with Spain, which Pitt had declared to be imminent, broke out in 1762, and the French hoped for a moment that they might be saved by their new ally. But Spain's power proved to have declined so low that her interference made no difference to the fate of the war. The able generals and admirals whom Pitt had discovered and promoted made short work of the Spanish fleets and armies. Ere he had been a year at war with England, Charles III saw 2 of his greatest colonies fall into the hands of his enemy. Havana, the richest city of the West Indies, and Manila, the capital of the Philippine Islands in the Far East, were both in English hands by the end of 1762. In the same space of time, Admiral Rodney captured Martinique, St. Lucia, and all the rest of the French West Indies. Meanwhile, Ferdinand of Brunswick, with the Anglo-Hanoverian army in Germany, had maintained his old superiority over the French army of the Rhine. Stripped of her colonies, with her fleet entirely destroyed, her armies on the continent beaten back, and her exchequer completely drained dry, France was now compelled to sue for any terms that Bute and King George would grant her. Her ally Spain, equally disheartened by the turn which the war had taken, followed her example. The Peace of Paris. Nothing could please the English king better than the conclusion of peace. He gave Bute a free hand and readily consented to the conclusion of the Treaty of Paris, February 1763. By this agreement, France ceded to England the vast province of Canada and all her American claims east of the Mississippi, retaining only some fishing rights on the coast of Newfoundland, which have proved very troublesome in our own day. At the same time, the West Indian PG 537 islands of St. Vincent, Tobago, Grenada, and Dominica were surrendered, as well as the African settlement of Senegal. France also undertook to keep no garrisons in her factories in Hindustan when they should be restored to her. She gave back Minorca, which she had held since Byng's disaster, and withdrew her armies from Germany. But she received back much that she had lost, and had no power of recovering: Belle Isle in Europe, Martinique, St. Lucia and Guadeloupe in the West Indies, Goree in Africa, and all her Indian establishments. In a similar way, Spain ceded to us the swampy and uninhabited peninsula of Florida, which rounded off the line of our North American colonies, but she received back the 2 wealthy settlements of Havana and Manila, which she could never have regained by force of arms. The Peace of Paris was not received with enthusiasm in England. It was said, and truly, that Pitt would have asked and obtained much better terms, and that it was weak and futile to restore to France and Spain their lost colonies. Yet, looking at our enormous gains, it seems absurd to complain. The treaty made England supreme in America and in Hindustan, and ratified her permanent ascendancy at sea. When so much was secured, it appeared greedy to ask for yet more, for never by any previous treaty had England won so much or brought a war so triumphantly to a close. The Treaty of Hubertsburg. But one blot on Bute's reputation cannot be passed over. He deserted, most shamelessly, our useful if unscrupulous ally, King Frederick of Prussia. Having gained what England required, he left Frederick to shift for himself, withdrawing our armies from Germany and stopping the liberal subsidies which had maintained the king's famishing exchequer. If fortune had not favored him, Frederick might have been ruined by the loss of his only ally. He was saved, however, by the unexpected withdrawal of Russia from the hostile ranks. He proved able to hold his own against Austria, his one remaining foe, and brought the 7 Years' War to an end by the Treaty of Hubertsburg ere the year 1763 had expired. But he never forgave England for the mean trick which Bute had played him, and would never again make an alliance with her. Resignation of Bute. When the war was over, Bute found his position as prime PG 538 minister quite unbearable. He was clamored at by Pitt's numerous admirers for making peace on too easy terms. At the same time, the Whig boroughmongers, who followed Newcastle, took their revenge on him in Parliament by rejecting all his bills. He was decried as an upstart Scot, a mere court favourite, the Gaveston of the 18th century, and the enemy of the greatness of England. Though he lavished the public money and the crown patronage on all sides, even more shamelessly than Newcastle had done, he could not hold his own. Bute was a sensitive man, and apparently could not bear up against the odium which his position as a court minister, disliked both by the nation and the Houses of Parliament, brought upon him. In April 1763, he laid down the seals of office, much to the regret of his royal master. Divisions of the Whig party. Thus King George had been defeated in his first contest with the Whigs. He was compelled to draw back for a moment and to rearrange his plans. His next scheme was to try the effect of playing off the various clans and factions of the Whigs, one against another. For the fall of the great Pitt-Newcastle cabinet had split the Whig party into a complicated series of family groups and alliances, divided by no difference in principle, but only by matters of personal interest. The king thought that he could make and unmake ministries by the unscrupulous use of the votes of his friends in Parliament, and so hold the balance between the various sections of his enemies till he could reduce them all to powerlessness. The Grenville-Bedford Ministry. To succeed the Earl of Bute, George made choice of the Whig leader whom he thought least objectionable, a narrow-minded statesman named George Grenville, who had hitherto shown himself fairly amenable to the royal influence. But the king had made a mistake. Grenville was as obstinate as himself, and when he found his master interfering in his patronage and intriguing with his followers, he allied himself with one of the great Whig clans, that headed by the Duke of Bedford, a faction which was jocosely called the Bloomsbury Gang, because it centred at the Duke's residence, Bedford House, Bloomsbury. The North Briton general warrants declared illegal. The Grenville-Bedford ministry only lasted 2 years, 1763–1765, PG 539, and was overthrown by another Whig alliance, whose principal leaders were the Duke of Grafton and the Marquis of Rockingham. But short though its tenure of office was, it left its mark on history. In England itself, the act of this cabinet which made most noise was the prosecution of Wilkes. John Wilkes was a member of Parliament, a party journalist of gross scurrility and a man of scandalous private life, but he had the good fortune to be made twice in his life a martyr to oppressive government. He had grossly libelled Lord Bute in his newspaper, the North Briton, but his chief offence in the eyes of Grenville was that he had, in number 45 of that publication, made abusive comments on the royal speech at the end of the session of 1763. For this he was illegally seized and imprisoned under a general warrant, a document issued by Grenville not against him by name, but against the authors, printers, and publishers of number 45 of the North Briton. He was acquitted when put on his trial, under the plea that he had been illegally arrested. A general warrant is no warrant, because it names no one, was the decision of Lord Mansfield, the Chief Justice, and so this dangerous and tyrannical form of arrest was declared illegal. Wilkes posed as a victim of arbitrary government and obtained great popularity in spite of his infamous character. But Grenville then prosecuted him for publishing a blasphemous and obscene poem. Feeling sure that he would be condemned, Wilkes absconded to France and lived there 4 years. He was accounted by many a victim of malicious political persecution and never lost his favour with the mob of London. But while raising this storm in a teacup about the worthless Wilkes, George Grenville was committing another and a very different mistake in a matter of the highest importance. It is to him that we must attribute the first beginnings of the quarrel between England and her North American colonies. The Stamp Act. The 7 Years' War had left behind it a heavy burden of debt and taxation, and George Grenville, while searching around for new sources of revenue, was struck with the bright idea that he might tax the colonies. Accordingly, he brought forward in 1764, and passed in 1765, a bill which asserted the right of Parliament to lay imposts on our possessions overseas, and proceeded to prescribe that PG 540 certain stamp duties on legal documents were in future to be paid by our American colonies. The proceeds were to go to maintain the British troops quartered among them. The North American colonies. The Stamp Act was bitterly resented by the inhabitants of America. It was the first circumstance that really taught the 13 colonies, which lay scattered along the coast from Massachusetts to Georgia, to combine in a common movement. Hitherto they had been without any formal bond of union between themselves. Legally, New York had no more to do with Virginia than in our own day Jamaica has with Tasmania. Each was administered as a separate unity, depending immediately on the English crown. Their origins and the character of their population were very different. The Puritan farmers and seamen of Massachusetts, the slave-owning planters of Virginia, the Anglo-Dutch of New York, and the Quakers of Pennsylvania had few sympathies in common. Hitherto they had been jealous of each other. Colony quarreled fiercely with colony, and the chief tie that had kept them together was the common dread which all felt of the aggression of the enterprising French governors at Quebec. It was this fear of the French which had enabled William Pitt to induce them to join loyally in his great scheme for the conquest of Canada. They unite to resist the Stamp Act. Now that the restraining influence of their dread of France was removed, the colonies were no longer compelled to lean so closely on England. They were rapidly growing in population, wealth, and national spirit. It only required some common provocation to make them forget their petty local jealousies and turn fiercely to defend what they believed to be their rights. This provocation, the pedantic George Grenville now proceeded to supply. The case for the Stamp Act. Grenville had much to say on his side. It was quite fair that the colonies should pay something towards the expenses of the 7 Years' War, which had largely been incurred for their benefit. It was rational that they should be asked to maintain the troops still quartered in America for their protection. And the Stamp Act imposed on them a very small tax, only some few thousands a year. Moreover, Grenville had studied the old precedents and could show clear instances of imperial taxation levied in the past from various PG 541 possessions overseas. But above the letter of the law, statesmen are responsible to the nation for the wisdom as well as for the legality of their actions. It is no excuse for the unwise minister to plead that he has the statute book on his side, if it can be proved that he has common sense against him. It is for this reason that Grenville and his two successors, Grafton and North, are held to have incurred a graver load of responsibility than any other British statesman has ever borne. Grounds of the colonial opposition. The main line of protest, which the colonists adopted, was grounded on a favorite maxim of William Pitt, that there should be no taxation without representation. That is, that any persons taxed ought to be represented in Parliament and allowed a share in voting their own contributions. It was, of course, impossible in those days to ask that American representatives should appear in the House of Commons, an idea which the remoteness of their country and the slowness of communication with it rendered absurd. What the colonists therefore meant was that, being unrepresented, they ought not to be taxed. They were growing so strong that they would no longer endure to be treated as mere dependencies and governed solely for the benefit of England. The Rockingham Ministry, repeal of the Stamp Act. Serious trouble would have ensued if George Grenville had been able to persist in his schemes, but he was overthrown in 1765 by the machinations of George III, who bade the 80 or 90 King's friends in the Commons to vote against him and combine with the opposition Whigs to turn him out of office. Grenville was evicted and dismissed. He was replaced by a new combination of Whig clans. The new cabinet was formed by the junction of the Marquis of Rockingham and the Duke of Grafton, to whom the old Duke of Newcastle was for the moment allied. Lord Rockingham was a more moderate man than Grenville, though a less able one. He disliked trouble, and to silence American complaints, took the very wise step of repealing the Stamp Act. But the Rockingham administration lasted only a year, for in 1766, the King's friends once more received orders from their master to overthrow the cabinet of the day. Rockingham was left in a minority, and forced to lay down his seals, and a second Whig faction had felt the weight of King George's hand. The Pitt-Grafton Ministry. The next ministry marked a new shifting of the political kaleidoscope. Pitt, who had been out of place since 1761, was now invited by the king to take office. He consented, believing, as he always did, that he was the one man able to administer the British Empire. To fill up his cabinet, he chose some of the younger Whig leaders who were ready to serve under him from their admiration for his personality. The chief of them were the Duke of Grafton and Lord Shelburne, but the Pitt-Grafton ministry lasted for a few months only. Pitt was growing old, and his powers were weakening. He felt the hard work of the House of Commons too much for him, and on taking office, retired to the House of Lords as Earl of Chatham, July 1766. But even there, the strain overtaxed his strength. Less than a 12-month after he had taken office, he was stricken down by illness, which took the form of brain trouble. He grew incompetent to transact any business, and the cabinet which he had formed passed entirely under the control of his colleague, the Duke of Grafton. Renewed attempt to tax the colonies. The ministry of the Duke of Grafton proved the most disastrous that England has ever known, with the single exception of that of Grafton's immediate successor, Lord North. It was this Whig administration that finally renewed the struggle with America, which had been suspended since the repeal of the Stamp Act. With the Duke's assent, Charles Townshend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, brought in a bill for raising in America duties on tea, glass, paper, and painters' colors. The whole was to bring in about £40,000 a year. Like the Stamp Act, this measure distinctly affirmed the right of England to tax her colonies without their consent. The Americans remembered that their previous resistance had been crowned with success and commenced an agitation against the new act. A brisk fire of petitions was kept up by the houses of representatives of the various colonies, who besought the king, both publicly and privately, the House of Commons, and the ministers to remove the tax, restating their old theory of no taxation without representation. Moreover, the colonies began formally to correspond with each other, and to find that the same spirit of discontent prevailed in all, a fact very ominous for the home government. Rioting in Boston. At the head of the 13 colonies was Massachusetts, whose PG 543 capital Boston was the largest town in America and a very thriving port. Its seafaring population had the greatest objection to the new customs duties. Mobs were continually filling the streets to demonstrate against England, and as early as 1768 the rioting grew serious. In 1770, Boston saw the first bloodshed in the American quarrel. A party of soldiers, stoned by a mob till they could no longer keep their temper, fired and shot 4 or 5 rioters. This massacre, as the colonists called it, brought the bitter feeling against England to a head. The Grafton cabinet at home could not at all understand the feelings of the Americans. They supposed that it was the mere amount of the tax that was causing discontent, and contented themselves with pointing out that it was insignificant, not seeing that it was the principle of taxation, not the small sum actually levied, that was exasperating the colonists. But the Duke and his followers were not to see the end of the matter. In 1770, their day of reckoning with their master, the king, had arrived. George III had been perpetually increasing his band of followers in the Commons, and the new Tory party was grown large enough not only to hold the balance between 2 Whig cliques, but to make a bid for power on its own account. Wilkes and the Middlesex election. The Grafton ministry fell before a double assault. Pitt, whose health had now recovered so far that he was able to appear in his seat in the House of Lords, was thundering at them for their misconduct of American affairs. But another difficulty was far more actively operative in their overthrow. The irrepressible John Wilkes had returned from France, had stood for the county of Middlesex, and had been elected. The cabinet declared him ineligible on account of his old outlawry and made the House of Commons expel him. Nothing daunted, Wilkes appeared as a candidate again and was re-elected. Then Grafton and his majority enacted that the defeated opponent of Wilkes, who had received only 300 votes, was the legitimate member for Middlesex. This iniquitous step roused public feeling. It was said that liberty was at an end if the ministry could appoint members of Parliament in defiance of the votes of the electors. Even Charles I, in his worst days, had not falsified the results of elections, as the Whigs of Grafton's party were doing. Fall of the Grafton Ministry. Stormed at by Pitt, scurrilously libelled by the able but malignant political writer who signed himself Junius, hooted down by the mob of London, and abandoned by the King's friends in his moment of distress, Grafton resigned. It was generally thought that another Whig ministry would appear on the scene, probably an alliance between Pitt and Lord Rockingham. This, however, was not to be so. The King had been counting up his forces. Having upset in succession 4 different Whig ministries, he now thought himself strong enough to renew the experiment which he had tried in Bute's day. Lord North Prime Minister. Accordingly, the nation was surprised by the news that George had made Lord North Prime Minister. North was a parliamentary jobber of the same type as Newcastle. He was a good-natured, indolent man of limited intelligence, but shrewd and businesslike. He made his bargain with the King and undertook to carry out his policy. He was the tool, George the hand that guided it. Impotence of the Whigs in Parliament. For the next 12 years, 1770–82, George ruled the nation according to his own ideas and led it into the most slippery paths. His compact body of King's friends, aided by mercenary helpers from among the Whigs, preserved a constant majority in Parliament under the astute management of North. The old Whig clans raged in impotent wrath, but could not shake the ministry. Their expulsion from power had one good effect. It taught them to put some reality into their old assertion that they were the people's friends and the guardians of constitutional liberty. In their day of adversity, they began to advocate real reforms, though in 50 years of power they had executed none. The younger men among them, such as the eloquent Edmund Burke, began to stir the questions of constitutional reform which were to be brought into play later on as the new principles of the Whig party. They denounced parliamentary corruption, ministerial jobbing, and attacks on the liberty of the press, or the rights of the constituencies. Hints were dropped that the old rotten boroughs might be abolished and more members given to the populous counties and cities. The tea duties, further riots in Boston. But while the Whigs were talking of reforms, North and his PG 545 master were actually engaged in bringing a much more exciting topic to the front. In 4 years, they succeeded in plunging England into a desperate war with her transatlantic colonies. The new ministry was determined to persevere with the old scheme of the Grenville and Grafton cabinets for taxing America. North, under his master's orders, remitted the taxes on paper and glass, but insisted on retaining that on tea. His persistence led to open violence in America. In 1773, a mob disguised as Mohawk Indians boarded the tea ships in Boston Harbor and cast the chests into the sea. The local authorities pretended that they could not discover the rioters. In high wrath, the government resolved to punish the whole city of Boston. North produced a bill for closing its harbor to all commerce and compelling the ships that had been wont to trade with it to go to the neighboring port of Salem. The Massachusetts Government Act. This unwise and arbitrary bill was followed by another yet more high-handed, which annulled the charter of the state of Massachusetts, depriving it of its House of Representatives and making it a crown colony to be administered by government officials and judges sent out from England. This punishment far exceeded anything that the people of Boston had earned by their rioting, and made all the other colonies tremble for their own liberties. The Congress at Philadelphia. The Massachusetts Government Act was the last straw which broke down the patience of the Americans. The representative bodies of all the colonies passed votes of sympathy with the people of Boston and ordered a general fast. Soon after, they all resolved to send deputies to a General Congress at Philadelphia in order to concert common measures for their defense against arbitrary government. This body, which had no legal status in the eye of the law, proceeded to act as if it were the central authority in North America. It issued a Declaration of Rights, which set forth the points in which the liberties of the colonies was supposed to have been infringed, but it also took the strong step of declaring a kind of blockade against English commerce by forbidding Americans to purchase any goods imported from the mother country. Outbreak of war. In view of this threatening aspect of affairs, Lord North PG 546 began to send over troops to America, foreseeing that a collision might occur at any moment. He was not wrong. While fruitless attempts were being made to pacify the offended colonists without giving in to their demands, actual war broke out. The Skirmish of Lexington. The House of Representatives of Massachusetts, when abolished by royal mandate, had migrated to Concord and resumed its sittings there. Seeing that this act of contumacy must lead to an attempt to dissolve it by force, it called out the local militia and began to collect munitions of war. General Gage, the governor of Boston, on hearing of this, sent out 800 men to seize and destroy these stores. This force was fired on by a small body of Massachusetts militia at Lexington, where the first blood shed in the war was spilt. After burning the stores, the British troops started to march back, but were set upon by the levies of the district, who kept up a running fight for several hours and drove the regulars into Boston with a loss of 200 men, April 1775. George Washington. This skirmish proved the beginning of a general war. When the news spread, all the colonies sent their militia into the field, and the Congress at Philadelphia formally assumed supreme authority and named a commander-in-chief. This was George Washington, a Virginian planter who had seen much service in the last French war and was almost the only colonist who possessed a good military reputation. No choice could have been better. Washington was a staid, upright, energetic man, very different from the windy demagogues who led the rebellion in most of the colonies. His integrity and honesty of purpose made him respected by all, and his readiness of resource and unfailing cheerfulness and perseverance made him the idol of the willing but undisciplined bands who followed him to the field. Battle of Bunker's Hill. Ere Washington reached the seat of war in Massachusetts, a battle had been fought. The colonists were defeated, but not discouraged, for at the fight of Bunker's Hill, June 17, 1775, they maintained their entrenchments for some time against the regulars, and were only beaten out of them after a very stiff combat. General Gage, a very unenterprising man, was so disheartened by the losses of his PG 547 troops that he did not follow up his victory, and allowed Washington to reorganize the beaten colonists and blockade Boston. The Olive Branch Petition. The struggle was now bound to be fought out to the end. When the Congress sent to London the Olive Branch Petition, a last attempt at a peaceful settlement, the King bade Lord North return it unanswered, as coming from a body which had no legal existence. The small regular army of England, some 40,000 men scattered all over the world, was obviously unable to cope with so great a rebellion, so the government had to begin raising new regiments and enlisting Hessian and Hanoverian auxiliaries in Germany. The Declaration of Independence. While these new forces were being got ready, a whole year was consumed in preparation. The Americans had all their own way. In March 1776, the royal troops were forced to evacuate Boston, the only stronghold that they held in the colonies. 3 months later, the Congress took the decisive step of throwing off all allegiance to England by publishing the Declaration of Independence and forming the 13 colonies into a federal republic, July 4, 1776. English victory at Brooklyn. Very shortly after, the English reinforcements began to appear, and General Howe with 20,000 men landed on Long Island in the state of New York. For a moment, it appeared as if the rebellion would collapse before this formidable army. Howe beat Washington at the Battle of Brooklyn, August 1776. He retook New York and then landed on the mainland and overran New Jersey. The colonial army disbanded in utter dismay, and only 4,000 or 5,000 men kept together under Washington. Difficulties of the English. But in the moment of victory, the English began to realize the difficulty of their task. The land was everywhere hostile and could only be held down by garrisons scattered broadcast. But America was so vast that enough men could not be found to garrison every port and city. When Howe began to distribute his men in small bodies, Washington swept down upon these isolated regiments and destroyed them. The English general was forced to halt and to send home for yet further reinforcements. Burgoyne's expedition. He was not denied them, for George III had set his heart on pg 548, teaching the rebellious colonists that he could not be defied with impunity. While Howe was sent fresh regiments and ordered to take Philadelphia, a new army of 8,000 men was dispatched to Canada under General Burgoyne and bidden to march by Lake Champlain and the Hudson River to attack the colonies in the rear. Meanwhile, a third force from New York was to ascend the Hudson and lend a helping hand to Burgoyne. Burgoyne surrenders at Saratoga. Half of this plan only was executed. Howe won the Battle of Brandywine over Washington and took Philadelphia, but Burgoyne failed lamentably. The distance he had to cover was too great. After struggling with difficulty across the wilderness that divided Canada from the States, he found himself with a half-starved army at Saratoga. Here he was beset by all the militia of the New England states under General Gates. They outnumbered him by 2 to 1 and held strong positions in woods and hills which he could not force. The troops from New York failed to come to his aid. His retreat on Canada was cut off, and after hard fighting he laid down his arms with 5,000 starving men, the remnant of his much-tried army, October 17, 1777. France and Spain declare war on England. The news of the surrender at Saratoga flew all round the world and had the most disastrous consequences. Judging that England had at last involved herself in a fatal struggle, her old enemy France resolved to take her revenge for all that she had suffered in the 7 Years' War. The ministers of the young king, Louis XVI, thought that they might now win back Canada and India and shatter the commercial and colonial supremacy that Britain had gained by the Treaty of Paris. In December 1777, France recognized the independence of America. In February 1778, she declared war on England. Spain, bound as of old by the family compact of the Bourbons and eager to win back Minorca and Gibraltar, followed suit in the next year. Holland was added to our enemies in 1780. The interference of France profoundly modified the face of the war. Instead of a mere local struggle between England and her colonists, it became a general contention all over the world for the same prize that had been disputed in the 7 Years' War, the Empire of the Sea. But this time England had pg 549 not only to fight her old foes, but her own children. Moreover, she was deprived of the aid of Frederick of Prussia, the most useful of allies in the old contest, for disgusted by the conduct of Bute and George III. In 1762, he refused to hear of any renewed alliance with England. Critical position of England. Nothing could have been more difficult than the problem which England had now to face. With all her disposable army overseas in America, she found herself threatened by an invasion at home, and saw her possessions all over the world beset by France and Spain. Gibraltar and Minorca, the West Indies, and all our other outlying posts were held by garrisons of wholly inadequate strength. The fleet, which, owing to the continental character of the American struggle, had been hitherto neglected, was suddenly called upon to act as our main line of defense and proved too small for its task. Last speech and death of Pitt. King George was as obstinate and courageous as he was narrow-minded. With a firm resolution that was admirable but unwise, he stood forth to face the whole world in arms without yielding an inch. It was in vain that the aged William Pitt, whom the news of foreign war called out from his retirement, came down to the House of Lords to speak for reconciliation with America at all costs. He urged that we must not fight our own kith and kin, but seek peace with them and turn all our forces against the foreign foe. After an impassioned harangue, he fainted in his seat in the House and was carried home to die May 11, 1778. France sends aid to the colonists. The French commenced the war by sending supplies and money to America. Soon after, they dispatched a fleet and an army to the same quarter. This had a marked effect on the face of the war. The English lost, in 1778, all their strongholds in the colonies except the island city of New York. But this reverse only led the king to try a new attack on the Americans. The southern states of Georgia and Carolina were known to be less zealous for the cause of American independence than the other colonies, and to contain many loyalists. It was resolved to transfer the English army to this quarter, 1779. Expedition of Cornwallis. Accordingly, Lord Cornwallis, an able and active officer, was PG 550 charged with the invasion of the South. For a time, the English carried all before them. They took Savannah and Charleston and overran all Georgia and South Carolina. Many of the loyal colonists took arms in their favor, and it seemed that England would save at least a part of her ancient inheritance. The American government was much alarmed and sent southward all its disposable troops, headed by Gates, the victor of Saratoga. But Cornwallis beat this large army at Camden, August 1780, and added North Carolina to his previous conquests. But with a mere 10,000 men scattered all over 3 vast states, he was unable to maintain any very firm hold on the country, and his flanks and rear were harassed by predatory bands of partisans who slipped round to raise trouble behind him. He treated these guerrillas as brigands and shot some of them when captured, a proceeding which served no end but to exasperate the Americans. Cornwallis at Yorktown. Persevering in his ideas of conquest, Cornwallis in 1781 collected his army, and, leaving a very scanty garrison behind him, set out to invade Virginia. He beat the Americans at Guilford Courthouse, March 15, and chased Lafayette, a young French officer who was commanding the colonists in this quarter, into the interior of Virginia. But finding his army worn out with long marches and incessant fighting, he dropped down on to Yorktown, a seaport on the peninsula of the same name, to recruit himself with food and reinforcements from the English fleet, which had been ordered to meet him there. De Grasse drives off the English fleet. This march to Yorktown ended in a fearful disaster. Cornwallis found no ships to welcome him. A French squadron had intercepted Admiral Graves when he set out from New York. Outnumbered by 3-2, Graves retired after a slight engagement, and it was the Frenchman de Grasse who now appeared off Yorktown to blockade instead of to succor the harassed English troops. At the same time, Washington, with a powerful American army reinforced by 6,000 French, appeared on the land side and seized the neck which joins the York Peninsula to the Virginian mainland. Cornwallis capitulates. Thus Cornwallis was caught in a trap between Washington's army and the fleet of de Grasse. He made a desperate attempt, PG 551, to escape by breaking through the American lines, but when it failed, was forced to surrender for want of food and ammunition, with 4,500 men, the remnants of the victorious army of the South. With him fell all hopes of the retention of Georgia and Carolina by the British. The feeble garrisons which he had left behind him were swept away, and the fortress of Charleston alone remained of all the conquests which he had made. October 1781. New York, in a similar way, was now left as the only British post in the north. Reverses in the Mediterranean and the West and East Indies. Under this disaster, it seemed as if England must succumb, more especially as it was but one of a simultaneous batch of defeats suffered in all corners of the empire. Minorca was captured by the French in the same autumn, after a vigorous defense. All the West India Islands, save Jamaica and Barbados, suffered the same fate. In India, a French fleet under de Suffren was hovering off the coast of Madras, while at the same time Hyder Ali, a famous military adventurer who had made himself ruler of Mysore, invaded the Carnatic from the inland, cut an English army to pieces, and ravaged the country up to the gates of Madras. The Gordon riots. At home too, matters were looking very dark. The dull and reactionary government of North had been suffering a stormy trial. In 1780, the strange and fantastic Gordon riots had seemed for a moment to shake the foundations of society in London. Lord George Gordon, a fanatical and half-crazed member of Parliament, had stirred up an agitation against some bills for the relief of Romanists which had come before the lower house. He raised a mob which burnt many Catholic chapels, destroyed the houses of unpopular persons, and then turned to indiscriminate plunder. The ministry and the magistrates showed a strange weakness before this outburst of anarchy, and it was left to King George himself to order the troops to act against the mob and get the streets cleared by the prompt shooting of plunderers. The Irish Volunteers. In Ireland, things were far more dangerous. In the absence of the regular army, the ministry had permitted the Protestants of Ireland to form volunteer corps for the protection of the island from French invasion. But the volunteers, finding themselves the only force in the land, PG 552 proceeded to follow the example of America by agitating for the complete parliamentary freedom of Ireland and the repeal of Poynings Act, which subjected the Irish to the British legislature. It was only their fear of their own Catholic countrymen which kept them from demanding separation, and all through 1780–180 to an open rebellion seemed possible at any moment. Nor had England a single soldier to spare to repress such a rising. Indeed, the trouble only ended by the complete surrender of the English government. North's successors in May 1782 granted the Irish the home rule they demanded, and for 18 years, 1780 to 1800, the Irish legislature was completely independent of that of Great Britain. Rodney's victory, relief of Gibraltar. The general breakup of the British Empire seemed possible and even probable in 1782, but two great victories saved it. Admiral Rodney on Ypres met the French fleet in the West Indies and inflicted a crushing defeat on it off St. Lucia, capturing his opponent, de Grasse. This restored English maritime supremacy in America and led to the recovery of most of the lost West India Islands. A similar triumph in waters nearer home followed in the autumn of the same year. A great French and Spanish army and fleet had been besieging Gibraltar since 1779. It made its final attack in September 1782, bringing up vast floating batteries to compete with the artillery of the Rock. But General Elliot, the indefatigable governor of the place, destroyed all these cumbrous structures with red-hot shot, and a few days later an English fleet under Lord Howe arrived and relieved the long-beleaguered garrison. Lord North resigns. The Whigs make peace with the colonies. 6 months before the relief of Gibraltar, Lord North, seeing all things round him in disaster and sensible that the king's policy was no longer possible, laid down office. To his grief and humiliation, George III was forced to call his enemies the Whigs into power and to surrender the administration of affairs to them. A Whig cabinet under Lord Rockingham was formed, which immediately made overtures of peace to the United Colonies, conceding complete independence. The Americans were half bankrupt and wholly tired of the war. They accepted the terms with alacrity and, to the disgust of their French allies, made peace in April 1783. The Treaty of Versailles. This left France and Spain committed to a war which was no longer going in their favor. England had reasserted her old maritime supremacy and seemed very far from crushed, but she was so disheartened that it was well known that she would make vast concessions to end the war. The Allies consented to treat and granted the new Whig ministry comparatively easy terms. England ceded Minorca and Florida to Spain, and St. Lucia and Tobago, Senegal, and Goree to France, besides restoring the Indian factories of the French. So by the Treaty of Versailles, September 1783, ended the disastrous War of American Independence. Chapter 36. The Younger Pitt and the Recovery of English Prosperity. 1780 to 1793. Results of the war. When England bowed before the force of circumstances and concluded peace with America, France, Spain, and Holland in 1783, she had touched the lowest point of weakness which had been her lot since the 15th century. Peace had been imposed by victorious enemies after a fruitless struggle of 8 years. English armies had grown accustomed to defeat. English fleets could barely hold their own upon the seas. Money had been spent with a lavish hand, and the national debt was doubled. As a result of all her efforts, England had not only to surrender smaller possessions all over the world, but to witness the loss of her great Western Empire, the 13 colonies which had been the pride of her statesmen, and one of the main outlets of her commerce. A blow such as the loss of America seemed likely to be fatal to England. Not only was her prestige gone and her pride humbled, but she was left with her finances in an apparently hopeless condition of exhaustion and her internal politics in a state of complete disintegration. King George's great experiment in autocratic government had completely failed. He had led the nation into disaster and bankruptcy. His ministry had been struck down by the course of events, the irrefutable logic of the American War. Lord North had retired. His master had been forced to own himself beaten and to make over the conduct of the realm to a Whig ministry. But the Rockingham cabinet was evidently a mere stopgap. George's skillful policy of the last 20 years had so divided and broken up the Whig party that it was difficult to reconstitute a strong cabinet from its PG 555 remnants. When peace with America and France had been secured, that peace being the one great mandate which the nation had given to the Whigs, it seemed likely that the perennial jealousies of their cliques and clans would once more wreck the party, and that the king, with his steady power of intrigue, his pension list, and his power of patronage, would succeed in placing some second North in office. Changed character of the Whigs. The Whigs, however, were no longer their old selves. The great effect of their 12 years' exile from power had been to teach the better men of the party to detest the old methods of parliamentary corruption and family jobbery which they had learnt from Walpole and Newcastle. The Whigs had failed to realize the hatefulness of these practices when employed by themselves, but when their own engine was turned against them by the king, they began to see its shame. That the party which professed to represent the people and to forward the immortal principles of the Revolution should ground its power on official bribery and corruption was humiliating to the better men in the Whig camp. Hence it came that the nobler spirits among them resolved to protest against the old methods, and to claim that the victory of their party over the king in 1782 should result in something more than a distribution of the loaves and fishes of office among their partisans. Unhappily, however, much of the old leaven of corruption still hung about the Whigs, and the section which represented it was just about to perpetrate the worst piece of jobbery which their party ever committed. Death of Lord Rockingham, the Shelburne Ministry. The one thing in which all sections of the Whigs could agree was dislike of the royal influence, as employed by George III. The first end, therefore, which the Rockingham cabinet set before itself was to cut down the means of corruption which the king possessed. The pension list was diminished. No single person was to be allowed to draw more than £300. The Secret Service funds in the royal hands were cut down, and a certain number of the useless and expensive offices about the court abolished. This was all very well so far as it went, but much more was needed, and it was very uncertain how much time would be granted to the new Whig ministers to carry out further reforms. Their leader, Lord Rockingham, died suddenly in July 1782, PG 556 long ere the formal treaties of peace with France and Spain had been signed. He was a man of slender abilities, but honest and popular, and able to keep his party together. On his death, the old clan rivalries of his followers burst once more into life. The king sent for Lord Shelburne, the leader of the Liberal and Reforming party among the Whigs, and offered him the premiership. But Shelburne was viewed with bitter dislike by many of the Whig chiefs. His sharp tongue and his love of intrigue made him many foes, and when he took office, they refused to serve under him. On the mere ground of personal jealousy and resentment, the larger half of the party went into opposition and joined the Tories. Not only the old family cliques that represented the corrupt and selfish Whigs of an earlier day, but many of the younger men, who called themselves the Friends of Liberty and Reform, took this suicidal step. Among them was Charles James Fox, the most able and open-minded man in the party, but irregular in his private life, a gambler and a lover of the bottle, somewhat tainted with the failings of a political adventurer, and too factious to be altogether honest in his actions. Fox had been a Tory in his earlier years, but had quarrelled with Lord North in 1772, and after that date had joined the opposition, become one of its chiefs, and been the first to favour peace with America. William Pitt the Younger. Shelburne took office, therefore, with a comparatively weak following. So many of the old leaders had refused to aid him that he was constrained to give the post of Chancellor of the Exchequer and leader of the House of Commons, to a young man of 23, William Pitt, the second son of the great Earl of Chatham. This appointment, startling though it appeared, was a very wise one. The younger Pitt was the most remarkable man of his age. He had inherited from his father high principles, an enthusiastic belief in the future of England, and a sympathy for the cause of reform. He had been reared as a Whig, but had no sympathies for the old parliamentary jobbing and corruption of the party. His personal integrity was as great as that of his father, and his hatred of intrigue and bribery even greater. Though quite new to the House of Commons, he made a sensation on his first appearance in it, which showed that men saw that the mantle of his father had PG 557 fallen upon his shoulders. His self-confidence and belief in his own powers were as great as those of Chatham had been, but he was devoid of the theatrical pomposity which had sometimes marred the effect of his parents' eloquence. As Chatham had believed himself the destined savior of England from the dangers of foreign war, so it was his son's aim and end to deliver England from internal faction, and to build up a great constitutional party which should combine loyalty to the crown with liberal and progressive legislation. This party, as Pitt imagined, would consist of the more enlightened Whigs, the section of the party which had once followed his father and now obeyed Shelburne. That it would ever grow to be known as the Tory party would at this moment have been beyond his comprehension. Fall of Shelburne. The Shelburne ministry only held office for 9 months, July 1782 to April 1783. From the first, it was doomed to fall before the hostility of the Whig opposition. It survived long enough to ratify the final conclusion of the peace negotiations which the Rockingham cabinet had begun. But it fell before a factious motion of Fox, who moved a vote of censure on the very reasonable and moderate terms on which peace had been bought from France. This motion was supported by the ominous combination of the old Tory supporters of Lord North with the discontented sections of the Whig party. It drove Shelburne to instant resignation. Fox and North combine. But no one could have foreseen the strange sequel to this vote. To the surprise of all save those who were in the secret, it was suddenly announced that Fox and North were about to unite their forces, not for a single division, but for a permanent alliance. Lord North seems to have imbibed in his long tenure of power, fro to 1782, a craving for office at any price. Seeing that the king was too weak for the moment to replace him in his old seat, he plotted an unnatural union with his foes, the Whig clans. He could command the allegiance of that section of the Tories who cared more for place and power than for their loyalty towards the crown, of the men who had aided King George from purely personal and corrupt motives. Now he offered Fox and the Duke of Portland, the Whig leaders, the invaluable aid of PG 558, this solid phalanx of votes, if they would admit him into their alliance. Having no political aims or principles of his own, save a desire to possess power and patronage, he could undertake to fall in with any schemes that they might desire. To their great discredit, the Whigs closed eagerly with this immoral proposal and took North into partnership, though they had been spending the last 10 years in vehement abuse of his methods of government and his mean subservience to the king. The coalition ministry. Hence came into existence the coalition ministry of April 1783, in which the followers of North and Fox sat together under the nominal control of the Duke of Portland, one of the chiefs of the old Whig families. The cynical immorality of the combination displeased every one. The king was enraged with his old hireling North for leading away half the Tories to join the hated Whig oligarchs. The nation was puzzled and disgusted to see men who had so often abused each other, combining from no better motive than mere lust for power and office. But unpopular though the new cabinet was, it was for the moment supreme in Parliament by means of its overwhelming majority of votes. Pitt's Reform Bill rejected. The continued existence of the coalition government would probably have led to a return to the ancient corruption of Walpole and Newcastle. What the principles of the new Whig administration were was sufficiently shown by the fate of a reform bill to abolish rotten boroughs and increase the representation of populous districts, which William Pitt brought forward in the summer of 1783. The ministry frowned on a measure which would diminish their power to buy votes, and the bill was rejected by a majority of 144. But fortunately for England, the coalition was not to last for long. It fell partly because of its unpopularity with the nation, and partly because the king tried against it the last of his autocratic methods of interfering with politics. Fox's India Bill. In November 1783, Fox brought in a bill for rearranging the government of our Indian possessions, a measure which had become necessary in consequence of changes in that country, which we shall have to narrate a few pages later on. The manifest failure of the East India Company to provide for the good administration of the growing PG 559 empire, which was falling into its hands, rendered the interference of the home government imperative. Fox produced a bill for taking the rule of our Indian possessions entirely out of the power of the company, which was in the future to confine its activity to commerce alone. All the English officials in India, from the governors of presidencies down to ensigns in the army and clerks, were to be selected by a council of 7 commissioners in London, nominated by Parliament. The names of the 7 were given, and they were all violent partisans of Fox and North. The bill, good in many ways, was liable to censure in the one point that it gave the ministry a fund of patronage which was certain to be abused. The Fox-North cabinet was nothing if not unscrupulous, and when it got control of the £300,000 of annual patronage which the East India Company possessed, there is no doubt that it would have employed it to forward Whig family jobs and political corruption. An opponent of the bill complained that it took the diadem off the king's head to place it on that of Mr. Fox. Much was also said as to the injustice of stripping the company of its chartered rights. The King and Fox's Bill. The India Bill, however, passed the Commons and then came before the Lords. To throw it out, the King now took the unprecedented step of sending down to the House a paper written with his own hand, which Lord Temple was to show to such of the peers as he thought fit. It was to the effect that whoever voted for the bill was not only not His Majesty's friend, but would be considered as his enemy. This notice was given to all who wavered, or who did not wish to incur the King's personal enmity. It led so many of the weaker Whig peers to abstain from voting that the bill was thrown out by a majority of 19. George's conduct was quite unconstitutional, if it were possible for the King to engage in such an underhand intrigue against his own cabinet. The system of government by responsible ministers became impossible. The coalition resigns. The Whigs revenged themselves by passing a vote through the Commons stigmatizing Lord Temple's conduct in showing the paper as a high crime and misdemeanor. Nevertheless, they had to quit office, though they boasted that they would soon be back again, since George could not find any other ministry to put in their place. December 1783. Pitt takes office. They were mistaken, however. The King, ready to dare any expedient that would keep the hated coalition out of power, had offered the position of Prime Minister to William Pitt. The ambitious young statesman accepted the charge and took office, though he could only rely on the support of the Shelburne Whigs, the reforming section of the party, aided by the King's friends, as those of the Tory party who had not followed North were once again styled. Harold elected king by the Witan. On Edward's death, the Witan had to choose them a king. The next heir of the house of Alfred was a child, Edgar the Etheling, the great-nephew of the deceased monarch. He was only 10 years of age, and there was no precedent for electing so young a boy to rule England. Outside the royal line, there were 2 persons who were known to desire the crown. The first was the man who had for all practical purposes governed England for the last 14 years, Earl Harold of Wessex, the late king's brother-in-law. The other was William the Norman. It was said that Edward had once promised to use his influence in his Norman cousin's favor, but it is certain that on his deathbed he recommended Harold to the assembled thanes and bishops. The Witan did not waver for a minute in their decision. They chose Harold, and he accepted the crown without any show of hesitation. Yet it was certain that his elevation would bring on him the bitter jealousy of the young earls of Mercia and Northumbria, who regarded themselves as his equals in every respect. And it was equally clear that William of Normandy, who had counted on Harold's assistance in his candidature for the throne, would vent his wrath and disappointment on the new king's head, Jan. 1066. Claim of William of Normandy to the crown. Harold attempted to conciliate the sons of Aelfge by paying them every attention in his power and by marrying their sister Ealdgyth. But to appease the stern Duke of Normandy, pg 62, he knew was impossible, and he looked for nothing but war from that quarter. Indeed, he was hardly mounted on the throne before William sent over ambassadors to formally bid him fulfill his oath and resign the crown, or take the consequences. It need hardly be added that Harold replied that the Witan's choice was his mandate, and that his oath had been extorted by force. He prepares to invade England. The Duke of Normandy was firmly resolved to assert his baseless claim to the throne by force of arms. He had a large treasure and many bold vassals, but he knew that his own strength was insufficient for such an enterprise as the invasion of England. Accordingly, he proclaimed his purpose all over Western Europe and offered lands and spoil in England to every adventurer who would take arms in his cause. William's military reputation was so great that he was able to enlist thousands of mercenaries from France, Brittany, Flanders, and Aquitaine. Of the great army that he mustered at the port of St. Valery, only 1/3 were native Normans. William took 6 months for his preparation. He had to build a fleet, since Harold had a navy able to keep the channel and to beat up every freelance that could be hired to take service with him. Nor did he neglect to add spiritual weapons to temporal. He won over the Pope to give his blessing on the invasion of England, because Harold had broken the oath he swore on the bones of all the saints and had become a perjurer. There were other reasons for Pope Alexander's dislike for the English. Stigand, Harold's Archbishop of Canterbury, had acknowledged an anti-pope, and Rome never forgave schism. Moreover, the House of Godwine had not been friendly to the monks, but had been patrons of Dunstan's old foes, the secular canons. Alexander therefore sent William his blessing and a consecrated banner to be unfurled when he should land in England. Hearing of William's vast preparations, Harold arrayed a fleet to guard the narrow seas and bade the Field of all England to be ready to muster on the Sussex coast. He was prepared to defend himself, and only wondered at the delay in his adversary's sailing, a delay which was caused by northwesterly winds, which kept the Normans storm-bound. Harold Hardrada invades Northumbria. Suddenly there came to Harold disastrous and unexpected pg 63 news from the north. His exiled brother Tostig had chosen this moment to do him an ill turn. He had gone to the north and persuaded Harold Hardrada, the king of Norway, to invade England. Hardrada was the greatest Viking that ever existed, the most celebrated adventurer by sea and land of his age. When Tostig offered him the plunder of England, he took ship with all his host and descended on Northumbria. Morcar, the young earl of that region, came out to meet him with his brother Eadwine at his side. But Hardrada defeated them with fearful slaughter before the gates of York and took the city. Harold marches northward. Battle of Stamford Bridge. When Harold of England heard this news, he was constrained to leave the south and risk the chance of William's landing unopposed. He took with him his housecarls, the great band of his personal retainers, and marched in haste on York, picking up the levies of the Midland shires on the way. So rapidly did Harold move that he caught the Northmen quite unprepared and came upon them at Stamford Bridge, close to York, when they least expected him. There he defeated the invaders in a great battle. Its details are unfortunately lost, for the noble Norwegian saga that gives the story of Hardrada's fall was written too long after to be trusted as good history. It tells how the English king rode forward to the invading army and, calling to his brother, offered him pardon and a great earldom. But Tostig asked what his friend Harold of Norway should receive. 7 feet of English earth, seeing that he is taller than other men, answered Harold of England. Then Tostig cried aloud that he would never desert those who had helped him in his day of need, and the fight began. We know that both the rebel earl and the Norse king fell, that the raven banner of the Vikings was taken, and that the remnant only of their host escaped. It is said that they came in 300 ships and fled in 24. Landing of the Normans. Harold of England was celebrating his victory at York by a great feast a few nights after the Battle of Stamford Bridge, when a message was brought him that William of Normandy had crossed the Channel and landed in Sussex with 100,000 men at his back. Harold hurried southward with his housecarls, bidding the Earls PG-64 Edwine and Morcar bring on the levies of Mercia and Northumbria to his aid as fast as they might. But the envious sons of Aelfgar betrayed their brother-in-law and followed so slowly that they never overtook him. Harold marched rapidly on London and gathered up the field of East Anglia, Kent, and Wessex, so that he reached the coast with a considerable army, though it was one far inferior in numbers to William's vast host. Not a man from Mercia or Northumbria was with him, but the levies of the southern shires, where the house of Godwine was so well loved, were present in full force. The Battle of Hastings. William had now been on shore some 10 or 12 days and had built himself a great entrenched camp at Hastings. But the King of England, as befitted the commander of the smaller host, came to act on the defensive, not on the offensive. He took post on the hill of Senlac, where Battle Abbey now stands, and arrayed his army in a good position, strengthened with palisades. He was resolved to accept battle, though his brother Geath and many others of his council bade him wait till Edwine and Morcar should come up with the men of the north, and meanwhile to sweep the land clear of provisions and starve out William's army. The Norman Duke desired nothing more than a pitched battle. He knew that he was superior in numbers and believed that he could out-general his adversary. When he heard that Harold had halted at Senlac, he broke up his camp at Hastings and marched inland. The English were found all on foot, for they had not yet learnt to fight on horseback, drawn up in one thick line on the hillside, around the dragon banner of Wessex and the standard of the fighting man, which was Harold's private ensign. The king's housecarls, sheathed in complete mail and armed with the two-handed Danish axe, were formed round the banners. On each flank were the levies of the shires, an irregular mass where well-armed thanes and yeomen were mixed with their poorer neighbours, who bore rude clubs and instruments of husbandry as their sole weapons. William's army was marshalled in a different way. The flower of the Duke's host was his cavalry, and the Norman knights were the best horse soldiery in Europe. His army was drawn up in three great bodies, the two wings composed of his French, Flemish, and Breton mercenaries, the centre PG-65 of the native Normans. In each body, the mounted men were preceded by a double line of archers and troops on foot. The two hosts joined in close combat, and for some hours the fighting was indecisive. Neither the arrows of the Norman bowmen nor the charges of their knights could break the English line of battle. The invaders were driven back again and again, and the axes of the men of Harold made cruel gaps in their ranks, cleaving man and horse with their fearful blows. At last, William bade his knights draw off for a space, and bade the archers only continue the combat. He trusted that the English, who had no bowmen on their side, would find the rain of arrows so insupportable that they would at last break their line and charge, to drive off their tormentors. Nor was he wrong. After standing unmoved for some time, the English could no longer contain themselves, and in spite of their king's orders and entreaties, the shire levies on the wings rushed down the hill in wild rage and fell upon the Normans. When they were scattered by their fiery charge, the Duke let loose his horsemen upon them, and the disorderly masses were ridden down and slain or driven from the field. The housecarls of Harold still stood firm around the two standards, from which they had not moved, but the rest of the English army was annihilated. Then William led his host against this remnant, a few thousand warriors only, but the pick of Harold's army. Formed in an impenetrable ring, the king's guards held out till nightfall, in spite of constant showers of arrows, alternating with desperate cavalry charges. But Harold himself was mortally wounded by an arrow in the eye, and one by one all his retainers fell around him, till as the sun was setting, the Normans burst through the broken shield wall, hewed down the English standards, and pierced the dying king with many thrusts. With Harold, there fell his two brothers Geath and Leofwine, his uncle Aelfwig, most of the thenhood of Wessex, and the whole of his heroic band of housecarls. The English kings of the house of Ecgbert. Egbert, 808-36. Aethelwulf, 830-6858. Aethelbald, 855-860, Ethelbert. 868-66, Ethelred I. 866-871, Alfred. 870-19-1, Edward the Elder. 900-19-25, Ethelfled. Lady of Mercia equals Ethelred. Ethelstan. 925-940, Edmund I. 949-46, Edred. 940-6955, Edwig. 955-959, Edgar. 950-9975, Edward the Martyr. 975-979, Ethelred II. 970-910-16, Edmund II. Slain 1036, Edward III. The Confessor. 1042-1066, Edward the Etheling. Edgar the Etheling, Margaret equals Malcolm, King of Scots. Footnote. Chapter 6. The Norman Conquest. William pitched his tents among the dead and dying where the English standards had stood. Next day he could judge of the greatness of his success and see that the English army had been well-nigh annihilated. He vowed to build a great church on the spot in memory of his victory and kept his resolve, as Battle Abbey shows to this day. At first he wished to cast out his fallen rival's body on the seashore as that of a perjurer and an enemy of the church, but better counsels prevailed, and he finally permitted the canons of Waltham to bury Harold's corpse in holy ground. It is said that no one was able to identify the king among the heaps of stripped and mutilated slain except Edith with the swan's neck, a lady whom he had loved and left in earlier days. William elected and crowned in London. William expected to encounter further resistance and marched slowly and cautiously on London by a somewhat circuitous route, crossing the Thames as high up as Wallingford. But he met with no enemy. Dover, Canterbury, Winchester, and the other cities of the south yielded themselves up to him. In fact, Wessex had been so hard hit by the slaughter at Hastings that scarce a thane of note survived to organize resistance. Every grown-up man of Godwine's house had fallen, and of the whole race there remained but 2 young children of Harold's. Meanwhile the Witan met at London to elect a new king. The 2 sons of Aelfgar, whose treacherous sloth had ruined England, had hoped that one of them might be chosen to receive the crown, but their conduct had been observed and noted, and rather than take Edwine or Morcar as lord, the Witan chose the last heir of the house of Aelfrid, the boy Edgar, great-nephew to St. Edward. This choice was hopelessly bad when a victorious enemy was PG 68 thundering at the gates. Edwine and Morcar disbanded their levies and went home in wrath to their earldoms. The south could raise no second army to replace that which had fallen at Hastings, and when William pressed on toward London, the followers of Edgar gave up the contest. As he lay at Berkhamsted, the chief men of London and Ealdred, the Archbishop of York, came out to him and offered to take him as lord and master. So he entered the city, and there was crowned on Christmas Day 1066, after he had been duly elected in the old English fashion. A strange accident attended the coronation. When the Archbishop Ealdred proposed William's name to the assembly and the loud shout of assent was given, the Norman soldiery, without thought that a riot was beginning, and cut down some of the spectators and fired some houses before they discovered their mistake. So William's reign began, as it was to continue, in blood and fire. Confiscations in southeast England. Edwine and Morcar and the rest of the English nobles soon did homage to William, but the realm was only half subdued, for save in the southeast, where the whole manhood of the land had been cut off at Hastings, the English had submitted more for want of leaders and union than because they regarded themselves as conquered. It remained to be seen how the new king would deal with his realm, whether he would make himself well loved by his subjects, as Cnut had done, or whether he would become a tyrant and oppressor. William, though stern and cruel, was a man politic and just according to his lights. He wished to govern England in law and order, and not to maltreat the natives. but he was in an unfortunate position. He knew nothing of the customs and manners of the English, and could not understand a word of their language. Moreover, he could not, like Cnut, send away his foreign army and rely on the loyalty of the people of the land. For his army was a rabble of mercenaries drawn from many realms outside his own duchy, and he had promised them land and sustenance in England when they enlisted beneath his banner. Accordingly, he had to begin by declaring the estates of all who had fought at Hastings, from Harold the king down to the smallest freeholder, as forfeited to the crown. This put 5/6 of the countryside in Wessex, Essex, Kent, and East Anglia into the king's hands. PG 69, these vast tracts of land were distributed among the Norman, French, Flemish, and Breton soldiery in greater and smaller shares, to be held by feudal tenure of knight service from the king's hands. Other freeholders become tenants of the crown. In the rest of England, those of the native landowners who had not fought at Hastings were allowed to buy back their lands. That is, they paid William a fine, made him a formal surrender of their estates, and then received them back from him under the new feudal obligations, becoming tenants-in-chief of the crown, agreeing to hold their manors directly from the king as his personal dependents and vassals. So there was no longer any land in England held by the old German freehold tenure, where every man was the sole proprietor of his own soil. Risings in the west and north. If things had stopped here, northern England would have remained in the hands of the old landholders, while southern England passed away to Norman lords. But the rapacious followers of the conqueror were soon to get foot in the north also. William went back to Normandy in 1067, leaving his brother Odo, Bishop of Bayeux, regent in his stead. The moment that he was gone, the new settlers began to treat the English with a contempt and cruelty which they had not dared to show in their master's presence, and Odo rather encouraged than rebuked them. There followed the natural result, a widespread rising in those parts of England which had not yet felt the Norman sword. Unfortunately for themselves, the English rose with no general plan and with no unity of purpose, every district fighting for its own hand. The western counties sent for the two sons of Harold, who came to Exeter and were there saluted as hereditary chiefs of Wessex. But in Northumbria, the insurgents proclaimed the Etheling Eadgar as king, and in Mercia there arose a thane, Edric the Wild, who was descended from the wicked Edric Striona and wished to reassert hereditary claims to his ancestors' earldom. The rebels subdued, further confiscations. William immediately returned to England and attacked the rebels. They gave each other no aid. Each district was subdued without receiving any succor from its neighbor. William first marched against Exeter, took it after a long siege, and drove the young sons of Harold over sea to Ireland. Then he moved into Mercia and chased PG 70 Edric the Wild into Wales, clearing Gloucestershire and Worcestershire of insurgents. The north made a perfunctory submission, and a Norman earl, Robert de Comines, was set over it. These abortive insurrections led to much confiscation of landed property in the west and north, which was at once portioned out among William's military retainers, 1068. Second rising in Northumbria, Yorkshire desolated. But there was hard fighting to follow. In the spring of 1069, a second and more serious rising broke out in Northumbria. The insurgents took Durham, slew Earl Robert, and sent to ask the aid of the kings of Scotland and Denmark. They were headed by Waltheof, Earl of Northampton and Huntingdon, the son of that Siward who had vanquished Macbeth. Both the monarchs who had been asked for aid consented to join the rebels. Malcolm Canmore of Scotland had married Margaret, the sister of the Etheling Eadgar, and thought himself bound to aid his brother-in-law. Sweden of Denmark, on the other hand, had hopes of the English crown, to which, as Cnut's successor, he thought he might lay some claim. Waltheof and his army ere long took York and killed or captured the whole Norman garrison. But after this success, the allies drifted apart. Sweden did not care to make Eadgar king of England, and Eadgar's party were angry with the Danes for ravaging and plundering on their own account. When William came up against York with a great host, the Danes took to their ships and left the English unaided. William was too strong for the Northumbrians. He routed them, retook York, and then set to work to punish the country for its twice-repeated rebellion. He harried the whole of the fertile Yorkshire plain, from the Humber to the Tees, with fire and sword. The entire population was slain, starved, or driven away. Many fled to Scotland and settled there. Others took to the woods and lived like savages. Several years passed before anyone ventured forth again to till the wasted lands, and when the great Doomsday Book was compiled, nearly 20 years after, it recorded that Yorkshire was still an almost unpeopled wilderness. While William was venting his wrath on the unfortunate Northumbrians, the Danish king, instead of aiding the insurgents, sailed up the Nen to Peterborough and sacked its great abbey, the pride of the Fenland. This act completely ruined the already failing cause of the English, who would not trust the Danes any longer. Final subjugation of the West, Hereward the Wake. Meanwhile, William marched at midwinter through the snow-covered heights of the Peakland, from York to Chester, to crush out the last smouldering fires of the insurrection on the North Welsh border. Cheshire and Shropshire bowed before him, and there was then nothing left of the English hosts, save a few scattered bands of fugitives. Waltheof, the leader of the rebellion, submitted to the king, and to the surprise of all men, was pardoned and restored to his earldom. The Danes returned to Denmark, bribed by William to depart, 1070. But the last remnants of the English gathered themselves together in the Fenland under Hereward the Wake, a Lincolnshire man, the most active and undaunted warrior of his day. Hereward fortified himself in an entrenched camp on the Isle of Ely, in the heart of the fens, and defied the king to reduce him. For more than a year he held his own, and beat off every attack, though William brought up thousands of men and built vast causeways across the marshes in order to approach Hereward's camp of refuge. End of Edwine and Morcar, Hereward pardoned. It was at this moment, when the Isle of Ely was the only spot in England that was not in William's hands, that the foolish and selfish Earls Edwine and Morcar thought proper to rebel and take arms against the Normans. They had long lost all influence, even among their own followers, and were crushed with ease. Edwine fell in a skirmish. Morcar escaped almost alone to Hereward's camp. Soon afterwards that stronghold fell, betrayed to William by the monks of Ely, 1071. Hereward escaped, but most of his followers were captured. The king blinded or mutilated many of them and put Morcar in close prison for the rest of his life. But he offered pardon to Hereward, as he had to Waltheof, for he loved an open foe. The last of the English accepted his terms, was given some estates in Warwickshire, and is found serving with William's army in France a year later. The English never rose again. Their spirit was crushed. Ruined by their own disunion and by the selfishness of their leaders, they felt unable to cope any longer with the stern King William. Any trouble that he met in his later years was not due to native rebellions, but to the turbulence and disloyalty of his own Norman followers. Those of the English who could not PG 72 bear the yoke patiently fled to foreign lands, many to the court of Scotland, where Queen Margaret, the sister of the Etheling Eadgar, made them welcome, some even as far as Constantinople, to enlist in the Varangian Guard of the Eastern Emperor. The monarchy feudalized villanage. In the 15 years that followed, William recast the whole fabric of the English society and constitution, changing the realm into a feudal monarchy of the continental type. Even before the conquest, the tendency of the day had been towards feudalism, as is shown by the excessive predominance of the great earls in the days of Ethelred the Ill-Counselled and Edward the Confessor, and by the decreasing importance of the smaller freeholders. As early as Eadgar's time, a law bade all men below the rank of thane to find themselves a lord, who should be responsible for them, that is, to commend themselves to one of their greater neighbors by a tie of personal homage. But the Old English tie of vassalage, though it placed the small freeholders in personal dependence on the thanes, left them their land as their own, and allowed a man to transfer his allegiance from one lord to another. When, however, the English thanehood had fallen on Senlac Hill, or had lost their manners for joining in the rebellion of 1069, the condition of their former dependence was much changed for the worse. The Norman knights, who replaced the thanes, knew only the continental form of feudal tenure, where the land, as well as the personal obedience of the vassal, was deemed to belong to the lord. So the English ceorls, who had been the owners of their own land, though they did homage to some thane for their persons, were reduced to the lower condition of villanage. That is, they were regarded as tilling the lord's land as tenants, and receiving it from him in return for a rent in service or in money due to him. And instead of the land being considered to belong to the farmer was now considered to belong to the land. That is, he was bound to remain on it and till it, unless his lord gave him permission to depart, being glebia scriptus, bound to the soil, though he could not, on the other hand, be dispossessed of his farm or sold away like a slave. The condition of the villein was at its very worst in William's reign, because the burden was newly imposed, and because the Norman masters, who had just taken possession of the English manors, were foreigners who did not comprehend a word of their tenants' PG 73 speech or understand their customs and habits. They felt nothing but contempt for the conquered race, whom they regarded as mere barbarians, and hard as was the letter of the feudal law, they made it worse by adding insult to mere oppression. They crushed their vassals by incessant tallages or demands for money over and above the rent in money or service that was due, and allowed their Norman stewards and underlings to maltreat the peasantry as much as they chose. It should be remembered also that, evil though the plight of the villein might be, there were others even more unhappy than he, since there were many among the peasantry who were actually slaves and could be bought and sold like cattle. These were the class who represented the original theos or slaves of the Old English social system. Predominance of the crown. Feudalism, then, so far as it meant the complete subjection of the peasant, both in body and in land, to the lord of his manor, was perfected in England by the Norman Conquest. But there was another aspect of the feudal system, as it existed on the continent, which England was fortunate enough to escape. The crowning misery of the other lands of Western Europe was that the king's power in them had grown so weak that he could not protect his subjects against the earls and barons who were their immediate lords. In France, for example, the king could not exercise the simplest royal rights in the land of his greater vassals, such as the Duke of Normandy or the Count of Anjou. All regal functions, from the coining of money to the holding of courts of justice, had passed to the great vassals. Even when a count or duke rebelled and declared war against the king, his liegemen were considered bound to follow their master and take part in his treason. Now William was determined that this abuse should never take root in England. He was careful not to allow any of his subjects to grow too strong. In distributing the lands of England, he invariably scattered the possessions of each of his followers, so that no one man had any great district entirely in his hands. He gave his favorites land in 8 or 10 different counties, but in each they only possessed a fraction of the whole. There were only 3 exceptions to this rule. He created Palatine earls in Cheshire, Shropshire, and Durham, who had the whole shire in their hands, and were allowed to hold their own courts of justice PG 74 and raise the taxation of the district, like the counts of the continent. These exceptional grants were made because they were frontier shires, and the earls were intended to be bulwarks against the king's enemies, Chester and Shropshire against the Welsh, and Durham against the Scots. The sheriffs. In the rest of England, the king kept the local government entirely in his own hands, using the sheriffs, shire reeves, who had existed since the early days of the kings of Wessex, as his deputies. It was the sheriff who raised the taxes, led the military levy of the shire to war, and presided in the law courts of the district. The sheriffs, whom the king nominated as men whom he could completely trust, were the chief check on the earls and barons. Their office was not hereditary, they were purely dependent on the king, and he displaced them at his pleasure. By their means, William kept the government of England entirely in his own hands, and never allowed his greater vassals to trench upon his royal rights. Doctrine of direct allegiance to the crown. William also enunciated a most important doctrine, which clashed with the continental theory of feudalism. He insisted that every man's duty to the king outweighed that to his immediate feudal suzerain. If any lord opposed the king and bade his vassals follow him, the vassals would be committing high treason if they consented to do so. Their allegiance to the crown was more binding than that which they owed to their local baron or earl. Although then the Norman Conquest turned England into a feudal hierarchy, where the villein did homage to the knight to the earl to the king, yet the strength of the royal power gained rather than lost by the change. William was far more the master of his barons than was St. Edward of his great earls, like Godwine or Seward. And this was not merely owing to the fact that William was a strong and Edward a weak man, but much more to the new political arrangements of the realm. William never allowed an earl to rule more than one shire, while Godwine or Leofric had ruled 6 or 7. William's sheriffs were a firm check on the local magnates, while Edward's had been no more than the king's local bailiffs. Moreover, there were many counties where William made no earl at all, and where his sheriff was therefore the sole representative of authority. The Great Council. The kingly power, too, was as much strengthened in the central as in the local government. The Saxon Witan had represented the nation as opposed to the king. It had an existence independent of him, and we have even seen it depose kings. The Norman Great Council, on the other hand, which superseded the Witan, was simply the assembly of the king's vassals called up by him to give him advice. Though the class of persons who were summoned to it was much the same as those who had appeared at the Witan, bishops, earls, and so forth, yet they now came, not as the wise men of England, but as the king's personal vassals, his tenants-in-chief. All who held land directly from the crown might appear if they chose, but as a matter of fact, it was only the greater men who came. The knights and other small freeholders would not as a rule visit an assembly where their importance was small and their advice was not asked. William and the Church, ecclesiastical courts. William's hand was felt almost as much by the Church as by the state. He began by clearing away, one after another, all the English bishops. Wulfstan of Worcester, a simple old man of very holy life, was ere long the sole survivor of the old hierarchy. Their places were filled by Normans and other foreigners, the primatial seat of Canterbury being placed in the hands of Lanfranc of Pavia, a learned Italian monk who had long been a royal chaplain and had afterwards been made abbot of Bec. He was always the best and most merciful of the king's councillors. William and Lanfranc brought England into closer touch with the continental church than had been known in earlier days. This was but natural when we remember that it was with the Pope's blessing and under his consecrated banner that the land had been conquered. The new Norman bishops continued Dunstan's old policy of favoring the monks at the expense of the secular clergy, and of establishing everywhere strict rules of clerical discipline. Their stern asceticism was not without its use, for the English clergy had of late grown somewhat lax in life, and unspiritual and worldly in their aims. It was with Lanfranc's aid that William took a step in the organization of the church that was destined to be a sore trouble PG 76 to his successors in later days. Hitherto offenses against the law of the church had been tried in the secular courts, and this was not felt to be a grievance by the clergy, because the bishops and abbots both sat in the Witan and attended the meetings of the local shire courts, where such offenses, bigamy, for example, or perjury, or witchcraft, or heresy, were tried. But William and Lanfranc now gave the bishops separate church courts of their own, and withdrew the inquiry into all ecclesiastical cases from the king's court. Though William did not grasp the fact, he was thus erecting an institution which might easily turn against the royal power, as the ecclesiastical judges in their new courts were not under the control of the crown and had no reason to consult the king's interests. But in William's own time, the church courts gave no trouble, for they had not yet learnt their power, and the bishops dreaded the king's arm too much to offend him. For William was no slave of the church. When Pope Gregory VII bade him do homage to the papacy for his English crown, because he had won England under the papal blessing, he sturdily refused. He announced also that he would outlaw any cleric who carried appeals or complaints to Rome without his permission, and he forbade the clergy to excommunicate any one of his knights for any ecclesiastical offense, unless the royal permission were first obtained. Rebellion of Earls of Norfolk and Hereford, execution of Waltheof. We have already mentioned the fact that in the last 15 years of his reign, William had little or no trouble with his English subjects. But his life was far from being an easy one. He had both foreign enemies to meet and a turbulent baronage to keep down. Many of the new earls and barons were not born subjects of William, but Flemings, French, or Bretons, who looked upon him as merely the chief partner in their common enterprise of the conquest of England. Even among the Normans themselves, many were turbulent and disloyal, Within 10 years of the conquest, the king had to take arms against a rebellion of some of his own followers. Ralph, Earl of Norfolk, and Roger, Earl of Hereford, took counsel against him and tried to enlist in their plot Waltheof, the last surviving English earl. "Let one of us be king, and the two others great dukes, and so rule all England," was their suggestion to him when they had gathered all their friends together under the pretense PG 77 of Earl Ralph's marriage feast. Waltheof refused to join the rebellion, but thought himself in honor bound not to disclose the conspiracy to the king. When the two earls took arms, they soon found that William was too strong for them. Ralph fled overseas. Roger was taken and imprisoned for life. Of their followers, some were blinded and some banished. But the hardest measure was dealt out to Earl Waltheof, whose only crime had been his silence. William was anxious to get rid of the last great English territorial magnate. He tried Waltheof for treason before the Great Council, and when he was condemned, had him at once executed at Winchester, 1076. His earldoms of Northampton and Huntingdon were, however, allowed to pass to his daughter, who married a Norman, Simon of St. Liz. Rebellion of William's son Robert. Some few years after the abortive rising of Ralph and Roger, the king found worse enemies in his own household. His eldest son and heir, Robert, began to importune him to grant him some of his lands to rule, and begged for the Duchy of Normandy. But William was wroth, and drove him away with words of sarcastic reproof. The headstrong young man fled from his father's court and took refuge with Philip, the French king, William's nominal suzerain. Supported by money and men from France, Robert made war upon his father and defeated him at the fight of Gerberoi, 1079. Both father and son rode in the forefront of the battle. They met without knowing each other, and William was unhorsed and wounded by his son's lance. Only the courage of an English thane, Tachig of Wallingford, who gave his horse to his fallen master and received a mortal wound while helping him to make off, saved William from death. It must be added that Robert was deeply moved when he learnt how near he had been to slaying his own father, and then he immediately after sought pardon and received it. But he had lost the first place in the king's heart, which was given to his second son William, whose fidelity was always unshaken. Robert was not the only kinsman of the conqueror who justly incurred his wrath. His brother Bishop Odo angered him sorely by his cruel and oppressive treatment of Northumbria, and still more by raising a private army to make war overseas. William seized him and kept him shut up in prison as long as he lived. Threatened Danish invasion. Disputes with foreign powers also arose to vex William's later PG 78 years. In 1084, Signut, king of Denmark, threatened to invade the island, and such a heavy Danegeld was raised to pay the mercenary army which the king levied against him, that it is said that no such grievous tax had ever before been raised in England. Yet Signut never came, being slain by his own people ere he sailed. Less threatening, but more perpetually troublesome than the danger of a Danish invasion, were William's broils with Philip of France, who even in time of peace was always stirring up strife. But Philip, though nominally ruler of all France, was practically too weak to cope with William, since his authority was quietly disregarded by most of the counts and dukes who owned him as liege lord. Domesday Book. It was probably the difficulty that had been found in raising men and money to resist the expected Danish invasion of 1084 that led William to order the compilation of the celebrated Domesday Book in 1085. This great statistical account of the condition of England was drawn up by commissioners sent down into every shire to make inquiry into its resources, population, and ownership. Therein was set down the name of every landholder, with the valuation of his manors, and an account of the service and money due from him to the king. It did not give merely a rentroll of the estates, but a complete enumeration of the population, divided up by status into tenants-in-chief of the crown, subtenants who held under these greater landowners, burgesses of towns, free, sockmen, villeins, and serfs of lower degrees. Under each manor was given not only the name of its present holder and its actual value, but also a notice of its proprietor in the time of King Edward the Confessor, and of its value at Edward's death. This enables us to form an exact estimate of the change in the ownership of the lands of England brought about by the conquest. We see that of the great English earls and magnates not a single one survived. All their lands had been confiscated and given away at one time or another. Of the thanes of lower degree, some still retained their land and had become the king's tenants-in-chief. Many had sunk into subtenants of a Norman baron, instead of holding their estate directly from the crown, but still more had lost their heritage altogether. In some counties, especially in the southeast, where the whole thanehood had fallen at Hastings, hardly a single English proprietor survived PG 79. In others, such for example as Wiltshire or Nottingham, a large proportion of the old owners remained. But on the whole, we gather that 3/4 of the acreage of England must have changed masters between 1066, and we discover also that, while some parts of England had suffered little in material prosperity from the troublous times of the Conquest, others had been completely ruined. Yorkshire shows the worst record, a result of William's cruel harrying of the land in 1070. Manor after manor is recorded as waste, and the whole county shows a population less by far than that of the small shire of Berks. The Great Moot of Salisbury. Having ascertained by the completion of Domesday Book the exact names, status, and obligations of all the landholders of England, William used his knowledge to bid them all come to the Great Moot of Salisbury in 1086, where every landed proprietor, whether tenant-in-chief or subtenant, did personal homage to the king, and swore to follow him in all wars, even against his own feudal superior, if need should so arise. Death of William. 2 years after the compilation of the Domesday Survey, and 1 year after the Great Oath of Salisbury, the troubled and busy reign of William came to an end. The king died, as he had lived, amid the alarms of war. He was always at odds with his suzerain, the King of France, since Philip had done him the evil turn of encouraging the rebellion of his son Robert. In 1087, William was lying ill at Rouen, when the report of a coarse jest that Philip had made on his increasing corpulence raised him in wrath from his sick bed. He headed in person a raid into France and sacked the town of Mantes, but while he watched his men burn the place, the king came to deadly harm. His horse, singed by a blazing beam, reared and plunged so that William received severe internal injuries from being thrown against the high pommel of his saddle. He was borne back to Rouen and died there, deserted by well-nigh all his knights and attendants, who had rushed off in haste when they saw his death draw near. Even his burial was unseemly. When his corpse was borne to the abbey at Caen, which he had founded, a certain knight withstood the funeral procession, crying that the ground where the abbey stood had been forcibly taken from him by the king. Nor would he depart till the estimated value of the land had been paid over to him. Thus ended King William, a man prudent, untiring, and brave, and one who was pious and just according to his own lights, for he governed church and state as one who deemed that he had an account to render for his deeds. But he was so unscrupulous in his ambition, so ruthless in sweeping away all who stood in his path, so much a stranger to pity and mercy, that he was feared rather than loved by his subjects, Norman as well as English. No man could pardon such acts as his harrying of Yorkshire, or forget his cruel forest laws, which inflicted death or mutilation on all who interfered with his royal pleasure of the chase. He loved the tall deer as if he was their father, it was said, and ill did it fare with the unhappy subject who came between him and the favoured beasts. England has had many kings who were worse men than William the Bastard, but never one who brought her more sorrow, from the moment that he set foot on the shore of Sussex down to the day of his death. The House of William the Conqueror. William the Conqueror, 1066–1087. Robert Duke of Normandy, William II, 1087–1100. Henry I equals Matilda of Scotland, Adela equals Stephen of Blois, William Cledo. William Matilda equals 1 Henry V, Emperor. 2 Geoffrey of Anjou, Stephen. The general election. The sight of a prime minister of 24, backed by a weak minority, moved the derision of the partisans of Fox and North. They said that they would drive him to resign in 3 weeks, and at once threw out all the bills which he brought before the House. But instead of resigning, Pitt was resolved to dissolve Parliament and to face a general election. He knew that his own name was great with the nation, and that the coalition was universally detested and condemned. His policy was crowned with enormous success. Almost every borough and county where the election was free and the voters numerous declared against the candidates whom Fox and North recommended. No less than 160 supporters of the coalition lost their seats, and Pitt came back to Parliament with a clear working majority in his favor, March 1784. Pitt and the King. Thus began the long and eventful ministry, which was to last for the next 17 years. With the triumph of Pitt, English politics are lifted to a higher level and lose the mean and petty aspect which they had displayed ever since the days of Walpole. For the first time since the century began, England was in the hands of a minister of a spotless personal integrity who possessed broad views and a definite political program. His power was enormous, for in return for having delivered the king from his hated enemies, the Whigs, Pitt was granted the royal support even for measures which his narrow-minded sovereign hardly understood and could not love. George tolerated in him a policy which would have maddened him if it had been pursued by the Whigs. In return, the minister treated the king with a loyalty and a PG 561 personal regard which were perhaps hardly deserved by his master. The new Tory party. Pitt took from the elder Tories the loyalty which they had degraded into subservience, and from the Whigs the liberal and reforming principles and hatred of corruption which they had preached but not practiced. On the basis of the two combined, he strove to build up a party, new in fact if not in name, from the scattered knots and sections of politicians who had united to oppose the iniquitous coalition of Fox and North. The wonderful success of the earlier years of his administration fixed him firmly in his seat and enabled him to carry out his policy. The financial situation. He found the country still in the depths of the depression caused by the American War, with a deficit of £12 million and a national debt which had just mounted up to what was then considered the crushing sum of £200 million. So low was public credit that consols only stood at 60. Yet in 5 years Pitt could show a prosperous balance sheet, a revenue rapidly increasing without any additional taxation, a scheme, if a faulty one, for extinguishing the national debt, and the 3% at par. The fact was that in 1784 the state of England was not so bad as it appeared. Financially, the American War failed to ruin the country because new sources of wealth were developed exactly at the moment when they were wanted. To replace the comparatively small commercial profit which we had been wont to draw from our lost Western colonies, a sudden increase of wealth came flooding in from our new Eastern Empire in India. Nor was this all. Even more important were the new channels of profit opened by the development of our home manufactures. Improved communications. We have already spoken of the symptoms of an approaching development in our domestic industries, which were beginning to be felt toward the end of the reign of George II. This movement came to maturity in the earlier years of George III. While the king was wrangling with the Whigs and sowing the seeds of the American War, a revolution was quietly transforming the character of English trade. Between 1760 and a network of canals had been constructed to connect the centers of manufacturing life. The muddy lanes, which England had hitherto called roads, began PG 562 at last to disappear, and a multitude of turnpike acts created new highways along which traffic could readily make its way. The fast-traveling coach superseded the lumbering stage wagons, which had crept from town to town. Development of the North. Along the new roads and canals rolled a vastly increased volume of trade. The great discovery of the last reign, that iron might be smelted with coal, made northern England, where coal and iron lie side by side, a great manufacturing district instead of a thinly peopled range of moors, and before the century was out, Yorkshire and Lancashire had become the most important industrial centers in the realm. Mechanical inventions. A few years after the expansion of the iron industry came the growth of textile manufactures, fostered by the new discoveries made by Watt and Arkwright. The former, a Glasgow instrument maker, began the application of steam to the setting of machinery in motion. The latter, a barber at Bolton, perfected the details of that machinery and showed that it was possible to do quickly and accurately with iron what had hitherto been done slowly and more clumsily with human fingers. Where previously the spinner and weaver cooperated with the precarious motive power of running water, the new mills, working by steam and able to establish themselves wherever coal was to be found, made their appearance. Thus the price of production was enormously lessened, and English woven goods became able to underbid any others in the markets of the world. For as yet no other nation had learnt the use of steam and machinery, and England had a monopoly of the new inventions. Our linen, woolen, and cotton manufactures were increasing with an astounding rapidity, and wealth and population mounted up by leaps and bounds. It is true that the new factory system was to lead to many social troubles and miseries. In the haste to grow rich, the mill owners took little thought of the bodily or moral welfare of their workmen. In the new centers of population, the lower classes were crowded together in narrow and unhealthy streets, forced to work too many hours a day, and grievously stinted in their wages as competition grew fierce. But these evils were only beginning to develop, while the rush of wealth produced in the new industries was apparent at once. Improved agriculture. Moreover, the growth of manufactures had stimulated other sources of prosperity. The increased population called for a larger food supply and therefore forced agriculture to develop. Waste and moor were everywhere being plowed up to raise corn for the new thousands who annually swelled our ranks. It is said that more new ground was taken into cultivation in the years between 1760 and then in the whole century which preceded them. Thus the landholding classes shared in the prosperity of the manufacturers. Nor was it only in the quantity of new corn-bearing land that progress was seen. The older acres also were cultivated with improved methods and brought forth double their former produce. Growth of wealth. The growth of manufactures and the development of agriculture were enough in themselves to account for the marvelous ease with which England bore the burdens imposed upon her by the American War. So greatly was the national wealth increased that losses which had seemed ruinous at the time were forgotten in 10 years. The £120 million of debt incurred in the struggle were no longer a nightmare to chancellors of the Exchequer. It became evident that the country had suffered no incurable wound in the disastrous struggle with America, France, and Spain. Pitt's financial and commercial policy. Pitt then fell upon a fortunate time when he took office in December 1783, but we must not deprive him of the full credit of restoring the prosperity of English finance. It is a great title to praise that he saw the bright side of things when other men were hopeless, and it must be remembered that his own enlightened conduct of affairs had much to do with the improved condition of the country, for he was far ahead of his contemporaries in his knowledge of finance and political economy. First of all English statesmen, he had studied the laws of wealth and the workings of international commerce. He had found an inspiration in Adam Smith's celebrated book, The Wealth of Nations, published in 1776, and from it had convinced himself that free trade was the true policy of England, and that the old and narrow commercial policy of restriction and protection was radically unsound. In all his legislation, he bore this PG 564 principle in mind, and the realm profited thereby to no small extent. Peace abroad. The first 10 years of Pitt's rule, 1783–1792, were a time of profound peace both at home and abroad. Though his foreign policy was not weak or vacillating, the young premier avoided all collisions with our neighbors. A slight difficulty with Spain in 1789 about our colony on Vancouver's Island in the North Pacific is hardly worth mention. The Whigs powerless. Meanwhile, Pitt's ascendancy at home was complete. The disgrace of the coalition still hung over the parliamentary opposition. There seemed to be hardly any reason for the longer existence of the old Whig party, which followed Fox, Burke, and Sheridan. The popular principles on which they had always pretended to rest had now been adopted by the opponent whom they styled a Tory. The opposition in the years 1783–1793 was factious rather than honest. The Whigs had to see measures which they could not but approve, carried by their political enemy, or else to withstand them on the inadequate ground of pure party spite. The spectacle of a conscientious and enlightened minister, opposed by men who could find no real fault with his principles or measures, disgusted the nation, and the Whig party sunk into a disrepute which proceeded from a general belief that it was insincere. Not least among the causes of its ill odor with the country was the close connection of its leaders, Fox and Sheridan, neither of them men of a high moral reputation, with the Prince of Wales. For the young prince's dissolute habits, wanton thriftlessness, and unfilial conduct towards his father rendered him a byword among right-minded men. Yet the only hope of the Whigs returning to office lay in the help of the younger George. He had promised to dismiss Pitt and call Fox to office if ever he were able, and when in 1788 his father was stricken down with a temporary fit of insanity, it seemed that he might be able to carry out his design. But the king recovered before his son had been formally named regent, and the Whigs lost their opportunity. Pitt and foreign trade. The early years of Pitt's domination were a period of active legislation. He took in hand many schemes and brought most of them to a successful end. His enlightened views on free PG 565 trade were shown by a commercial treaty with France, which took off many prohibitive duties and much increased the commerce between the two countries, 1786. He also attempted to remove all trade restrictions between England and Ireland, but was foiled by the factious Irish Parliament, which refused to ratify the terms which he offered. Smuggling, he succeeded in reducing to a low ebb by lessening the exorbitant duties on tea and spirits, so that the excess of profit on smuggled goods was no longer large enough to tempt men to incur the risk of capture. Domestic reforms. We find Pitt abolishing the shocking scandals of public executions at Tyburn, supporting measures for the abolition of the slave trade, repealing most of the ancient legislation against Romanists, and opening the bar and the army to them. He turned the ancient punishment of being sold into slavery on a tropical plantation, which had hitherto been the lot of convicts, into the comparatively mild form of transportation to Botany Bay, the penal settlement in Australia established in 1788 as our first possession in that continent. The Canada Bill. Of wise and liberal dealing with the colonies, Pitt set an example which has ever since been followed in his Canada Bill of 1790. This measure gave a liberal grant of responsible government to that great colony, where so many of the exiled loyalists from the United States had settled down after the war. But perhaps the most important of all the measures of the years 1783–1793 were those dealing with India. Pitt had to face not only the problems which had called forth Fox's India Bill, but some further difficulties of a personal kind. A word as to the history of our Indian Empire is required to carry it on from the point where we left it, after Clive's conquest of Bengal and the final rout of the French at Wandiwash, 1760. Indian politics. It was impossible for the English to halt in the position which they had then reached. Most especially was it unlikely that they would long bear with the unsatisfactory state of affairs in Bengal and the Carnatic, where the East India Company had taken the Nawabs under their protection and made vassals of them, but had not thought out PG 566 any scheme for making those princes govern in accordance with English interests and ideas. It was intolerable that we should be responsible for the misrule of effete Oriental despots while keeping no real control over them, for, except in the suburbs of Madras and Calcutta, we made no pretense to territorial sovereignty. Battle of Buxar. The feeble Mohammed Ali in the Carnatic did no worse than pile up mountains of debt and quibble with the governor of Madras. But Mir Qasim, the Nawab of Bengal, was made of sterner stuff. Resenting all interference of his suzerains in the governance of his realm, he rebelled against the company and sealed his own fate by massacring 150 English merchants of the factory of Patna. This brought down prompt chastisement. He was driven out of Bengal and forced to take refuge with his neighbor Suraj-ud-Dowlah, the Nawab of Oudh, who consented to espouse his cause. But at Buxar, Major Munro, with a handful of sepoys, defeated the united armies of the two Mohammedan princes, 1763. This important victory gave England the control of all northeastern India. She enthroned a new Nawab in Bengal, but made him a mere puppet and tool, with no real authority. For the future, the company administered Bengal and Bahar in its own name, under the authority of a grant from Shah Alam, the powerless Grand Mogul of the day. At the same time, Oudh came within the sphere of British influence, for Suraj ud-Dowlah was forced to become our ally and to pay us a subsidy. Clive's reforms. Shortly after this pacification, Lord Clive came out again to India to act as governor of Bengal. His second tenure of power lasted 2 years, 1765–1767, and was notable for great improvements which he introduced into the governance of the land. Hitherto, the English officials and military commanders had received very low pay, while placed in positions where money-making was easy. Many succumbed to the temptation and accumulated fortunes by blackmailing the natives, by selling their patronage, or by engaging in private trade. Clive wisely stopped these sources of corruption by raising the salaries of his subordinates, but forbidding them to trade with the country or to receive gifts from natives. His reforms were much resented and almost led to sedition PG 567 among the military, but he carried them through with a strong hand and left the army and civil service much improved and purified. Ill health forced him to return to England in 1767, where some years after he put an end to himself in a fit of depression. Warren Hastings, Governor-General. For the next 6 years our Indian possessions were ruled by men of lesser fame and were unvexed by foreign wars. But in 1773 a new era began. In that year a Governor-General was for the first time appointed and entrusted with the command of all the 3 presidencies of Bengal, Madras, and Bombay. The first man placed in this office was the greatest who has ever held it, the able and undaunted Warren Hastings. For 12 years, this stern ruler maintained the prestige of the English name in India, though he had to face the fearful storm of the American War, which shook the foundations of the British Empire in every part of the world. Not the least of his achievements was that he asserted his own will in every crisis against the strenuous opposition of his factious council, who, headed by Philip Francis, the virulent writer of the Letters of Junius, did their best to thwart every scheme that he took in hand. Execution of Nanjukuma. Hastings began his rule by placing in English hands all the posts in the administration of justice and the collection of the taxes, which had hitherto been in the charge of natives. This led to increased revenue and pure law, but the Bengalis did not at first understand the methods of the new courts, which in some ways worked harshly enough. When Sir Elijah Impai, the first Chief Justice, hung for forgery the great Calcutta banker Nanjukuma Nunkama, they could only believe that he suffered because he had offended the Governor-General by intriguing with Francis and the other discontented members of council. Hence came a most unjust accusation against Hastings and Impai of having committed a judicial murder. The Rohilla Wars. The worst trouble which Hastings experienced was the continual cry for increased dividends with which the directors of the East India Company kept plaguing him. They were not particular as to the way in which money was to be earned, and the Governor-General sometimes tried strange expedients to satisfy them. The worst was the PG 568 hiring out to Asaf ud-Dowlah, the Nawab of Oudh, of English troops for use in wars with his neighbors. By such aid, that prince subdued the Rohillas, an Afghan tribe on his northern frontier. The only excuse that Hastings could plead for this undignified traffic was that the Rohillas were a race of plunderers and a public nuisance to northern India, 1774. The Maratha War, 1778. A little later, an attempt to extend the English influence in western India involved Hastings in a dangerous war. The Bombay government wished to acquire over its neighbors the Marathas the same sort of suzerainty which Madras exercised over the Nawab of the Carnatic and Bengal over the Nawab of Oudh. With this object, a treaty was concluded with a prince named Raghunatha Rao, who claimed to be Peshwa, or head of the Maratha Confederacy, by which he was to be lent troops, and to pay in return a large subsidy to the company. But the other Maratha chiefs, headed by Sindhya, the most powerful of their race, refused to acknowledge Raghunatha and attacked the company. They utterly defeated the Bombay army, and the credit of the British arms was only saved by a daring experiment of Hastings, who made an English army march from Bengal right across northern India. This force took Gwalior, Sindhya's capital, and overran the province of Gujarat. The Marathas made peace, ceding to Hastings the island of Salsette, but the attempt to make them into vassals had distinctly failed and had to be postponed for 20 years. Hyder Ali. But the greatest danger which Hastings had to face came from the outbreak of the war with France in 1778. It is true that his troops easily captured Pondicherry and the other French settlements, but they could not prevent their enemies from stirring up against them a very dangerous enemy. This was Hyder Ali, a Mohammedan military adventurer who had built up an empire for himself in southern India. He had usurped the throne of his master, the Raja of Mysore, and had conquered all his neighbors by the aid of a great mercenary army of fanatical Mussulmans. While Hastings was still engaged in the dangerous Maratha war, the French easily induced the ruler of Mysore to interfere in the struggle, for he coveted the rich dominions of our vassal, the Nawab of the Carnatic. Hastings' extortions. Hyder Ali poured his hordes of predatory horse down from the plateau of Mysore into the Carnatic. They swept over the whole country and burnt the villages at the very gates of Madras. Hastings, already involved in one war and vexed by a French fleet under de Suffren, which was hovering about, felt himself at his wits' end for troops and money to resist the 100,000 men whom Hyder had sent against the southern presidency. To raise new resources, he harshly fined Chait Singh, Raja of Benares, a vassal prince who was slack in contributing to the war. For failing to give £50,000, the unfaithful Raja was mulcted in the sum of £500,000. When this was unpaid, Chait Singh was deposed from his throne. More funds were procured from our ally, the Nawab of Oudh, in a not very reputable way. When Hastings asked him for aid, Asaf ad-Dawla answered that he was penniless at the moment, because his late father had illegally left the state treasure to the Begums, his widow and mother. He asked permission from Hastings to extract the hoard from the old ladies, and did so by the cruel imprisonment and torture of their servants. Of course, the Governor-General was not responsible for the Nawab's methods, but he profited by them. More than £1 million was torn from the Begums and served to pay the expenses of the Mysore War. Battle of Porto Novo. That struggle, which had begun under such unfavorable circumstances, was finally carried to a glorious end. The veteran Sir Eyre Coote, who had won the Carnatic at Wanduash 20 years before, now saved it by the victory of Porto Novo, July 1781. Hyder's multitudes were routed, and he was driven back into the hills. Next year he died, and the throne of Mysore fell to his son, Tipu Sultan, a cruel and fanatical prince of talents very inferior to those of his father. After 2 years of war, Tipu was constrained to make peace and to cease from molesting the Carnatic, 1784. Hastings' work was now done. He had saved our Indian empire by his hard fighting with the Marathas and the rulers of Mysore, at a time when England, oppressed by war in Europe and America, could give him no aid. He had organized the administration, increased the revenue, and set justice on a firm basis. If some of his acts had been harsh, yet all should have PG 570 been pardoned him when his difficulties were taken into consideration. Trial of Hastings. Larger image button. India in the time of Warren Hastings. But when Hastings came home in 1785, hoping to receive the thanks of the nation and to be rewarded with a peerage, he was woefully undeceived. His enemy Francis had returned from India before him and had laid before Fox and Burke, the leaders of the Whig opposition, all the doings of the last 10 years painted in the darkest colors. He persuaded them that Hastings was a tyrant PG 571 and a monster, and moreover that a damaging blow could be dealt to Pitt by impeaching the great governor. For if the Prime Minister defended him, as was likely, he might be accused of protecting guilt and malfeasance. The Whigs therefore demanded with loud cries the impeachment of Hastings, but Pitt, rather to their surprise, granted it. Then began the famous trial of the Governor-General before the House of Lords, which lasted fully 6 years. Accused of having judicially murdered Nanjikuma, of having illegally sold British troops to the Nawab Asaf ud-Dowlah, and of having cruelly oppressed Chait Singh and the Begums of Oudh, Hastings was acquitted on every point. But the law expenses had ruined him, and the nation's indifference had soured him, so that he died an unhappy and disappointed man. Pitt's India Bill. Hastings was succeeded as Governor-General by Lord Cornwallis, the victor of Camden and the vanquished of Yorktown. This honest and brave man was set the task of governing India under a new constitution. In 1784, Pitt had passed an India Bill not very unlike that of Fox. It gave the Crown the supreme power over the company, making the Governor-General and the Board of Control in London nominees of the Crown. But the company was still left its patronage, its monopoly of trade, and a certain undefined power over the Governor-General which led to much trouble in the future. Cornwallis' Indian policy. Cornwallis ruled British India for 7 years, 1786–1793, and though he had gone out with no intention of engaging in wars or aggrandizing the company's dominions, was driven by the force of circumstances into a policy which was practically identical with that of Warren Hastings. War with Tipu of Mysore. The Sultan Tipu of Mysore, always restless and quarrelsome, made war on all his neighbors, till at last, in 1789, he attacked the Raja of Travancore, a vassal of the company. Resolved to crush the Sultan, Cornwallis built up a great alliance with the Nizam, the Mohammedan ruler of the Hyderabad state, and with the chiefs of the Marathas. Standing at the head of this confederacy, the English appeared for the first time as asserting a predominance over the whole peninsula. Neither the Marathas nor the Nizam PG 572 gave any very material aid towards the suppression of Tipu, but Cornwallis proved able to accomplish it without their assistance. His first advance into Mysore was foiled by lack of provisions, but in the next year, 1791, he forced his way into the heart of Tipu's realm, beat him at the Battle of Arakara, and then stormed the lines of Seringapatam, which covered the Sultan's capital. A few more days' fighting would have put it in the hands of Cornwallis, but when Tipu humbled himself and asked for peace, he was spared. Nearly half his dominions were taken from him, part to be added to the Madras presidency, part to be given to the Nizam and the Marathas. It was fortunate that Tipu did not delay his attack on the Allies for a few years. If he had waited a little longer, he would have found England deep in her struggle with the French Revolution. As it was, he was so crushed that he gave no trouble for 8 years more. The Perpetual Settlement. Hardly less important than the Mysore War was Cornwallis's well-intentioned but ill-judged measure, the Perpetual Settlement of Bengal. This was a scheme for permanently fixing the land revenue of that province by assessing a fair rent to be paid to the company as supreme lord of the soil, which should not vary from year to year, but remain forever at the moderate figure at which it was now settled. But unfortunately, Cornwallis did not make the bargain with the ryots, or peasants, the real owners of the land, but with the zemindars, a class of hereditary tax collectors who were one of the legacies left to us by the old Mughal rulers of India. As the government made its contract with the zemindar for the rent of each group of villages, and undertook never to ask more from him than a certain fixed amount, it became the interest of this tax-collecting class to screw up the contributions of the villagers to the highest point, as the whole profit went into their own pockets. The rack-renting led to a general strike among the peasantry, who agreed to withhold their rents, and to go to law with the zemindars en masse, knowing that they could choke the law courts for years by sending in thousands of appeals at the same moment. The result of this conspiracy, much like one that was seen in Ireland only a few years ago, was to ruin most of the zemindars, who became liable for the land tax to the government and could not raise it while the riots were fighting PG 573 them in the courts. In any other country than Bengal, this crisis must have led to agrarian civil war, but the Bengalis preferred litigation to outrages and affairs ultimately settled down. Later legislation has wisely taken note of the rights of the riot as well as those of the zemindar, but the pledge of the perpetual settlement has never been broken, and to this day the lands of Bengal pay no more to the crown than the moderate assessment of 1793, a standing proof that the British government keeps its word. Cornwallis came home in 1794 to find England plunged in the greatest war that she has ever known, that with the French Revolution. Chapter 37. England and the French Revolution. 1789–1802. The meeting of the States General. In the year 1789, when Pitt was in the zenith of his power, strong in the confidence of the nation and the king, signs of trouble began to appear across the British Channel, which attracted the attention of all intelligent men. The Great French Revolution was commencing. In May 1789, King Louis Roman XVI summoned the States General of France to meet at Versailles in order to consult with him on measures for averting the impending bankruptcy of the realm. It was nearly 2 centuries since the last States General had assembled, and nothing but dire necessity drove the king to call into being the assembly which his despotic ancestors had so carefully prevented from meeting. But France was in a desperate condition. The greedy and autolatrous Louis Roman XIV and the vicious spendthrift Louis Roman XV had piled up a mountain of debts which the nation could no longer support. The existing king, though personally he was mild and unenterprising, had been drawn into the war of American independence and wasted on it many millions more. The only way out of the difficulty was to persuade the nation to submit to new imposts, and most especially to induce the nobles to surrender their old feudal privilege of exemption from taxation. France under the ancient regime. The king and his ministers were only thinking of the financial trouble, but by summoning the States General, they gave the power of speech to discontented France and found themselves confronted by a much larger problem. The realm had been grossly misgoverned for the last century by a close ring of royal ministers, who constituted PG 575, a bureaucracy of the most narrow-minded sort. Louis XIV had crushed out all local institutions and liberties in order to impose his royal will on every man. The lesser kings who followed had allowed the power to slip from their own hands into those of the close oligarchy of bureaucrats whom the Grand Monarch had organized. France under the ancient regime was suffering all the evils that result from over-centralization and red tape. The smallest provincial affairs had to be referred to the ministers at Paris, who tried to settle everything, but only succeeded in meddling and delaying all local improvements. The most hopeless feature of the time was that the nobility and gentry were excluded from all political power by the Parisian bureaucrats, though suffered to retain all their old feudal privileges and exemptions. Thus they were objects of jealousy to the other classes, yet had no share in the governance of the realm or opportunity to temper the despotism of the royal ministers. 2 old medieval abuses survived to make the situation of the country yet more unbearable. Offices of all kinds were openly bought and sold, while taxation was not raised directly by the state, but leased out to greedy tax farmers, who mulcted the public of far more than they paid into the national treasury. Growth of discontent, Voltaire and Rousseau. While the government was in this deplorable condition, public opinion had of late been growing more and more restive. All the educated classes of France were permeated with deep discontent. Ideals of constitutional government, borrowed originally from English political writers, were in the air. The recent alliance with America had familiarized many Frenchmen with republican institutions and notions of self-government. The opposition was headed by the chief literary men of the age. The stinging sarcasms of Voltaire were aimed against all ancient shams and delusions. Nothing was safe from his criticism, and most of all did he ridicule the corrupt Gallican Church, with its hierarchy of luxurious and worldly prelates and its bigoted and superstitious lower clergy. While Voltaire was decrying old institutions and teaching men to be skeptical of all ancient beliefs, his younger contemporary, the sentimental and visionary Rousseau, was advocating a return to the state of nature. He taught that man was originally virtuous and happy, and that all evil was PG 576, the result of overgovernment, the work of priests and kings. He dreamed of a renewal of the Golden Age and the abolition of laws and states. All men were to be brothers and to live free and equal without lord or master. Smarting under the narrow and stupid rule of the ancient regime, many Frenchmen took these utopian ideas seriously and talked of setting up the reign of reason and humanity. Hence it came that all the claims and aspirations of the French Revolution were inspired by vague and visionary ideas of the rights of man, and demanded the destruction of old institutions, unlike our English agitations for reform, which from Magna Carta downwards have always claimed a restoration of ancient liberties, not the setting up of a new constitution. The National Assembly. When the dull but well-intentioned Louis XVI had once summoned the States General of 1789, he soon found that he had given himself a master. For the deputies of the tiers état, or commons, instead of proceeding to vote new taxes, began to clamor for the redress of grievances of all kinds. When the king, like Charles I, threatened to dissolve them, their spokesman answered, "We are here by the will of the people of France, and nothing but the force of bayonets shall disperse us." King Louis was too weak and slow to send the bayonets. He drew back and allowed the States General to organize themselves into a National Assembly and to claim to represent the French nation. Storming of the Bastille. The obvious weakness of the king encouraged the friends of revolution all over France to assert themselves. On July 14, 1789, the mob of Paris stormed the Bastille, the old state prison of the capital, and massacred the garrison. The king made no attempt to resent this riot and murder. Then followed a rapid series of constitutional decrees, by which the Assembly, backed by the pikes of the Parisian mob, abolished all the ancient despotic and feudal customs of the realm. It seemed for a moment as if a solid constitutional monarchy might be established. But the king was too feeble, and the reformers too rash and wild. The taint of riot and murder hung about all their doings, and they were constantly calling in the mob to their aid. Foreseeing a catastrophe, the greater part of the French royal family and PG 577 noblesse fled the realm. Ere long the king became little better than a prisoner in his own palace. English sympathy with the Revolution. These doings across the Channel keenly interested England. At first, they met with general approval. It looked as if France was about to become a limited monarchy, and as the personal and dynastic ambition of the Bourbons had always been the cause of our wars with them, English public opinion looked with favor on the substitution of the power of the National Assembly for that of the king. It was thought that France, under a constitutional government founded on English models, could not fail to become the friend of England. Pitt expressed in a guarded way his approbation of the earlier stages of the Revolution. Fox became its vehement admirer and panegyrist. He exclaimed that the storming of the Bastille was the greatest and best event in modern history, conveniently ignoring the cold-blooded massacre of its garrison which had followed. The greater part of the Whig party followed their chief and expressed unqualified praise for the doings of the French. Some of the more enthusiastic members of the party visited France and corresponded with the leaders of the revolution. Others formed political clubs to encourage and support the reformers across the Channel. The reaction, criticisms of Burke. But the mood of generous admiration and universal approval could not last for long. As the revolution went on developing, while the outbursts of mob violence in France grew more frequent, and the National Assembly plunged into all manner of violence and arbitrary legislation, there began to be a schism in English public opinion. Fox and the more vehement Whigs still persisted in finding nothing to blame across the Channel, explaining the violent deeds of the Parisians as mere effervescence of the mercurial French temperament. But curiously enough, it was a Whig, and one who never tired of singing the praises of our own revolution of 1688, who was the first prophet of evil for the French movement. Edmund Burke, Fox's old colleague and ally, was an exponent of that view of constitutional liberty which looked on mob law as even worse than the despotism of kings. He fixed his eyes on the murderous riots in Paris and the spectacle of the humiliation of Louis XVI. not on the fair PG 578 promises of a golden age made by the milder French reformers. The prospect of anarchy shocked him, and he used his unrivaled eloquence to warn the English nation to have nothing to do with a people of assassins and atheists. When a separation once appears between liberty and law, neither is safe, was his cry. And unlikely as it appeared at first, Burke was entirely in the right. Nothing which he predicted of the French Revolution could exceed the realities which ere long came to pass. Attempted flight of Louis XVI. The consciousness of their own uncontrolled power was turning the brain of the French Assembly and maddening the Parisian populace. They were irritated, but not checked, by the weak resistance and futile evasions of Louis XVI. At last they persuaded themselves that the king and the nobility were conspiring to take away their newly won liberties, while in reality Louis and his nobles alike were paralyzed with dread and only thinking of saving themselves. In the summer of 1791, the unfortunate king took the fatal step of trying to escape by stealth from Paris. He stole away in disguise with his wife and children and had got halfway to the eastern frontier before his absence was discovered. A chance caused his stoppage and discovery at Varennes. He was seized and sent back to Paris, where he was for the future treated as a prisoner, not as a king. Intervention of Austria and Prussia. From this moment, it was the fixed belief in France that Louis had been about to fly to Germany in order to incite the despotic monarchs of Austria and Prussia against his country. In the Assembly, the Wilder party began to come to the front, preaching republicanism and crying that France could not be saved by constitutional reforms, but required bloodletting. Ere long, the symptoms of violence and anarchy, which had frightened Burke in England, exercised a still stronger effect on the rulers of the continent. Francis of Austria and Frederick William II of Prussia, alarmed as to the republican propaganda in France and warned by the fate of their fellow king, began to concentrate their armies on the Rhine and to concert measures for putting down the revolution. On learning their plans, the French Assembly declared war on them in April 1792. But at first their raw levies fared ill against the Germans. Defeat, as always in France, was followed by the cry of treason, and on the 10th of PG 579, August, the Parisian mob stormed the Tuileries, slew the king's guards, and called for his deposition. A republic proclaimed, the September massacres. The Democratic National Convention, which now superseded the Assembly, proclaimed a republic, after the populace had massacred many hundreds of persons who were rightly or wrongly supposed to be the king's friends, September 2, 1792. The convention gave its tacit sanction to these atrocities, in which some of its more violent members were personally implicated. Attitude of Pitt. The news of the September massacres and the proclamation of the Republic cleared up forever the doubts of the English people as to the character of the French Revolution. Pitt's judicial attitude towards the movement had at last changed. In 1790, he had doubted whether it were good or bad. By 1792, he was convinced that it was dangerous, anarchic, and detestable, but still hoped to avoid coming into actual conflict with it. He was in his heart a peace minister, and it was circumstances, not his own will, which were to make him the fomenter of leagues and confederacies against France for 9 long years of war. When Austria and Prussia invited him to join them in their attack, he had at first refused. But he was much disturbed by the bombastic Edict of Fraternity, which the convention published, appealing to all the nations of Europe. All governments are our enemies, all peoples our friends, said this document, and the multitude in every land were invited to overthrow kings and ministers and receive the aid which France would give. Pitt looked upon this as an appeal to anarchy addressed to the discontented classes in England, and was much disturbed when he found that it was welcomed by some of the Whigs of the more popular and democratic section. A small but compact body of these extreme politicians were doing their best to frighten England into a frenzy of reaction by their unwise and unpatriotic conduct. 2 clubs called the Corresponding Society and the Constitutional Society were founded in London for the propagation of revolutionary doctrines. They were composed of men of no weight or importance, Visionary politicians with a craze for republicanism, men of disappointed ambitions who longed for a political crisis to bring them into notice, mob orators, and such like. These bodies deserved PG 580 contempt rather than notice, but in view of the doings overseas, they attracted attention, and their noisy declamations in favor of the wilder doctrines of the French Revolution frightened the public. Especially was an outcry raised by the books and pamphlets of the celebrated freethinker and Republican writer, Tom Paine, the most blatant apologist of the atrocities in Paris. Panic in England, repressive legislation. The average Englishman was sufficiently disgusted by the language of these homegrown revolutionaries from the first, but when more and more blood was shed in France, a measure of alarm was mixed with his dislike of the noisy clubs. Men began to remember the permanent existence in London of a large body of the dangerous classes. It was easy to assume a connection between the French government, the English revolutionary societies, and the dregs of the London streets. And indeed, a few wild spirits do seem to have talked to French agents of foolish plans for starting riots, setting fire to the capital, and seizing the Tower Arsenal in order to arm the mobs who, as they thought, would follow them. But the thousands of rioters and anarchists had no existence save in the brains of the French government and the alarmed and indignant English Tories. Their supposed designs, however, led to an unhappy panic in English legislation. The Habeas Corpus Act was suspended, the right of free meeting restricted, even free speech in a measure fettered by a wholly unnecessary series of government measures, which were in reality directed against a few hundred silly but noisy fanatics. It was like using a sledgehammer to crush a wasp. The moderate Whigs joined Pitt. Unfortunately, the ultimate effects of this scare were destined to endure throughout the 22 years of the coming war, and even after its end. The atrocities committed by the French revolutionists and the foolish talk of their English admirers were the cause of the cessation of liberal legislation in England for a quarter of a century. Pitt himself, who had hitherto led the party of reform, felt the revulsion. His long series of wise and enlightened bills ceases in 1791, and his name becomes, unhappily, connected with stern and repressive laws of unnecessary severity. But it was not to be wondered at that he should act so when we find that the larger half of the Whigs, the professors of an exaggerated zeal PG 581 for liberty and popular government, now joined the Tories. After a continuous existence of a century, the Whig party suffered complete shipwreck. The majority of its members followed Burke in concluding an alliance with Pitt. Only a minority remained in opposition with Fox. In a party division taken before the actual commencement of the French War, Fox was followed by only 50 of his own party when he attempted to oppose a warlike address to the crown. It may be worth noting that this wave of revulsion against the French Revolution is reflected in the English literature of the times. The younger authors of the day, such as Wordsworth and Southey, are liberal and even republican when they begin to write. But after the worst side of the French movement developed, they rapidly slide into enthusiastic patriotism and denunciations of French anarchy and wickedness. Louis Roman 16, executed, France declares war on England. When this was the state of English public feeling, two events conspired to urge the nation into the war for which men had gradually been preparing themselves. The first was the trial and execution of the unfortunate King of France. The Jacobin party, the followers of the bloodthirsty Marat, the blatant Danton, and the coldly ferocious Robespierre were now swaying the convention. They impeached Louis, not so much for any definite acts of his, as to show that they were determined to be rid of monarchy. "The coalized kings of Europe threaten us," said Danton. "Let us hurl at their feet as a gauge the head of a king." Louis was sent to the guillotine on the most empty and frivolous charges, January 21, 1793. His unfortunate wife, Queen Marie Antoinette, followed him thither a few months after. Pitt immediately withdrew the English ambassador from Paris and began to prepare for war. But the actual casus belli was the determination of the French, who had now overrun Belgium, to open the Scheldt and make Antwerp a great naval arsenal. When Pitt protested, the convention declared war on George III, under the vain belief that the English people would take their side and overturn Pitt and his master. "The king and his parliament mean to make war on us," wrote a French minister, but the Republicans of England will not permit it. Already these freemen show their discontent and refuse to bear arms against their brethren. We will fly to their succor. We will PG 582 lodge 50,000 caps of liberty in England, and when we stretch out our arm to these Republicans, the tyranny of their monarchy will be overthrown. So on February 8, 1793, began the Great War, which was to last, with 2 short intervals, till July 7, 1815. If England and France alone had been engaged in the struggle, the famous saying about the impossibility of a duel between the whale and the elephant might have been applicable. France, with her new levies just rushing into the field, had an army of something like 500,000 men. The English regular troops, available for war overseas, were in 1792 about 30,000 strong. On the other hand, the English fleet had line of battle ships, the French only 86. The one nation was almost as superior by sea as the other by land. It was evident that we could only attack the French by land if we had continental allies, while France could not harm us by sea until she had secured assistance from other powers to increase her navy. But if with our limited army we could not hope to equal in the field the legions of France, we had one means of attacking her on land: the use of our power as the richest nation in Europe. Austria, Prussia, and the German states had large armies but little money. England had much money if few men. Accordingly, it was by liberal subsidies to the military powers of the continent that we from first to last fought France on land. History records 9 separate coalitions which Pitt and his successors drew together and cemented with English gold in order to stay the progress, first of the French Republic, then of the great man who inherited its position. English naval supremacy, Lord Howe's victory. The moment that the war began, the naval supremacy of England enabled her to seize most of the outlying French colonies. At the same time, our fleets moved down to blockade the great naval arsenals of Brest, Toulon, and Rochefort, where the French navy was cooped up. So thoroughly were the hostile fleets held in restraint that there was only one important sea fight in the first 3 years of the war. In the summer of 1794, the Brest squadron came out to convoy a merchant fleet and was caught and completely beaten by Lord Howe on the glorious 1st of June. Vigorous government of the Convention, the Reign of Terror. The years 1793-1794 were the hardest part of the war for the French. The coalition against them now comprised England, PG 583 Austria, Prussia, Spain, Holland, and Sardinia. Assailed on every frontier by foreign enemies, they had also to face a formidable royalist rising in La Vendée and Brittany. Yet the Convention made head against all its foes. The Jacobin faction, headed by the ruthless Robespierre, put a fearful energy into its generals by the summary method of sending every officer who failed to the guillotine. The sanguinary despotism which they exercised was a thing of which the most tyrannical monarch would never have dreamed. They had impeached and slain the Girondists, or moderate Republicans, in the summer of 1793. 6 months later, Robespierre, determined to be supreme, had seized and executed his colleague and rival Danton and all his faction. The Reign of Terror made Paris a perfect shambles. 1,400 prisoners were guillotined in 6 weeks, and Robespierre called for yet more blood. Military success of the French. But these horrors within were accompanied by vigor without. Quickened by the axe hanging over their necks, the generals did their best, and finally succeeded in beating back the Allies, whose motley armies failed to cooperate with each other and had no one commander who could direct the whole course of the war to a single end. English reverses in Flanders and at Toulon. England's part in these early years of the war was neither important nor glorious. The Duke of York, the second son of George III, was sent with 20,000 men to aid the Austrians in Flanders, but he was a very incapable commander, got beaten by the French at Hondescoot near Dunkirk, and was forced back into Holland, and at last chased as far as Hanover, 1793-94. Another failure was seen at Toulon in the same year. The royalist inhabitants of that town called in the English to their aid and surrendered its arsenal and fleet, but the place was indifferently defended by General O'Hara, and fell back into the hands of the Republicans after a short siege, mainly owing to the ability displayed by a young artillery officer named Napoleon Bonaparte. The only compensating advantage was that, before evacuating the place, the English were able to burn the French fleet and arsenal. Fall of Robespierre, the Directory. Pitt had said that, when all Europe united against a nation of PG 584 wild beasts and madmen, 2 campaigns would settle the business. But at the end of 1794, things seemed further from a settlement than ever. For the coalition against France, after faring ill in the field, both in Flanders and on the Rhine, began to show signs of breaking up. That this was possible came from the fact that the Reign of Terror and the domination of the implacable Robespierre were at last ended. The time had come when he and his associates, having guillotined all available royalists and moderates, were reduced to preying upon their own party, in their insane desire to find imaginary conspirators against the Republic. Robespierre fell at the hands of the rank and file of the Jacobins, who found the rule of the dictator intolerable when it began to imperil their own necks. Having long shared in his misdoings, they sent him to the guillotine when he began to terrify them, July 1794. Tallien, Barras, and the other leaders in Robespierre's overthrow were, if less ferocious than their master, full of vices of which he could never be accused, profligate, venal, and corrupt. But however bad they were, they yet reversed Robespierre's policy. The executions and massacres ceased, and the reign of the guillotine came to an end. The convention dissolved itself in 1795 and gave place to the government of the Directory, a committee of 5 ministers, of whom Barras was chief. Prussia and Spain acknowledged the Republic. This Directory, though venal and greedy, was a settled government, with which foreign powers could treat, not a gang of bloodthirsty madmen like Robespierre and his crew. When the Jacobin propaganda of murder and massacre was ended, several of the powers of the coalition determined to make peace with France. Prussia and Spain had drawn no profit from the war and had lost men and money in it. Accordingly, they withdrew their armies and acknowledged the Republic. Holland had been overrun by the French in 1794, after the Duke of York's defeat, and forced to become the ally of her conqueror. Hence, the strong and well-equipped Dutch fleet is found for the rest of the war on the side of France. Policy of the Directory, alliance with Spain. Thus England, Austria, and Sardinia alone remained of the original Confederates, and the war began to grow more like the old struggles in the early years of the century. It ceased to be PG 585, a war of opinion between England as representing constitutional monarchy and France as representing rampant and militant democracy. We find the Directory taking up the old policy of the Bourbons, claiming the frontier of the Rhine on land and aiming at breaking the strength of England at sea in order to seize our colonies and ruin our commerce. For the future, the French government was not set on stirring up the London mob and deposing George III, but on fomenting war in India and rebellion in Ireland so as to break our national strength. The likeness of the struggle to the old times of the Family Compact became still more notable when, in 1796, Spain, from reasons of old commercial jealousy, was induced to declare war on England and join France. We had now to face the united fleets of France, Holland, and Spain, a much more formidable task than had hitherto been our lot. Bonaparte in Italy, Treaty of Campo Formio. Things seemed almost desperate for England in 1797, when we lost our last continental allies. The Directory had made Napoleon Bonaparte commander of the Army of Italy in 1796. In 2 campaigns, that marvelous general overran the Austrian and Sardinian dominions in the valley of the Po, and then pushing on, crossed the Alps and invaded Austria from the south. When he was less than 100 miles from Vienna, the emperor asked for peace and obtained it from Bonaparte by the Treaty of Campo Formio, at the price of surrendering Belgium and Lombardy, October 1797. England threatened with invasion. Thus England was left alone to face France, Holland, and Spain, whose fleets, if united, outnumbered our own. For the next 3 years, the safety of England hung on the power of our admirals to keep the junction from taking place. 6 English fleets were always at sea, facing the 6 great naval ports of the Allies, the Texel, Brest, Ferrol, Cadiz, Cartagena, and Toulon. It was clear that if one or more of the blockaded fleets got away and joined another, the English would be outnumbered at the critical point, and if once beaten could not prevent an invasion of England. If only the command of the Channel were lost, there was nothing to prevent the victorious armies that had overrun Germany, Holland, and Italy from coming ashore in Kent or Sussex. Financial panic in England. In return, Pitt called on England for a great effort. The war expenditure was increased to £42 million a year, and every nerve was strained to keep up the fleet. This enormous outpouring of money drained the exchequer to such a degree that public confidence began to fail, and in February 1797, there almost occurred the national disaster of the bankruptcy of the Bank of England. A long and steady demand for hard cash by creditors who feared the worst drained the bank reserve till there was no more gold left. A crash was only staved off by Pitt passing in a single night a bill for suspending payments in gold, and for making banknotes legal tender to any amount, so that no one could demand as a right from the bank 5 guineas for his 5-guinea note. This state of things lasted when cash payments were renewed. The mutiny at the north. But this trouble was nothing compared to the awful danger 3 months later, when the Channel and North Sea fleets burst out into mutiny in April 1797. These mutinies were early examples of the phenomena which we know so well in our own days under the name of strikes. The sailors had suffered greatly from the long blockading service, which kept them perpetually at sea, off the French and Dutch ports. Their pay was low, their food bad, and their commanders in many cases harsh and cruel. They had therefore much excuse for themselves when they demanded a better diet, higher pay, a fairer distribution of prize money, and the dismissal of certain tyrannous officers. But the time they chose for their strike was inexcusable, for while they lay idle at the Nore and Spithead, the French and Dutch might have sailed out, joined, and mastered the Channel. At first, it was feared that the navy had been corrupted by French principles and was about to declare for a republic and join the enemy. But it was soon found that with a few exceptions the men were loyal and only wanted redress of grievances. Pitt wisely granted their demands, and they returned to duty, refusing to follow a few wild spirits who wished to begin a political insurrection. Few or none protested when Parker, the sailor demagogue, was hanged, and the fleet, which had been in mutiny in the summer, went out in the autumn to victory. Battles of Camperdown and Cape St. Vincent. Some weeks after their opportunity was past, the Dutch PG 587 fleet came out of the Texel, hoping to find the North Sea still unguarded. But Admiral Duncan absolutely annihilated his enemies at the hard-fought Battle of Camperdown, October 1797. Some time earlier, another decisive victory had crushed the Spanish fleet. The Cadiz squadron of 27 line-of-battle ships had slipped out to sea, but Admiral Jervis, well seconded by his great Lieutenant Nelson, followed them and beat them off Cape St. Vincent, though he had only 14 ships with him. This was the most extraordinary victory in the whole war, when the disparity of numbers is taken into consideration. The victories of St. Vincent and Camperdown were the salvation of England, for the naval crisis was tided over and the union of the hostile fleets prevented. During the remainder of the war, the French often threatened invasion, but were never able to get that command of the Channel which they might have seized without trouble during the mutiny at the Nore. The restored dominion of England at sea was all the more important because of the danger in Ireland, which was now impending. Ireland under the Parliament of 1782. Though Ireland had obtained her Home Rule Parliament in 1782, her troubles were as far from an end as ever. The government of the island was still in the hands of the Protestants of the Church of Ireland alone, and the Romanists and Protestant dissenters were still excluded from many political rights. Thus 6/7 of the people had no part in governing themselves, and the 5/7 who were Romanists were even yet subject to many of the repressive laws against their religion, passed in the reign of William III. Though in 1792 they were at last granted freedom of public worship, and allowed to vote for members of Parliament, they could not sit therein. The rule of the Irish Tories was harsh and arbitrary. From the outbreak of the French Revolution onward, they had suspected, and with justice, that the French would endeavour to raise trouble in Ireland. For there alone in the British Isles was to be found a discontented population, held down by a minority which governed entirely in its own interests, and took no heed of the desires of its subjects. There had always been close communication between France and Ireland since the old PG 588 Jacobite days, and many Irish exiles were living beyond the seas. Hence it was not strange that first the discontented Protestant dissenters and afterwards the Roman Catholics put themselves into communication with the French, the latter more reluctantly than the former, for they were the most bigoted of papists, and much disliked the atheists and freethinkers who guided the revolution. Fro to 1798, Ireland was being undermined with secret societies, much like the Fenians of our own days, whose intrigues the Tory government strove in vain to detect and frustrate. The United Irishmen. The chief of these associations was called the United Irishmen, because it worked for the combination of the dissenters of the North and the Romanists of the South in the common end of rebellion. The original leaders in the conspiracy were all hot-headed radical politicians who had been fired with the enthusiasm of the French Revolution. Their chiefs were Lord Edward Fitzgerald, a young nobleman of Republican proclivities, Wolfe Tone, a violent party pamphleteer who had hitherto called himself a Whig, and Bond, a Dublin tradesman. Hoch's attempt to invade Ireland. These conspirators did not at first intend to rise without getting aid from France, and there was never much chance of their friends oversea being able to send them help. But when the fleets of France, Spain, and Holland were united, it seemed possible to send an expedition to Ireland. In December 1796, the Brest squadron took on board 0 men under the young and vigorous General Hoch and made a dash for the coast of Munster. Slipping out while the English blockading squadron was blown off by a storm, Hoch's fleet got safely to sea. But the ships met with a hurricane and were so beaten about and dispersed that only half of them reached their rendezvous at Bantry Bay in County Kerry. Hoch, their leader, never appeared, and Grouchy, his lieutenant, the man who in later years was Napoleon's unlucky marshal, shrank from landing with 7,000 men in an unknown country where he could detect no signs of the promised insurrection. He lost heart and returned to Brest without having been met or molested by the English. If he had landed, there is no doubt that the whole south of Ireland would have risen to join him. In the next year, their PG 589 was an even greater peril of invasion, while the English fleet was in mutiny. The Dutch squadron, which was beaten at Camperdown, had been given Ireland as its goal, and might have got there unopposed if it had started 6 weeks earlier. Harsh measures of the Irish government. Conscious of the danger which it was incurring, the Irish government was stirred up to vigorous measures. All the loyalists of Ireland, the Orangemen, as they were now called, had already been embodied in regiments of yeomanry and were ready to move at the first alarm of rebellion. Lord Lake, the commander-in-chief in Ireland, was directed to disarm the whole Catholic population and to search everywhere for concealed arms. The order was carried out with more vigilance than mercy, as the task of finding the weapons was entrusted to the Orangemen of the Yeomanry Corps, who were determined to crush their rebellious countrymen at any cost. They employed the roughest measures to elicit information, flogging the suspected peasants and torturing them with pitch-caps and pointed stakes, till they revealed the hiding place of their weapons. But, if cruel, Lake's measures were completely successful. In Ulster, where the search began, no less than 50,000 muskets and 0 pikes were seized, and if the same energy had been displayed in other parts of Ireland, the rebellion of 1798 would have been impossible. But the outcry caused in the Irish and English parliaments by the rough doings of the yeomanry prevented the full execution of the disarmament, and the United Irishmen of the South retained their concealed weapons and waited for the signal of revolt. Outbreak of the rebellion. The crisis came in the spring of 1798, when the government were at last put by an informer on the track of the Central Committee of the United Irishmen. The leaders and organizers who had so long eluded them were at last caught and lodged in Dublin Castle, save Lord Edward Fitzgerald, who fought with the police who came to arrest him, slew 2, and was himself killed in the struggle. The seizure of the chiefs, instead of wrecking the conspiracy, caused it to burst out with sudden violence, for the Irish thought that all was discovered, and that rebellion was the only way to save their necks. An abortive rising in Ulster was easily put down, but PG 590 in the southeast of Ireland, the whole countryside rose in arms, and great bodies of insurgents attacked not only the loyal yeomanry, but every Protestant family in the district. The rebels were under no central control, and were headed only by village ruffians and ignorant and bigoted priests. Acts worthy of the Parisian mob were perpetrated by the peasantry of Wexford, where the rebellion was strongest. They shot the Bishop of Ferns and many other non-combatants, including women and children. On Wexford Bridge, they put several scores of persons to death by tossing them in the air and catching them on pikes. At Scullabog, they burnt alive a whole barnful of prisoners. Battle of Vinegar Hill. For a fortnight, there was sharp fighting in the south, for the rebels showed as much courage as ferocity. But the Orange yeomanry were stirred to frantic wrath by the atrocities of their enemies and put down the insurrection with little aid from the regular troops. The decisive fight was at the fortified camp of Vinegar Hill, the chief stronghold of the rebels. When it was stormed, and when Father Murphy, the leader of the Wexford men, had fallen, the peasants dispersed. The atrocities which they had committed were promptly avenged, and the triumphant Orangemen hanged or shot hundreds of prisoners, with small attentions to the forms of justice. General Humbert's expedition. 2 months after the Battle of Vinegar Hill, a small French expedition succeeded in slipping out of Rochefort and landed in Connaught. But the back of the rebellion was broken, and though General Humbert routed some militia at Castlebar, he was soon surrounded and captured by Lord Cornwallis, the Lord Lieutenant, who beset him with a tenfold superiority of numbers. Pitt's scheme for uniting England and Ireland. The Great Rebellion of 1798 led to the legislative union of England and Ireland. Pitt and his lieutenant, Cornwallis, thought, rightly enough, that the rising had come from the fact that the large majority of the Irish were handed over, without representation or political rights, to be governed by the minority. They devised 2 schemes for bettering the state of the land. The Romanists were to receive emancipation, that is, the same rights as their neighbours of the Church of Ireland, and at the same time an end was to be put to the Dublin Parliament and the PG 591 Irish members incorporated in the Parliament of Great Britain. For emancipation without union would have given the Romanists a majority in the Dublin Parliament and led to a bitter struggle between them and their old masters, which must have ended in a second civil war. The Act of Union passed. The process of persuading or bribing the Anglo-Irish Protestant aristocracy to give up their national parliament took 2 years. They bitterly disliked the idea and were only induced to yield by a liberal shower of titles and pensions, and a goodly compensation in cash distributed among the chief borough owners and peers. It was not till February 18, 1800, 20 months after the rebellion had been crushed, that the Irish houses voted their own destruction. For the future, Ireland was represented by 32 peers and 100 commoners in the Parliament of the United Kingdom. After completing the union, Pitt began to take in hand his scheme of Catholic emancipation. But he was not destined to carry it through, a fact which was in a short time to have a widely felt influence on English politics. Bonaparte in Egypt. Meanwhile, the French war was still raging. Having failed to win command of the seas, and having been equally disappointed in their plans for causing rebellion in Ireland, the French Directory tried another scheme for injuring England. Napoleon Bonaparte, the young general who had conquered Italy in 1796-7, was now the first man in France. He had lately formed a grandiose scheme for erecting a great empire in the Levant. From thence, he intended to strike a blow at the English dominions in India, which he regarded as the chief source of our wealth. The venal and incapable members of the Directory feared Bonaparte and were glad to get him out of France. They at once fell in with his plan and gave him the Toulon fleet and an army of 30,000 men. Keeping his destination a profound secret, Bonaparte sailed from Toulon in May 1798. He piratically seized Malta from the Knights of St. John as he passed, to make it a halfway house to his intended goal. Then, pushing on eastwards, he landed at Alexandria, and in a few weeks overran the whole of Egypt, though France had never declared war on the Sultan of Turkey, the ruler of that land. Once seated there, he began to develop a gigantic scheme for the conquest of the whole PG 592 East, vowing that he would build up an Oriental empire and attack Europe from the rear. His first care was to send emissaries to Tipu Sultan, the son of our old Indian enemy Hyder Ali, bidding him to attack the English in India with the assurance of French support. Battle of the Nile. Soon after Bonaparte had taken Cairo, he heard that the ships which had brought him to Egypt had been destroyed. Admiral Nelson, the commander of the English Mediterranean fleet, had arrived too late to prevent the French army from disembarking, but finding their squadron lying in Aboukir Bay, he determined to destroy it. The enemy lay moored in shallow water, close to the land, but Nelson resolved to follow them into their anchorage. Sending half his ships to slip in between the enemy and the shore, he led the other half to attack them on the side of the open sea. This difficult maneuver was carried out with perfect success. First the van, then the center, then the rear of the French fleet was beset on two sides. The squadrons were exactly equal in numbers, each counting 13 line-of-battle ships. But so great was the superiority of the English seamanship and gunnery that 11 out of the 13 French vessels were sunk or taken in a few hours. This brilliant feat of naval tactics had the important result of cutting off Bonaparte's power to return to France. He was penned up in Egypt as in an island, with no way of egress save by the desert route to Syria. Nor could any further reinforcements reach him from France, since the victory of the Nile gave Nelson complete command of the Mediterranean. But Bonaparte did not at first show any dismay. He was firmly established in Egypt, and had resolved to persevere in his attempt to conquer the whole East with his own army. Siege of Acre. In the winter of 1798-99, he crossed the desert and flung himself upon Syria. He turned the Turks out of the southern part of the land and won a great victory over them at Mount Tabor. But before the walls of the seaport of Acre, he was brought to a standstill, not so much by the gallantry of the Turkish garrison, as by the activity of a small English squadron under Sir Sidney Smith, which harassed the besiegers, threw supplies into the town, and landed men to assist the Pasha when the French tried to take the place by storm. Bonaparte used to say in later days that but for Sidney Smith, PG 593, he might have died as Emperor of the East. At last, he was forced to raise the siege and to retreat on Egypt, where he found startling news awaiting him. Renewed coalition against France. While he was absent in the East, Pitt had found means to start a new coalition against France, in which both Russia and Austria were engaged. The imbecile Directory was quite unable to keep these foes at bay. An Austro-Russian army drove the French completely out of Italy, and at the same time another Austrian army defeated them in Germany and thrust them back to the Rhine, while an English force, under the Duke of York, landed in Holland to threaten the northern frontiers of the Republic. Return of Bonaparte. Bonaparte had expected something of the kind, knowing the imbecility of the Directory, and he was now ready to pose as the savior of France and to make a bid for supreme power, for his ambition ran far beyond that of being merely the chief of French generals. Leaving his army in Egypt, he ran the gauntlet of the English fleet and safely reached France. Bonaparte, first consul. The accusations of mismanagement which he brought against the Directory were supported by French public opinion, especially by that of the army. With small difficulty, Bonaparte dethroned the Directory and dispersed by force of arms the Council of 500, which represented parliamentary government. He then instituted a new form of constitution, which was in reality, though not in shape, a military despotism. Under the title of First Consul, he became the supreme ruler of France, November 1799. Battles of Marengo and Hohenlinden, Peace of Luneville. The nation acquiesced in this change because Bonaparte had pledged himself to save France from the coalition if he was entrusted with a dictatorship. He kept his word, crossing the Alps by the pass of the Great St. Bernard, where no large army had crossed before, he got into the rear of the Austrians in Italy and then beat them at the Battle of Marengo, June 1800. Cut off from their retreat, the Austrians had to surrender, and all Italy fell back into the hands of Bonaparte. Later in the same year, the French won an equally crushing victory in South Germany at Hohenlinden, where General Moreau annihilated the Austrian army of the north. Russia had already withdrawn PG 594 from the coalition, for the eccentric Tsar Paul had conceived a great admiration for Bonaparte and did not object to a despot though he hated a republic. The Duke of York had been driven out of Holland long before, and France was triumphant all along the line. Austria, threatened with invasion at once on the west and the south, was forced to ask for peace, and by the Peace of Luneville recognized Napoleon as ruler of France, 1801. Lord Wellesley and Tipu Sultan, southern India subdued. Thus England was once more left alone to fight out her old duel with France, or rather with the vigorous and able despot who had made France his own. But the struggle was no longer so dangerous as in 1797–98. In every quarter of the globe, the English held their own in the years 1799–1801. In India, the intrigues of Bonaparte had caused Sultan Tipu of Mysore to attack the Madras presidency, but he was opposed by a man of great ability, Lord Wellesley, the new Governor-General of India, the first statesman who boldly proposed to make the whole peninsula of Hindustan subject or vassal to England. Wellesley dealt promptly and sternly with the Sultan of Mysore. He was beaten in battle, chased back to his capital of Seringapatam, and slain at the gate of his palace as he strove to resist the English stormers. It was in this siege that Wellesley's brother, Arthur Wellesley, the great Duke of Wellington of a later day, first distinguished himself. On Tipu's death, half Mysore was annexed, the other half given back to the old Hindu Rajas whom Tipu's father had deposed, May 1799. The complete subjection of southern India was shortly afterwards carried out by the annexation of the Carnatic, where the descendants of our old ally Muhammad Ali had fallen into utter effeteness. They had, moreover, been detected in intrigues with Tipu during the late war. Capture of Malta, the French expelled from Egypt. The conquest of Mysore was not the only English success that resulted from Bonaparte's expedition to Egypt. In 1800, we took Malta from the garrison which he had left there. In 1801, the more important task of reconquering Egypt itself was undertaken. Sir Ralph Abercrombie landed at Aboukir with 20,000 men. He twice defeated the French in front of Alexandria, but fell just as he had won the second battle. He had, however, PG 595 done his work so thoroughly that the hostile army was compelled to capitulate and to evacuate Egypt, which England then restored to the Turks, March–August 1801. The Armed Neutrality, Battle of Copenhagen. Bonaparte had still one card to play. He used the personal influence which he had acquired over the eccentric autocrat of Russia to endeavor to stir up trouble for England in the north. At his prompting, Tsar Paul induced his smaller neighbors Denmark and Sweden to form the Armed Neutrality, with the object of excluding English trade from the Baltic. England at once sent a great fleet to the north. It moored before Copenhagen, the Danish capital, which commands the main entrance to the Baltic, and summoned the Danes to abandon the armed neutrality and permit the English to pass. The Prince Regent of Denmark refused, and the Battle of Copenhagen followed. The slow and pedantic Admiral Sir Hyde Parker was proceeding to dilatory tactics, but his hand was forced by his second-in-command, Nelson, the victor of the Nile. Disregarding his superior's orders to hold back, Nelson forced his way up the strait to Copenhagen, sunk or took nearly the whole Danish fleet, and silenced the shore batteries. When he threatened to bombard the city, the Prince Regent asked for an armistice and abandoned the armed neutrality, April 1801. Death of the Tsar Paul. Nelson now entered the Baltic and would have attacked Russia, but the death of Tsar Paul saved him the trouble. The tyrant had so maddened his nobles by his caprices and cruelty that he was slain by conspirators in his own bedchamber. His son, Alexander I, promptly came to terms with England and abandoned his French alliance. Pitt and Catholic emancipation. Just before the Battle of Copenhagen had been fought, England lost the minister who had guided her in peace and war for the last 17 years, the pilot who weathered the storm, as a popular song of the day called him. Pitt resigned his place on a point of honor. In the spring of 1801, there met the first united Parliament of Great Britain and Ireland, and before this new assembly, the Premier intended to lay his promised bill for the relief of Roman Catholics from their political disabilities. This measure was destined to cause the great statesman's fall. The bigoted and stubborn old king, whom he had served so faithfully, had a PG 596 stronger prejudice against justice for Catholics than against any other reform that could be mooted. He imagined that any measure giving them emancipation would be against the terms of his coronation oath, and openly said that he would never make himself a perjurer by giving his royal assent to Pitt's bill. The Prime Minister had an exaggerated view of the duty of loyalty and a great personal regard for his old master. On the other hand, he had solemnly pledged himself to the Irish Romanists to back their cause as long as he was in power. Under the circumstances, he thought himself bound to resign his office and retired in March 1801. Addington succeeds Pitt. Madness of the king. George replaced his old servant by a man infinitely beneath him, Henry Addington, a commonplace Tory, one of Pitt's least able lieutenants. This vapid nonentity had the single merit of want of originality. He went on with Pitt's policy because he could devise no other. But his weakness and subservience to the crown might have induced George III to revert to some of his former unconstitutional habits if the old king had not gone mad soon after. He recovered his senses after some months, but was never the same man again, and was liable to recurring fits of insanity, which at last became permanent. It was the feeble Addington who was fated to bring to an end the first epoch of the Great War with France, though he had not been concerned in the labor of bearing its brunt. Bonaparte had failed in all his schemes against England, alike in Egypt, India, and the Baltic. The French navy was crushed. Most of the French colonies were in English hands. He was accordingly glad to make peace, partly in order to take breath and build up a new naval power before assaulting England again, partly in order to find leisure to carry out his plans for making himself the permanent ruler of France, for he was set on becoming something more than first consul and needed time to perfect his plan. The Peace of Amiens. England was not less desirous of peace. The long stress of the war had wearied the nation, and the load of debt which had been piled up since 1793 appalled the ministers. When Bonaparte offered to treat, his proposals were eagerly accepted. Negotiations were begun in October 1801, and peace was signed at Amiens on March 25, 1802, with PG 597 France, Spain, and Holland. It was not unprofitable. Bonaparte undertook to withdraw the French armies from Naples, Rome, and Portugal, and to give up any claims to Egypt. He made his allies, the Dutch and Spaniards, surrender to us the rich islands of Ceylon and Trinidad. Malta, now in English hands, was to be restored to the Knights of St. John. On the other hand, England recognized Bonaparte as first consul and restored to him all the French colonies which we had conquered, from Martinique in the west to Pondicherry in the east. Considering the imminent danger which we had passed through in the last 9 years, the nation was glad to obtain peace on these respectable, if not brilliant terms. It was hoped that our struggle with France was at last ended. CP 452. From there, having enrolled themselves in clubs named after their hero, William of Orange. Chapter 38. England and Bonaparte. 1802–1815. When the Treaty of Amiens had been signed, the English people firmly believed that the Great War was ended, that the period of stress and anxiety, of heavy taxation and huge armaments, of threatened invasions and domestic strife, was finally closed. Bonaparte, who needed an interval of peace for the working out of his domestic policy, had affected a frank, liberal, and conciliatory spirit in dealing with our diplomatists, and had produced on them the impression that a reasonable as well as strong man was now at the helm at Paris. The France with which we had come to terms was no longer the wild and militant republic of the old Jacobin days, but a well-ordered and strongly centralized monarchy, though its ruler did not yet bear the title of king. If Bonaparte had really intended to accept the situation and dwell in peace beside us as a loyal neighbor, the Treaty of Amiens would have needed no defense. But Addington and his fellows had not gauged the first consul's true character or the peculiarities of his position. He had risen to power by war. His power depended on his military prestige, and a permanent peace would have ruined his control over his army, which he had gorged with plunder and glory, and turned into a greedy and arrogant military caste. But it was hard to expect English statesmen to see through the character and designs of a man whom the French themselves had not yet learnt to know. And when an honorable peace was proffered, it would have been wrong to refuse it. The internal condition of England called for rest and retrenchment. Schemes of Bonaparte. But the first consul's real objects in concluding the Peace of Amiens were purely personal and selfish. He wished to recover pg 599, the lost French colonies, and to rebuild the ruined French navy. He needed peace to reorganize the control of France over her vassal states in Holland, Italy, and Switzerland, which she had bound to her chariot wheels during the late wars. Most of all, he required a space of leisure to prepare for that assumption of monarchical power which he had been plotting ever since his return from Egypt. His conduct towards England. While England was thinking only of peace, and while thousands of English were embarking on the continental travel which had been denied them for 9 years, Bonaparte was already beginning to show the cloven hoof. In the autumn of 1802, he annexed to France the continental half of the dominions of our old ally the King of Sardinia and the Duchy of Parma. He sent 30,000 men into Switzerland to occupy the chief passes of the Alps. He ordered the vassal republics in Holland and North Italy to place prohibitive duties on English merchandise. These actions, though irritating, were not actual breaches of the peace, but things grew more serious when he made the impudent request that we should expel from our shores the exiled princes of the old royal house of France, and that our government should suppress certain newspapers which criticized his rule in France too sharply. These demands were of course refused. The first consul then began to harp on the question of the evacuation of Malta. That island was still garrisoned by English troops, as its old masters, the Knights of St. John, were not yet in a position to resume their dominion there. When England refused to evacuate Malta at once and ventured to remonstrate about the annexation of Piedmont and Parma, Bonaparte assumed a most offensive attitude. He summoned Lord Whitworth, our ambassador at Paris, into his presence, and in the midst of a large assembly at the Tuileries delivered an angry harangue to him, declaring that the English cabinet had no respect for honor or treaties and was wishing to drive him to a new war. He did not wish to fight, he said, but if he once drew the sword, it should never be sheathed till England was crushed. War declared, seizure of English subjects in France. This insulting message roused even the feeble Addington to anger. With extreme reluctance and dismay, the cabinet began to contemplate the possibility of a renewed war with France. pg 600A royal message was laid before Parliament asking for increased votes for the army and navy, which had just been cut down on account of the peace. Bonaparte, on the other hand, began to move masses of troops towards the shores of the English Channel and to order the building of many ships of war. Addington attempted further negotiations for staving off a collision, but met no response from the first consul, who refused to listen to any offers till we should have evacuated Malta and recognized the legality of his annexations in Italy and Switzerland. Nothing could be done to bring him to reason, and on May 12, 1803, our ambassador left Paris, and war was declared, only 13 months after the signing of the Peace of Amiens. Bonaparte had, perhaps, been intent on bullying the English cabinet and had fancied that they would yield to his hectoring. He showed intense irritation when war was declared and committed a flagrant breach of international law by seizing all the English tourists and travelers who were passing through France on business or pleasure, and imprisoning them as if they were prisoners of war. They were about 10,000 in number, and Bonaparte had the cruelty to keep them confined during the whole of the war. Another sign of his malice was that he kept accusing the English government of instigating assassins to murder him. There was, indeed, hardly a crime which he did not lay to the account of his enemies. The second act of the great drama of the French War had now begun. The first had lasted 9 years. This was to endure for 11, from May 1803 to March 1814. The whole war is indeed won, if we regard it as the last struggle for commercial and maritime supremacy between England and her old rival, and compare it with the 7 Years' War and the War of American Independence. Nature of the contest between England and France. But on the other hand, the aspect of the strife was greatly changed by the fact that England had no longer the principles of the Revolution to fight, but was engaged in a struggle against an ambitious despot, a world conqueror who had no parallel save Cæsar or Alexander the Great. The France of Bonaparte only resembled the France of Robespierre in the unscrupulous vigor of her assaults on her enemies. She was no longer professing to fight PG 601 for a principle, the deliverance of oppressed peoples from the yoke of monarchy and the proclamation of liberty, equality, and fraternity for all men. Though Bonaparte still made a parade of being a beneficent liberator, yet France was now fighting to make herself the tyrant state of Europe, to win power and plunder, not to carry out the principles of the Revolution. In the long struggles that followed the declaration of war in 1803, Bonaparte at one time and another struck down every government in Europe that dared to stand against him, but England he could never subdue. From the moment when Sidney Smith turned him back from the walls of Acre, down to the moment when Wellington drove him a broken and defeated adventurer from the hillside of Waterloo, it was always England that stood between him and complete success. Hence it came that he honored her with a venomous hatred such as he never bestowed on any other foe. It may be said with much truth that his whole career after 1803 was a crusade against England, and that all his actions were directed to secure her ruin, whether that ruin was to be brought about in the open strife of contending fleets, or in the slow but deadly working of laws aimed against English commerce and industries. When Bonaparte was meeting and beating the Austrian, the Prussian, or the Russian, he felt that he was fighting the hired soldiers of England, for every confederacy against him was cemented with English gold. The final object of all his continental wars was to crush us. His victories were all means to that end. In a contest between a single despot and a free state, the former has in many ways the advantage. He has no parliament to criticize his actions, no public opinion before which he is bound to justify his every deed. He can work out his schemes in his own brain and give them the unity that a single mastermind inspires. He can secure the implicit obedience of his lieutenants, because he alone can make or mar their career. On the other hand, the policy dictated by an English cabinet of a dozen men was prone to lack consistency and singleness of aim, and their plans and projects were divulged to Parliament, criticized by opponents, and trumpeted out to all Europe by the press, before they were well set in hand. It was no light responsibility that the Addington ministry took upon themselves when they declared war on the unscrupulous First Consul. The long struggle which followed may be divided into 4 epochs. In the first, 1803–1805, Bonaparte strove to settle the national duel by an actual invasion of England, and lamentably failed. In the second, 1805–1808, England fought by subsidizing foreign allies, while Bonaparte struck at his enemy by the continental system, a plan for starving English trade. In the third period, 1808–1814, a new aspect was given to the struggle by the interference of England on land. Instead of relying on subsidies, we poured troops into Spain and met the French face to face. At the same time, the intolerable oppression which Bonaparte exercised over all the states of the continent led to national risings against him, which finally, in 1814, wrought his downfall. The fourth period comprises only the 100 days of March-June 1815, in which the tyrant tried to seize once more his old place and power, and suffered his final defeat at Waterloo. Bonaparte resolves to invade England. In the first opening months of the war, Bonaparte set his mind on bringing the struggle to a rapid conclusion by crossing the Channel and invading England. he dispatched 0 veteran troops to the coast between Dunkirk and St. Valery and fixed his own headquarters at Boulogne, where the cliffs of Folkestone and Dover were actually in sight. "The channel is but a ditch," he said, "and anyone can cross it who has but the courage to try. A fog might enable his whole army to slip across unseen, or a fortunate gale might drive away the English fleet for the short 24 hours that he required." Hundreds and afterwards thousands of flat-bottomed boats were collected at Boulogne and the neighboring ports and fitted up, some as armed gunboats, some as transports. The troops were trained to embark with extraordinary speed so that they might not lose a minute when the signal for sailing should be given. But from June 1803 to September 1805 they waited, and yet the signal was never given. Defensive measures, the volunteer movement, recall of Pitt. England faced the trial with wonderful courage. The nation was so wrathful at the wanton renewal of the war by Bonaparte and at his arrogant threat of invasion that it made efforts such as had never been dreamed of before. While the Addington ministry were doubting how best to meet the projected attack, the PG 603 nation itself solved the problem by the great volunteer movement. Almost every able-bodied man in England and Scotland offered himself for service. By the autumn of 1803, there were 347,000 volunteers under arms, besides 120,000 regular troops and 0 militia. This was a marvelous effort for a kingdom which then only count 0 souls. The volunteers, it is true, were imperfectly trained, often insufficiently officered, and unprovided with a proper proportion of cavalry and artillery. But when we consider their numbers and enthusiasm, it is only fair to conclude that even if Bonaparte had thrown across his 120,000 or 150,000 men into Kent or Sussex, he would have been able to do little against such a vast superiority of numbers. Not contented with enrolling men for land service, the government displayed great energy in strengthening our first line of defense, the fleet. The dockyards were worked with such zeal and speed that 166 new vessels were added to the navy before the year was over. Blockading squadrons were hastily sent out to face all the French and Dutch naval ports, as they had done in the old war. Not the least of the signs of national enthusiasm was that, in obedience to the public voice, Pitt, whose name was now bound up with a vigorous war policy, was recalled to the helm of state with the king's consent, while the weak Addington retired into the background. Attempted Irish rebellion, English success in India. While Bonaparte was drilling his army for rapid embarkation and multiplying his gunboats, he utilized the time to stir up trouble for England in all parts of the world. He gave his approval to a wild scheme for an Irish rebellion, headed by the rash young revolutionary Robert Emmet, whose only achievement was to cause a riot in Dublin, murder Lord Kilwarden, the Chief Justice of Ireland, and get himself promptly hung. A more dangerous blow was aimed at our empire in India. French military adventurers had been many and prosperous in the native courts of that country ever since the days of Dupleix, and the first consul hoped by their aid to stir up the Nizam and the Maratha powers against England. But he had to deal with the able and vigorous Lord Wellesley, the greatest governor-general that India has known since Warren Hastings. Wellesley forced PG 600 for the Nizam to dismiss his French officers, and allied himself with the Peshwa, the nominal head of the Maratha Confederacy, against the other chiefs of that nation. In 1803, Lord Lake conquered Delhi and the Doab from the French mercenaries of Sindhia, the most powerful of these rulers, while Arthur Wellesley, the Governor-General's brother, was fighting further to the south against Sindhia himself and the Raja of Berar. In the brilliant battles of Assaye and Argam, this young general beat the Maratha hosts, though they were 9-1 against him. The two hostile princes were forced to make peace and cede to the East India Company their outlying dominions, Sindhia's fortresses in the north, which became the nucleus of our northwestern provinces, and the Raja of Berar's province of Orissa, which was added to Bengal, 1804. Bonaparte assumes the title of emperor. In the winter of 1803-04, Bonaparte began to doubt the wisdom of attacking England with his flotilla of gunboats and transports only, and resolved to wait till he could concentrate in the straits a fleet of line-of-battle ships, capable of beating off the English Channel Squadron. While this plan was being worked out, he brought the internal affairs of France to a crisis. In the spring of 1804, an abortive royalist conspiracy against him was detected, and he took advantage of it to assume a higher and firmer position in the state than that of first consul. Accordingly, his servile Senate requested him to accept the title of emperor. In May 1804, he forced the Pope, who stood in mortal dread of annexation, to come up to Paris and preside at his coronation, a great and costly pageant, which marked the end of even the shadow of liberty in France. Bonaparte assumed the title of Napoleon I, thus making his own strange Christian name notable for the first time since history begins. He determines to employ the Spanish fleet. When his coronation festivities were over, Napoleon set his mind seriously to the task of concentrating a great fleet in the Channel to cover the crossing of his army. In the autumn of 1804, the days of the old naval leagues against England in 1782 were renewed, when the emperor forced Spain to join him, demanding either a money contribution or an auxiliary fleet. The feeble Charles IV chose to give the money, but the vessels which bore PG 605, the treasure, were seized by an English squadron, and Pitt promptly declared war on Spain. By utilizing the large Spanish fleet, Napoleon thought that he could gather together an armament strong enough to keep the Channel open for the crossing of the legions which lay at Boulogne. But meanwhile, English blockading vessels were already watching Cartagena, Cadiz, and Ferrol, as well as Toulon and Brest, and a hard task lay before the emperor when he determined to concentrate the scattered naval forces of France and Spain. While Napoleon was busy with this scheme, Pitt had been returning to his old policy of finding continental allies for England and stirring them up against France. Austria and Russia had been greatly displeased by the same reckless annexations in 1803 which had driven England into war. But their grudges might not have grown into an anti-French coalition if it had not been for the energy of Pitt's diplomacy and the large subsidies which he offered. Napoleon's naval scheme. In the spring of 1805, things came to a head. On the one hand, the French emperor's scheme for the invasion of England was ready. On the other, Pitt's continental allies were secretly arming. Napoleon's plan was complicated but ingenious. Its strength lay in the fact that it was not easy for the English to judge what exactly would be his method or to provide against it. He ordered the French Mediterranean fleet at Toulon to take advantage of the first rough weather and to escape from its harbor whenever the English blockading squadron, now headed by the ever-active and vigilant Nelson, should be blown out to sea. Then his chief admiral, Villeneuve, was to slip past Gibraltar and to join the Spanish fleet at Cadiz, driving off the English ships which were watching that port. The united Franco-Spanish armament was then to sail right across the Atlantic to the West Indies as if to attack our colonies there. But the real object of this demonstration was to entice Nelson, who was certain to chase them when he found their route far away from Europe. For when they had reached the West Indies, the Allied fleet were to turn sharply back again and steer across the Atlantic for Brest, where they would find another large French fleet, blockaded by Admiral Cornwallis and the English Channel Squadron. Villeneuve, as the emperor calculated, would be able to deliver PG 606, the Brest fleet, some weeks before Nelson could appear in Europe. He would then have 70 ships to oppose the 35 with which England guarded the Channel, and with such overwhelming superiority would be able to clear the Dover Straits and convoy across the army which had been waiting so long at Boulogne. Villeneuve escapes to the West Indies. In the first part of this great naval campaign, the emperor's elaborate scheme worked well. Villeneuve slipped out of Toulon while Nelson's fleet was blown away by rough weather. He hurried away to Cadiz, liberated the Spaniards there, and was off to the West Indies before Nelson could find out what had become of him. Very tardily, the great English admiral discovered his route and hurried across the Atlantic in pursuit. In due pursuance of the scheme of Napoleon, Villeneuve turned back and steered for Brest, while his pursuer was seeking him off Barbados. Battle off Cape Finisterre. But here the good fortune of the French ended, and a combination of chance and skill saved England. So slow was the Franco-Spanish fleet, and so bad its seamanship, that Nelson gained many days upon them. He luckily chanced upon a ship that had seen them turn back, hastily shifted his own course to follow and sent to England to warn the Lords of the Admiralty that Villeneuve might be expected off Brest. With most commendable haste, a squadron under Admiral Calder was organized to encounter Villeneuve before he could reach Europe. It sailed out just in time to meet him as he got into the Bay of Biscay and fought him off Cape Finisterre. Villeneuve was not a man of nerve, and though Calder's squadron was far inferior to his own, he turned aside after an indecisive battle. So Napoleon heard in August 1805, to his disgust and wild anger, that the fleet which was to enable him to cross the Channel had not appeared off Brest, but had dropped into Ferrol to refit after the fight with Calder. Villeneuve retires to Cadiz. Return of Nelson. Then, to make things yet worse, Villeneuve sailed from Ferrol not for Brest, but for Cadiz to strengthen himself yet further with Spanish reinforcements. This delay enabled the eager Nelson to arrive in European waters, and at the critical moment he and Calder, with 28 ships, lay outside Cadiz, while the 35 Franco-Spanish vessels were within its harbor. The Emperor's plan PG 607 was therefore wrecked, and no chance remained of the longed-for fleet sailing up the Channel to meet the 150,000 men who sat idly waiting for it at Boulogne. Napoleon abandons the plan of invasion. Seeing his scheme shattered, while at the same time rumors of the Austro-Russian coalition had reached him, Napoleon dropped his long-cherished invasion scheme. He suddenly turned his back on the sea, and declaring war on his continental enemies before they were ready for him, came rushing across France toward Germany with incredible speed. But before he started, he sent his unfortunate admiral at Cadiz a bitter letter, in which he taunted him with cowardice for having turned away from Brest and ruined the plan for invading England. Stung to the heart by the imputation of want of courage, Villeneuve came out of Cadiz to fight Nelson in order to show that he was not afraid, not in order to secure any useful end, for the time for that was over. Battle of Trafalgar. Off Cape Trafalgar, 27 English ships met the 33 Allied vessels, and at the great battle of that name, completely destroyed Villeneuve's fleet. Nelson's splendid naval tactics easily compensated for the disparity of numbers. Seeing the enemy lying before him in a long line, he formed his own ships into 2 columns and swooped down on the center of the Franco-Spanish armada. He cut the enemy in 2 and destroyed their midmost ships ere the wings could come up. Of the 33 hostile vessels, 19 were taken and 1 burnt, but in the moment of success, the great admiral fell. He had led the attacking column in his own ship, the Victory, and pushing into the thickest of the enemy, was laid low by a musket ball ere the fight was half over. But he lived long enough to hear that the day was won, and died contented, October 21, 1805. In her grief for Nelson, England half forgot her joy at the most decisive naval triumph that we had ever gained, for Napoleon was driven to own himself impotent at sea, and the spirits of the French seamen were so broken that they never dared again to put out to sea, save in small numbers for secret and hurried cruises. For the future, the Emperor determined to strike at English commerce by decrees and embargoes, not to attack England herself by armed force. Ulm and Austerlitz, end of the Holy Roman Empire. But for the moment, to put down Austria and Russia was his task. Already, before Trafalgar had been fought, he had crushed the vanguard of the Austrians at Ulm, where the imbecile General Mack laid down his arms with nearly 40,000 men, while the Russians were still miles away, toiling up from Poland. Vienna fell into his hands before the Allies were able to join their forces. A month later, they met the French on the snow-covered hillside of Austerlitz, a village some 80 miles northeast of the Austrian capital. Here Napoleon beat them with awful slaughter. Left with only the wreck of an army, the Emperor Francis II asked for peace and got it on humiliating terms. He had to cede his Italian dominions, as well as the Tyrol, the very cradle of the Habsburg dynasty. Moreover, he gave up his old title of head of the Holy Roman Empire, the imperial style which had lasted since the days of Charlemagne, and had remained in the Austrian line for 350 years, and was constrained to take the new and humbler name of Emperor of Austria. Death of Pitt, the Ministry of All the Talents. The news of this disaster to the coalition, which had cost him so much trouble to knit together, and from which he had expected so much, broke Pitt's heart. He had been in ill health ever since he took office in 1804, the constant stress of responsibility, while the invasion was impending, having shattered his nerves. He died on January 23, 1806, aged no more than 46. He had been Prime Minister for nearly half this short span of life, and had certainly done more for England in his tenure of office than any man who has ever occupied that position. The death of Pitt, and the public dismay at the breakup of the coalition of 1805, led to a demand for a strong and united ministry that should combine all parties for the national defence. There was no man among the Tories great enough to take up Pitt's mantle, and Addington, the late Prime Minister, Lord Grenville, and several other leaders of that party were ready to admit the long-exiled Whigs to a share in the administration. The king was discontented at having to receive his old foe, Charles James Fox, as a minister, but bowed to the force of public opinion. Thus came into being the short Fox-Grenville cabinet, which contemporary wits called the Ministry of All the Talents, on account of its broad and comprehensive character, for it included PG 609 all shades of opinion, from Addington at the one end to Fox at the other. Failure of negotiations with Napoleon, death of Fox. Fox had always opposed war with France, and had maintained that if the late ministry had met Napoleon in an open and liberal spirit, they might have secured an honorable peace. But when he himself was given the opportunity of testing the Corsican's real temper, he met with a bitter disappointment. Napoleon was too angry with England to think of any accommodation. He offered Fox terms which were absolutely insulting, considering that England had held her own and successfully kept off invasion. Fox died soon after, worn out by the hard work of office, to which he had been a stranger for 20 years, September 1806. End of the Grenville ministry, abolition of the slave trade. After his decease and the failure of the peace negotiations, the Grenville ministry had no great reason for existence. It was forced to continue the war policy of Pitt, but met with no success in several small expeditions that it sent out to vex the French and Spaniards. In March 1807, the ministers resigned, after a quarrel with the king on the same point which had wrecked Pitt in 1802, the question of Catholic emancipation. The only good work which this short administration had done in its 13 months of office was to abolish the slave trade. On the resignation of the Whigs, the Tories came back into power. Their nominal chief was now William Bentinck, Duke of Portland, an aged man, one of the Whigs who had been made Tories by the French Revolution. But the shrewd and ambitious Spencer Perceval, the new Chancellor of the Exchequer, was the real leader of the Tories. He was a narrow-minded man of moderate ability, whose only merit was that he clung to the policy of Pitt and continued to hammer away at the French in spite of all checks and failures. The Confederation of the Rhine. After Austerlitz, Napoleon assumed the position of tyrant of all Central Europe. He created his younger brother Louis King of Holland and drove out the Spanish Bourbons from Naples in order to make his eldest brother Joseph king of the Two Sicilies. He formed the smaller German states into the Confederation of the Rhine, of which he declared himself protector. Prussia declares war on France. These high-handed doings were certain to provoke further fighting, for Russia, though defeated at Austerlitz, did not consider herself beaten, and the strong military state of Prussia was bound to resent the ascendancy of the French in Germany. Frederick William III. The rather irresolute monarch who swayed that country had been half inclined to help Austria in 1805, but he delayed till the campaign of Austerlitz was over, and then found that he must fight Napoleon alone. Relying on the strength of his army and the old traditions of Frederick the Great, he declared war on France in 1806, hastily patching up treaties of alliance with Russia and England. Battle of Jena. Of all the disasters which befell the powers of the continent at Napoleon's hands, none was so sudden and crushing as that which Prussia suffered in 1806. Only a few weeks after the declaration of war, the Prussian monarchy was ruined. The emperor's swiftness and power of concentration were never shown more brilliantly. After defeating the Prussians at Jena, October 1806, he pursued them so furiously that he captured their whole army, more than 100,000 men at Magdeburg, Lübeck, and Prenzlau. Nearly all the Prussian fortresses surrendered, and Frederick William escaped beyond the Vistula with only 12,000 men to join his Russian allies. After entering Berlin, Napoleon pushed on into Poland to meet the advancing forces of Tsar Alexander. In the bitter cold of a Polish February, he fought the Battle of Eylau with the Russians, and for the first time in his life, failed to gain a decisive victory over these stubborn foes. But in the following May, he finally settled the campaign by winning the bloody fight of Friedland, after which the Tsar asked for peace. The Treaty of Tilsit, dismemberment of Prussia. At the Treaty of Tilsit, Napoleon dictated his terms to Russia and Prussia. Alexander was left comparatively unmolested. He was not stripped of territory, but only compelled to promise aid to Napoleon's schemes against England. But Prussia was absolutely crushed. Half her territory was taken from her, the eastern districts to form a new Polish state called the Grand Duchy of Warsaw, the western to make, along with Hanover and Hesse, a new kingdom of Westphalia for Napoleon's youngest brother Jerome. In addition, all the Prussian fortresses received French PG 611 garrisons, and a fine of £26 million was imposed on the mutilated kingdom, June 1807. The Berlin Decrees. Since Trafalgar, the emperor had been pondering over new schemes for ruining England. In a leisure moment during the Prussian campaign, he devised the celebrated Berlin Decrees. The English, as he thought, mainly lived upon the revenues that they earned by being the middlemen between Europe and the distant lands of Asia and America. Their carrying trade was the staple of their prosperity, and if he could destroy it, England must go bankrupt. Accordingly, the Berlin Decrees declared a blockade against goods made or brought over by the English in every country that France could influence. Now the idea of a naval blockade is familiar enough, but Napoleon's scheme contemplated its exact converse. He had resolved to station soldiers and custom-house officers round every mile of coast in Europe to prevent English vessels from approaching the shore, and to see that not a pound's worth of English manufactures or colonial produce should be imported. The decrees declared the British Isles under blockade as regards the rest of Europe. No subject of France or of any vassal power was to trade with them. All Napoleon's unfortunate subject allies, Prussia, Holland, Spain, and the powers of Italy, were forced to assent to this strange edict, and the Tsar of Russia was cajoled into accepting it. Napoleon thought that he had thereby struck a deadly blow at England, for every European state, save Sweden, Turkey, and Portugal, and the islands of Sicily and Sardinia, was at his beck and call. But he had not calculated on the greatness of the sacrifice which he was asking his allies to make. They were to give up, in order to please him, many of the comforts, even the necessities of life, West Indian sugar and coffee, the tea, pepper, and spices of the East, the cloth and linen of England, the muslin of Hindustan. The Orders in Council of 1807. The English government boldly accepted the emperor's challenge and replied that if there was to be no English trade with the continent, there should not be any trade at all. By the Orders in Council of November 1807, the whole coastline of France and her allies was declared in a state of blockade, and the war vessels of England were directed to seize as prizes all ships entering them, PG 612, whether neutral or not, unless before sailing for the continent such vessels should have touched at an English port. Napoleon replied by the Milan Decrees de 1807, which declared that any vessel belonging to a neutral power which had touched at any British port should be considered a lawful prize, and ordered all British merchandise found on the continent to be confiscated and burnt. Thus, between the Berlin Decrees and the Orders in Council, all the ports of Europe were formally closed. The one great neutral power, the United States of America, felt this blow bitterly and bore a deep grudge against both parties in the strife. Results of the Continental System. From the very first, the result of the Continental System, as the emperor's plan was named, was very different from what he had expected. The English manufactures and colonial wares, which he intended to exclude, contrived to creep, nevertheless, within the bounds of his empire. All along the coasts of Germany, France, Italy, and Spain, there sprang up an extraordinary development of smuggling. From Heligoland, the Channel Isles, Gibraltar, and Sicily, hundreds of vessels sailed by night to land their cargoes in secret. But if the merchandise arrived, it came by such hazardous and circuitous ways that its price was vastly increased. Napoleon did not succeed in ruining the commerce of England, but he succeeded in making Germans and Russians and Italians pay monstrous prices for their coffee or their sugar, and got their well-earned curses for it. The French invade Portugal. Napoleon's restless energy in carrying out his scheme for the isolation and financial ruin of England led him into new troubles in another part of Europe, less than 3 months after he had ended his Polish campaign by the Peace of Tilsit. The little kingdom of Portugal was, with Turkey, almost the last state in Europe which had not accepted the continental system. Loath to lose their valuable commerce with England, the Portuguese tried evasion and returned shifty answers when Napoleon bade their Prince Regent accept the Berlin decrees. Without waiting for further provocation, the tyrant, who had now grown impatient of the slightest remonstrance against his fiat, declared that the House of Braganza had ceased to reign, and sent an army under General Junot across Spain to occupy Lisbon. The Prince Regent was forced PG 613 to fly by sea, and the French overran the whole of his kingdom. Joseph Bonaparte proclaimed King of Spain. But from the first moment of his interference in the peninsula, it is probable that Napoleon had wider schemes than the mere conquest of Portugal. The crown of Spain was now worn by the imbecile and worthless old King Charles IV, who lived in constant strife with his cowardly and intriguing son and heir, the infant Ferdinand. There was nothing to choose between them in the way of incompetence and effeteness. In 1807, this wretched pair were at the height of their domestic quarrels, and each was trying to curry favor with Napoleon. They were always carrying complaints about each other to him and asking for his support. Then Napoleon, as if he were the recognized arbiter of kings, summoned the quarrelsome father and son to meet him at Bayonne on the French frontier, that he might settle their disputes. They came each full of charges against his relative, but Napoleon, when he had them both safely under his hand, suddenly adopted a new tone, pronounced them both unfit to rule a great nation, and then declared that his own brother, Joseph Bonaparte, whom he had made ruler of Naples 2 years before, would be the best king for Spain. Accordingly, he forced the two Bourbons, half by threats, half by cajolery, to abdicate, and sent them into the interior of France. A few Spanish nobles who had accompanied them to Bayonne were induced to accept Joseph, and then Napoleon pretended that his brother was legally constituted King of Spain. There were many French troops in the peninsula who had been sent there under the pretense that they were to help Junot in conquering Portugal. At the concerted signal, these regiments seized the neighboring Spanish fortresses and proclaimed Joseph king. After a rising of the populace of Madrid had been put down with much bloodshed by the French troops in the capital, it seemed as if Napoleon's piracy and kidnapping were to be crowned with success. June 15, 1808. Resistance of the Spaniards. This, however, was in reality far from being the case. As a matter of fact, he had now succeeded in involving himself in the most protracted and exhausting war in which he was ever engaged. He had roused by his treachery the most revengeful and fanatical people in Europe, PG 614, and had now to conquer a barren and arid country, where large armies starve and small armies get beaten. Spain sprang to arms on the news of the crime of Bayonne. The great towns everywhere proclaimed Ferdinand VII king, and though the central government was destroyed, juntas, or revolutionary committees, were formed in every province and began to raise troops to resist King Joseph. England determines to aid the Spaniards. News of the Spanish insurrection was received with joy in England, more especially because it was the first really national rising against the emperor that had yet been seen. Even the Whigs were enthusiastic for aiding Spain. "Hitherto," said Sheridan, "Bonaparte has contended with princes without dignity, numbers without ardor, and peoples without patriotism. He has yet to learn what it is to combat a nation animated by one spirit against him." Misled by their sympathy into overestimating the strength of Spain and the valor of her raw provincial levies, the English government, influenced mainly by Canning, a disciple of Pitt, who was now the most prominent among the younger Tory statesmen, determined to strike a bold blow by land against Napoleon. For the last 3 years, the very considerable body of regular troops in England, set free from the task of watching the Boulogne army, had been frittered away on small expeditions against outlying parts of the French and Spanish dominions, and had suffered nothing but checks. Now the cabinet determined to send a really formidable army to the peninsula. It was resolved to throw 20,000 men ashore in Portugal to assail Junot, who was cut off from the rest of the French armies by the revolt in Spain. To the Spaniards were sent subsidies of arms and money, but no troops. The capitulation at Bailen. Bonaparte's notion that Spain could be annexed by a proclamation and held down by 80,000 men was destined to receive a rude shock. Almost simultaneously, 2 disasters fell upon his armies. A corps had been sent southwards to conquer Andalusia, where the insurrection was at its strongest. Its leader, General Dupont, allowed himself to be surrounded by superior numbers of Spanish levies at Bailen, and after some grossly mismanaged fighting, laid down his arms with his whole force of 15,000 men, July 20, 1808. Battle of Vimiro, the Convention of Sintra. Junot in Portugal suffered almost the same fate. The English PG 615 began to land in Portugal a few days after the capitulation of Bailen. When their leading divisions were ashore, headed by Sir Arthur Wellesley, the victor of Assaye and Argaume, Junot marched against them to drive them into the sea. Finding Wellesley on the hillside of Vimiro, he attacked him recklessly. Aug. 21, for the French had not yet learnt to appreciate the worth of the British infantry. He received a crushing defeat, and his army would have been destroyed if Wellesley had been allowed to pursue him. But on the night of the battle, more troops arrived from England, and with them Sir Hugh Dalrymple, who was in command of the whole expedition. The cautious veteran refused Wellesley permission to follow up the flying enemy, and Junot escaped to Lisbon. But the Frenchman had been so badly beaten that by an agreement called the Convention of Sintra, he gave up Lisbon and all Portugal in return for being granted a safe passage back to France. English public opinion was disappointed that Junot's whole army had not been captured, and Dalrymple and Wellesley were put on trial for not taking Lisbon by force. The former, the responsible person, was deprived of his command. The latter was acquitted and sent back to Portugal to repeat his triumph of Vimiro on larger fields of battle. Meanwhile, while he was being tried in England, Sir John Moore, an able and experienced general, received the command of the English army in the peninsula. Napoleon in Spain, Sir John Moore's campaign. The news of Bailen and Vimiro had roused Napoleon to fury, which grew still greater when he heard that his brother Joseph had evacuated Madrid and fallen back behind the Ebro. He determined to march in person against Spain with the Grande Armée, nearly 250,000 veterans, the victors of Austerlitz and Jena. Proclaiming that he was about to carry his victorious eagles to the Pillars of Hercules and drive the British leopard into the sea, he hurried over the Pyrenees and fell upon the raw Spanish levies who had now advanced to the line of the Ebro. With a few crushing blows, he scattered them to right and left and entered Madrid de 1808. All northern and central Spain were overrun, and Napoleon might have accomplished his boast and advanced to Cadiz and Lisbon, but for the daring diversion made by Sir John Moore and his 25,000 English. PG 616, when that able officer heard that the emperor had passed southward and taken Madrid, he fell upon his line of communication and threatened to cut off his connection with France. He knew that this act would bring overwhelming numbers against him, but he also knew that it would save southern Spain for a space. When Napoleon learnt that Moore was in his rear, he hurriedly left Madrid and direct 0 men to chase the much-daring general. But Moore, satisfied to have drawn off the French, continually retreated before them in the most skillful manner, always offering battle to the French van and retreating when their main body appeared. He thus drew Napoleon up into the extreme northwestern corner of Spain, among the rugged hills of Galicia. While engaged in this pursuit, the emperor received unwelcome news which drew him hastily back to Paris. Napoleon leaves Spain, Battle of Corunna. The English government had not been idle during the autumn of 1808 and had formed a new coalition with Austria, who in 3 years had begun to recover the disaster of Austerlitz and to chafe against Napoleon's dictatorial ways and the inconveniences of the continental system. Seeing the emperor entangled in the Spanish War, Austria thought the opportunity of attacking him too good to be missed, and was preparing to send her armies into South Germany while Napoleon was chasing Moore into Galicia. The emperor was forced to leave the greater part of his army in Spain and to hurry off to the Danube with his guards and picked troops. Marshal Soult, whom he sent in pursuit of Moore, followed him as far as the sea, where an English fleet was waiting at Corunna to pick up the way-worn and jaded troops. To secure a safe embarkation, Moore turned sharply on the head of Soult's army and drove it back at the Battle of Corunna, Jan. 16, 1809. He fell in the moment of victory, but his efforts had not been in vain. His troops sailed away in safety, and the French invasion of Spain had been checked for 4 months by his bold stroke. Larger image button. Spain and Portugal, 1814. The English cabinet had resolved not to abandon Spain and Portugal. When Moore's regiments returned to England, many of them were sent back to Lisbon and placed under Wellesley, the victor of Vimero, whose trial had ended in a triumphant acquittal. In April 1809 began that wonderful series of campaigns which was to last till March 1814, and to bear the PG 617 English standard in triumph from the Tagus to the Garonne. Fettered by timid instructions from the home government, linked to rash and jealous allies, and starting with no more than 20,000 British troops, Wellesley was bidden to hold his own in the peninsula, where more than 200,000 French troops were still encamped. He showed the rarest combination of prudence and daring, and brought his almost impossible task to a successful end, in spite of the tiresome stupidity of his Spanish confederates and the inefficient support which the home government gave him. At any moment, during the first 3 years of his command, a single defeat would have caused the cabinet to recall him and withdraw his army from the peninsula, but the defeat never came, and Wellesley at last won the confidence he merited and was given adequate means to carry out his mighty schemes. The story of the war is the best proof of his abilities. A calm, stern, silent man, with an aquiline nose, clear gray eyes, and a slight, erect figure, he inspired implicit confidence. If his taciturnity and hatred of display or emotion PG 618 prevented him from winning the love and enthusiasm of his troops, as many lesser generals have done. The sight of his long nose among us on a battle morning, wrote one of his veterans, was worth 10,000 men of reinforcements any day. Soult driven from Portugal, Battle of Talavera. While Napoleon was engaged in his Austrian War of 1809, Wellesley easily held his own in the peninsula. He defeated Marshal Soult at Oporto and drove him out of Portugal with the loss of all his artillery and baggage. Then, turning southward, he marched against Madrid in the company of the Spanish General Cuesta. But he found his allies almost useless. Cuesta was perverse and imbecile to an incredible degree, and his wretched provincial levies fled at the mere sound of the cannon, unless they were ensconced behind walls and trenches. At Talavera, the Allied armies beat Marshal Victor and King Joseph, but all the fighting fell on the English. Cuesta's troops, sheltered in the town of Talavera, refused to come out of their defenses and left Wellesley's 20,000 men to repel the assaults of 40,000 French. After this experience of Spanish cooperation, the victor vowed that he would never again share a campaign with a Spanish army, July 28, 1809. Wellington retires to Portugal, the Walcheren expedition. The news of Talavera brought the French armies from all sides to aid the defeated Marshal, and beset by 100,000 men, Wellesley was obliged to retreat on Portugal. He got back in perfect safety, but his imbecile colleague Cuesta was caught and crushed by the pursuers. The result of the fighting at Talavera had given the English troops confidence, and the king conferred on the victor the title of Viscount Wellington. He would have preferred to receive reinforcements rather than honorary distinctions, but the cabinet had decreed otherwise. They had sent all the available troops in England, some 40,000 men, on an ill-judged expedition against Antwerp, which was too strongly fortified and lay too far inland to be readily taken by an army of such a size. The general placed in command was Lord Chatham, Pitt's elder brother, a dilatory commander who moved slowly and allowed himself to be detained in the siege of the minor fortresses which guarded the way to Antwerp. The army landed on the swampy Isle of Walcheren and beleaguered Flushing for 3 PG 619 weeks. But in the trenches, the troops were smitten with marsh fever and succumbed so rapidly that the expedition had to be given up when 11,000 men were simultaneously in hospital. Flushing was destroyed, but the troops had to return to England and had exercised no influence whatever on the fate of the war, July to August 1809. If sent to Wellesley, they would have enabled him to crush King Joseph and take Madrid. Battle of Wagram, marriage of Napoleon. Meanwhile, the Austrian war had ended in the triumph of Napoleon at the Battle of Wagram, August 1809. Though the gallant efforts of the Archduke Charles and the insurrection of the patriots of the Tyrol and northern Germany had seemed at first to shake his power, the Emperor of Austria was forced to cede all his Illyrian coastline, that Napoleon might make his blockade of English goods the stricter, to surrender half his share of Poland, and to give, the bitterest drop in his cup, the hand of his daughter Maria Louisa to the conqueror. This unhallowed union was only made possible by the divorce of Josephine Beauharnais, the wife with whom Napoleon had lived for the last 14 years, October 1809. The lines of Torres Vedras, Massena's retreat. Freed from the Austrian war, and with his Grande Armée once more unoccupied, Napoleon resolved to make an end of the Spanish insurrection. He gave 70,000 fresh troops to Massena, the ablest of his marshals, and bade him drive Wellington into the sea and conquer all Spain and Portugal. The English general had foreseen some such assault from the moment that he heard the news of the defeat of Austria. He spent the winter of 1809-1810 in constructing a triple series of fortifications across the peninsula on which Lisbon stands, the famous lines of Torres Vedras. When Massena advanced against Portugal, Wellington retired slowly before him, wasting the country and compelling all the people to take refuge in Lisbon. He turned at Busaco, September 29, 1810, to inflict a sharp check on the heads of Massena's columns, but finally withdrew into his formidable lines. The French were brought to stand before the unexpected obstacle, for they had no knowledge that Wellington had so strengthened his place of refuge. The position, armed with 600 pieces of artillery and defended by 30,000 English, and the whole of the militia of Portugal, seemed too strong to be PG 620 meddled with. Massena lay in front of the lines for 4 months, sending in vain for reinforcements to Spain. But his colleague Soult, occupied in the conquest of Andalusia and the sieges of Cadiz and Badajoz, would not come to his aid. Massena's army suffered bitter privations in the wasted and depopulated country, and at last, in March 1811, he was fain to draw back and retreat from Portugal, after having lost more than 20,000 men by sword and famine. Wellington followed him, perpetually harassing his retreat, and took post again on the borders of Spain, from which he had been forced back 6 months before. Battles of Fuentes, Donoro, and Albura. The triumphant defense of the lines of Torres Vedras was the turning point of the whole Peninsular War. The French were never again able to invade Portugal, and Wellington, strongly reinforced from England after his success was known, was for the future able to undertake bolder strokes and no longer forced to keep to the defensive. The last offensive movements of the French were stopped by 2 bloody actions fought in May 1811 within a few days of each other. In the north, Massena attacked Wellington in order to try to save the beleaguered fortress of Almeida, but he was repulsed at Fuentes d'Onoro, May 5, and was shortly afterwards recalled in disgrace by his master. In the south, Marshal Soult marched to relieve Badajoz, which was being besieged by Lord Beresford, Wellington's second-in-command, aided by the Spanish General Blake. Beresford met the French at Albura and almost lost the battle, partly by his own unskillful generalship, partly by the sudden flight of his Spanish auxiliaries. But the day was saved by the celebrated charge of the Fusilier Brigade, in which the 7th Anad Fusiliers, only 1,500 strong, stormed a precipitous hill held by 7,000 French and forced Soult to retreat. This was the bloodiest fight which an English army ever gained. Beresford lost 4,300 men out of 7,500, yet his indomitable troops won the day for him, May 16. Larger image button. Europe in 1811-12. Further annexations by Napoleon. The years 1810–1811 were the last years of Napoleon's ascendancy in Europe. They are marked by his final attempt to make the continental system effective, by the annexation of almost the whole coastline of Central Europe. He had already taken Rome and central Italy from the Pope in 1809. Now he expelled his own brother PG 622 Louis from Holland and appropriated that country. He next added to his dominions the whole north coast of Germany as far as the Baltic, including the Hanseatic towns and the realms of 4 or 5 of his vassals, the princes of the Confederation of the Rhine. These wild and arbitrary seizures, which made the coast of France extend from Rome to Lubeck, were to Napoleon mere episodes in the struggle with England. The Dutch and Germans would not enforce the blockade against English goods as stringently as he wished, and so he annexed them to make their secret trade with England impossible. The continental system was now in full swing. It was working in all Napoleon's own dominions, in France, Italy, and Illyria, in the lands of all his vassals, the German states, Poland, Denmark, Naples, Prussia, in Sweden, where one of his marshals, Bernadotte, had lately been made heir to the throne, and even in the territories of his reluctant allies, the emperors of Austria and Russia. Yet, in spite of Napoleon's many assertions to the contrary, England was neither ruined nor likely to sue for peace. Perceval and Lord Liverpool, war policy of the Tories. There had of late been many changes in the persons who ruled England, but the policy of Pitt was still maintained by his successors. The old king, George III, had gone mad in 1810, and the nominal control of the country was now in the hands of his worthless, vicious son George, Prince of Wales, the old ally of the Whigs. But the regency was given him guarded with so many checks and limitations that he was completely in the hands of the ministry and could not do much harm. First Perceval, and after he had been shot by a lunatic in 1812, Robert Jenkinson, Earl of Liverpool, swayed the policy of England as Prime Minister. Both were men of moderate abilities and narrow minds, but they had the saving virtue of obstinacy and stuck to the old policy of war with France through thick and thin. Their task was no easy one. Debt was accumulating in appalling loads from the expenses of the war. The taxes were increased year by year. Trade was much hampered by the continental system. A series of bad harvests raised the cost of corn to famine price and led to endless discontent and rioting both in town and country. Our allies were beaten one by one on the continent. There was no compensating gain save Wellington's successes in Spain, and the fact that we had now full control of the seas and had PG 623 absorbed the colonial trade of the whole world. Yet the Tories hardened their hearts and hammered away at the Corsican ogre with untiring zeal. Nor can it be doubted for a moment that they were right. Napoleon had to be put down, or England must perish. All honor, therefore, to the men, narrow-minded and prejudiced though they were, who carried out the struggle to the bitter end. Russia and the continental system. They were at last about to be rewarded for their perseverance. Towards the end of 1811, Napoleon became involved in a third struggle with Russia, more deadly than those of 1805 and 7. The cause of the quarrel was the inevitable continental system. Hitherto England had been the largest buyer of Russian goods, and Russia had been wont to get her luxuries and colonial wares from England. The enforced prohibition of trade with her best customer did Russia untold harm, and the Tsar Alexander found that every class of his subjects was groaning under the yoke of the Berlin decrees. Discontent was rife, and Alexander knew well enough that Russia is a despotism tempered by assassination, and remembered the fate of his own father. He saw at last that his empire was losing more from alliance with Napoleon than she could lose by open war against him. Finally, the Russian government began to provoke the emperor by an almost overt neglect of his wishes and practically abandoned the continental system. Napoleon's Russian campaign. Napoleon was at the height of his arrogance and autocratic insolence. Instead of making an end to the war in Spain, the running sore, as he called it, from the drain which it caused on his resources, he resolved to impose his will on Russia by force and declared war upon the Tsar. A vast army of 600,000 men was concentrated in eastern Germany and crossed the Niemen in June 1812. But the Russians had taken example by the policy by which Wellington had foiled Massena in 1810. Instead of fighting on their frontier, they withdrew into the heart of their vast plains, wasting the country behind them and leaving no food for the invader. The French army had lost half its horses and a third of its men before it approached Moscow or fought a serious engagement. The Russians turned to bay at Borodino, in front of their ancient capital, but Napoleon stormed their PG 624 entrenchments at the cost of 25,000 men and entered Moscow. But he found it deserted by its inhabitants, and a few days after his arrival, the whole city was burnt, whether by the deliberate resolve of the Russians or by the carelessness of the French soldiery. Winter was now at hand, and for want of food and shelter, the emperor resolved to retire on Poland. But the season was too late, and he was surprised on his way by the snow. His harassed and half-starved soldiers died by thousands on the roadside. The Russians cut off every straggler, and less than a tenth of the magnificent army that had crossed the Niemen struggled back to Germany, no Jan. 1813. Storming of Ciudad Rodrigo and Badajoz. The fortune of war had at last turned, and Napoleon's first disaster was soon to be followed by his fall. Prussia and all his other unwilling subjects in northern Germany took arms when the fate of the Grand Armée became known, and to meet them, the emperor had to call up his last reserves of men, and especially to draw on the large force in the Spanish peninsula. But he found that little help could come from Spain, for 1812 had been as fatal to his marshals in the south as to himself in the far north. Early in the year, Wellington had swooped down on Ciudad Rodrigo and Badajoz, the two fortresses in French hands which covered the Spanish frontier. He stormed each of them after a siege of a few days, making the desperate courage of his soldiery serve instead of a long bombardment, and paying for his rapid success by a heavy loss of men. Badajoz was actually escaladed with ladders, the breaches having proved inaccessible. The French marshals came hurrying up to save their strongholds, but found them already fallen into English hands. Battle of Salamanca. There followed the decisive Battle of Salamanca, in which Wellington defeated Marshal Marmont and crushed the main army of the enemy. This fight was a splendid exhibition of his skill. His able adversary had for a moment put his left wing in a hazardous position. Before half an hour had elapsed, Wellington had pounced upon the isolated divisions, routed them, and attacked and scattered the main body. Thus, as was happily said, he beat 40,000 men in 40 minutes. In consequence of this victory, Wellington was able to retake Madrid after it had been 4 years in hostile hands. To check his further success, the French marshals had PG 625 to evacuate all southern and central Spain and mass their forces against the victor. When they beset him with 100,000 men, he was forced to retreat towards the Portuguese frontier for a space. But the net result of the campaign had been to deliver Andalusia and most of Castile from the enemy, and more was to follow. Napoleon had to withdraw so many of his veterans from Spain to replace his losses in the Russian war that in the next spring, Wellington was no longer in his wonted inferiority of numbers. He used his opportunity with his usual skill and promptness. Battle of Vittoria, last efforts of the French in Spain. Attacking the French before they had concentrated from their scattered winter quarters, he chased them before him in disorder all across northern Spain. It was only at Vittoria, close under the Pyrenees, that they could collect in numbers strong enough to face him. But there he fell upon them, routed Marshal Jourdan, cut off his retreat on France, and drove him into the mountains with the loss of every single cannon and wagon that the French army possessed, June 21, 1813. The autumn of the year was occupied in subduing St. Sebastian and Pampeluna, the two fortresses that guarded the French frontier, and in repulsing, at the battles of the Pyrenees, two gallant attempts made by Marshal Soult to relieve the beleaguered fortresses. At last they fell, and Wellington prepared to invade France in the next spring. Fall of Napoleon, restoration of Louis XVIII. Meanwhile, Napoleon, with a horde of conscripts and the few veteran troops that he could collect, had been fighting hard in Germany. Against the Russians and Prussians, he held his ground for some time, but when his own father-in-law, Francis of Austria, joined the enemy, he was overwhelmed by numbers. The 3 days' strife at Leipzig, which the Germans call the Battle of Nations, sealed his fate. It was only with the wrecks of an army that he escaped across the Rhine in the autumn of 1813. The Allies followed him without giving him a moment's respite, a wise strategy that they had learnt from his own earlier doings. The Emperor made a desperate fight in France, but the odds were too many against him. After some ephemeral successes, he was defeated at Laon by one body of the Allies, and their main army slipped past him and took Paris, April 1814. On the news of PG 626, the fall of the capital, the French marshals compelled Napoleon to abdicate and laid down their arms. The humble despot vainly attempted to commit suicide, fearing death at the victor's hands. But they spared his life, gave him the little Tuscan island of Elba as an appanage, and bade the man who had been the ruler of all Europe to spend the rest of his life in governing a rock and 0 Italian peasants. The crown of France was given, with questionable wisdom, to the representative of the Bourbons, the eldest surviving grandson of Louis Roman XV. This shrewd and selfish old invalid, who was known as the Count of Provence, now took the title of Louis Roman XVIII and mounted his martyred brother's long-lost throne. Wellington in France, Battle of Toulouse. While the Austrians, Russians, and Prussians had been conquering Napoleon and capturing Paris, Wellington had not been idle. He had invaded France from the south, taken the great city of Bordeaux, and beaten Marshal Soult at the Battle of Toulouse, when the news of Napoleon's abdication brought his brilliant campaign to a conclusion, April 1814. The American War, naval successes of the United States. All Europe now began to disarm, dreaming that the deadly struggles of the last 22 years were over at last. Diplomatists from all nations were summoned to meet at Vienna to rearrange the map of Europe and parcel out Napoleon's ill-gotten spoils. England alone was unable to disband her armies, for she had still got a war on hand. In 1812, Napoleon had succeeded in stirring up against us the United States of America. Their grievance was the Orders in Council, by which we had prohibited neutral ships from trading with France, in retaliation for the Emperor's Berlin decrees against our own commerce. After 5 years of bickering and recrimination, the Americans declared war on us, though they might with equally good logic have attacked Napoleon, whose conduct to them had been even more harsh and provoking than that of the Perceval cabinet. With all her attention concentrated on the peninsula in 1812-13, England had little attention to spare for this minor war, and Canada was left much undermanned. But the small garrison and the Canadian militia fought splendidly, and 3 separate attempts to overrun the colony were beaten back, and 2 American armies forced to capitulate. But while so successful on land, PG 627, the English were much vexed and surprised to suffer several small defeats at sea in duels between single vessels. The few frigates which the United States owned were very fine vessels, heavily armed and well manned. On 3 successive occasions, an American frigate captured an English one of slightly inferior force in single combat, a feat which no French ship had ever been able to accomplish in the whole war. In course of time, the American vessels were hunted down and destroyed by our squadrons, but it was a great blow to English naval pride that the enemy had to be crushed by superiority of numbers instead of being beaten in equal fight. But the fact was that individually the American ships were larger and carried heavier guns than our own, so that the first defeats were no matter of shame to our navy. Battles of Bladensburg and New Orleans, end of the war. When Napoleon had been crushed, England was able to turn serious attention to America and to send many of the old peninsular veterans over the Atlantic. But their arrival did not crush the enemy so easily as had been expected. One expedition under General Ross, landing in Maryland, beat the Americans at Bladensburg and burnt Washington, the capital of the United States, 1814. But 2 others failed. The imbecile Sir George Prevost invaded the state of New York, but turned back without having done any serious fighting. On the other hand, the overbold Sir Edward Pakenham, one of the bravest of Wellington's officers, was slain at New Orleans with 2,000 of his followers, because he endeavored to storm from the front impregnable earthworks held by a steady foe, January 8, 1815. The war, however, had ceased just before Pakenham fell. Napoleon having abdicated, and the English having withdrawn the orders in council, the causes of our strife with America had been removed, and the two powers had signed the Peace of Ghent on December 24, 1814. This agreement restored the old condition of affairs, each party surrendering its conquests and agreeing to let bygones be bygones. But the struggle had bred much ill blood, not to be forgotten for many a year. Napoleon escapes from Elba. By the new year of 1815, when the Treaty of Ghent had been PG 628 signed, England was at peace with all men, and the Liverpool Ministry began to take in hand the reduction of our army and navy, the restoration of finance, and the protection of English interests in the resettlement of Europe at the Congress at Vienna, which had met in the previous autumn. All the diplomatists of the great powers were hard at work settling the new boundaries of their states, when suddenly the alarming news was heard that Napoleon had escaped from Elba and landed in France. The rule of the selfish old Louis XVIII and the elderly companions who had returned with him from a 20 years' exile had irritated and disgusted the French and most of all the army. When therefore Napoleon landed in Provence with 700 men and called on his countrymen to rise in behalf of liberty and expel the imbecile Bourbons, his appeal met with a success such as he himself had hardly hoped for. Not a shot was fired against him. Regiment after regiment went over to his side, and Louis XVIII had at last to fly from Paris and take refuge in Flanders, March 1815. Napoleon proclaimed himself emperor once more, but promised the French a liberal constitution in place of his old autocratic rule. He also made overtures to the Allied powers, saying that he was tired of war and would accept any honorable terms, but they knew his lying tongue of old and wisely refused to listen to his smooth speeches. One after another, all the monarchs of Europe declared war on him. Napoleon enters Belgium. Battles of Ligny and Quatre Bras. Napoleon's second tenure of power was only to last from March 13 till June 22, 1815, the 100 days, as they are generally called. Forced to fight, he displayed his old energy and resolved to strike at the Allies before they could concentrate their scattered forces from the remotest ends of Europe. He called his old veterans to arms and hastily organized an army of 130,000 men for an immediate attack on the nearest foe. By waiting longer, he could have collected an army thrice as great, but on the other hand, his enemies would have been able to mass their whole force against him. The only troops ready to oppose him by June 1815 were two armies in Belgium, one of Prussians under the old Marshal Blucher, which lay about Namur, Liege, and Charleroi, the other a combined force of British, Germans, and Dutch under Wellington, now a Duke, PG 629 stationed round Brussels and Ghent. The Prussians were 120,000 strong, and Wellington Haas 0 English N, 0 Hanoverians, Germans, and Dutch. Napoleon was therefore bound to be outnumbered, but he thought that he could crush one army before the other came to its aid if he could only strike hard and fast enough. His advance into Belgium was rapid and skillful. He made for the point where the English left touched the Prussian right, near Charleroi, and thrust himself between them. On June 16, he engaged and beat Blucher's Prussians at Ligny, while his lieutenant, Marshal Ney, held back at Quatre Bras the front divisions of Wellington's army as they came marching up to try to join the Prussians. The Prussians were severely beaten, but the indomitable old Blucher gathered together his defeated forces and marched north to rejoin the English, while Napoleon vainly dreamed that he was flying eastward towards Germany. Thus it came to pass that the Emperor sent Marshal Grouchy and 0 men to pursue the Prussians on the wrong road, a mistake which allowed Blucher to execute an undisturbed retreat on Wavre, where he was again in touch with the Duke. Meanwhile, Napoleon, on the 17th, marched to join his lieutenant Ney, who had been forced back from Quatre Bras by the English and needed his aid. The Emperor, believing that the Prussians were disposed of, thought he could now deal a crushing blow at Wellington's motley army, and was overjoyed when he found the Duke offering him battle on the hillside of Mont Saint-Jean, 12 miles north of Quatre-Bras, in a good position which covered the road to Brussels. On this hillside was fought next day, June 18, 1815, the decisive battle which the English call Waterloo, from the name of the village where Wellington wrote his dispatch that same night. Larger image button. Waterloo, June 18, 1815. The Battle of Waterloo. The armies were not very different in numbers. Napoleon's 72,000 French were opposed to 67,000 troops in the Allied army, but Wellington could only count on his 23,000 English N0 Hanoverians and Brunswickers for good and zealous service. He was hindered rather than helped by the presence of 20,000 raw Dutch and Belgian conscripts, who had no heart in the war and would as soon have fought for Napoleon. His army was stretched along the gentle slope, which is crossed by the Brussels road, with the infantry in PG 630 the front line, and the cavalry partly in reserve, partly on the wings. In front of his position were the two farms of Hougoumont and La Haye-Saint, the former held by the English Guards, the latter by a picked battalion of Hanoverians. Napoleon ranged his men on the opposite ridge and launched them against the English in successive attacks. His first attempt to storm the farm of Hougoumont was manfully beaten back. He then sent 4 heavy columns against the English left, but they were utterly routed by the charge of Picton's infantry and Ponsonby's famous Union Brigade of Dragoons, the Royals, Scots Greys, and Enniskillens. His third effort was to break the English centre by the furious charges of 15,000 gallant horsemen, supported by a tremendous fire of artillery. But the English squares held fast, though assailed for 5 hours by constant onsets of cavalry and pounded in the intervals by an overwhelming force of cannon. Most of the Dutch and Belgians and some of the Germans retired from the field, and many fled to Brussels, but the indomitable squares held their own even after the farm of La Haye-Saint had been stormed and a gap opened in the English centre. In the thick of the fighting, Napoleon was surprised to see new troops coming up on his PG 631 right. These were Blücher's Prussians, marching from Wavre to aid the English, according to a promise which the old marshal had made to the Duke on the previous day. To hold them back, Napoleon had to detach nearly all his reserves, but for a final stroke against Wellington, he sent out 5,000 men of the Old Guard to break through the long-tried English line. But this last effort was foiled by the steady fire of Maitland's English Guards, and when the attacking columns were seen recoiling down the hillside and Wellington's last cavalry reserves came charging after them, the whole French army broke and fled. Napoleon confined at St. Helena. Never was a more complete rout seen. The defeated army disbanded itself. Napoleon could not rally a man and fled to Paris, where he abdicated for a second time. Wellington and Blücher rapidly followed him and entered Paris, July 6. The ex-emperor, fearing death at the hands of the infuriated Prussians, fled across France to Rochefort and surrendered himself to the English man-of-war, which blockaded that port. After much discussion, the ministers resolved to send him as a prisoner to the desolate island of St. Helena, where he lived for 6 years, spending his time in dictating mendacious accounts of his life and campaigns, and in petty quarrels with the governor of the island. Supremacy of the English mercantile marine. Napoleon was now really disposed of, and the pacification of Europe was complete. The Congress of Vienna had completed its work, and all the territorial changes which it dictated were carried out at leisure. England's share of the plunder in Europe was the islands of Malta and Heligoland and the Ionian Isles. Beyond seas, she got the French Isle of Mauritius in the Indian Ocean and the valuable Dutch colony of the Cape of Good Hope. But her real gain was the fact that she had absorbed, during the course of the war, nearly the whole of the carrying trade of the world. 20 years of her ascendancy at sea had destroyed the mercantile marines of France, Holland, Spain, and Italy, and it was many years before those countries could recover from their losses. The naval and commercial supremacy which we enjoy today is the direct result of the great wars of 1793–1815. The resettlement of Europe. This being so, the changes on the continent were of comparatively little moment to us. France was confined within her PG 632 old boundaries of 1789. Russia took the greater part of Poland, Austria was given Lombardy and Venetia, Prussia annexed half Saxony and most of the small states along the Rhine. Belgium and Holland were joined in an unnatural union as the Kingdom of the Netherlands, while the old despots of central and southern Italy returned to their long-lost thrones. These boundaries were to last, with little alteration, for half a century. And this including Ireland, where only the Protestants could be trusted with arms. In 67 duels of single English frigates with French, Dutch, or Spanish vessels of the same rating, the adversary succumbed. In no single case was an English vessel taken by an enemy of equal force. Chapter 39. Reaction and REFOR 1832. The great struggle was now over, and a new period had commenced, in which European wars were to be as rare as they had of late been common. For between 1815 and there was no serious strife between any of the powers of Western and Central Europe, and the general peace was only interrupted by comparatively unimportant broils in the Balkan Peninsula and in Spain. England, whose troops were not destined to fire another shot in Europe for 40 years, had full leisure to look around her and count up the cost of the Revolutionary and Napoleonic Wars. The table of profit and loss was not at first sight a very cheerful one. The weight of debt and taxation was obvious to every man, while the compensating advantages resulting from the firm establishment of our naval and commercial supremacy in all the seas of the world were only just beginning to make themselves felt. The country and its governors were at the same time beginning to feel very uneasy at a silent change in the social life of England. The Industrial Revolution. For noticeable as were the years 1793–1815 for the display of England's vigor abroad, they were even more remarkable for the social change which was taking place within. In those 23 years was consummated the transformation of England from an agricultural to a manufacturing community, a transformation the stranger because agriculture was being all the time artificially stimulated by laws for the protection of the English farmer against foreign competition. So the change in the general character of the English state was due not to a decay in agriculture, but solely page 634 to an increase in manufactures. The war which, as Napoleon had trusted, would crush our industries, had only fostered them by putting us beyond the reach of foreign competition and throwing open to us alone every market and line of trade outside Europe. For instead of our prosperity being checked by the loss of our continental trade, continental prosperity had been checked by the loss of all maritime traffic with Asia and America, which passed entirely into our hands. English manufacturing supremacy. England, therefore, had become the manufacturer of the goods of the whole world, not merely owing to her monopoly of trade, but owing to the improved machinery and methods of transit which she adopted long before the rest of Europe. She obtained such a start in the use of the means of industrial production that no state has yet been able to catch her up in the race of commerce. Hence England was at the end of the war able to bear a weight of taxation and debt which must have ruined her in its earlier years. 900 millions of national debt, though a tremendous burden, turned out not to be, as many had feared, a ruinously heavy infliction. The forced paper currency, whose introduction in 1797 had appeared to mark a step on the downward road to national bankruptcy, was successfully taken off a few years after the war ended. The great army and navy, which had been draining our exchequer, were disbanded when they had finished their duty of protecting us against the threatened invasions of the Revolution and the Empire, and had afterwards played the decisive part in exhausting Napoleon's resources by that long struggle in the Spanish peninsula, which encouraged the rest of Europe to throw off the French yoke. Poverty and discontent of the laboring classes. But there were other aspects in which the results of the war had been less happy for England. If the increase of wealth had been enormous, the method of that wealth's distribution was not satisfactory. The new masses of population, which had been called into existence by the development of manufactures, were poor with a poverty which had been unknown in the days when England was still mainly an agricultural country. The introduction of improved machinery, great as was its ultimate benefit, caused during the years of transition much misery to the classes whose industry was superseded by it. While English manufacturers were driving PG 635 out foreign competition all over the world, English mobs were often wrecking the machinery which made these manufactures possible, in their rage at the ruin of the old handicrafts. Actual famine seemed several times during the war to be staring the lower classes in the face, for the largely increased population could no longer be supported on the food supply of England. Nevertheless, in their zeal to encourage English agriculture, the Tory governments of the early years of the century refused to allow the free introduction of the foreign corn, which was really necessary for the increased consumption of the population. And while wheat was dear, because limited in quantity owing to protection, the agricultural classes were not being enriched in the manner which might have been expected. The enhanced profit passed entirely to the farmer and the landlord, not to the laboring population. And at the same moment at which the artisan was breaking machinery, the agricultural laborer was burning his employer's ricks. This unfortunate state of things, however, was due rather to misguided legislation than to any actual danger in the economic conditions of England, and could therefore be relieved by methods which cannot come into play when a real and not a fictitious crisis in the internal state of a country is at hand. Poor law administration. The main cause of the degradation of the agricultural laborer in the early years of the 19th century was a series of unwise poor laws, which had been passed at intervals since 1795. There had been much local distress in the early years of the Revolutionary War, and to alleviate it, many parishes had commenced a system of indiscriminate doles of money to poor residents, without much inquiry whether the recipients were deserving or idle, able-bodied or impotent. The old test of compelling paupers to enter the workhouse was entirely forgotten, and money was given to everyone who chose to ask for it. Moreover, the rule was laid down that the larger the family, the more was it to draw from the rates in its weekly subsidy. This unwise scheme at once led to the evil of reckless marriages and enormous families, for the laborers saw that the more their children increased, the larger would be their dole from the parish. The farmers and the poor law. But not the laborer only was to draw profit from the new poor laws. The farmers began to see that if they kept down PG 636 the wages of their men, the parish could be trusted to make up the deficiency. It thus became easy for them to pay starvation wages to the laborers, and then force the local rates to support them with a subsidy just sufficient to keep each family out of the workhouse. Thus the agricultural classes began to live, not on their natural wages, but on a pittance from their employer, supplemented by a weekly grant from the parish. This suited the farmers well enough, but was ruinous to everyone else, for well-nigh every laborer was forced to ask for local aid and thereby to become a pauper. At the same time, the rapid growth of population caused the burden on the parish to advance by leaps and bounds. At last, the poor rate became an intolerable drain on the resources of the less wealthy districts. A well-known case is quoted in Buckinghamshire, where the annual dole to the paupers grew till it actually exceeded the annual rating of the parish. And as long as everyone who chose was able to demand outdoor relief, it was impossible to see where the trouble would end. In the years after the Great War had ended, actual bankruptcy seemed to be threatening scores of parishes, yet corn was high in price, and the profits of farming, if fairly distributed, ought to have sufficed to keep both landowner, farmer, and laborer in comfort. In considering the political history of England in the years after 1815, this abject distress of the working class, both in town and in countryside, must be continually borne in mind. It was the discontent of the ignorant multitude, feeling its poverty but not understanding its cause, and ready to seek any scheme of redress, wise or unwise, that was at the bottom of the political trouble of the time. The discontent was really social, the result of unwise laws and wrong conceptions of political economy, but it often took shape in political forms, and the government of the day thought that it heralded the approach of a catastrophe like the French Revolution. Reactionary policy of the Tories. Unfortunately for the prosperity of England, its rulers were at this moment committed to a stern and reactionary policy, and would listen to no proposals for change or reform of any kind. The generation of Tories who had grown up during the Great French War had forgotten the old liberal doctrines of their great leader Pitt. Of all the ministers, George Canning was almost the only one who PG 637 remembered his old master's teaching and was ready to think of introducing reforms, now that peace had once more been obtained. The majority of his colleagues, especially the Premier, the narrow-minded Earl of Liverpool, and the harsh and unbending Foreign Secretary, Lord Castlereagh, set their faces against any change in the Constitution, however small. Renewed popularity of the Whigs. Now the Tories had merited well of their country by carrying the war to a successful close, but when the war was over, it was time to be thinking of some way of alleviating the social ills which had been accumulating during its course. This they refused to do, quoting the fate of Louis XVI as the sample of what happens to rulers who yield 1 inch to the pressure of mob violence. They were still firm in office, for the Whig party had not yet recovered from the discredit which they had won from the hopeless failure of the Fox-Grenville cabinet of 1806–1807. But now that their ideas on foreign policy could do no harm, they began to be viewed with more favorable eyes. The 10 years which followed the Battle of Waterloo were marked by the gradual passing over of the great middle class to the Whig party. It was felt that the only hope for the introduction of any scheme of social and political reform lay with the Whigs, and that from them alone could England obtain the liberal measures which Pitt would have granted years ago if the French Revolution had not intervened. But the Whigs were still in a hopeless minority in Parliament, though they were gradually growing stronger in the ranks of the nation. It was not till 15 years had elapsed since the end of the Great War that a Whig ministry once more received the seals of office. Projects of reform, attitude of the Tories. The general discontent of the lower classes in the years 1815–20 found vent in 2 very different ways. The wilder spirits talked of general insurrection and an assault not only on the government, but on all forms of property and all established institutions. A few mischievous demagogues set themselves to fan these rash and ignorant aspirations into a flame, and to bring about anarchy in order thereby to rid the nation of the existing social evils. The cooler and wiser heads were not influenced by these wild notions, but pinned their faith to the modification of the PG 638 Constitution in the direction of popular government. It was their belief that matters would improve the moment that England was governed by the people and for the people. And this end could only be secured by reform of the real governing body, the House of Commons. The idea of making the House truly representative of the nation had been one of Pitt's cherished plans. In 1785, he had actually brought forward a bill for doing away with the worst of the rotten boroughs, but had failed owing to the factious opposition of the Whigs. But Pitt's successors at the head of the Tory party had contrived to forget his teaching. They owed much of their strength to the support of the great borough-mongers, and they now refused to take any measures tending to parliamentary reform. At the bottom of their hearts, they did not trust the masses, and feared that a House of Commons really representing the nation would proceed to wild measures of radical reform and sweep away all the institutions that they held dear. The Whigs and Reform, Lord Grey. Hence it came to pass that the Whigs alone supported the idea of parliamentary reform in the early years of the 19th century, and the multitudes who saw in that measure the panacea of all ills were bound to follow them. All the old chiefs of the Whigs were now gone. Fox had died in 1806, Sheridan in 1816, Grenville had retired from public life, and the party was now led by Charles Lord Grey, a very capable and moderate man who fully shared the notion that parliamentary reform was the one pressing question of the day, but was careful not to go beyond the bounds of wisdom and law in pressing for it. The royal family and the succession. The Whigs got no help from their old friend the Prince of Wales. Since he had obtained the regency in 1811 owing to his father's insanity, George had thrown himself into the hands of the Tories. Personally, he disliked all reforms, for the person in England who most needed reforming was himself. He was now a man of 55, but age had not improved him. To the last, he was as false, vicious, and selfish as in his youth. For many years his quarrels with his foolish and flighty wife, Caroline of Brunswick, had been a public scandal. She was an intolerably vain and silly woman, but the provocation which he gave her would have driven a wiser head into rebellion. But George's health was PG 639 weak, owing to his evil life, and it was hoped by many that he would not survive his aged father. At his death, the crown would fall to his only daughter, the Princess Charlotte, an amiable and high-spirited young woman of whom all spoke well. But the princess, having married Leopold of Saxe-Coburg in 1816, died in childbirth before the next year was out, to the general grief of the nation. The next heir was Frederick, Duke of York, but as he, though married, had no children and was no stronger in health than his elder brother, it was clear that the crown would not stay long with him. Therefore, all the younger sons of George III hurried into wedlock in 1818 that their father's line might not be extinguished. William, Duke of Clarence, who afterwards reigned as William IV, married Adelaide of Saxe-Meiningen. Edward, Duke of Kent, was wedded to Victoria of Saxe-Coburg and became by her the father of our present Queen. Adolphus of Cambridge and Ernest of Cumberland also took wives and had issue, who are still among us. The government and the agitation. The last days of the reign of George III were full of trouble and disorder, provoked rather than repressed by the obstinate rigor with which Lord Liverpool's government put down all agitations, both harmless and dangerous. Some of the riots and risings of the years 1816-20 were remarkable for the violence and for the wild aims of those who led them. In December 1816, a body of revolutionary enthusiasts, who called themselves Spencean philanthropists, raised a tumult in Spa Fields and tried to seize the Tower, to distribute arms from its arsenals among the mob. But they were as weak as they were wild, for though they shot one man dead, Lord Mayor Wood and a handful of constables turned them back in front of the Royal Exchange and dispersed them. In June 1817, there was another rising near Derby, but 500 armed rioters allowed themselves to be stopped and routed by 18 hussars. The Manchester Massacre. But the most celebrated riot of the time was that at Manchester in August 1819. A great mob of 30,000 persons had assembled in St. Peter's Field to listen to addresses by a demagogue named Hunt. The magistrates attempted to arrest him, but being prevented from reaching him by the enormous crowd, rashly and cruelly ordered a PG 640 regiment of cavalry to charge the unarmed multitude. There was no resistance made, but some 4 or 5 persons were crushed to death, and 60 or 70 injured as they trod each other down in escaping from the horsemen. This event was called the Manchester Massacre by the enemies of the government, who were made responsible for it because they commended the violent action of the magistrates. The Cato Street Conspiracy. It was with the object of revenging the Manchester Massacre that a bloodthirsty demagogue named Arthur Thistlewood, one of the Spencean philanthropists of 1816, formed a plot for murdering the whole cabinet. Hearing that the ministers were about to dine together on February 23, 1820, he collected a band of 25 desperadoes who vowed to slay them all. But one of the gang betrayed the scheme, and Thistlewood and his men were seized by the police as they were arming at their trysting place in Cato Street, Edgware Road. They resisted fiercely, and blood was shed on both sides ere they were overpowered. Thistlewood and 4 of his associates were hung and then beheaded, being the last persons who suffered by the axe in England, for the horrid sight of their decapitation moved public opinion to demand the abolition of this ancient punishment of criminals guilty of treason. Even after the mad Cato Street conspiracy had shocked all the wiser friends of reform, there were isolated outbreaks of rioting all over the north of England and the Scottish lowlands, the last being a skirmish at Bonamuir near Glasgow between some Lanarkshire mill hands and the local yeomanry, April 1820. The 6 Acts. The government dealt very harshly with all who gave it trouble, not merely with dangerous rioters, but with writers or speakers who did no more than protest against reactionary legislation or advocate radical reform. Their chief weapons against their enemies were the celebrated Six Acts of 1819, which Addington and Castlereagh, the sternest members of the cabinet, had elaborated with much care. They imposed the heaviest penalties not only on persons caught drilling or using arms or engaging in riots, but on all who wrote what the government chose to consider seditious libels, a term PG 641 that covered any newspaper article or pamphlet which abused themselves. George IV and Queen Caroline. Repression was in full swing when the old king died, in the 10th year since he had gone mad, January 29, 1820. The Prince Regent now began to rule as George IV, but his accession made no practical difference in politics. His conduct, however, soon gave his subjects one more additional reason for despising him. He brought his long quarrel with his foolish and reckless wife to a head by refusing to acknowledge her as queen or allow her to be crowned. He accused her of adultery and made Lord Liverpool bring in a bill of pains and penalties to enable him to divorce her. George's life had been such that his attack on Queen Caroline, for conduct much less blameworthy than his own, provoked universal contempt and dislike. Lord Liverpool withdrew his bill in a panic, when all London was in an uproar in the Queen's favour. More trouble would undoubtedly have followed if the unhappy Caroline had not died in August 1821. Her funeral was the occasion of a bloody riot. Addington resigns, suicide of Castlereagh. The abortive bill against the Queen had added the last straw to the unpopularity of the ministry, the best-hated cabinet that England has ever known. They felt the fact themselves. Addington resigned in 1821, and Castlereagh, the most harsh and unbending of them all, was so worn out by the stress of his responsibilities and the knowledge of the detestation in which he was held, that he cut his own throat in a fit of temporary insanity in September 1822. The Liverpool-Canning Ministry. Lord Liverpool was helpless when deprived of the two men who had been the chief instigators of his reactionary measures. Abandoning his old policy, he took into partnership George Canning, the chief of the moderate Tories and the wisest disciple of Pitt. Canning took Castlereagh's place as Foreign Secretary, while Addington's place as Home Secretary was given to Robert Peel, a rising young politician with a turn for political economy and an open mind, a very different person from his case-hardened predecessor in the post. Shortly after, Huskisson, the first free trader who had presided over our commercial policy since the younger Pitt, was made President of the Board of Trade. Social tranquility restored. Thus the character of the Liverpool cabinet was completely changed, and for the last 4 years of its existence, it dropped its old repressive measures and became quite liberal in its legislation. The country at once began to grow quiet, and the old riots and risings ceased. The gradual growth of prosperity in the land, now that the effects of the Great War were passing away, alleviated the violence of the social discontent. But there was a sense of impending change. The immediate domestic question was the removal of religious disabilities, but beyond this lay the questions of parliamentary and municipal reform, of freedom of trade, of simplifying law and legal procedure, and especially of humanizing the criminal law. Strange to say, the treatment of the Catholic claims to be represented in Parliament was regarded as an open question in Lord Liverpool's cabinet. Canning was in favour of the admission of the Catholics. Peel was their strenuous opponent. Reform of the criminal law. The rule of the Liverpool-Canning ministry was distinguished by the abolition of many old and oppressive laws, and the introduction of several reforms of great value. In 1823, Peel began the reform of the criminal law and the reduction of that tangled mass, with its ghastly list of capital offences, to a shape more consistent with scientific order and common humanity. The old system, a monstrous survival from the Middle Ages, had worked very badly, for juries refused to convict persons who were clearly guilty because they thought the offence did not deserve the fearful penalty of death. The abolition of capital punishment for so many minor offences put an end to this state of things, and in future the proportion of criminals escaping was marvellously reduced. Huskisson's free trade policy. In the province of trade and finance, several valuable improvements were introduced by the influence of Huskisson. The old navigation laws, dating from the time of Cromwell, which impeded free trade with foreign countries, were abolished. The wise policy of reducing import duties on the raw materials needed for English manufactures was adopted, so that the cost of goods was perceptibly lowered, without any harm to the makers of them. Commercial treaties were concluded with several foreign powers, pg 643, to the great benefit of both parties concerned. A considerable relief was given to the exchequer by reducing the interest of the many loans raised during the Great War fro, or 4%, to 312. Huskisson had also in hand measures for reducing the duty on the importation of foreign corn and for the abolition of slavery in the British colonies, but before they could be carried out, the unhappy death of Canning in 1827 broke up the ministry. The Holy Alliance, Canning's foreign policy. A word is needed as to the foreign policy of England. The main characteristic of European history, fro to 1830, was the renewed despotism of the continental monarchs, when the fear of Bonaparte had vanished from their minds. The emperors of Austria and Russia and the King of Prussia had formed a league called the Holy Alliance for the putting down of liberal opinions and demands for popular government in their own and their neighbors' dominions. The restored Bourbon monarchy in France was equally narrow and reactionary. Not content with crushing liberty in their own realms, the Austrians invaded Naples and the French Spain, when the kings of those countries had been forced to grant constitutional government to their subjects. In each case, the constitution was abolished and despotic rule restored. While Castlereagh was guiding the Foreign Office, the English ministry had refused to interfere with these continental troubles and had allowed the members of the Holy Alliance to do what they pleased with their smaller neighbors. Canning's advent to power changed this policy. He protected Portugal from an invasion by the French and Spaniards, allied in the cause of despotism, and recognized the independence of the revolted Spanish colonies in America, calling, as he said, the New World into existence to redress the balance of the old. The Greek insurrection, Battle of Navarino. But the sympathy of Canning, and of all men of generous mind in England, was most deeply stirred by the Greek insurrection against the grinding tyranny of the Turks, which had commenced in 1821 and had been struggling on, accompanied by all manner of atrocities and massacres, for 6 years. The resurrection of the ancient people of Hellas stirred all the memories of the past and called forth much enthusiasm in England. Many English volunteers hastened to the east to aid the insurgents. Lord Cochrane took command of their fleet, and General Church headed some of PG 640 for their land forces. Even Lord Byron, the poet, roused himself from his misspent life of luxury in Italy and went out to offer his sword and fortune to people rightly struggling to be free. His death from marsh fever at Missolonghi caused him to be looked on as the martyr of liberty and gave England yet a further interest in the cause that he had championed. When the Turks failed to put down the rising, in spite of all their massacres, the Sultan called in the aid of his vassal Mehemet Ali, Pasha of Egypt, who landed his well-trained army in the Peloponnesus and overran half the peninsula. Canning then induced the Russian and French governments, who had their own private ends to serve, to join him in interfering, and an English fleet was sent out to the coast of Greece. When the Egyptian troops refused to quit the Peloponnesus and the atrocities continued, Sir Edward Codrington, the English admiral, aided by a few French and Russian ships, sailed into the Bay of Navarino, the ancient Pylos, where the Turkish and Egyptian fleets lay, and destroyed them all save a few vessels. In this he had exceeded his instructions, but he saved the independence of Greece, and English public opinion ratified his action. Oct. 20, 1827. Death of Canning. But ere Navarino had been fought, a new ministry was in power in England. Lord Liverpool had been stricken by paralysis in February 1827, and Canning, as was natural, became Prime Minister. But the weakness of his position was soon apparent. Many Tories who opposed the Catholic claims deserted him. The Whigs would not join him. The strain of responsibility told fatally on his health, and he died on August 8, after less than 5 months' tenure of the premiership. The ministry which he had formed continued for a few months, under the leadership of the weak and fussy Lord Godrich, who found himself unable to manage Canning's motley following and was forced to resign before the meeting of Parliament. Wellington and the Greek insurgents. The king then proposed that a strong head should be found for the ministry, in the person of a man universally respected and owning a splendid reputation for loyalty and stern sense of duty, the Duke of Wellington, the hero of the Peninsular War. The suggestion was an unhappy one, for Wellington had little political knowledge, PG 645 had never managed Parliament, and was full of honest but obstinate prejudices. He was, however, made Prime Minister, and troubles soon began to follow. Almost the first utterance of the Duke was to stigmatize the victory of Navarino as an untoward event, which gave great offense, for most men looked upon it as a righteous blow against tyranny and oppression. He refused to continue Canning's efforts in favor of Greece, and that country ultimately obtained her freedom from the not very disinterested hands of Russia. For in 1828, Tsar Nicholas attacked the Turks, sent his armies across the Balkans, and imposed peace on Sultan Mahmud, helping himself to a large slice of Ottoman territory in Asia at the same time that he stipulated for the recognition of Greek independence. Wellington as Prime Minister. Though the most upright and conscientious of men, Wellington proved a very unsatisfactory Prime Minister. His main fault was precisely the one that would least have been expected from an old soldier, a tendency to flinch from his resolves and engagements when he found that public opinion was set against him. Personally, he was a Tory of the old school. For popular cries and magnificent programs, he had a rooted distrust, which he had picked up in the Peninsula while dealing with the bombastic and incapable statesmen who led the Liberal Party in the Spanish Cortes. But on the other hand, he had seen so much of the horrors of civil war that he had imbibed a great dread of making himself responsible for any measure that might split the nation into hostile camps and cause domestic strife. These two conflicting impulses acted on his mind in strange and often abrupt alternations. He was always making reactionary declarations and then receding from them when he found they were unpopular. At first, it seemed likely that he was about to make himself the mouthpiece of the stern and unbending Tories of the school of Castlereagh. Before he had been 3 months in office, he had dismissed Huskisson, and the other disciples of Canning followed Huskisson into retirement. Catholic emancipation, Daniel O'Connell. But very soon, he disappointed his more fanatical followers. In the summer of 1828, he was confronted with a great national agitation in Ireland. Since the Union, that country had been in its normal condition of unrest. But the main grievance which Irish agitators PG 646 mooted was the non-fulfillment of the promise of Catholic emancipation, which Pitt had made in 1800 when he united the two parliaments. The demand that the majority of the nation should be granted equality of political rights with the minority was obviously just, yet not only Irish Orangemen but English Tories had a violent prejudice against Romanism. It was evident that emancipation would not be conceded without a struggle. But the Irish at this moment were headed by the adroit and capable Daniel O'Connell, a wealthy squire of old family, a platform orator of great power and pathos, and a skillful party leader, but vain, scurrilous, and noisy. He founded an association, the prototype of the land leagues and national leagues of our own day, to forward the Catholic claims. He filled the land with monster public meetings and frightened the champions of Protestant ascendancy by vague threats of civil war. To his great credit, he kept his followers from crime, a feat which his successors have not always accomplished. His power was shown by his triumphant return to Parliament in defiance of the law for County Clare. Under the influence of their priests, the Irish farmers had broken away from their old subservience to the great landlords and placed themselves at O'Connell's disposal. Wellington concedes emancipation to the Catholics. Wellington was by birth an Anglo-Irish Protestant, and he detested Romanism, but he detested civil war still more. When O'Connell's agitation grew formidable and the old Tories urged him to repress it by force, he refused. At last, his mind was made up to grant emancipation. His own words explain his mental attitude. I have passed a longer period of my life in war than most men, and principally in civil war, and I must say this, that if I could avert by any sacrifice even 1 month's civil war in the country to which I am attached, I would give my life to do it. In the spring of 1829, Wellington announced his intention of granting complete equality of civil rights to all Romanists. Many of his followers called him a weathercock and a turncoat, while the vicious old king pretended, in imitation of his father's action in 1801, that his conscience forbade him to violate his coronation oath. But Wellington carried his emancipation bill with the aid of Whig support and against the votes of all the narrower Tories. The king swallowed his scruples with cowardly haste, PG 647, and the act was made law, Apra 1829. O'Connell and some scores of his followers, his tail, as the English called them, entered Parliament and allied themselves to the Whigs. The reform agitation renewed. Emancipation question being moved out of the way, the topic of parliamentary reform came once more to the front as the great difficulty of the day. When the Whigs began to moot it again, they found the time favorable, for the Wellington ministry was grown very weak. The Duke had expelled the moderate Tories from his cabinet in 1828. He had angered the old Tories by his concession to the Romanists in 1829, and could no longer command the loyalty of either section of his party. Europe in 1830. The agitation for the reform of the Commons began to become formidable in the stormy year 1830. Unrest was in the air, and all over the world popular risings were rife. In July, the French rose in arms, dethroned their dull and despotic king, Charles X, and replaced him by his popular cousin Louis-Philippe, Duke of Orleans. The Poles raised an insurrection against the tyranny of Tsar Nicholas. There were troubles in Italy and Germany, and open war in Belgium and Portugal. Everywhere the partisans of the Holy Alliance and the old regime were being assailed by riot and insurrection. It was natural that England should feel the influence of this wave of discontent. Accession of William IV. In the midst of the year, King George died, worn out by his evil living, June 26, 1830. He was succeeded by his third brother, William, Duke of Clarence, for Frederick of York, the second son of George Roman III, had died in 1827. The new king was an eccentric but good-natured old sailor. He was simple, patriotic, and kindly, and carried into all his doings something of the breezy geniality of his old profession. But his elevation almost turned his brain, and in the first months of his reign he was guilty of a dozen absurd actions and speeches which made men fear for his sanity. It is a good sovereign, punned a contemporary wit, but it is a little cracked. The best feature in William was that he was not a party man. He acted all through his reign as a constitutional monarch should, and his personal popularity did much to make the crisis of the reform agitation of 1830-1832 pass off without harm. Fall of Wellington's ministry. The fall of Wellington's ministry followed very closely on the accession of the new king. A general election in the autumn of 1830 was fatal to the Duke's majority in the Commons. The old Tories refused to interest themselves in his fate and would not work for him, while the Whigs made a great effort and swept off almost all the seats in which election was really free and open. No less than 60 out of 82 county seats in England were captured by them. Parliament reassembled on November 2, and on November 15 Wellington was beaten by a majority of 29 in the lower house and promptly resigned. The Whigs returned to office. William IV immediately took the proper constitutional step of sending for the leader of the opposition, Lord Grey. After an absence of 23 years from power, the Whigs once more crossed to the Treasury bench and took over the management of the realm. Their long exile from office had made them better at criticism than administration, and they found it hard to settle down into harness, more especially as some of the new ministry were wanting in restraint and gravity, notably the Lord Chancellor Brougham, one of the most versatile and able but also one of the most eccentric and volatile men who has ever sat on the woolsack. But the cabinet was much strengthened by the adhesion of two of the Canningite Tories, Lord Melbourne and Lord Palmerston, who became respectively Secretary for Ireland and Secretary for Foreign Affairs. The Whigs at once took in hand the chief item of their programme, parliamentary reform, though O'Connell was doing his best to bring another topic to the front by agitating for Home Rule, or repeal, as it was then called, and was enlisting all Catholic Ireland in a league for that end. The Peers throw out the Reform Bill. In March 1831, Lord John Russell, a young member of one of the greatest Whig houses, and the great-grandson of the Bedford who was minister in 1763, brought forward his famous Reform Bill, which disfranchised most of the rotten boroughs and distributed their seats among the large towns and the more populous counties. Owing to differences of opinion among the Whigs themselves as to the exact shape it should assume, the bill never reached its third reading in the Commons. The ministry then dissolved PG 649 Parliament in order to get a clear verdict from the constituencies on the reform question. They came back to Westminster with a magnificent majority of 136. Lord John Russell again introduced his bill, which passed all its readings with ease, but was rejected by the Tory majority in the House of Lords on October 8, 1831. Violent demonstrations against the Peers. This rash action of the Peers brought about such a quarrel between the two houses as has never been seen before or since, and nearly wrecked the old order of the English Constitution. For the Peers had never before dared to cross such a crushing majority as the Whigs then possessed in the Commons, backed by the public opinion of the nation. Riotous demonstrations in favor of reform burst out all over the country, often accompanied by violence. At Bristol, there was a wild rising, ending in the burning and pillaging of many buildings, public and private. In London, a national union of reformers was formed to bring pressure to bear on the Lords. At Birmingham, a local radical named Atwood formed an association of 200,000 members, who swore to march on London and use force if their cry of the bill, the whole bill, and nothing but the bill, was denied. Strengthened by these demonstrations of popular sympathy, the ministers brought in their bill for the third time and again sent it up to the Lords. The upper house was seriously frightened by the turmoil in the country and allowed the bill to pass its second reading. But the more fanatical Tories made a final rally and mutilated the bill in committee by postponing the clauses which disfranchised the rotten boroughs. May 7, 1832. Wellington refuses to take office. This brought England within a measurable distance of civil war. The ministry resigned, throwing on the king and the Lords the responsibility for anything that might occur. King William, in strict constitutional form, asked the Duke of Wellington to form a Tory cabinet. The Duke unwillingly essayed the task, but the feeling of the majority of the Tories was so strongly in favour of leaving to the Whigs the responsibility of facing the crisis that the Duke threw up the cards and acknowledged his inability to form a ministry. This was fortunate, for the radicals had been organizing armed multitudes and threatened open insurrection. PG 650, but the eventful 10 days during which war was in the air passed over, and the Grey Cabinet came back to power. The Reform Bill carried. In the end of May, the bill was sent up to the Lords for the third time. The King promised Lord Grey that if the bill was again rejected, he would create enough new Whig peers to carry it against any opposition. The House of Lords was made aware of this promise, and to avoid forcing the King to this extremity, Wellington and 100 Tory peers solemnly left their seats and allowed the Act to pass by a considerable majority, June 4, 1832. The redistribution of seats. The details of the measure in its final shape deserve a word of notice. It disfranchised all the absolutely rotten boroughs, i.e. all places with less than 2,000 inhabitants, which were no less than 56 in number. It took away one member each fro boroughs more, which had more than 2,000 but less than 4,000 residents. This gave 143 seats for distribution among the unrepresented or underrepresented districts. Of these, 65 were given to the counties and to new boroughs. In the former case, the county was broken up into 2 or more divisions, each returning 2 members. In the latter, 5 London boroughs and 22 large places, such as Birmingham and Manchester, received 2 members each, while 21 considerable towns of the second rank got one member each. The new borough and county franchise. At the same time, the franchise was made regular all over England. Previously, it had varied in the most arbitrary fashion. Some towns had practically manhood suffrage. In others, the corporation had been the only electors. Now, in the boroughs, the power to vote was given to all resident occupiers of premises of £10 yearly value, so that all the shopkeeping class and the wealthier artisans got the franchise, but not the poorer inhabitants. In the counties, freeholders, copyholders, and holders of leases for 60 years to the annual value of £10, with occupiers paying a yearly rent of £50, were enfranchised. Thus the farmers and yeomen ruled the poll, and the agricultural labourers had no voice in the matter. The franchise in Ireland was assimilated to that in England, thus depriving of their power the £2 householders who had hitherto been allowed to vote in that country. PG 651, in Scotland, on the other hand, the rule was slightly more liberal than in England, as occupiers of £10 farms were given the franchise, instead of £50 being left as the limit. Thus the United Kingdom acquired its first representative parliament, but the new body was as yet representative of the middle classes alone. It was thought, wisely enough, that the agricultural labourers and the town poor were as yet unfit to be electors. For 30 years, no serious attempt to extend the limits of the franchise was made, and 50 were to elapse before simple household suffrage in town and county alike was to be made the rule. Meanwhile, the first Reform Bill amply justified itself and gave England 2 generations of quiet and orderly government. Addington had been created Lord Sidmouth long before this, but to avoid confusion, his better-known name is still used. Z. Lambeth, Greenwich, Marylebone, Finsbury, Tower Hamlets. Chapter 40. Chartism and the Corn Laws. 1830–52. Fears excited by the Reform Bill. The struggle over the Reform Bill had been so fierce, and the change in the House of Commons caused by it had been so sweeping, that it was generally supposed at the time that the immediate consequences of the triumph of the Whigs would be very marked and startling. The Tories prophesied the introduction, at no very distant date, of legislation on behalf of all the radical cries which the more extreme followers of Lord Grey had adopted, such as manhood suffrage, vote by ballot, the abolition of the standing army, the disestablishment of the Church of England. Some even whispered that Great Britain would have ceased to be a monarchy within 10 years. Its actual results. All these suspicions were unfounded. By the action of the Reform Bill, the power to make and unmake cabinets had passed, not into the hands of the masses, but into those of the middle classes, the shopkeepers of the towns and the farmers of the countryside. These were a very different body from the excited mobs who had rioted in the streets and threatened civil war in the years 1830–32. As a matter of fact, the bill had done comparatively little for those who supported it most violently, and caused grave disappointment to the wilder spirits among the followers of Lord Grey. It had put an end to borough-mongering. No ministry could henceforth hope to keep in office unless it had the support of the majority of the constituencies. It had placed the individual member much more under the control of the electors than had been the case in earlier years, so that the power of PG 653 public opinion was greatly increased. It had modified the composition of the House of Commons by bringing in a large number of new members of a different type from the old. For the great industrial centres in the North and Midlands, which now obtained representatives for the first time, had mostly returned wealthy local manufacturers and merchants to speak in their behalf. But neither the newly enfranchised classes nor their members in Parliament were likely to be in favour of sudden and violent changes in the constitution or the social condition of the realm, such as had sometimes appeared imminent in the turbulent years between 1816 and the Whigs were no radicals. It was more than 30 years before they began seriously to think of enfranchising the labouring classes and facing all the problems of democracy. A sufficient indication of the character of Lord Grey's ministry is to be found in the fact that some of its most important members were recruited from the ranks of the moderate Tories. Lord Palmerston, the Foreign Secretary, and Lord Melbourne, the Home Secretary, had both been followers of Canning and had joined the ranks of the Whigs only when they saw the Tories under Wellington finally committed to reactionary views. Perhaps Huskisson, Canning's Minister of Commerce, would have gone with them, but he had been killed just before Lord Grey came into office in the first railway accident that ever occurred in England. The new Poor Law. The Grey Ministry held office for 4 years only, but did much for the country in that time. Its best piece of work was the New Poor Law of 1834, which put an end to the ruinous and degrading system of outdoor relief, which had been crushing the agricultural labourer and loading the parishes with debt ever since the unwise legislation of 1795. The new law reimposed the old test of the workhouse on applicants for charity. Only aged and impotent persons were to receive doles of money and food at their own homes. Able-bodied men were forced to enter the workhouse, which they naturally detested on account of its restraint, or to give up their weekly allowance. The result was to force the farmers to pay the whole of their labourers' wages, and to cease to expect the parish to find half of the amount. This was perfectly just PG 654 and rational. The parish finances were at once lightened of their crushing burden, while the labourers ceased to be pauperized and did not lose anything by the change of the method of payment. But if they lost nothing, they gained nothing, and the condition of the rural classes of England still remained much inferior to what it had been in the old days, before enclosure acts and high rents came into vogue in the second half of the 18th century. The new Poor Law compelled small neighbouring parishes to combine into unions to keep a common workhouse, and it was found that one large institution was worked both more efficiently and less expensively than several small ones. In 7 years, the total cost of the poor relief of England fell from nearly £8 million to £4,700,000, an immense relief to the country. Abolition of slavery. Another splendid piece of work done by the ministry of Lord Grey was the final abolition of slavery in the English colonies. Though the slave trade had long been prohibited, yet slavery itself still subsisted, and the West Indian planters were a body strong and wealthy enough to offer a vigorous opposition to the enfranchisement of their Negroes. Many of the old Tories were narrow and misguided enough to lend them aid in Parliament, but the bill was carried. £20 million were set aside to compensate the owners, and on August 1, 1834, all the slaves became free, though they were bound to work as apprentices to their late masters for 7 years, a period afterwards shortened to 3. The Municipal Corporations Act. A third useful measure was the reform of the municipal corporations of England, of which many had hitherto been wholly unrepresentative bodies, not chosen by the people, but co-opting each other, and often worked by small and corrupt party or family rings. For this absurd arrangement, the Act of 1835 substituted a popular and elective constitution, to the enormous improvement of the purity and respectability of the municipal bodies. Palmerston's foreign policy, France. The European policy of the Whigs was in the hands of the brisk and self-reliant Lord Palmerston, who directed the foreign relations of England for nearly 30 years, with a few intervals of retirement from office. He had left the Tories because he disliked their policy of non-intervention in continental affairs, and because he nourished PG 655, an active dislike for the despotic monarchies of the Holy Alliance. His end was to raise up a league in Western Europe, which should support national liberties and constitutional government in each country, against the autocratic and reactionary powers of Central and Eastern Europe. He therefore allied himself with Louis-Philippe of Orleans, the new King of France, who had been set up by the Liberal Party in that country as a constitutional king after the expulsion of Charles X. Spain and Portugal. He actively assisted the parties in Spain and Portugal who were fighting for limited monarchy and the nation's right to choose its own sovereign. In each of those countries, there was a civil war in progress between the Liberal Party, backing a young queen with a parliamentary title to the crown, and the reactionary party, supported by the priesthood, and upholding a prince who claimed the throne under the Salic law and appealed to the divine hereditary right of kings. Palmerston supported both Dona Maria in Portugal and Dona Isabella in Spain against their uncles Don Miguel and Don Carlos, by every means short of the actual sending of British troops to the peninsula. But many officers were allowed to volunteer into the Portuguese and Spanish service, and the struggle was largely settled by their aid. The designs of Don Miguel in Portugal were finally frustrated by the defeat of his fleet by Admiral Napier, who commanded the young Queen's ships, 1831. In Spain, the fighting lasted much longer, and the efforts of Sir de Lacy Evans, British Legion, against the Carlists were not altogether successful, 1835-38, but the war ultimately came to an end in the favor of Queen Isabella in 1840. Holland and Belgium. Palmerston also lent his support to the National Party in a struggle nearer home. Holland and Belgium had been united into a single kingdom by the Treaty of Vienna and placed under the House of Orange, the old stadtholders of the United Provinces. But the Belgians much disliked the arrangement. They were divided by religion from their northern kinsfolk and had no national sympathy with them or loyalty to their Dutch king. In 1830, they rose in arms and declared their independence. William I of Holland endeavored to subdue them, and perhaps might have succeeded, but for the interference of England and of Louis Philippe, the new king of PG 656 France. When the Dutch refused to come to terms, a French army entered Belgium and expelled the garrison of Antwerp, while an English fleet blockaded the Scheldt. On this pressure being applied, the Dutch yielded, and the Kingdom of Belgium was established, its first sovereign being a prince well known in England, Leopold of Saxe-Coburg, the widower of the much-lamented Princess Charlotte. Thus, when France, Spain, Portugal, and Belgium were in the hands of governments professing liberal principles and opposed to despotism, the reactionary monarchs of the Holy Alliance ceased to appear such a danger to the existence of constitutional monarchy in Europe. Peel and the Conservative Party. While fairly successful alike in its foreign policy and its English legislation, the Grey Cabinet was never so strong as might have been expected from its triumphant commencement of office. The Tory party, which had seemed shattered forever by the Reform Bill and had remained for some years in a broken and helpless condition, began gradually to reorganize itself under the wise and cautious leadership of Sir Robert Peel. Though Palmerston Melbourne and the other Canningites who had quitted it in 1828 did not return to its ranks and remained moderate Whigs, yet there were many others who gradually rallied themselves to the old Church and State party. The new voters whom the Reform Bill had created did not prove so universally devoted to radical principles as had been expected. There was always much attachment to the old ideals in the middle classes. When Peel appeared as leader, in place of narrow old Tories of the type of Castlereagh and Addington, he was gradually enabled to collect a large body of followers and to form an opposition commanding a respectable number of votes. About this time, he wisely dropped the name of Tory and called himself and his followers Conservatives, in order to get rid of the unfortunate associations of the older party appellation. The Tithe War. Lord Grey resigns. But the time was still far off when the Conservatives were to obtain a preponderance in the House of Commons. Lord Grey resigned in 1834, but only to give place to another Whig Prime Minister, who continued the policy and work of his predecessor with the aid of most PG 657 of his cabinet. The change of premiers was due to a division among the Whigs caused by Irish affairs. The grant of Catholic emancipation in 1829 had completely failed to quiet Ireland. It only caused the Irish to substitute new demands for the old ones. O'Connell, flushed with his victory on the emancipation question, had started two new agitations, combined with each other much as Home Rule and the land question are combined by modern Irish politicians. The first of them was the demand for repeal, that is, the abolition of the Union of 1800 and the establishment of a local parliament in Dublin, the cry that is called Home Rule in our own day. The second was the Tithe War, a crusade against the payment by the Romanist peasantry of tithes for the support of the established Church of Ireland, a body which they naturally detested. The Tithe War lasted for 6 or 7 years and was accompanied by much rioting and outrage. The peasantry withheld the tithe, and the Protestant clergy were in many cases absolutely ruined and reduced to starvation by being deprived of their sustenance. A coercion bill for the suppression of riots and violence was passed in 1833 and had some effect in restoring order. But the ministry was divided on the question of the justice of continuing to extract money from the Romanist peasantry to support an alien church. The premier proposed that the government should take over the collection of the tithe, but use it for such purposes, secular or otherwise, as might be deemed fit. But many of his colleagues objected to diverting church money from its original uses, and the cabinet fell to pieces after a stormy scene in the House over a renewal of the Coercion Act. Grey retired, and the king sent for Sir Robert Peel, who at once dissolved Parliament, but the Whigs had a majority in the new House, and Peel fell after holding office for 4 months only. Grey's colleague, Lord Melbourne, took over the conduct of affairs and rearranged the cabinet, excluding only the late Premier and his clever but eccentric Chancellor, Lord Brougham. The Melbourne Ministry. This ministry struggled on for 6 years, confronted always by the strong conservative following and the mastermind of Peel, and dependent on the uncertain support of O'Connell and his tail. Its chief achievement was the final passing of the Irish Tithe Act, which relieved PG 658 the peasantry of the duty of paying that contribution to the established church, and transferred it to their landlords, so that the tithe was for the future a charge on rent. O'Connell accepted this compromise, and the tithe war ended, but the repeal agitation went on vigorously, and monster meetings all over Ireland were continually demanding home rule. O'Connell had the priests on his side to a man, and using them as his instruments, could dictate orders to the countryside and return all the members for the Catholic districts of Ireland. To his great credit, he kept the agitation clear of outrages, as he had already done in the case of emancipation 10 years before. Without having recourse to any such expedients, he was able to keep the government in continual hot water, and more than once to wrest concessions of importance from it. Death of William, Roman IV. The Melbourne cabinet was still wandering on its feeble way when on June 20, 1837, the worthy old king, William IV, died. His decease had no great effect on the politics of the realm, for when the election for a new parliament took place, as was necessary on the sovereign's death, the ministry was found to have in the new house a small majority, of much the same numbers as that which they had enjoyed in the old. Accession of Queen Victoria, Hanover separated from England. The successor of King William was his niece Victoria, daughter of Edward, Duke of Kent, the 4th son of George III. She was a young girl of 18, who had been brought up very quietly at Kensington Palace by her widowed mother, Victoria of Saxe-Coburg. Little was known of her by the nation at large, and some of the baser spirits among the Tories whispered at first that she would prove a party sovereign and a mere tool of the Whigs. But it was not long before the world discovered that the young queen was likely to be a model for constitutional monarchs. She was simple, straightforward, filled with a deep consciousness of the responsibility of her position, and anxious to discharge her duties with all possible regard for the well-being of her subjects. The more she was known, the more was she liked and respected, and there was accordingly a general feeling of relief that the throne had not gone to the next heir, the Queen's unpopular uncle, Ernest, Duke of Cumberland. That prince, moreover, now became ruler of Hanover, where the PG 659 Salic law prevailed, and the kingdom was finally separated from England after 123 years of union. Thus, England was freed from all necessity for interfering in the internal politics of Germany. The Queen and Lord Melbourne. Lord Melbourne, behind an air of studied levity, possessed a strong will and a conscientious desire to do well by his country. He determined to place his experience at the disposal of the young queen and to teach her the ways of constitutional monarchy. Until her marriage, he acted as her private secretary, using his position for no party purpose. In the language of the Duke of Wellington, he taught her to preside over the destinies of this great country. The government and the radicals. The Melbourne cabinet lasted till September 1841, much vexed in its later years by social troubles in England, the result of the growing discontent among the working classes at the failure of the Reform Bill to bring about a golden age. They had thought that the creation of a representative House of Commons would be followed by all manner of radical reforms, and were now complaining that the new government was little better than the old. The Tories scourged us with whips, but the Whigs used scorpions, complained Cobbett, the radical pamphleteer, while Lord Grey was still in power. There was this amount of truth in the complaint, that the Tories were always trying to interfere in social matters, and believed in paternal government and the duty of the state to care for the individual citizen. But the Whigs, under the influence of the rules of strict political economy, held that the state must not meddle with private men, that the rule of laissez-faire or non-intervention was right, and that free competition between man and man was the true order of life. Now, Tory interference with social matters had generally been wrong-headed and disastrous, but Whig indifference and abstention was quite as exasperating to the masses. The People's Charter. The old delusion that men can be made happy by legislation and grants of political rights was still universally prevalent, and the discontent of the laboring classes took shape, now, as in the last generation, in a demand for parliamentary reform. The new agitation got its name from the document called the People's Charter, which was put forward as the program of the movement. It contained 5 PG 660 claims: 1 for manhood suffrage, 2 for the vote by ballot at elections, 3 for annual parliaments, 4 for the payment of members, 5 for the throwing open of seats in the House of Commons to all men by the abolition of the property qualification, which was still required, in theory, to be possessed by members. It is curious to reflect how entirely useless all these 5 demands would have been to cure the social discontents of the day. The second and fifth clauses of the Charter have long been granted. The first is practically conceded, and the fourth may be so ere long, yet the ills against which the Chartists were protesting are still with us. For the real end of the agitation was in truth purely social. It was much the same as the cry for the so-called living wage that is heard among us today. The principle of the People's Charter, said one of its advocates in 1838, is the right of every man to have his home, his hearth, and his happiness. It means that every working man in the land has a right to a good coat, a good hat, a good dinner, no more work than will keep him in health, and as much wages as will keep him in plenty. The demagogues, honest or dishonest, who led the Chartist movement, insisted that the golden age would follow the introduction of universal suffrage and their other demands, though it is difficult to see how they can have been so simple as to hold such a view. But they were, for the most part, mere windy orators, with no grasp of the means or ends that they needed. The most prominent man of the whole band being Feargus O'Connor, an Irishman with an enormous flow of words and an ill-balanced brain, who ended his days in a lunatic asylum. Riotous public meetings, where threats of physical force were freely used, were rife all through the years 1830–1842 and gave the Whig ministry no small trouble. But the movement was never so dangerous to law and order as the troubles of the years 1816–32 had been, for the Chartists were backed by neither of the great political parties, had no competent leaders, and were detested for their noisy turbulence by the whole of the middle classes, Whig and Tory alike. Parliament refused to take them seriously, even when they kept sending up monster petitions to the House of Commons, purporting to contain 1.5 million or even 3 million signatures. One of these documents, as large in circumference as a cartwheel, had to be carried by 16 men and stuck in the door PG 661 of the House, so that it had to be cut up in order to allow it to enter. But petitions, riots, and wild talk had none of them any practical effect. The Opium Wars. There was little that was eventful in the foreign policy of the later years of the Melbourne Cabinet. The only events of importance were our first war with China and our interference in the Levant to prevent the breakup of the Turkish Empire. The Chinese quarrel, the Opium War, as it was often called, arose from the destruction of a quantity of that drug belonging to English merchants by the mandarins of Canton, who had resolved not to allow it to be imported into their country. In consequence, an army was sent out to the Far East, which, after some desultory fighting, compelled the Chinese to sue for peace, pay an indemnity of $21 million, and cede the island of Hong Kong, which, in British hands, has since become one of the greatest ports of the world, 1830–941. England and Mehemet Ali. The war in Syria was caused by the attempt of Mehemet Ali, the Pasha of Egypt, to assert his independence and to tear Syria and Asia Minor from his suzerain, the Sultan. Thinking that the maintenance of Turkey was essential to British interests in the East, Lord Palmerston bade the rebel Pasha retire within his own borders, and on his refusal, bombarded and took Acre and Sidon. This brought Mehemet Ali to reason, and he acquiesced in an agreement which left him the position of a quasi-independent ruler in Egypt, but stripped him of his conquests beyond the Syrian desert, January 1841. The Prince Consort. In the year which preceded this last war, England had been rejoiced to see her queen happily married. The young sovereign's choice had been her own first cousin, Albert of Saxe-Coburg, whom the country knew so well first as Prince Albert, then as the Prince Consort. He was very young at the time of the marriage, being only in his 21st year, but from his earliest days in England showed a remarkable wisdom and power of adapting himself to his new surroundings. While carefully refraining from taking any ostensible part in politics, he was able in many ways to act as a useful counselor both for his wife and his wife's ministers, for he had a large knowledge of foreign politics and a sound and cautious judgment. His PG 662 blameless private life and many amiable qualities endeared him to all who came into personal contact with him. But for many years, he was not properly appreciated by the English people, who were vaguely suspicious of a foreign prince placed in such a difficult position as that of husband to a constitutional queen. All their suspicions of him and his influence were ungrounded, but it was not till after his death in 1861 that most men realized what a thoroughly wise and unselfish friend of England he had been. The Conservatives in office. The Melbourne Ministry went out of power a few months after the Queen's marriage. A general election took place in June–July 1841, and a Conservative majority was returned to the House of Commons, whereupon Sir Robert Peel was called upon to take office in the due course of constitutional etiquette. Peel as Premier. The Tories, now again in power after an interval of 12 years, were a very different party from what they had been in the old days before 1830. The whole body of them had moved slowly forward, but there were still, as always, a more and a less progressive section among them, as in the days of Canning and Castlereagh. Peel himself had generally been considered to belong to the former body, though he had been one of those who opposed parliamentary reform to the last. His own breeding and character account for his position. He was not a member of one of the old aristocratic Tory families, but the son of a wealthy Lancashire milliner, a representative of the conservatism of the middle classes, not of the old landed interest. He was a firm, able, conscientious man, rather too masterful in dealing with his followers, and prone to command rather than to persuade. But in 1841, his authority over them seemed so firmly established that men prophesied that he would rule for as many years as the younger Pitt. As a matter of fact, his ministry was only to last from September 1841 to July 1846, and instead of establishing the Conservative Party firmly in power, he was fated to break it up and to condemn it to almost continuous exile from office for nearly 30 years. Peel's finance, the income tax. But Peel's early years of power promised well. His first achievement was to restore the national finances, which had been left in a most unsatisfactory condition by the Melbourne Ministry. His budget of 1842 was long remembered as being the first important step in the direction of free trade that had been taken for many years. He reduced the import duties on nearly 750 articles of consumption, reasoning that the advantage to the consumer far outweighed the loss to the English manufacturer, whose interests were served by the protective duties which he removed. To make up the deficit in the revenue caused by these remissions of import duties, he imposed the income tax under a pledge that it was to be an exceptional impost. 5 years, he said, would suffice to restore the revenue to its old amount, and it should then be dropped. Unfortunately for all persons with fixed incomes, Peel was out of office long before the 5 years were over, and none of his successors has ever redeemed his pledge. The income tax still remains with us, the easy and obvious method by which any impecunious chancellor of the exchequer can wring more money from the middle classes by adding an extra penny in the pound. It must, however, be granted that at its first imposition, it tided England very successfully over a dangerous financial crisis. The Chartist agitation. The Melbourne cabinet had left the task of dealing with two troublesome agitations as a legacy to their successors. The Chartists were still thundering away at monster meetings and bombarding Parliament with gigantic petitions. One sent to the House of Commons in 1842 purported to be signed by 3 million persons and was actually signed by, perhaps, a third of that number. It was couched in such seditious terms that the government refused to receive it and was supported by a majority of 238 when certain radical members pressed them to a division. But Peel's hand was known to be firm, and it was obvious that there was no chance of intimidating him. So the Chartist agitation, though it continued to simmer all through his time, never boiled up into any dangerous effervescence. The Young Ireland Party. In Ireland, matters seemed for a time more serious. Daniel O'Connell was still pressing on his campaign for repeal. He was the master of the greater part of the Irish people, and PG 664 had his well-disciplined tail to follow him in the Commons. But as long as both Conservatives and Whigs refused to buy his aid at the price of granting his demands for Home Rule, he could do no more than bluster and declaim at public meetings. But O'Connell was joined, in the year 1842, by a body of recruits who refused to be fettered by his command to refrain from the use of physical force. A band of ardent young politicians, the political heirs of Lord Edward Fitzgerald and Robert Emmet, bound themselves together to strive for repeal by the old method of armed rebellion, when England's extremity should be Ireland's opportunity. They called themselves the Young Ireland Party, revived the old watchwords of the United Irishmen, and gloried in the principles of '98. The chiefs of this faction were Smith O'Brien, Meagher, and Gavin Duffy. O'Connell was afraid of their rashness, and the priesthood, who acted as O'Connell's agents all over Ireland, viewed them with suspicion as possible Republicans and atheists, but they gained considerable influence in the land. O'Connell's influence declines. The repeal agitation came to a head in 1843, when O'Connell gathered several 100,000 people together at a meeting at Tara, the old seat of the kings of Ireland, and addressed them in an excited strain, promising them a parliament of their own on College Green within the year. But Peel had him and his chief lieutenants arrested and tried for sedition. The whole agitation seemed to collapse when the government made a show of force, and though O'Connell was ultimately acquitted, his hold on the Irish people was much shaken by the obvious uselessness for any practical end of all his meetings and harangues. The majority of his followers fell back into apathy, the minority resolved to join the Young Irelanders and to plot armed treason at some convenient date in the future. Meanwhile, repeal was dead, and O'Connell died a few years later, just before the miserable years 1846-7 revived the troubles of Ireland. England and the United States. English foreign policy in Peel's day continued on the good lines on which Palmerston had placed it, for the new Conservative Party were vigilant to defend our interests abroad and to resent the aggression of our neighbors. A very threatening dispute with the PG 665 United States about the southwestern boundaries of British America was settled in 1842 by a satisfactory treaty which gave England Vancouver's Island and all the coast north of the Straits of Juan de Fuca, taking the 49th degree of latitude as the dividing line from the Pacific to the end of Lake Superior. The Americans had claimed, but had to give up, the whole western shore of North America up to the Russian province of Alaska. England and France. Twice England appeared likely to engage in war with France, in 1844 and while Peel was in power. The first quarrel was about the annexation of the island of Tahiti in the Pacific, where a French admiral arrested the English consul and seized the island in the most arbitrary way from its queen. But Louis-Philippe did not wish for war with the only power in Europe that looked kindly on a constitutional monarchy in France, and forced his ministers to apologize to England and abandon Tahiti. In the second quarrel, the crafty and intriguing old king was himself to blame. He had formed a design for securing Spain for his younger son Anthony, Duke of Montpensier, by means of a marriage. The crown of that country was now worn by the young Queen Isabella, whose heiress was her still younger sister Louisa. Louis-Philippe secured the marriage of the younger princess with his own son. At the same time, by disreputable intrigues with the Spanish Queen Mother, Christina of Naples, and the factious parties in the Cortes, he got the unfortunate queen married to her cousin, Don Francisco, Duke of Cadiz, a wretched weakling, who, as he thought, was certain to die without heirs, so that the crown must ultimately fall to the Montpensiers, 1846. This scheme reproduced the old danger that had brought about the War of the Spanish Succession in the days of William III and Anne, the chance that the crowns of Spain and France might be united. The English government and people were bitterly provoked. High words passed between London and Paris, and there appeared for some time a danger that a rupture might ensue. But external events intervened to prevent such a misfortune. Peel's government lost office in 1846, and Louis-Philippe was dethroned in 1848, after which the Spanish marriages ceased to have any importance. Peel and the free trade movement. While that question was at its height, England had been PG 666, going through an unexpected political crisis, caused by Peel's sudden conversion to complete free trade. His budget of 1842 had shown that all his tendencies lay in that direction, but he had not yet touched the one point which was certain to bring him into collision with the majority of his own party, the question of free trade in corn. Since England had become a great manufacturing country, with a population that advanced by leaps and bounds, it was daily growing more impossible to feed the new mouths with English corn alone. But the heavy duties on imported grain, which survived from the last century, only allowed the foreign wheat to come in at an exorbitant price. Hence the poor man's loaf was always dear. Farmers and landlords profited by this protection of English agriculture, but since the landed interest had ceased to be the most important element in the state, the Corn Laws injured many more persons than they benefited. For the last 5 or 6 years, a vigorous agitation in favor of their abolition had been in progress, whose guiding spirit was Richard Cobden, the prophet of free trade. It seemed more likely that the Whigs would be converted by him than the Conservatives, for the backbone of Peel's majority in the House of Commons was composed of the county members, who represented the farmers and landlords of England. The Protectionists, Disraeli and Lord G. Bentinck. But in 1845, a famine in Ireland, caused by the failure of the potato crop, called for a large importation of corn to feed the starving Irish cottiers. Peel proposed to suspend the Corn Laws as a temporary measure to allow of the introduction of the needed supply of food at the cheapest possible rate. His colleagues in the ministry resolved to support the proposal, but they proved unable to persuade the whole of their party to follow them. About 100 members of the House of Commons, the representatives of the corn-growing shires and the old Tory families, refused to be convinced by Peel's arguments. They were headed by 2 men of mark, neither of whom had as yet been taken very seriously by the House. The first was Lord George Bentinck, a younger son of the great ducal house of Portland, who had hitherto been seen more frequently on the racecourse than at St. Stephen's, but who showed an unexpected ability when he proceeded to attack his chief. The second was PG 667 Benjamin Disraeli, the son of a Jewish man of letters, then known as a young and volatile member of the House, who combined high Tory notions on church and state with extreme radical views on certain social questions. But he had been hitherto more notorious for his eccentric and gorgeous dress, and his curious high-flown and bombastic novels, than for any serious political doings. The Corn Laws repealed. When Peel brought forward his bill for abolishing the Corn Laws, he found himself bitterly opposed by Bentinck and Disraeli and their protectionist followers, who scouted him as a turncoat and a traitor to the Tory cause. He carried the abolition of the obnoxious duties by the aid of the votes of his enemies, the Whigs, May 15, 1846. A month later, the angry protectionists took their revenge. On the question of an Irish coercion bill, Bentinck and Disraeli led some scores of Tory members into the opposition lobby and left the Prime Minister in a minority of 73, June 25, 1846. Break-up of the Conservative Party. Peel immediately resigned. He had carried his bill, but broken up his party, and the Whigs were now to have a fresh lease of office that lasted 30 years. For the two sections into which the Conservatives had broken up, the Peelites and the Protectionists, would never join again, so bitterly did they dislike each other. In the course of time, most of the Peelites drifted over to the Whig camp. Among them two who were destined to be Prime Ministers of England, Lord Aberdeen, who had been Peel's Foreign Secretary, and William Ewart Gladstone, then a rising young member, who had held the presidency of the Board of Trade fro to 1846. Lord John Russell's ministry. The Whigs, or the Liberal Party, as they were now beginning to call themselves, came back to power with every advantage, as the opposition was divided into two irreconcilable sections who would never join on account of their old grudge. Yet the new cabinet was never a very strong one, because the Whigs refused to put Lord Palmerston, their strongest and ablest man, at the head of affairs. Some of the party could never forget that he had once been a Canningite, and thought that he was not liberal enough for them. Others were afraid of his firm and incisive PG 668 way of dealing with foreign powers, and prophesied that he would someday land England, unexpectedly, in the midst of a great war. Instead of Palmerston, Lord John Russell, the promoter of the Great Reform Bill of 1832, was made Premier. He was a much less notable personage than Palmerston, and not strong enough for his place, being nothing more than an adroit party tactician with no touch of genius about him. Yet he held power for 6 years, and made no great mistakes if he performed no great achievements at home, while, as the foreign policy of England was handed over to Palmerston, there was no lack of strong guidance in things abroad. The famine in Ireland. The chief problem which the Liberal cabinet found to trouble them when they took office was an Irish one. In 1845, there had been a partial failure of the potato crop, the staple food of the Irish peasantry. This was followed in 1846, just after Lord John Russell came into power, by a far more dreadful disaster of the same kind. In August, the whole potato harvest of southern and western Ireland was struck down by a sudden blight, such as had never been seen before or since, and 0 persons were suddenly brought to the verge of starvation. The disaster was aggravated by the hopeless state of the rural population. For the last half-century, the population of Ireland had been advancing with disastrous rapidity. It had swelled fro 0 to 8 million, yet there had been no corresponding increase either of improved cultivation or of land taken under tillage. The improvident landlords had allowed the still more improvident tenantry to divide their farms into smaller and smaller fractions, till the land only fed its population in years of exceptional fertility. The greater part of Ireland was cut up into miserable slips of a few acres, where the cottier paid intermittently as much as he could of a rent which was rated at a higher amount than the wretched little farm could ever produce. The unexampled disaster of 2 successive years of blight brought the whole of the miserable peasantry to the edge of the grave. The workhouses were soon crammed, all local funds used up, and yet the people were dying by thousands from famine or from the fevers which were bred by insufficient nourishment. The government paltered with the evil by establishing relief works, and refused for some time to face the fact that nothing but wholesale distribution of food would keep the PG 669 wretched peasantry alive. It was not tea that they faced the full horror of the problem, and established soup kitchens and depots for free food all over the land. By this time, scores of thousands had died, and the bitterest feelings of wrath had been bred in the Irish mind at the neglect or incompetence of the cabinet. Evictions and emigration. When the famine was over, it was generally recognized that the worst of the disaster had been owing to the congested state of the population, who were trying to live on smaller farms than could really support them. This led to wholesale evictions by the landlords, who, half ruined by the famine themselves, wished to avoid another such experience by thinning off the pauperized courtiers and throwing several farms into one. In many cases, these evictions were carried out with ruthless haste and cruelty, for the proprietors, often absentees who did not know their tenants by sight, had no sympathy for the wretched peasants and only wanted to be rid of them. The unwilling emigrants were driven out of Ireland by the 100,000 and retired for the most part to America, carrying away a fanatical hatred for the Anglo-Irish landholding classes who had evicted them, and for the English government which had sanctioned their expulsion. Smith O'Brien's insurrection. With such class rancor in the air, it was no wonder that troubles broke out in Ireland in 1848, the year after the famine was over. The chiefs of the Young Ireland party thought that the times were ripe for open insurrection, and seeing revolutions rife all over Europe, and the Chartist riots stirring again in England, resolved to strike at once. Their leader, Smith O'Brien, after using threatening language in the House of Commons, went over to Ireland and called the discontented to arms. But he proved a very incapable chief when he essayed the part of Catiline. Gathering together some hundreds of armed followers, he attacked 50 constables on Bonlog Common in Tipperary. His men scattered after a few volleys, and he and his chief adherents fled to the hills, where they were soon caught, July 1848. They were tried for treason and condemned, but the government commuted their punishment to exile, and a few years later they were given a free pardon. Revolutionary agitation abroad. This abortive revolt in Ireland was one of the least noteworthy events of 1848, the most turbulent year of the 19th century. The whole continent was ablaze with insurrections in favor of liberal ideas and national rights. The French drove out Louis Philippe because he had grown reactionary in his old age and refused to grant universal suffrage. On his expulsion, they established a republic. Another great insurrection arose in Hungary, when the people tried to wrest a constitution by force of arms from their King Ferdinand, the Austrian emperor. In the same year, a great rising in Italy strove to win national unity by expelling the Austrians from Lombardy and Venetia, and making an end of the petty dukes and kings of central and southern Italy. Germany was at the same time convulsed by popular agitation, which demanded constitutional liberty from its many rulers, while the Diet at Frankfurt declared in favor of unifying the land on a republican basis. End of the Chartist agitation. All these troubles could not pass unnoticed in England, and the Chartists, whose movements had been small and unimportant for the last 5 years, once more began to stir up trouble. The last of their monster petitions was sent in to the House of Commons, and the 5 points demanded more noisily than ever. Things came to a head when their chief, Feargus O'Connor, summoned a great meeting on Kennington Common and threatened to march on Westminster with 500,000 men at his back. But the government refused to be cowed, and the middle classes, in fierce anger at the noisy agitation, took arms against the rioters. 200,000 special constables were enrolled to face the rioters. The bridges leading to Westminster were manned with troops, and the great meeting was awaited with resolution. These preparations overawed the rioters. Only a few thousand Chartists assembled, and Feargus O'Connor, frightened at the display of military force and the steady attitude of the special constables, bade his followers go home and disappeared. This was the last outbreak of the Chartists, who proved to be a mere bugbear when they were once met and faced, April 1848. The Continental Insurrection, Louis Napoleon. For the future, England was undisturbed, and, secure at home herself, could watch all the turmoil on the continent with composure. Palmerston did his best to favor the Liberal and PG 671 national parties abroad by all peaceful means, but would not commit England to war on their behalf. To his regret, Italy and Hungary were at last reconquered by their old masters, and the German liberals were also put down, so that the unification of their land was delayed for 20 years, 1849. The French Republic proved weak and ill-governed. After several anarchist risings in Paris had frightened the French bourgeoisie, they took refuge under a military dictatorship, electing as president Louis Napoleon, the nephew of Napoleon I, and the son of his younger brother Louis Bonaparte, King of Holland. The new president's record was not encouraging. Twice, during the reign of Louis Philippe, he had made harebrained attempts to raise military revolts in France, trading on the great name of his uncle. On each occasion he had failed lamentably, his preparations having been entirely inadequate to carry out his purpose. He had acquired the reputation of a rash and wild adventurer, ready to embark in any scheme, yet the French, dazzled by the name of Bonaparte and overpersuaded by his promises to give them peace and prosperity, were unwise enough to elect him as president. The Second Empire. Louis Napoleon soon strengthened himself by placing in office, both in the army and the ministry, a band of unscrupulous men whom he could trust to follow him in any dark scheme, if only they were well enough paid. When he had made his preparations, he seized and imprisoned most of the members of the Chamber of Deputies, shot down all who took arms to defend the Republic, and assumed despotic power, December 2, 1851. Soon afterwards, he assumed the title of Emperor and the name of Napoleon Roman III. Palmerston's dismissal. The French president's treacherous usurpation brought about Palmerston's dismissal from office and ultimately the fall of the Russell cabinet. Immediately after Louis Bonaparte had perpetrated his coup d'état, the great foreign minister expressed to the French ambassador his acquiescence in the revolution. He had so much disliked the turbulent and anarchic republic which the usurper had destroyed, that he was quite ready to acknowledge the new government, which was at any rate settled and strong for the moment. Palmerston took this action before he had consulted with his colleagues in the ministry, or obtained the formal PG 672 permission of the Queen to recognize the legality of Bonaparte's position. Both the sovereign and the cabinet were vexed at his acting without any consultation, and Lord John Russell dismissed him from office, January 1852. Fall of Lord John Russell's ministry. But Palmerston had many friends and admirers, and was soon able to revenge himself. Less than a month after his dismissal, he led a section of the Whigs into the opposition lobby on a division concerning a bill to strengthen the militia and put Russell in a minority. The ministry was therefore obliged to resign, February 1852. CP 635-6. CP 639. Between 1846 and the Conservatives were only in power for 4 years in all. CP 664. Chapter 41. The Days of Palmerston. 1850–65. Expectations of Peace. The Exhibition of 1851. The time which followed the quieting down of England and Europe after the turbulent years 1848 in was perhaps the most peaceful which the century had known. The English people, overjoyed to find that Chartism was but a bugbear and Irish rebellion a farce, had settled down to enjoy what they trusted would prove a long spell of tranquil prosperity. There was no great political question pending at home, since the Corn Laws were gone, and the Whigs had refused to take up any radical program. The continent was quiet, though its stillness only resulted from the dying down for space of the flames of rebellion in Italy, Germany, and Hungary, where embers still smoldered beneath the apparent deadness of the surface, and only needed a fresh stirring to make them break out again into a blaze. This fact was not appreciated in England, and the year 1851 saw the high-water mark of a vague and optimistic belief that the troubles of the world were over, and a reign of good fellowship and brotherly affection among nations about to begin. When the Prince Consort opened the first great international exhibition in Hyde Park in the May of that year, much wild and visionary talk was heard about the end of war, and the advent of an era when all disputes should be settled by arbitration. No expectation was ever more ill-founded. After 40 years of comparative peace, since the fall of Napoleon, the continent was just about to see the commencement of a series of 4 great wars, and England, whose soldiers had not fired a shot in Europe since Waterloo, was not to be without her share in them. Steam navigation. The English people were far from guessing this. Nearly all their attention had been given to matters of domestic policy for the last 40 years, and no one thought that other topics were now to engross them. But before passing on to the Crimean War and the struggles that followed it, a few words are needed to show how the England of 1852 differed from the England of the days before the Reform Bill. The first and most striking change visible was the enormous development of the means of internal communication in the land. In 1832, the application of steam to locomotive engines alike on water and on land was just beginning to grow common. The first steam tug had been seen on the Clyde as far back as 1802, but no serious attempt to utilize the discovery on a large scale, and for long voyages, was made for many years. It was only after 1830 that the steamer began steadily to supersede the sailing ship for ordinary commercial purposes. But within a few years after that date, all passenger traffic was carried on the new paddle steamer, and a large share of the goods traffic also. It was a sign of the indifference of the nation to things military during the years of the Great Peace, that ships of war remained unaltered long after the advantages of steam had been discovered. A few small vessels were fitted with paddle wheels about 1840 and took part in the bombardment of Acre. But even in 1854, most of the line-of-battle ships of Great Britain were still of the old type that Nelson had loved, and depended on their sail power alone. Growth of railways. The utilization of steam for locomotion by land had started in the humble shape of the employment of small engines to drag trucks of coal and stone on local tramways at the slowest of paces. After lingering for some 30 years in this embryo stage, it was suddenly and rapidly developed by George Stephenson, a clever North Country engineer. The first railway on which passengers were conveyed and merchandise of all kinds carried was a short line between the two towns of Stockton and Darlington, built by Stephenson's advice in 1825. It was not till 5 years later that the success of the Stockton and Darlington Railway led to the construction of a second and greater venture of the same kind. The Liverpool and Manchester Railway opened in 1830. This line achieved an unhappy notoriety owing to the fact that Huskisson, the Tory PG 675 Free Trade Minister, was killed by the first train that ran upon it. Though the early railways were slow and inconvenient, their average pace was 8 miles an hour, and their carriages were converted stagecoaches strapped on to trucks. They soon conquered the public confidence, though old-fashioned persons refused for many years to trust themselves to the newfangled and dangerous mode of locomotion. Between 1830 and the companies began to multiply rapidly, and in 1844-45 there was a perfect mania for railway construction, and schemes were formed to run lines through every corner of England, whether they were likely to pay or not. Many of these plans were never carried out, others were executed and ruined those who invested in them. But the temporary depression which followed this overspeculation had no long continuance, and the competition of the companies with each other was always increasing the rapidity and comfort of railway traveling. By 1852, it had taken its place among the commonplaces of life, and had profoundly modified the condition of England in several ways. The habit of traveling for pleasure which it begot and fostered, the safe, cheap, and quick transportation of goods which it rendered possible, and the easy transfer of labor from market to market which it favored, have all had their share in the making of modern England. The penny post and the telegraph. A part only second to that of the railway in modifying the character and habits of the English people was played by two other inventions of the 40s. The penny post, introduced by the efforts of Rowland Hill in 1840 into every corner of the kingdom, and superseding the old rates which ranged up to many shillings, had a marvelous effect in facilitating communication. To supplement it by a yet more rapid process, the first public telegraph offices were opened in 1843, but for many years after, this invention was in the hands of private companies, and was too dear to suit the pocket of the ordinary citizen, who preferred to trust to his letters sent by the penny post. The Factory Acts. Meanwhile, many other characteristic features of modern English social life were rapidly developing themselves. We have mentioned the misery of the operative classes in the great towns in an earlier chapter. The first efforts to amend their condition date from the years PG 6,761,832-52. Philanthropists, of whom Lord Shaftesbury was the best known, strove unceasingly to put an end to the worst horrors of the new industrial system. In 1833, acts were passed to prevent millowners from working children in their factories for more than half-time. In 1844, Sir Robert Peel put women under the same protection, prohibited lads under 18 from being given more than 12 hours' labor, and appointed inspectors to go round the factories and see that the law was carried out. The Mines Act of 1842 prohibited women and children from working underground, and a second Mines Act of 1850 put all subterranean labor under government inspection. This benevolent legislation was mainly due to the Tories, for the Liberals, wedded to the principles of strict political economy, were loath to interfere between employer and workman, and generally urged that matters ought to be allowed to right themselves by the laws of supply and demand. Trades unions. A not less effective means of protection for the operative classes was devised by the workmen themselves. Trades unions became possible after the laws prohibiting combination of laborers had been repealed in 1824, though governments, both Whig and Tory, still looked upon them with much suspicion and disapproval, and occasionally suppressed them under the plea that they were secret societies for coercing free labor. Strikes, then as now, were often accompanied with violence and rioting, and it had not yet been realized that they might often be justified. But in spite of the frowns of those in authority, the unions were continually growing in number and in power all through the middle of the century, though they had not yet assumed the inquisitorial and dictatorial tone which they have adopted in our own day, and were still defensive rather than offensive in their character. The state of the Church. While social England was thus assuming its modern shape, the chief factors of the spiritual and intellectual life of the present day were also coming into being. To the period 52 belongs the rise of both of the movements which have stirred the minds of men during the last 50 years. In the early years of the century, the condition of the Church of England was very unsatisfactory. The only body within its pale who displayed any zeal or true spiritual life were the evangelicals, the heirs of the men who had been stirred by PG 677, the preaching of the contemporaries of Wesley. But they were not a very numerous body, for their general acceptance of the harshest doctrines of Calvinism repelled the majority. Moreover, they were destitute of organization, for they worked to increase the religious fervor of the individual soul, not to reform the church. Yet the church needed reforming. Its higher ranks were still filled by Greek play bishops and promoted royal chaplains. The bulk of the parish clergy, though genial honest men, were neither learned, zealous, nor spiritual-minded, differing often only by the color of their coats from the squires with whom they associated. The worst part of the situation was that the new masses of the population in the great towns were slipping out of religious habits altogether, owing to the want of missionary zeal among their pastors and the deplorable dearth of religious endowment in the new centers of life. The Broad Church movement. The reaction against the deadness of the national church took shape in two new forms. The first was the Broad Church movement, started by men who wished to broaden and popularize the church by bringing its teaching into accordance with the latest discoveries in science and in history, and by giving it a basis on philosophy rather than on dogma. The first great name in this school was Archbishop Whately, 1787–1863. He and his contemporaries laid more stress on logic and philosophy than did the younger generation of broad churchmen, who devoted themselves more to reconciling science and religion, and to bringing to bear on the history of Christianity new historical and scientific lights. They only agreed in setting dogma aside, advocating the widest freedom of opinion, and preaching the application of the spirit of Christianity to the everyday acts and duties of life. The Tractarian movement. Very different were the views and aims of the other party in the church, which arose in the years between 1830 and the new High Church school, thought that the deadness of spiritual life in their day came from a neglect of dogma and a want of appreciation of the unity and historical continuity of the Church of England. Most men then held that the national church only dated from the Reformation, and that the Bible was the only basis of its doctrines. Against these views, the leaders of the new school, the Oxford Movement PG 678 as it was called, because its three leaders, John Henry Newman, John Keble, and Edward Pusey, were all resident fellows of Oxford colleges, entered an emphatic protest. They said that the Church of 1835 was the Church of Anselm and Augustine, and that those who wished to make it the Church of Henry Roman VIII, and to cut it off from its place in the unity of Christendom, were guilty of national apostasy. They taught that it was still bound to hold all the dogmas and usages which could be traced back to the days of the early fathers. Most especially, they laid stress on two doctrines of which little had been heard since the days of the Stuarts: the real presence in the sacrament and the sacrificial priesthood of the clergy. Newman started a series of tracts for the Times, to which his friends and followers contributed. They urged that submission to authority in matters doctrinal and a return to the ritual and practice of the early church could alone revivify English spiritual life. Unfortunately, it was impossible to find any universally received authority to which to appeal, since Low Churchmen and Broad Churchmen alike denied the first postulates of the Tractarian Creed, and fell back on the 39 Articles and the practice of the last 2 centuries as the only standard of faith and ceremony that they would recognize. They added that those who yearned after medieval doctrine and ritual were mere disguised Romanists, and would find what they wanted in popery alone. Newman's secession. A storm of wrath was directed against the new High Churchmen, who were denounced as Jesuits and false brethren. Most of all was the outcry loud when Newman in 1841 wrote a pamphlet to prove that, by certain ingenious interpretations of loosely worded portions of the 39 Articles, a man might hold all the leading doctrines of Rome and yet stay inside the English Church. This curious production was a tour de force which, as he afterwards confessed, did not satisfy his own conscience. He retired from teaching for a while and then seceded to the Romanist communion, where alone he felt that he could realize his desire to belong to a church undoubtedly orthodox and enjoying a right to speak with authority. Many of his more zealous adherents followed him, at intervals, in the next 10 years. The High Church Party. But the bulk of the Tractarians felt sure that the Church PG 679 of England was a true branch of the Catholic Church and remained within it, gradually conquering the tolerance of their contemporaries by their undoubted zeal and purity of motive. Ere long they acquired a strong position, as their doctrines were very acceptable to the clergy, while the admirable life and work of men like Keble gradually won over many of the laity to their views. To the new High Church Party we owe much good work in neglected parishes and a restoration of decency and order in public worship, which was a great improvement on the careless and slovenly practice of the 18th century. Their efforts led to a revival of interest in church history and ecclesiastical antiquities. Their influence made the clergy as a body more spiritual and more hard-working. But for a time, the Tractarian controversy split England into 2 hostile camps, and the eccentric medievalism of the ritualists, those of the party who strove to restore the forgotten minutiae of pre-Reformation ceremonies, drove Low and Broad Churchmen into extreme wrath. Even yet the breach is not healed, and the Church is divided, though the old bitterness has been forgotten to a great extent in the last 10 years. But the net result of the movement has been to substitute zeal, if sometimes the zeal was without discretion, for deadness, and the Church of today is far stronger and more powerful than the Church of 1830. The Nonconformists. The most unhappy result of the movement has been to drive the Nonconformists, to whom High Church doctrine was particularly repulsive, into a deeper antagonism to the Church than they ever felt before. Hence dissent has become political, putting the disestablishment of the Church of England before it as one of the ends of its work, side by side with its spiritual aims. The Ecclesiastical Titles Bill. The fear that the Tractarian movement would lead to widespread conversions to Romanism turned out to be unjustified. Though a considerable number followed Newman in the 40s, the stream soon slackened. Yet for some years the nation was nervously anxious about papal aggression, and in 1850, when the Pope issued a bull which appointed a hierarchy of bishops and archbishops to preside over English sees, the government of Lord John Russell passed an ecclesiastical titles bill, imposing PG 680 penalties on all who acknowledged the validity of the bull. But the excitement died down, and nothing was done to enforce the act. State of the political parties. Meanwhile, if the social and intellectual history of England was interesting, its purely political history was for some years both dull and perplexing. On the fall of the Russell cabinet in the spring of 1852, owing to the quarrel between the Prime Minister and his masterful Foreign Secretary, Palmerston, English politics were left in a confused and unsatisfactory condition, for there was no party strong enough to command a majority in the country. The Tories were still split into two sections. Sir Robert Peel was dead, killed by a fall from his horse in St. James's Park on July 2, 1850, but his followers still clung together under Lord Aberdeen and Mr. Gladstone, and refused to hold any communication with that larger half of the Conservative Party, which since Lord George Bentinck's death was led by Disraeli and Lord Derby. The question of protection still lay between them, but a far more real bar to union was their personal dislike for each other, dating back to the hard words used in 1846 over the Corn Laws. Now that the Liberal Party had been for a moment broken up by the quarrel of Russell and Palmerston, there were four factions in the House, each of which was largely outnumbered by the junction of the other three. Lord Derby's ministry. It was difficult to see who should be Lord John Russell's successor, but after some doubting, the Queen sent for Lord Derby, one of the chiefs of the protectionist Tories, and asked him to form a cabinet. He complied, knowing that he could not hold office for long unless a general election should change the balance of parties in Parliament. Hence followed the short Conservative ministry of March-December 1852, whose tenure of office was marked by only two events of importance: the death of the Duke of Wellington on September 14, which removed the last great figure that reminded men of the days of the old wars of George Roman III, and the proclamation of Louis Napoleon as Emperor of the French on December 1. The policy of the Derby-Disraeli ministry was only notable as showing that even the Tory section of the Conservative Party had learned something from the events of the last 6 years. They did not make PG 681 any open attempt to reintroduce protection, and Disraeli's budget as Chancellor of the Exchequer was only remarkable for an effort to substitute direct for indirect taxation, in opposition to the strict rules of political economy. The general election, which presented the only chance of salvation for this weak Tory cabinet, disappointed them deeply. They gained a few seats, but not nearly enough to enable them to secure a majority in the new House of Commons, and had to resign shortly after meeting Parliament. The Peelites and the Whigs. To secure any permanent cabinet, a coalition was obviously necessary, and on Lord Derby's resignation, the natural result followed. The Peelite Conservatives consented to join the Whigs, and thereby a party with a clear majority was formed. There was nothing strange or at all unworthy in this coalition. The more advanced Conservatives were not separated by any great gulf from men like Palmerston and those other Whigs who thought that reform and change had now gone far enough, and that the Constitution needed no further alteration. Both alike believed in free trade, both were zealous for the safeguarding of English interests abroad, both were opposed to the radical reforms which the more advanced wing of the Liberal Party were advocating. The Peelites and the moderate Whigs were indeed more at home with each other than with the more extreme men of their own parties. Ere long they coalesced, and as is always the case, the larger body absorbed the smaller, so that Aberdeen, Gladstone, and their followers became ranked as Liberals. Lord Aberdeen's ministry. In the new ministry, Lord Aberdeen was chosen as Prime Minister. Gladstone, the great financier of the Peelite party, was made Chancellor of the Exchequer. Russell and Palmerston patched up their old quarrel for a space and took office as Home and Foreign Secretaries. Other posts were equally divided between the two sections of the coalition. This cabinet, created by a compromise and not viewed with any great enthusiasm by the nation, was destined to chance upon the gravest foreign complication that England had known for 40 years. Louis Napoleon, designs of the Tsar Nicholas. The disturbing elements in Europe at this moment were two in number. The first was the new emperor of the French, who felt his throne unsteady and thought that it could be best made PG 682 firm by a war, for, as a Bonaparte, he felt that great deeds of arms were expected from him. He was at first undecided in his choice of a foe, but events in the east of Europe soon settled his resolve. Tsar Nicholas of Russia had long been eyeing the decrepit Turkish Empire with greed. He was not satisfied with his gains in the War of 1828 and thought that his vast army could overrun Turkey with ease if he could be sure that no other European power would interfere. He knew that an attack on Turkey might be resented by England, France, and Austria, but he was prepared to buy them off with a share in the spoil. His point of view was well expressed in the phrases which he used to an English ambassador in 1853. "We have on our hands a sick man, a very sick man. It would be a great misfortune if, one of these days, he should slip away from us before the necessary arrangements have been made." Adding that Turkey must break up ere long, he offered England, as her share in the spoil, Crete and Egypt. Of course the offer was refused, and the indications of the Tsar's state of mind on the subject were viewed with some dismay. The Greek and Latin churches. Russia prepares for war. The nominal casus belli in the East was a trivial quarrel between Greek and Latin monks in Palestine. There were some disputed rites in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre at Jerusalem and the Church of the Nativity at Bethlehem, to which both Roman Catholics and Greek churchmen have access. All the bloodshed came from a key and a star, as was said at the time, the former being the key of the Holy Sepulchre, of which the Greek and Latin patriarchs both claimed the custody, the latter a large emblem that hung over the altar at Bethlehem. When Russia used her power in favor of the Greeks, Louis Napoleon, eager to assert the influence of France in the East, replied by supporting the Latins. Both threatened the unfortunate Sultan with their displeasure, and when he decided in favor of the Romanists, the Tsar proceeded to strong measures of coercion. He demanded that the Sultan should recognize him as the legal protector and guardian of all the Greek Christians within the Turkish Empire, a preposterous request, for to grant it would have been equivalent to giving Russia control over the whole of European Turkey. Prince Menshikov, PG 683, a stern and blustering old general, was sent to Constantinople to bring pressure to bear on the Sultan, and soon after, Tsar Nicholas sent his armies over the Pruth and occupied Moldavia and Wallachia, two vassal states of Turkey, July 1853. Palmerston and Sir Stratford Canning. Now England had no interest in the foolish quarrel about the key and the star, but she was deeply concerned at the occupation of Turkish territory by Russian troops, which foreboded a dash at Constantinople and an attempt to make an end of the Sultan's rule in Europe. The Aberdeen cabinet had no intention to go to war with Russia, but they could not suffer the Tsar's aggression to pass unnoticed, and sent off Sir Stratford Canning, an able diplomatist who knew the East better than any other living Englishman, to counteract the doings of Prince Menshikov on the Bosphorus. Stratford Canning was an old enemy of Russia and much trusted by the Sultan, who put himself under his advice and rejected all the demands of Russia. France at the same time bade the Sultan stand his ground, for the emperor was set on gaining prestige by checking Russia and quite ready to make war if the Tsar would not yield. Palmerston strongly advised Stratford Canning to act vigorously on the same lines as the French ambassador at Constantinople, and thus England was gradually drawn into a hostile attitude towards Russia, before Lord Aberdeen and the rest of the ministry had realized the drift of the action of their energetic colleague at the Foreign Office. Russia declares war on Turkey. The Tsar was obstinate and determined not to yield an inch to the threats of Palmerston or Louis Napoleon. He thought England would not fight, and he despised the brand-new emperor at Paris. On November 1, 1853, he declared war on Turkey, and a few days later his troops crossed the Danube, while his fleet destroyed a Turkish squadron at Sinope and got complete control of the Black Sea. England and France joined the Turks. This violent action put the Aberdeen cabinet in great perturbation of spirit. They did not want to declare war on Russia, yet they had gone so far in opposing the Tsar that they could not retire from their position without deep humiliation. Even yet they might have drawn back if Lord Palmerston had not threatened to resign unless strong measures were taken. Yielding to him, the ministers PG 684 consented to join the French Emperor in sending an ultimatum to St. Petersburg, menacing war unless the Russian troops were withdrawn from Turkish soil. Nicholas I proved recalcitrant and only ordered his armies to press the sieges of the fortresses of Bulgaria which they were beleaguering. Accordingly, England and France declared war on him on March 27, 1854. Want of military preparations in England. Thus England had been drawn into a dangerous struggle with the most powerful monarch in Europe before her ministers well realized what they were doing. She was utterly unprepared for war. The army was weak in numbers and had been woefully neglected for the last 40 years. It had seen no fighting with a European foe since Waterloo and had quite lost the habit of taking the field. Accustomed to barrack life in England, the men found themselves entirely at a loss when landed on the shores of the Black Sea and showed little power to shift for themselves. A great proportion of the officers were ignorant of all their duties, save that of facing the enemy with the old English courage. The commissariat service and the other branches of supply proved hopelessly incompetent to keep the army well fed or well clothed. To add to the other misfortunes of England, the leaders of the army were unwisely chosen. The command was given to Lord Raglan, an amiable but worn-out veteran of 66, who had served as Wellington's aide-de-camp in Spain. Many of the divisional commanders owed their place to influence or interest, rather than to proved competence in war. Sir Colin Campbell, who had won a great reputation in India, was one of the few among them who thoroughly deserved his place. Sebastopol to be attacked. With some difficulty, an expeditionary force of 28,000 men was collected and sent to the east. They landed at Varna on the Black Sea and joined a French army of about the same strength. But it was found that they were not needed on the Danube. The Turks had already thrust the Russians out of Bulgaria, and the Tsar's forces were in retreat towards the Pruth. It thus became necessary to settle on some plan of offensive operations against Russia, which the English and French governments had not hitherto contemplated. Russia is only open to attack from the water on 2 points, the Baltic and the Black Sea, and the Allies were almost committed to making their main attack on PG 685, the latter field, as they had already sent their armies in that direction. It was resolved, therefore, to dispatch a powerful fleet to the Baltic to threaten St. Petersburg, but to confine serious operations to the Black Sea. There the easiest point of attack was the great naval fortress of Sebastopol in the Crimea, the stronghold and arsenal of the Russian fleet. Its destruction would inflict a great blow on the Tsar, and its capture seemed easy owing to its remoteness from the centers of Russian strength. Accordingly, the Allied armies, somewhat more than 50,000 strong, sailed from Varna on September 7, 1854, and landed on the western shore of the Crimea, 30 miles north of Sebastopol, a few days later. The expedition was very late in starting. It should have sailed in July, and would then have found the Russians unprepared. As it was, Prince Menshikov, now commanding in the Crimea, had got wind of the intention of the Allies and hastily taken measures to strengthen his position. Battle of the Alma. Advancing very slowly towards Sebastopol, the English and French armies found Menshikov with 40,000 men drawn up behind the river Alma, in a lofty position strengthened with entrenchments. The Allied generals won the battle that ensued, but their victory was not the reward of their own good generalship. Raglan and the French general St. Arnaud did not get on well together, and the latter showed from the first a tendency to throw the heavier work of the campaign on the English. Half of the French army executed a long flank march by the seashore and never fired a shot in the action. The remaining half allowed themselves to be checked for some time by the Russian left wing, a force of very inferior strength. Meanwhile, the English advanced against the hostile center and right. Their front line outran its supports, crossed the river with a rush, and captured the chief redoubt on the opposite bank. But assailed by the main body of the enemy, it was compelled to fall back, and the heights had to be stormed for a second time by the belated English reserves, which came up at last and swept all before them. Thus the fight was won, without any cooperation from the two commanders-in-chief, for St. Arnaud was too ill to follow the fortunes of the day, while Lord Raglan had blindly ridden forward, lost touch with his men, and blundered by mistake PG 686 into the rear of the Russian position, where he might easily have been taken prisoner September 20, 1854. As the French, who had done hardly any fighting, refused to pursue, while the English were worn out, the Russian army got away without being completely destroyed, though the deadly musketry of the English infantry had fearfully thinned its ranks. The Allies followed at a very slow pace. If they had hurried on, they might have captured Sebastopol at once. But St. Arnaud was dying, and Lord Raglan could not goad the French into action. Even when they approached the fortress, an extraordinary caution and lack of enterprise was displayed. Menshikov had retired into the interior with his army and left the town to an improvised garrison of sailors and militia, so that it could probably have been stormed offhand. Larger image button. SEBASTOPO. The Siege of Sebastopol. But the Allies sat down before the place to besiege it in full form, and allowed the great engineer Todleben to cover its weak defenses with a screen of improvised earthworks which daily grew more formidable. Menshikov came back with his army when he saw that Sebastopol could resist, and as Russian reinforcements kept pouring in, the defenders soon outnumbered the beleaguering force. The position of the English and French grew daily more unsatisfactory. They were only blockading the southern half of the town, for they were not numerous enough to encircle the two sides of Sebastopol harbor. They had chosen to occupy the bleak peninsula of the Chersonese, where neither food nor fodder could be got, and had no power to make raids into the interior for supplies. The English had to bring their stores up from the small harbor of Balaclava, 6 miles from the trenches, and much exposed to the danger of an attack from the east. Balaclava, the charge of the 600. Finding that the bombardment by land and sea was doing no harm, and seeing that they were gradually beginning to outnumber the besiegers, the Russians resolved to make an attack against the English communications. The Battle of Balaclava resulted from an attempt made by a large hostile force to seize Balaclava, which was only protected by 2 weak brigades of English cavalry, 1,500 sabres in all, a single regiment of Highland infantry, and Turks. General Liprandi, with 20,000 men, came down towards the harbor, drove the Turkish auxiliaries from some weak redoubts, and pushed onward. His advance was stopped by the gallant charge of General Scarlett's brigade of dragoons, led by the Scots Greys and Inniskillens, who rode down a force of 3 times their own numbers, and gave the English commander time to hurry up reinforcements from his siege lines. The Russians, staggered by the desperate attack of the heavy brigade, halted and began to draw back. Then occurred a dismal blunder. Lord Raglan sent orders for the remainder of the English cavalry, the light brigade, to advance and prevent the enemy from carrying off the guns, meaning the guns in the redoubts which the Turks had lost in the morning. Lord Lucan, the chief of the English cavalry, stupidly or willfully misunderstood the order, and sent the light brigade to charge a battery in position which formed the PG 688 center of the Russian host. Accordingly, the 5 weak regiments of light cavalry, only 670 sabres in all, which formed Lord Cardigan's brigade, deliberately and without supports, attacked a whole army. They rode for 1.5 miles through a tempest of shells and bullets, captured the Russian battery, routed the troops in support of it, and then, for want of help from the rear, were forced to retreat by the same way they had come, through a second hail of fire. Out of the famous 600, 113 had been killed and wounded. The charge was absolutely useless, for Lord Raglan did not proceed to follow it up by an infantry attack, though the Russians had been greatly cowed by the frantic courage of the light brigade, and would certainly have made off if they had been threatened with more fighting. So the battle ended unsatisfactorily for both parties, for though Balaclava was saved, yet the Russians remained in a position which constantly threatened it with a new attack, October 25. Battle of Inkerman. Prince Menshikov was far from being discouraged by the result of the fight, and when fresh reinforcements joined him, resolved to try another assault on the right flank of the English. This time, it was their siege lines which were to be attacked under cover of the night. Two great columns, mustering more than 40,000 men, secretly assembled opposite the extreme right of the English lines, one coming from Sebastopol, the other from the open country. A thick fog completely hid them from the English, and they were attacking the camp of the 2nd Division almost before their arrival was suspected. There followed the fight of Inkerman, the soldiers' battle, as it was called, for the men, surprised in their tents, turned out without orders and almost without guidance, and flung themselves recklessly on the advancing enemy. Arriving in scattered companies and wings, each regiment attacked the first foe it met, and for 6 hours a desperate fight went on all over Mount Inkerman. In the fog no one knew where or with what numbers he was fighting, but the general result of the battle was all that could have been desired. Every time that the dark masses of the enemy surged up against the crest of the English position, they were dashed down the hillside by the desperate valor of the thin line of defenders. When towards midday some French reinforcements came up, the Russians PG 689 withdrew, leaving the ground covered with their dead. It was only when the fight was over that the victors realized that 8,000 English, aided late in the day by 6,000 French, had defeated an army of more than 40,000 men, and slain or wounded more than 10,000 of them. The heavy English loss of 2,300 men was not too great a price to pay for the self-confidence and feeling of superiority over their enemies which the victory of Inkerman gave to the conquerors, November 5, 1854. Sufferings of the troops. Sebastopol might perhaps have fallen if vigorously attacked the day after Inkerman, but the English and French commanders did not call on their wearied troops for another effort, and the siege dragged on into the winter with the most disastrous results. The army had only been equipped for a short campaign, and no account had been made of the bitter cold of the Crimea. All the commissariat horses and mules died, and the supplies had to be brought up from Balaclava for 6 miles on the backs of the wearied soldiery. Food ran short, the flimsy tents gave no shelter against the storms and snow, and the men were stricken down in hundreds by cold and disease. An unlucky storm sank the ships which were bringing warm clothing, and in January 1855, Lord Raglan had to report to London that the army comprised 0 men under arms and 0 in hospital. The French suffered hardly less, but the Emperor continued sending out reinforcements, which kept up their numbers, while the English army had no reserves and could not be quickly recruited. Resignation of Lord Aberdeen. When the miserable state of the army in the Crimea became known in England, owing mainly to the reports of newspaper correspondents, a howl of wrath was raised against the men who were responsible for the want and starvation which our troops were enduring. Part of the misery, it is true, was due merely to the inexperience of the English in war, but much more was owing to the inconsiderate slackness and folly of the home authorities, who were responsible for feeding and clothing the army. Almost incredible tales are told of the combination of parsimony and extravagance, red tape and ignorance, which ruined our army. The nation called for scapegoats, and in deference to its clamor, the Prime Minister, Lord Aberdeen, and the War Minister, the Duke of Newcastle, resigned their offices. They were only PG 690 guilty of being unable to control their inefficient and ignorant subordinates. Lord Palmerston Premier. When Lord Aberdeen retired, he was succeeded by the brisk and vigorous Palmerston, the soul of the war party, who managed to infuse a share of his own energy into the struggle. Supplies and recruits were poured into the Crimea, a railway was built from Balaclava to the front, and the hospitals, where the sick and wounded were dying by thousands, were reformed and entrusted with success to Florence Nightingale and her volunteer nurses, who came out to supplement the inadequate staff that the government had provided. Victor Emmanuel joins the Allies. Soon the English had nearly 40,000 men in the Crimea, while the French emperor had raised his troops to 100,000. Further aid was given to the Allies by Sardinia, whose King Victor Emmanuel, following the old tradition of the House of Savoy, was eager to take part on the stronger side in a great war. His object was partly to gain the gratitude of France, partly to display the strength of his warlike little kingdom in the councils of Europe. Death of the Tsar Nicholas. The Russians were now feeling the war bear hardly upon them. Their supplies and reinforcements had to be brought from vast distances, and there were as yet no railways or even good roads over the steppes of southern Russia. So toilsome was the winter march to the Crimea that a quarter of the troops sent thither are said to have fallen by the way. The Tsar Nicholas died on March 2, heartbroken by the utter failure of his armies, but his successor, Alexander II, was too proud to ask for peace on such terms as the Allies offered. Negotiations at Vienna for this purpose completely failed. The young Tsar was induced to persevere only by the obstinate courage with which the garrison of Sebastopol held out, guided by the great engineer Todleben, who had so strengthened the defenses of the place that nothing but a few outlying redoubts had yet fallen into the Allies' hands. Fall of Sebastopol. On June 18, 1855, the Allies tried a general assault on the fortress, which failed with heavy loss. Soon after, Lord Raglan died, worn out by responsibility and by the knowledge that he was much criticized at home. He was replaced by General Simpson. The French commander Canrobert was at the same time superseded by Marshal Pélissier, a rough PG 691 soldier who did not err from overcaution like his predecessor. On September 8, the new leaders ordered a general assault on the eastern front of Sebastopol, the French taking as their goal the Malakoff and the English the Redan, two forts which formed the keys of the line of defense. The English assault was beaten off. Though the stormers actually got inside the Redan, they were too few to hold their ground. But Pélissier launched more than 20,000 men against the Malakoff and carried it by a bold rush. The loss of this all-important fort broke the Russians' line. In the following night, they set fire to Sebastopol and retired across the harbor, abandoning the town to the Allies. The Treaty of Paris. After this disaster, the Tsar was forced to bow to circumstances and sued for peace. This the Emperor of the French was ready to grant on easy terms, for he was satisfied with the prestige that he had acquired by his victory and did not wish to make Russia his enemy forever. England was desirous of going on with the war, to make a thorough end of the aggressive and despotic empire of the Tsars. But when her ally refused to continue the struggle, she was forced to join in the general pacification, though Palmerston declared that Russia was only scotched and would be as powerful as ever in 10 years, a true prophecy. By the Treaty of Paris, March 1856, the Tsar engaged to cede to Turkey a small strip of territory at the mouth of the Danube, to keep no war fleet in the Black Sea, and to leave Sebastopol dismantled. The Sultan undertook to grant new rights and liberties to his Christian subjects, a promise most inadequately fulfilled. The opportunity was taken, at the same time, to settle an old and long-disputed question of maritime law. England and the other powers agreed for the future that privateering in time of war should be abolished, and that the neutral flag should cover all goods from seizure, except military stores and other munitions of war. The Peace of Paris settled nothing. The late war had disabled Russia for 10 or 15 years, and the Eastern question did not begin to grow dangerous again till after 1870. But Turkey was no stronger for all the support that she had received. The Sultan's government was hopelessly effete, and when next Russia began to move, the doom of the Turkish power in Europe was near at hand. Supremacy of Palmerston. But few men in England understood that the Eastern question had only been shelved for a few years. Proud of the valor which the army had displayed, and fondly hoping that the weak points of our military system had now been discovered and remedied, the nation gave all its confidence to the minister who had brought the war to what was considered a successful conclusion. Palmerston stayed in power for the remaining 10 years of his life, save for one short interval in 1858-59. He was, as we have already had occasion to remark, less fond of constitutional changes than any other man in the Whig party. He thought that little more remained to be done in matters of internal reform, and used his influence to check the more progressive members of his cabinet. As long as he held office, questions of domestic importance were entirely subordinated to matters of foreign policy. Palmerston was right in thinking that our external relations were likely to be difficult and dangerous during the next few years. The selfish and unscrupulous designs of Louis Napoleon were a disturbing element in Europe so long as the Second Empire lasted, and a watchful eye was always needed to look after England's interests. War with Persia. Meanwhile, there were other complications further afield which required attention. The Crimean War was hardly over before England found herself involved in two little wars in the East. One of them was a direct consequence of the great struggle with the Tsar in 1854–55. While it was still in progress, the Shah of Persia had behaved with scant courtesy to the British minister at his court, thinking that England was too much engrossed in the strife in Europe to resent his conduct. Finally, he had invaded Afghanistan and taken Herat, though warned that such action meant war, for, as Persia was now under Russian influence, this advance toward India could not be tolerated. In the autumn of 1856, Lord Palmerston thought that England was at leisure to chastise the Persians. An army from India was landed at Bushire. It beat the Shah's troops at the Battle of Kushab and occupied most of the ports of southern Persia. Thus brought to reason, Nasser-ud-Din asked for peace and obtained it on evacuating Herat, March 1857. That he chose to sue for terms at this moment chanced to be most fortunate for England, for the PG 693 army which returned from Persia was sorely needed in India to take part in subduing the great mutiny in that country, which we shall have to notice in another chapter. War with China. The second little war in which the English were engaged in 1857 was with China. The mandarins of Canton had seized a small trading vessel, the Arrow, flying the British flag, and imprisoned the crew. Lord Palmerston never endured for a moment high-handed acts committed by a barbarous power. He declared war, sent an army and fleet against China, and seized first the forts which command Canton, and afterwards the more important Taku forts, which guard the way to Pekin up the Peiho River. In the end, the British troops, aided by a French force, compelled the Emperor of China to pay an indemnity of £4 million and to open several ports to English commerce, 1860. The length of the Second Chinese War resulted from the distraction of the English arms to the Great Mutiny in India. If that struggle had not been raging, the forces of the effete Eastern power would have been crushed much sooner. Attempted murder of Napoleon by Orsini. Long before the end of this weary little war, the attention of the English government was called back to affairs in Europe. The disturbing element was Louis Napoleon, who was once more striving to win personal profit by fostering the old quarrels of other nations. He had half promised to do something to deliver the Italians from the bitter bondage to Austria which they had endured since 1848. But he was weak and vacillating, and dallied so long that some Italian exiles, headed by one Orsini, tried in revenge to murder him by throwing a bomb into his carriage. The conspiracy to murder Bill. Palmerston resigns. This attempted assassination led, strange as it may appear, to the temporary displacement of Palmerston from power. Orsini had formed his plot and made his bombs in London, and the French government hotly pressed for the seizure and extradition of his accomplices as would-be murderers. The Prime Minister, who wished to keep on good terms with the Emperor, replied by proposing to the English Parliament the conspiracy to murder Bill, which placed political assassination plots among the offences punishable by penal servitude for life, whether the crime took place in or out of England. But PG 694, unfortunately for Palmerston, the French press, and more especially the French army, were using at the time very threatening language, which was deeply resented on this side of the Channel. Special offence was given by an address to the Emperor by certain French colonels, which asked him to permit his army to destroy the infamous haunt in which machinations so infernal are hatched. The opposition charged Palmerston with cringing to the angry clamor of France, though the conspiracy bill in itself was a rational measure enough. The unfounded charge shook for a moment the confidence which the nation and the House of Commons felt in the old minister. His bill was thrown out, and he resigned February 1858. Lord Derby in office, Disraeli's Reform Bill. No Liberal ministry could be formed without Palmerston's aid, so the Queen sent for the Conservatives. Lord Derby and Mr. Disraeli took office as they had done in 1852, though they had not a majority in Parliament to back them. As on the previous occasion, their ministry was merely a stopgap, doomed from the first to a speedy end. They clung to office tea had passed by, and well into the following year. Disraeli, who was, as he said, trying hard to educate his party, strove to win popular favor by showing that the Conservatives could be friends of domestic reform and progress as much as the Liberals. He brought in a reform bill, extending the household franchise both in town and country, but giving extra votes to persons of education and property. This very rational measure was greeted with derision by the Liberals, who called the new qualifications for voters which Disraeli wished to introduce fancy franchises, and insisted on keeping to the old idea which made householding alone the test of citizenship. The volunteer movement. The Reform Bill dropped, but the Conservatives, in their short term of power, conferred one great boon on the nation by encouraging and organizing the volunteer movement. The angry language of the French army at the time of the Orsini plot had provoked both resentment and alarm in England. To guard against the peril of sudden invasion, it was felt that the small regular army and the militia were not numerous enough. Accordingly, men of all classes came forward and formed themselves into volunteer corps, like the old levies of 1803. They undertook to arm PG 695 and train themselves at their own expense, and to take the field for the defense of the realm whenever peril of invasion should arise. The Derby government encouraged this patriotic scheme. 170,000 men were enrolled in the year 1859, and the volunteer force, though at first it was hampered by the red tape of the War Office and somewhat derided by the regulars, has taken a fixed and valuable place in the national line of defense. Napoleon and the Italians. Fortunately, the French scare had soon blown over. Louis Napoleon was scheming against Austria, not against England. The great Sardinian statesman Cavour had induced him to pledge himself to deliver Italy from its oppressors, and after much vacillation, the emperor declared war on Francis Joseph II and sent his armies over the Alps. He beat the Austrians at Magenta and Solferino, and the Italians vainly hoped that he would aid them to set up a kingdom of united Italy. But he suddenly stopped short after rescuing Lombardy alone and made peace with the Austrian enemy. Lombardy was united to Sardinia, but the selfish and greedy emperor took Nice and Savoy from his own ally in return for his aid, and refused to free central or southern Italy. Abandoned by him, the Italians delivered themselves. Sudden insurrections drove out the foreign rulers of Tuscany, Parma, and Modena, and the hero Garibaldi expelled the Bourbons from Naples and Sicily. Thus a kingdom of Italy was created in spite of the French emperor, 1861. But he sent troops to Rome to guard the Pope, and would not permit Cavour and Garibaldi to complete their work by adding the ancient capital to the dominions of Victor Emmanuel. Palmerston returns to power. Long ere the Italian War was over, Lord Derby's Conservative government had been defeated and had retired from office. Palmerston's doings of 1858 had quickly been forgiven and forgotten by the nation, and he returned to office, which he held till his death 6 years later. The American Civil War. It was well that his strong and practiced hand should be at the helm, for the years 1860–65 were full of delicate problems of foreign policy, which more than once brought England within measurable distance of war. A most formidable difficulty cropped up when the Great Civil War, PG 696, across the Atlantic broke out in 1861. The Southern states seceded from the Union and proclaimed themselves independent under the name of the Confederate States of America. Their avowed reason for separating themselves from the North was that the federal government, under Northern control, was infringing the rights of the individual states to self-government. But old sectional jealousies, and especially the fear of the southern planters that the northerners would interfere with their great domestic institution, in Negro slavery, were really at the bottom of the quarrel. Attitude of England, seizure of the Trent. English opinion was much divided on the subject of the American Civil War. It was urged, on the one hand, that the North were fighting for the cause of liberty against slavery, and this idea affected many earnest-minded men to the exclusion of any other consideration. On the other side, it was urged that the Southern states were exercising an undoubted constitutional right in severing themselves from the Union, and this was true enough in itself. It was certain that the Southerners, who wished for free trade, were likely to be better friends of England than the protectionist North, which had always shown a bitter jealousy of English commerce. Many men were moved by the rather unworthy consideration that America was growing so strong and populous that she might one day become the bully of the world, and welcomed a convulsion that threatened to split the Union into two hostile halves. Others illogically sympathized with the South merely because it was the weaker side, or because they thought the Southern planters better men than the hard and astute traders of the North. The Palmerston cabinet, with great wisdom, tried to steer a middle course and to avoid all interference. But when 11 powerful states joined in seceding, they thought themselves bound to recognize them as a belligerent power and to treat them as a nation. This gave bitter offense to the North, and war nearly followed, for a United States cruiser in 1862 stopped the British steamer Trent and took from her by force 2 envoys whom the Confederates were sending to Europe. This flagrant violation of the law of nations roused Lord Palmerston to vigorous action. He began sending troops to Canada and demanded the restoration of the envoys Mason and Slidell under pain of war. President Lincoln and his PG 697 advisers hesitated for a moment, but gave up their prisoners with a bad grace, just as war seemed inevitable. Naturally, this incident did not make the English people love the North any better. The Alabama. Another cause of friction was destined to give trouble long after the Civil War had ended. The United States ambassador in London summoned the English government to prevent the sailing from Liverpool of a vessel called the Alabama, which, as he declared, had been bought by the Confederates and was destined to be used by them as a warship. The cabinet was somewhat slow in ordering the detention of the Alabama, which hurriedly put to sea, and justified the fears of the American minister by seizing and burning many scores of northern vessels. This damage to commerce was charged to the account of England by the government of President Lincoln, and probably they had some ground for accusing the English officials of slackness. The grudge was carefully nursed in America and put to good use when the war was over. The Cotton Famine. But the most painful form in which the American quarrel affected England was the dreadful cotton famine in Lancashire, which set in as the year 1862 wore on. The English mills had always subsisted on the cotton of the southern states, and when the strict blockade instituted by the Northerners sealed up New Orleans, Charleston, and the other cotton ports, England suffered terribly for the want of raw material to keep her mills going. The mill hands bore the stoppage of their work and wages with great courage and resignation, but they lived for months on the verge of starvation. A disaster as great as the Irish potato famine of 1846 was only prevented by lavish private charity, which sent £2 million to the distressed districts of Lancashire, supplemented by the wise measures of the government, who worked so well that hardly a life was lost in spite of the pinching poverty of the times. Cotton was at last brought from Egypt and India in quantities sufficient to set the mills going again, and by 1863 the worst of the trouble was over. In 1865, the southern states were conquered, and the American cotton once more came in. Palmerston and the Danish duchies. Wars nearer home were meanwhile beginning to distract the attention of the English from America. A quarrel between the PG 698 King of Denmark and his German subjects in the duchies of Schleswig and Holstein led to the interference of Austria and Prussia. The inhabitants of the two duchies wished to cut themselves loose and to join Germany. Bismarck, the iron-handed Prime Minister of Prussia, saw his way to make profit for his country out of the war, and induced the unwise Austrian government to join him in bringing force to bear against the Danes. The English looked upon the struggle as a mere case of bullying by the two German powers, and Palmerston used somewhat threatening language against them. But when he found that his usual ally, the Emperor of the French, was not prepared to help him, he drew back and allowed the Austrians and Prussians to overrun the duchies. Beaten in the field, the Danish king had to consent to their cession. Palmerston and the Polish insurrection. To protest and then to make no attempt to back up words with deeds is somewhat humiliating. But this course was forced on Palmerston not only in the case of the Schleswig-Holstein War, but also in the case of Poland in the same year, 1863. Treating the unfortunate Poles with even more than its usual rigor, the Russian government forced them to a fierce but hopeless insurrection. Palmerston sent a note to the Tsar in favor of better treatment of Poland, but met with a rebuff and was practically told to mind his own business. Not being ready to engage in a second Crimean War without Louis Napoleon's aid, he had to endure the affront. He was much censured for his useless interference, but it is hard to blame him either for his protest or for his refusal to follow it up by plunging England into a dangerous war. Prosperity at home, rise of Gladstone. While these foreign affairs were engrossing most of the nation's attention, domestic matters caused little stir. After the cotton famine ended, the country entered into a cycle of very considerable growth and prosperity. Gladstone, once a Peelite, but now one of the most advanced of the progressive wing of the Liberal Party, was now Chancellor of the Exchequer. Year after year, he was able to announce a surplus and to grant the remission of old taxes. His measures were judicious, but the constant growth of the revenue from increased prosperity and the conclusion of a PG 699 fortunate commercial treaty with France were the real causes of his being able to produce his favorable budgets and won him a financial reputation at a comparatively cheap expense of labor. But his name was rapidly growing greater, and it was beginning to be clear that he would be Palmerston's successor as leader of the Liberal Party. The old premier did not view this prospect with much satisfaction. "Whenever he gets my place," he observed, "we shall have strange doings." Death of Palmerston. The succession was not long delayed. Lord Palmerston died on October 18, 1865, and on the removal of his restraining hand, the Liberal Party began to show new and rapid signs of change. For the first time it was about, under the guidance of its new leader, to frankly accept the principles of democracy and to throw up its old alliance with the middle classes. Palmerston had been for so many years the leading figure in English politics that his death, at the ripe age of 81, seemed to end an epoch in domestic history. He was by far the most striking personage in the middle years of the century. Faults he had: somewhat overhasty in action, somewhat flippant in language on occasion, too self-confident, and too prone to self-laudation. He was yet so resourceful and so full of courage and patriotism that he won and merited the confidence of the nation more than any minister since the younger Pitt. Footnote: CP 516. Chapter 42. Democracy and Imperiales, 1885. The death of Lord Palmerston forms a convenient point at which to draw the line between the earlier and the later history of the two great English political parties. Down to 1865, the Liberals and the Conservatives alike retained, in a great measure, the characteristics of their forefathers, the Whigs and Tories. The Liberal host was still largely officered from the old aristocratic Whig houses. Many of its members disliked and distrusted democracy and thought that in all essential things the Constitution had reached a point at which it needed no further reform. As long as Palmerston lived, there was no chance that the more militant and progressive wing of the Liberals would draw the whole party into the paths of radicalism. In a similar way, the Conservative Party still kept somewhat of the old Tory intolerance and inflexibility, though for the last 20 years the younger of its two chiefs, Benjamin Disraeli, had been striving hard to guide it into new lines of thought. The New Liberalism. After 1865, the New Liberalism and the New Conservatism came into direct opposition, personified in the two men who were soon to take up the leadership of the two parties, Gladstone, and Disraeli. Liberalism, when divested of its wiggery, was practically radicalism. Its younger exponents took up, as their official program, the ideas that had been afloat for the last 40 years in the brains of the more extreme section of their party. Their main aim was the transference of political power from the middle classes to the masses by means of a wide extension of the franchise. The new voters were to be made worthy of the trust by compulsory national PG 701 education, while to guard them against influences from without, the secret ballot, one of the old Chartist panaceas, was to be introduced. State interference and laissez-faire. The party which proclaimed itself the friend of democracy was bound to promise tangible benefits to the working classes. But the liberals were still divided on the question of the advisability of state interference in the private life of the citizen. The younger men were already dreaming of paternal legislation for the amelioration by law of the conditions of life among the poorer classes, hoping to secure them cheap food, healthy dwellings, shorter hours of labor, and opportunities of recreation and culture by means of state aid and public money. But in the 60s, the Manchester School, as the adherents of laissez-faire and strict political economy were called, was still predominant, and social legislation and extensive state interference were not yet enrolled among the official doctrines of the Liberal Party. Its war cry at election time was peace, retrenchment, and reform. The first cry was one that had not been so much heard in Palmerston's day, but on his death, his successors showed themselves very cautious in dealing with all foreign powers. Moreover, they wished to win popularity by cheap government, a thing incompatible with a spirited foreign policy. Their opponents accused them of allowing the army and navy to grow too weak, and of being compelled in consequence to assume a meek tone in dealing with the powers whom Palmerston had been wont to beard and threaten. Wrapped up in their schemes of domestic reform, they gave comparatively little attention to external affairs. The New Conservatism. The New Conservatism, of which Disraeli was the exponent, was a creed of a very different kind. It was the aim of that statesman to lay the foundations of his party on a combination of social reform and national patriotism. Since his first appearance in Parliament, he had striven to persuade the people that the Conservatives were truer friends of the masses than the Liberals. The latter, he maintained, offered them barren political privileges. The former were ready to aid them by benevolent legislation to secure a practical amelioration of the conditions of their life. They would govern for the people, if not by the people. Disraeli and reform. Even in the direction of enlarging the franchise, Disraeli was prepared to go far, though at first he shrank from granting so much as his rivals, and wished to give an extra voting power to education and wealth. Disraeli and imperialism. But the feature of the New Conservatism which was most attractive to the public was one of which Palmerston would have thoroughly approved. Disraeli had a great confidence in the imperial destiny of Great Britain and a firm belief that she ought to take a bold and decided part in the councils of Europe. With this end in view, he was anxious to keep our armed strength high, and his expenditure on military and naval objects was one of the things most frequently thrown in his teeth by his opponents. The Liberals accused him of a tendency towards imperialism, meaning, apparently, to ascribe some discredit to him thereby. He himself never denied the charge, but made his boast of it, though in his mouth it had another shade of meaning. To the Liberals it meant presumption, a love of show and of sounding titles, a readiness to annex to the right hand and the left, a proneness to intervene in foreign quarrels, a policy of bluster, in short. But in the mouth of its exponents, imperialism meant a desire to knit more closely together Great Britain and her colonies, to treat the empire as a whole, and to govern it without any slavish subservience to the parochial politics of England, to make the British name respected by civilized and feared by barbarous neighbors. At the opening of the new period, therefore, the nation was about to be confronted by two rivals, one of whom offered it internal political reform, the other imperial greatness. But at first the issues were not clear. The two parties were still, to a certain extent, draped in the remnants of the old wardrobe of Whiggery and Toryism. Till these were torn away, the meaning of the new movements could not be distinctly seen. Lord John Russell Premier, the Reform Bill of 1866. On Palmerston's death, the leadership of his cabinet fell to the aged Lord John, now Earl Russell. His accession to power was followed by the bringing forward of the first of the Reform Bills, which were to occupy the forefront of English politics for the next 3 years. It was proposed to reduce the qualification for the franchise to the possession of a £14 holding in the counties, PG 703, and a £7 house in the boroughs. Lord Derby and his Conservative followers opposed it, though Disraeli had long ago pointed out that a reform bill of some sort was inevitable. But the Tories were strengthened by seceders from the ministerial camp, followers of the old Palmerstonian policy, who hated the idea of unrestrained democracy. By their aid, the bill was thrown out, and Lord John Russell immediately resigned, June 1866. Ministry of Lord Derby. For the third time, Lord Derby and Disraeli were charged with the thankless task of forming a ministry, though they had only a minority in the House of Commons to back them. On this occasion, they were destined to stay in office for more than 2 years, June 1866, December 1868, a far longer period of power than they had enjoyed in 1852 and 9. Apparently Disraeli, into whose hands the age and failing health of Lord Derby were throwing more and more of the real guidance of the party, had resolved to imitate the action of William Pitt in 1784, to display to the nation his readiness to take in hand all rational and moderate measures of reform, and then to appeal to the country at a general election. Disraeli's Reform Bill. Accordingly, in the spring of 1867, he introduced a series of resolutions, pledging his party to pass a reform bill, but announcing that he should stipulate for the fancy franchises on which the Conservatives had laid such stress during previous discussions of the question. Persons 1 owning £30 in the savings bank, or 2 £50 invested in government funds, or 3 paying £1 year and over in direct taxes, or 4 possessed of a superior education, were to have a second vote. In spite of these safeguards, the more unbending Conservatives refused to follow Disraeli, and their chiefs, Lord Carnarvon and Lord Cranborne, the present Marquis of Salisbury, seceded from the cabinet. The bill was introduced, but the Liberal majority cut it about by all manner of amendments and utterly refused to accept the fancy franchises. Forced to choose between dropping the bill altogether and resigning, or passing the bill shorn of all its safeguards against the introduction of pure democracy, Disraeli chose the latter alternative and took the leap in the dark, as was said at the time. The bill so passed reduced the franchise in town to a rating of £5, thus granting what was practically household suffrage, and added PG 704 to the householders, all lodgers paying £10 a year. In the counties, the franchise was lowered to £12. This still left the agricultural labourer without a vote, but made electors of well-nigh every other class in the kingdom. At the same time, 35 seats were taken away, partly from corrupt boroughs, partly from places which had too many members in proportion to their size, and were distributed among London and the great northern shires, which had been still left much underrepresented in the redistribution of 1832, August 15, 1867. The Fenian outbreaks. While the Reform Bill was engrossing the attention of politicians, the United Kingdom had been passing through a dangerous crisis. Ireland, of which little had been heard since the potato famine and Smith O'Brien's rebellion, was once more giving trouble. The end of the American Civil War in 1865 had thrown on the world large numbers of exiled Irish and Irish Americans who had learnt the trade of war and were anxious to let off their energies by an attack on England. It was they who organized the Fenian Brotherhood, a secret association for promoting rebellion in Ireland. They planned simultaneous risings all over the country, which were to be aided by thousands of trained soldiers from America. To distract the attention of the government, an invasion of Canada was projected, and a number of outrages planned in England itself. The Fenians failed, partly from want of organization, partly from shirking at the moment of danger, partly from secret traitors in their own ranks. The horde which invaded Canada ran away from a few hundred militia. The national rising in Ireland was a fiasco. A few police barracks were attacked, but the assailants fled when they heard of the approach of regular troops, February 1867. A harebrained scheme to surprise the store of arms in Chester Castle failed, because the 1,500 men who had secretly assembled in that quiet town saw that they were watched by special constables. In fact, the only notable achievements of the Fenians were 2 acts of murder. A band of desperadoes in Manchester stopped a police van and rescued 2 of their comrades who were in custody, by killing 1 and wounding 3 of the 4 unarmed policemen who were in charge. A still more reckless party in London tried to release some friends confined in Clerkenwell prison by exploding a powder barrel PG 705 under its wall. This did not injure the prison, but killed or wounded more than 100 peaceable dwellers in the neighboring streets, December 1867. For these murders, several Fenians were executed. Irish policy of the Liberals. The abortive revolt of 1867 called English attention once more to Ireland. The Liberal Party insisted that the Fenian disturbance was due not so much to national grudges as to certain practical grievances, such as the existence of the Protestant Established Church of Ireland, supported on the tithes of the country, and the unsatisfactory condition of the peasantry, still tenants at will at rack rents, and often in the hands of absentee landlords. Defeat of the government. The experience of the last 20 years has shown that Irish discontent is far more deeply seated than the Liberals supposed. But in 1868, they seriously thought that it could be pacified by legislation on these 2 points. Mr. Gladstone selected the church question as the first battleground and carried against the ministry a resolution in the Commons demanding the abolition of the establishment. Disraeli, now Prime Minister in name as well as in fact, for Lord Derby had retired from ill health in February 1868, appealed to the country by dissolving Parliament. But the Conservatives suffered a decisive defeat at the polls and were forced to resign December 1868. The war between Prussia and Austria. Abroad, the Derby-Disraeli ministry had witnessed one very stirring episode of European history, but had not intervened in it. In 1866, Count Bismarck guided Prussia into war with Austria, crushed the great empire at the Battle of Königgrätz, annexed Hanover and Hesse, and united all the lands north of the Main, under Prussian headship, into the North German Confederation. The struggle did not directly affect England, and the Conservative ministry made no attempt to interfere, and watched with equanimity Prussia supplant Austria as the chief power in Central Europe. The Abyssinian Expedition. The only warlike enterprise of the years 1866-8 was the costly but almost bloodless Abyssinian expedition, Disraeli's first attempt to vindicate British prestige in remote corners of the earth. Theodore, King of Abyssinia, a savage despot, had imprisoned some British subjects. To PG 706 deliver them, Sir Robert Napier led an Indian army to Magdala, the Abyssinian capital. He stormed the place and released the captives. Theodore blew out his brains when he saw his stronghold taken, and on his death the victors retired unmolested. Gladstone Prime Minister, the Irish Church disestablished. Mr. Gladstone came into office in December 1868 with a majority of 120 votes in the Commons, and at once proceeded to carry out his Irish policy. The position of the Irish Church was very open to attack for a Protestant establishment in a country where 75% of the population were Romanists was too anomalous to be easily defended. This was felt by the Conservatives themselves, and in spite of the protests of the Irish Protestants, a bill for disestablishing the Church passed both houses June 1869. Its endowments were taken away at the same time, but the churches and buildings were retained by their old owners, and compensation was granted to all incumbents and curates. So far from being ruined by the blow, the Irish Church has remained a vigorous and increasing body. The Land Act of 1870. Having dealt with the Irish Church, Mr. Gladstone then turned to the second grievance, whose removal, as he then hoped, would do away with Ireland's grudge against England. By his Irish Land Act of 1870, he gave the tenants a right to be compensated for any improvements they might have made on their holdings when they resigned them or were evicted from them. He also permitted the outgoing tenant to sell his goodwill to his successor. To facilitate the creation of a peasant proprietary, the government undertook to lend money to any tenant who wished to buy his farm from his landlord, if the latter was willing to sell it. Agrarian troubles continue. But the Land Bill was far from contenting the Irish peasantry, who were seeking not merely a reasonable rent and a fair compensation for improvements, but complete possession of their holdings. Agrarian outrages, which had been widespread ever since the Fenian Rising of 1867, remained as numerous as ever. So far was Ireland from being quieted that the government had to pass a stringent Peace Preservation Act and to send additional troops across the Channel. The policy of conciliation had thus far proved a complete failure. The Education Act